Belinda and HarperCollins present this unabridged recording of
Don't Believe a Word by Susan Lewis. Read by Kristen Atherton, Mark Meadows, Oliver Hembrough, Lucy Price-Lewis, and Catherine Walker-Booth. Prologue. Tell me I'm seeing things. Mia, who'd spoken, didn't look round as her sister, Lottie, came quietly into the room behind her. Her eyes remained fixed on the mystery of what she was studying through the picture window of their hilltop home. Rented for the summer season. Amused, perhaps a little irritated, by the way Mia was peering around a curtain as if afraid of being seen. It would have to be by a bird, or a paraglider, or someone hanging upside down from the roof to get eyes on her here. Lottie took centre stage to investigate the focus of interest. "Where are you looking?" she asked, searching the sunlit slopes of lush green fields that rolled from their outside terrace down to the scrubby beach below. "You'll see," Mia said softly. Lottie already had, and as her heart slowed with surprise, she blinked uncomprehendingly at the sight of a small child in a blue anorak and yellow welly boots, sitting all alone on the gritty sand. Her back was turned, so they couldn't see her face. She was too far away for it to be more than a blur anyway, and her white blonde curls were being tossed about in the breeze. Her tiny hands looked to be clutching her knees. What on earth was she doing there all alone? That was how it appeared. And what could she be staring at? There was nothing to see apart from the churning might of the Severn estuary and mountainous terrain of South Wales on the horizon. Had someone gone into the water and not come out again? There seemed no panic in the child, so presumably not that. "How did she get there?" Mia asked, almost peevishly, as if someone might be playing a trick that she couldn't quite get a handle on. Lottie looked up and down the coast as far as she could see. There was no one else in sight, no parent or fishing boat, no sign at all of how the child might have got to the bottom of their hill and onto that god-forsaken stretch of stony shoreline. It was as if she'd been washed up by the waves and simply left there like flotsam, or some kind of offering. Mia would like that. So would Lottie, although maybe for different reasons. Of course the child must have walked. It was the only way. But she was surely no older than 2, so she couldn't have done it alone. "Her mother or someone must be nearby," Lottie said. "We just can't see them from here." They continued to watch and wait. Eventually the little girl stood up. She really was tiny. She turned towards the long grass that swept up the far side of the field towards a small spur of a track that wound on up to the southwest coast path. There was a stile, not visible from the sisters' window, where the occasional hiker or rock pool explorer could gain access to this remote, rather dismal bay. Lottie expected the child to wave, and maybe start running to someone coming her way, a parent, who would appear from the wings any second to scoop her up and carry her away. No one came, and after a few stumbling steps, the child sat down again, her back still turned. This time her tiny hands seemed to be covering her face. Mia's deep brown eyes moved to meet Lottie's. Both women were in their mid-40s, their birthdays just a year apart, Mia, Emilia, being the eldest. Both were tall and slender, with a regal sort of bearing. There the similarities ended. Mia was brown-haired and pale-complexioned, with a slightly too prominent jaw and close-set eyes. Lottie, Carlotta, with her lustrous dark curls and fine-boned features, was often described as a beauty. "She can't be alone," Mia said disbelievingly. Lottie continued to watch and wait. This was all wrong. A tiny speck of humanity alongside a vast, amorphous sea, with no one to mind her. It was making her heart thud with unease, and stir with a sense of protectiveness, something she instinctively felt towards children, in spite of having none of her own. "It's starting to rain," Mia said, noticing a gauzy mist drifting like a veil across the landscape. There was a small crease between her brows as she created all manner of scenarios to fit the tableau of small child seemingly abandoned on a beach. Lottie didn't answer, simply dug her feet into a pair of old hiking boots and tied the laces. Mia said cautiously, "Edwin won't like it." Lottie regarded her sister in scornful dismay. Her tone was cool as she said, "Your husband isn't here." Mia flushed, and seeing how much she'd hurt her, Lottie was momentarily torn between contrition and an urge to slap her. Pulling open the door, she paused and turned back. "She's probably too young for tea," she said, "so heat up some milk." And stepping out into a lively gust, she crossed the terrace to begin the descent to the beach. It wouldn't matter, she told herself, if someone showed up when she got to the child and told her to mind her own business. She didn't mean any harm, and besides, if anyone should be indignant about the situation, it ought to be her. After all, what right-thinking person allowed a little mite like that to venture close to the sea on her own, even if the tide wasn't likely to come in any further today? All she, Lottie Winters, wanted was to make sure the child was in no danger, then she'd go happily on her way. Well, maybe not happily, for her curiosity would want to be satisfied by the reason the girl had come to be there in the first place. As she strode effortlessly down the hillside, she could feel Mia's eyes boring into her back, and could actually sense her unease. It wouldn't be so much about the mission Lottie was bent on, although that would be a part. It would be all tied up in Mia's constant fear of what she'd do if Lottie ever found a husband of her own. Someone whose need of Lottie, whose right to her time and devotion, would necessarily trump Mia's own. Lottie was, according to most, beautiful, exotic, adventurous, desired by many men, and yet, over the years, she'd spurned them all to remain free, answerable to no one but herself. Should that ever change, Lottie knew Mia would do her very best to be happy for her. She often said that no one deserved love more than Lottie. But how would she, Mia, fill the gaps, the veritable chasms that would open up if Lottie wasn't there anymore? Poor Mia. She'd never been good at making friends the way that came so naturally to Lottie. She was too shy to travel alone, something Lottie did often. And she was too cautious to take risks, especially the kind that drove Lottie to help those in perilous states of fear and destitution around the world. She was, she knew, too independent, too wayward and strong-minded to bend to any man's will, and in the end, most men didn't like that. "You're as bad as Mummy," she'd grumble, whenever Mia loyally, if not convincingly, echoed their mother. Believing, that no woman is complete without a husband. Do I look unfinished to you? Do I behave as though half of me isn't functioning? I have sex when I want it, thank you very much. Good male friends who spoil me and demand nothing in return. So why would I want to saddle myself with the burden of having to please someone else, when it's so much more fun pleasing me? She wasn't that selfish, really. Or not all of the time. And as frustrated as she often felt with Mia, she was ready to accept that they were as close as sisters could be, and to a certain degree, quite interdependent. Their inherited fortune was shared, as were their lives 24/7, when Lottie wasn't travelling. In fact, they were so attuned to one another's thoughts, and so exclusively in their own world at times, that Edwin had once described them as each other's oxygen, and he hadn't meant it in a kind way. By now, Lottie had reached a small gap in the hedge at the bottom of their field, where the air was saltier and more bracing, and the noise of the tide almost drowned the gulls. She pushed on across the gritty sand towards the water's edge, still not entirely certain what she was about to do, and still expecting someone to appear from behind the dike to whisk the child away. No one did, and as she came to a stop beside the tiny creature, her heart caught on a great wave of feeling. The tiny, damp face, tilted up to look at her, big brown eyes swimming in tears and hair plastered to her mottled cheeks. She was as pretty and as tragic a picture as Lottie had ever seen. She was trembling and frightened and clearly lost. Sinking down to the girl's height, Lottie said, "What are you doing out here on your own? Is someone with you?" The child only stared at her. Lottie looked over her shoulder, up and down the coast, and even out to sea, but there was no one in sight. When she turned back, the girl was still watching her, lips quivering, eyes timid and tearful. Instinctively, Lottie drew her into her arms, and felt the pleasing heft of her as she filled the space meant for a child. There, she soothed, stroking the wet hair and feeling a surge of protectiveness wrap itself around the girl's loneliness and fragility. It's all right. I'm going to take care of you. The child didn't pull away, simply rested her sweet little head against Lottie's shoulder. What's your name? Lottie asked in her ear. Not receiving an answer, she drew back to look at her again. Where's your mummy? She asked softly. 2 small tears dropped from the girl's eyes. Did she bring you here? No answer. Do you know where you live? The little girl sucked her lower lip between tiny white teeth. Lottie glanced up at the house, already knowing she was going to take the child there. What else could she do? Leaving her here simply wasn't an option, and it was a long way into town. To her surprise, she saw that Mia was outside, on the terrace, and frantically waving. Was she trying to warn her of something? What was she saying? Lottie looked around, but there was still no one to be seen. We're going to sort this out, she told the little girl, and taking her tiny hand, she led her across the beach to begin the climb up the hill. It was too hard going for such small legs, so she scooped her up and carried her the rest of the way. How many children had she carried to safety in her time, she wondered. Certainly hundreds, but numbers hardly mattered. Each wretched little soul was as special as the next, as worthy as those who'd gone before, and still others yet to come. Mia met them beneath the terrace and quickly took the child into her waiting arms. She's so lovely, she crooned, stroking the girl's drizzle-soaked cheek with the back of one hand. So sweet and tiny. What's her name? I don't know, Lottie replied. Why were you waving? Starting, as if suddenly remembering, Mia said, Someone was there, not far from the stile. They were watching you, but when you picked her up, they turned and ran away. Lottie looked towards the stile, barely visible through the overhang of trees and tangle of bushes. Male or female? She asked, unable to make sense of anything. Hard to be certain at this distance. Mia was already carrying the girl onto the terrace. They were wearing a hooded jacket. Maybe I should pop out to the lane to see if anyone's still there, Lottie said. Mia nodded, distracted now by her need to dry the child and make her feel safe. Once inside the kitchen, she set her down and dropped to her knees in front of her. Are you okay? She whispered softly. The girl's eyes welled with tears. There, sweetheart, Mia soothed, wanting to smother her in an embrace, but afraid it might scare her. No need to cry. We've got some lovely milk to warm you up. And, her eyes brightened playfully, a delicious homemade cookie. 10 minutes later, Lottie returned to find Mia sitting in a cosy armchair with the child on her lap, a half-drunk glass of milk, and partly eaten cookie on a small table beside them. No sign of anyone, Lottie said, peeling off her coat. I don't understand it. Why would... There's a note, Mia interrupted. There, on the table. Lottie glanced at it, then back to Mia, as if she might explain further. It was in her coat pocket, Mia said softly. Lottie picked it up, and as she absorbed the words, she felt the strangest confliction of feelings coming to life inside her. Her name is Sasha. She will be 2 years old on May the 14th. I know you are good people. Please take care of her until I can come back for her. Chapter 1. 23 years later. New Year's Eve. And you found this... where? Christy asked, looking up from the pages she'd just spent the past few minutes reading. Pages that had taken her briefly to another world, where clearly something wasn't right. She already wanted to know more. It was amongst my aunt's papers, Sadie Winters replied. She was sitting up tall, a little stiffly, nerves, Christy suspected, and her voice wavered slightly as she spoke. Her beauty was something Christy hadn't especially noticed when she'd come into the room. Now it seemed almost mesmerizing in its subtle form of radiance. In fact, it was as if the beauty itself was undecided on how far to go, how much it wanted to be recognized. Her hair was golden blonde and fell in soft, luxuriant waves to her shoulders. Her forehead was high, her almond-shaped eyes brown and intelligent. Hesitant as well, Christie thought. Right now they conveyed a sense of hope, along with a quiet determination to stay focused on why they were there. Sitting beside Sadie at the conference table in this spacious office in St. Peter Port, with its vast picture windows framing the harbour and all manner of nautical-themed fixtures on the walls, was Sadie's best friend, Anna Gordian. "It could make a brilliant podcast," Anna declared eagerly, clearly thinking Christie needed more persuasion. Perhaps Christie did, although she had to admit she was already more than half on board. Whatever the mystery, presuming it was based in fact, 2 sisters, a child on a beach, an enigmatic note. Would it be right for Hindsight, the true crime podcast series that she and her partner produced? "That's why we've come to you," Anna ran on. Christie had to smile. This girl, young woman, she and Sadie were both mid-20s, was as outspoken and excitable as she was rash and lovely. Anna was still speaking. "It blew my mind when I read it the first time," she said. "It's totally surreal, don't you think? Like something out of a movie, only it really happened." She turned uncertainly to Sadie. "Well, we think it did," she added. "I mean, it must have, because it explains everything." Sadie's voice was gentle, her smile still hesitant as she said, "Actually, it doesn't explain anything, which is why we're here." "Of course," Anna agreed. "But all the names are real," she continued, turning back to Christie. "Mia and Lottie are Sadie's aunts, and we think, well, we know, that Lottie, who died just before the lockdowns, so 4 years ago, wrote what you've just read. It was her thing, you see, short stories. She had lots published back in the day, but then she stopped. Well, we thought she did, but since Sadie started going through all her stuff, she's found dozens of them, all printed out and not necessarily complete." "And then I found that," Sadie added, nodding towards the pages in front of Christie. Christie sat back in her chair, barely noticing the torrents of rain streaking the windows behind the girls, while gale-force gusts chopped up the sea and tossed fishing boats about like toys. She was about to speak when Anna said, "It's a brilliant story, what we know of it so far. We just need someone to help us find out the rest. So, if you're interested, I know you do cold cases." From the doorway, David said, "Anna, why don't you let someone else speak?" Christie had to laugh, even as her heart warmed to find him standing there, his dark blonde hair and handsome face wet with rain, his expression wry as he took in the scene and came to a quick conclusion about his daughter's part in it. "Sorry if I'm interrupting," he said, his eyes on Christie's. "But I felt someone should." Anna said indignantly, "I'm just trying to get things going here, Dad. You know how shy Sades is." "She's just not loud," he corrected. "Otherwise, she's perfectly capable of speaking up for herself." Anna's eyes shot darts at him. "You shouldn't even be here," she told him. "I thought you had a meeting in town." "It got cancelled, so I thought I'd call in and see how you're getting along." As he came to stand behind Christie, she lifted her face and smiled as he kissed her. "They keep doing that," Anna grumbled to Sadie. "And it's not like they don't have a room." To her father, she said, "You have to go now, or you'll just end up taking over the way you always do." With a laugh, he said to Sadie, "Should I take her with me, so you can get a word in?" Apparently enjoying his tease, Sadie said, "She's okay." With a smile, he dropped another kiss on Christie's forehead, and was already answering a call as he left the room. Taking a moment to refocus, why wasn't Christie over these teenage flutterings yet? It had been almost a month since they'd first become official, great euphemism, introduced by her 19-year-old daughter, Hayley. "Sadie," she said firmly, "why don't you tell me about yourself and your life today? I'd like to have a fuller picture of who you are, what you do, where you live, although I take it's here on the island." As Anna took a breath to answer, Sadie put a slender hand over hers and said, "There's not all that much to me, really." "Not true," Anna protested. "Maybe we need to call your father back," Christie suggested. Anna scowled as Sadie laughed and said, "I'm soon to be 26,
At least, I think I am. And I've lived in Guernsey for most of my life. Anna and I went to school together. That's how we know one another. I left for a few years when I went to uni in London, and I worked there for a while after. I came back when one of my aunts fell ill. She recovered, thankfully, but by then I'd already decided I was going to stay on. Jasper, my fiancé, works here in St. Peter Port. He's an investment analyst, and I'm trying to set myself up as a freelance editor of fiction. No clients yet, but it's still early days.
She's going to be brilliant, Anna insisted. Sadie's eyes sparkled as she said,
We all need an Anna when it comes to confidence boosting. Anyway, that's what I do when I work, which actually isn't all that often. Jasper and I have a small house on my aunt's estate, just a couple of miles along the coast from here. She's on her own now, since my other aunt passed away, so I'm glad to be nearby, although Jay and I spend a few days a month near Bath with his parents. He's not from the island, you see, so he feels the need to escape now and then. And I guess I do too, but I don't like leaving Mia for long.
The two of you are close, Christie concluded. Sadie nodded.
We have been for as long as I can remember. Her name's Emilia, Mia. I grew up with her and my other aunt, Carlotta, Lottie. They were the best parents anyone could ever wish for. Real characters in their different ways. Often unpredictable, generous to a fault. Sometimes bossy, especially with each other. Far too forgiving, but not gullible. Never a great idea to get on the wrong side of them, but on the whole they were just kind.
She thought for a moment and added,
controlling as well. But there again, aren't all parents? Anyway, since Lottie died, just before COVID, it's like Mia has... This is going to sound strange, I know, but she seems to get confused about who she is. She often talks to Lottie out loud, asking what she thinks about something or what she, Mia, should do in a certain situation. Then she answers herself and laughs at how dotty she must sound.
She's not demented or anything, Anna put in. Well, maybe she is, a bit. But what matters for our purposes today is that she just won't answer questions about Sadie's parents. Christie's gaze returned to Sadie. What exactly have you asked her? She prompted.
Lately, not very much, Sadie admitted. But a while ago, I mean a few years back, I started looking into my roots, and that's when I discovered that I'm not their dead brother's daughter, the way they've always claimed. In fact, I can't find any record of them having a brother at all.
Understanding how alarming that must have been, not to mention disorientating, Christie said, So are you thinking now that the child on the beach is probably you? Sadie swallowed dryly.
I think it's possible, yes. And my aunts either kept me because whoever wrote the note didn't come back, or
they stole her, Anna finished, clearly having reached her own conclusion. Then, not quite so certain, she added, There's also the chance they might have bought her, and what we've read is a kind of cover story. Intrigued by both possibilities, random as they were, Christie said, Just to be clear, these pages here are written like fiction, but it's your belief they are, in fact, or could be, a record of how you came to your aunt's, what shall we call it, care? Colour seeped into Sadie's cheeks as she said,
It's the way she's used our names,
she explained, clearly worried that Christie had already concluded she was reading too much into a few random pages. We reckon this could be a fictionized version of fact, Anna said, spelling it out helpfully. Christie nodded, still not entirely sure what she thought, although she was ready to accept that there might well be something more sinister, manipulative at play. How old is your aunt? She asked Sadie. The one that's still living.
She's 70,
Sadie replied. And still quite glam, Anna added, in a bit of a funky way. I mean, she likes the 60s look. Flicked up hair, mini dresses, fake leather trousers and all that sort of stuff, but it kind of suits her.
Lottie, on the other hand,
Sadie continued,
preferred a more masculine sort of style, although her features and her mannerisms were entirely feminine. She loved baggy trousers and men's shirts. She'd even go to balls dressed in a tuxedo at times.
She wasn't gay, Anna insisted. She really liked men, didn't she? I mean, it says so in these pages, and she was always messing with the blokes around the yacht club here on the island. With a wry sort of smile, Sadie said,
Mia used to accuse her of liking men a bit too much, and Lottie would accuse her of being jealous or frigid, or tell her to loosen up and get a dildo.
She laughed, and Christy did too, as much of the unexpectedness of it as the comedy.
Not that Mia didn't have her share of admirers, Sadie continued. I mean, she was married once. I never knew him, and they never really talked about him, or about anyone Lottie was involved with. She used to keep her affairs, or flings, or whatever we want to call them, to when she travelled.
So are your aunts from the island? Christy asked.
No. They're from London originally.
Anna said, We think the house mentioned in those pages is somewhere their grandparents took them a few times when they were young. Christy frowned curiously. Why do you think that?
Because my aunts used to talk about it. They told me about going to Somerset as children when their parents were in more exotic places. They described it as an adventure, somewhere different, more rustic, with no rules and lots of freedom. Lottie told me once, years later, that on a whim they got someone to find it for them and they rented it for a while. She joked that they weren't as much into the rusticity or bad weather then, so they didn't stay as long as they'd intended.
Seeing how the girl's mind was working, Christy said, So what exactly did they tell you about your parents, and how you came to live with them? Sadie took a breath and clutched her hands together as she said,
They told me that my father, their brother, and my mother were killed in a car crash when I was 2 years old, and that's when they became my legal guardians.
And are they your legal guardians?
I haven't found any documents to support it, but I guess it's academic now, considering my age.
Conceding the point, Christy said, But you know that they never had a brother?
Not that I can find any record of.
Do you have a birth certificate? Sadie swallowed as she nodded.
It says I was born on the 14th of May, 1998, and that my father's name was Martin Winters.
She will be 2 years old on May the 14th. What about your mother? Christy asked.
She is down as Vanessa Winters, née Jameson. I've tried, but I can't find any trace of them. At least, not as a couple with a daughter who'd be my age.
And when you discovered your aunts didn't have a brother, what did you do?
Nothing. Then. I didn't know how to bring it up without it seeming as though I was being mistrustful and spying on them.
But you must have asked about your parents before that, while you were growing up?
Yes, of course. And they'd tell me lovely stories of how much they'd adored me, and how proud they'd be of me if they could see how well I was doing. They even had photographs of me as a baby, and of them, but I'm not sure now how real any of it was.
Christy sat with that for a moment, until Anna said, We're actually pretty certain her aunt stole her. You'll understand what we mean when you see what else Sadie found in Lottie's desk. Christy looked at Sadie, a prompt for her to explain.
It was during the pandemic that I first started to go through Lottie's things, Sadie began. There's so much, honestly. I knew it was going to take forever, and Mia kept telling me it could wait. I realised she didn't want to help in any way, and I didn't mind. I understood it would be a lot more painful for her than it might be for me.
But she was okay with you doing it? Christy prompted. Sadie nodded.
I guess so. I mean, she never tried to stop me, so I just got on with it. Not every day, you understand. Not even every week. But then, quite recently, I opened one of the hundreds of box files prepared to find more bank statements or postcards of places Lottie had been, brochures, various knickknacks. She kept everything. But in this particular box, there were 2 large brown envelopes. The first turned out to contain photographs that I recognized right away. They were the ones I mentioned just now that used to be dotted around the house when I was growing up. Me, or a child who was supposed to be me, as a baby, either with my parents or alone. A couple of my parents on their wedding day, my christening, that sort of thing. what I never noticed when I was younger, but I did when I studied them more closely recently, was that there are no early photos of me with my aunts, or of them with my parents.
Have you asked your Aunt Mia about that?
Not yet. I guess I'll have to at some point, but the last time I brought up the subject of my parents, actually it was before Lottie died, and I'm afraid it didn't go well. I'd eventually plucked up the courage to ask about their brother, and Mia got angry, saying I should leave things alone and stop bothering them with memories they'd rather not revisit. Lottie was pretty angry too. She asked if I was unhappy, and if so, I didn't have a right to be. She said, "Haven't we given you everything?" And they had, of course. I could never deny that.
Thinking how spiteful that sounded, Christy said, "You mentioned 2 envelopes just now." Sadie nodded.
The other one contained the pages you've just read. You can see they're a printout, but I can't search Lottie's computers to see if there's more because, after Lottie died, Mia had them returned to factory settings and shipped off to various schools in Africa. She said it's what Lottie would have wanted.
Didn't she make backups of Lottie's files? Christy asked.
I don't think so. Or not that I've found so far. They could be in Mia's office, of course, but I don't have any reason to go poking around in there.
And what about these pages? Have you shown them to your aunt?
Not yet. I wanted to find out first if I'm just being fanciful or paranoid.
We want to know what you think, Anna said for her. Regarding them both, Christy said carefully, "You understand, Sadie, I'm sure, that if this does turn out to be fact rather than fiction, your aunt could be in a lot of trouble." Sadie looked horribly pained.
I do. But honestly, if you knew what it was like to have no idea who you really are, to have no real sense of belonging. I'm sorry if that sounds selfish, but I don't know if I can carry on not knowing anymore. And as for my aunt, I promise you it won't be anything she can't handle. She'll just throw money at it the way she does with everything.
Thinking that no amount of money could buy off a case of child abduction, Christy's eyes moved to Anna as she said hotly, "What matters is that Sadie should know who she really is." Christy looked at Sadie again. "Have you done a DNA test to find out if you're related to your aunts in any way?" she asked. Sadie swallowed.
Yes, I have. And no, I'm not.
In spite of having expected the answer, Christy couldn't help feeling the girl's bewilderment and sadness. How on earth must it feel to find out that the space you should be filling in the world is empty? Anna said, "You never know. Sadie's real parents could be out there somewhere, desperate to find her."
If they're still alive,
Sadie put in quietly.
And I like to think they are.
As Christy's eyes swept her face, she was wondering about the people who'd made this stunningly lovely young woman, and what could have happened to tear them all apart. As privileged a life as Sadie had led, there was clearly a whole other story folded into her genes, running untold through her veins. She wasn't the person sitting here today, or she shouldn't be. There was someone else inside her who needed to be heard, to be recognized for who she really was. In the end, she said, "What about your aunt? How's she likely to take it if you do find your real family?" Sadie shook her head helplessly.
I guess a lot depends on who they are and what they say happened to separate us,
she said. Silent echoes of the mysterious story seemed to fill the room before Anna said, "Please say you'll help." Chapter 2. Much later in the day, Christy was standing alone at the window of David's bedroom, staring through her own pensive reflection down to the ornamental lake at the heart of the Gordian estate's small valley. A veil of mist was drifting across the glassy water, where a floating platform of fireworks was being prepared for the New Year's Eve celebrations at midnight. Daylight was fast disappearing, yielding to the murk of a damp winter's night, but the earlier storm had subsided, leaving everyone hopeful for a grand display at the magical hour. On a good day, she'd be able to glimpse the sea from here, which made her think of Sadie's aunts and the hilltop holiday home overlooking the Severn estuary. Where exactly could that have been, she wondered. Presumably somewhere on the Exmoor coast. She'd read the printed pages again, and had found herself drawn quite easily back into Lottie's rescue of the little girl on the beach. What a strange thing to happen, presuming it did. Who on earth would leave a child alone at the edge of such a dangerously tidal stretch of water? Who had created the small girl who'd grown into such a beauty? She was intrigued by the aunts, too, seeming so reclusive on the one hand, and yet clearly not, given Lottie's promiscuousness and overseas travels. If the story was based in fact, then Sadie Winter's real name was Sasha. More importantly, and intriguingly, had she really been found on a beach? Or was this odd sort of memoir a purposeful rewriting of history? If so, it couldn't have been concocted with Sadie in mind, given the sisters' efforts to pass the girl off as their niece. So who had it been for? Before coming upstairs, she'd scanned the pages in David's home office and sent them to Connor, her partner on the podcast, to get his take on things. They'd talk in the morning, or maybe he'd call after he'd read them. Hearing the door open, she turned and smiled as David came into the room, looking puzzled and concerned, clearly wondering why she was up here when there was so much going on downstairs. "Sorry," she said as he came to embrace her. "I just needed a few minutes. I'll come now to help get everything ready for this evening." "There are caterers," he reminded her. "Nevertheless—" He stopped her with a kiss, and then another that deepened with the kind of promise not easy to resist.
Dad! Are you in there?
He groaned as his head fell back in frustration. "Go away!" he shouted.
Can I come in?
Rosaria shouted back. "No!" Christy laughed. "At least she's asking," she said, reminding him of this morning when Rosie had waltzed right in without knocking. Luckily, they'd simply been lying in bed, covered by a sheet. Had Rosie arrived a few minutes earlier—
I want to!
Rosie grumbled. Caving in, Christy went to open the door and felt such a rush of affection for David's eldest that she spontaneously drew her into an enormous hug, despite Rosie being a grown woman. Rosie was simply the sweetest, gentlest and kindest soul in the world, whose extra chromosome seemed, for some reason, to make her love people and enjoy life more than anyone else Christy knew. 32 she might be, with Downs and an autoimmune condition, but nothing ever upset her for long, or held her back from sharing a secret, or dampened her enthusiasm for a project.
Granny's too busy to take me to the theatre, she told her father, and we've got a show at 7, so you'll have to drive me there.
"You're on stage tonight?" he exclaimed in alarm.
You know I am, but I'll be back in plenty of time for the party. I can't let everyone down, Dad, so please—
Clearly not thrilled, David said. "Does it mean I have to sit through another performance of Beauty and the Beast in order to bring you home again? I've already seen it 100 times.
He hasn't, Rosie told Christy, because it hasn't been open that long. Oh, I know, she suddenly cried excitedly. Anna can take me and bring Sadie. Sadie hasn't seen it yet, and she said she wants to. I'll go and find Anna.
As she raced off to find her sister, Christy closed the door and laughed at the way David was thanking God for his narrow escape. "Speaking of Sadie Winters," he said, going to the small bar he kept on her trolley next to the fireplace. "How have you left it with her? Does the story interest you?" "Yes, it does," Christy admitted, sinking down on the sofa. "Have you read the pages she brought to me today?" "I have," he replied, handing her a scotch. "I found the resonance, perhaps I should say possibility, of truth in the story unsettling." Christy nodded as he sat down with her. "Made more so by the use of real names. Anyway, I'd certainly like to read more, presuming there is more. But if Lottie's computers have gone, why would she only have printed out a few pages? Why print out any at all?" "I've no idea about that, but if you're not able to leave tomorrow, maybe you could meet Mia Winters. She's an interesting character." "How so?" He tilted his head as he thought. "I'd say she's mercurial. The minute you think you've pinned her to something, you realize she left the room a while ago. Lottie was far easier to deal with. Straight talking. A woman of her word, and of the world.
A real dynamo, especially when it came to fundraisers, sailing and tennis. She certainly liked to win. In fact, she was on the court when she died.
Heart attack? He nodded.
Quite sudden and very shocking, given she was only mid-60s. Mia took it hard. Sadie did too. Lottie was the life force in that house, and if anyone knew how to throw a party, it was her.
Starting to feel sorry that she'd never meet her, Christy said, "I'm not sure if Sadie will want me to speak to Mia. She hasn't told her about the pages she found yet."
I guess that doesn't surprise me. She's very protective of her aunt, and obviously nervous of what she might discover the further into this she goes. But it'll be hard getting to the truth if you can't question Mia. On the other hand, even if you do, like I said, she's a hard one to pin down.
Christy sipped her scotch as she thought. "It's early days," she said, "and Sadie's going to carry on looking for more pages that might connect with the ones we have so far. Apparently there are dozens and dozens of boxes full of ideas for short stories, chapters from some, the ends or beginnings of others, even complete ones apparently." They sat quietly for a while, each with their own thoughts, hers mostly still with Sadie and her aunts, until their drinks were finished, and it really was time to go downstairs. "Incidentally," she said as they reached the door, "where is Juliette staying?" David's brows rose in surprise, as if he hadn't even considered his ex-partner's needs, although he clearly had, because he said,
"She's in the second bed, in Laurent's room."
This kind of made sense, since Juliette was Laurent's mother, Laurent being the youngest of David's children, aged 12.
"The cottages are all taken bar one," he continued, "but it seemed a bit mean to put her out there on her own when the rest of the family is going to be here."
Christy smiled. "Family. I'm sure Laurent's already loving having his mum around," she said, "and I'm looking forward to meeting her." Seeming pleased by that, he said,
"I think you'll like her. She's very French, in a good way."
"Is there a bad way?" He laughed.
"She kind of has that coined too, but she's a good mother to Laurent."
"Even though he lives here with you?"
"It makes more sense. He's settled in school, his friends are here, and he has family around him. In Paris there's only Juliette, and her aristo-arty set who aren't really interested in children."
His eyes narrowed as he regarded her closely.
"Are you okay with her being here?"
he asked warily. "Of course," she insisted, though not entirely sure this was true. "Why wouldn't I be?" He smiled.
"No reason I can think of. Now we'd better go down before Mum sends up a search party."
There were only a few minutes to go before midnight when Christy looked around the crowded party in search of David. She hadn't seen him in a while, but there were so many people here. It seemed half the island had come, and the volume of chat, along with the music, was so loud it was almost impossible to hear what anyone was saying. Papillon, as Rosie called the Gordian estate in honour of her dead mother's love of butterflies, was apparently the place to be on New Year's Eve. Christy briefly reflected on Lexi Gordian, the great love of David's life, whose terrible and tragic death had been the focus of Christy's last podcast series. She wondered if Lexi and David had thrown parties like this, everyone in black tie and evening dresses, glasses brimming with fine wines, champagne on ice ready for midnight, and trays of delicious canapes being passed around by uniformed catering staff. Spotting Cynthia, David's mother, with her other son Richard and his wife Astrid, Christy slipped through the throng, clinking glasses with as many strangers as extended family as she went, until she almost stumbled into Richard, laughing as he caught her, and asked if any of them had seen David. "He went down to check on the fireworks," Cynthia told her, her dear crumpled face flushed with delight as a waiter refilled her glass with a classic white Bordeaux. 5 minutes to go," she cheered joyfully.
"Have you heard from your children yet?"
Richard shouted in Christy's ear. "Just," she shouted back. Laughing, Richard, who was very like David to look at, only shorter, greyer, and stockier, raised his glass to absent friends as his wife leaned in to say, "I saw you talking to Juliette earlier. How did it go?" Having struck up an easy rapport with Astrid over Christmas, Christy was able to say dryly,
"To quote David,
Elle est très française. Astrid threw back her head as she laughed, while Cynthia said, She's a canny one, is Juliette. And frankly, I'm not too sure she's happy about you being here. She's not, Christie confirmed, but decided not to elaborate. Juliette, with her swan-like neck, voluptuous mouth, and boyish cap of sleek dark hair, could have stepped straight from the pages of Vogue. And this evening, she was all chic sophistication and supreme elegance, in a black silk-sheath dress that showed the toned perfection of her shapely body to an annoying degree. It was no wonder David had been captivated by her. She was sensational and sensual to an almost indecent extreme. "You look stunning," Christie had told her, trying to be friends, while already knowing it wasn't going to happen. "Thank you," Juliette had responded in a throaty French accent. "David has always had good taste in women." She hadn't even tried to temper the immodesty with a smile, unless of course it was meant as a compliment to Christie as well. "How long are you staying?" she'd asked, her eyes holding to Christie's as she took a sip of her drink. "I'm not sure," Christie replied, unwilling to give her the satisfaction of knowing she was planning to leave in the morning, weather permitting. "I do hope we have some time to get to know one another," Juliette smiled. "I hear you're quite fascinating." Christie wanted to laugh, so she did. "It's lovely of you to come and see the New Year in with Laurent," she said. Juliette's pretty head tilted to one side. "How could I not when David was so insistent?" Touché, Christie thought, feeling the warmth drain from her smile. "He gets very lonely here all alone on this island," Juliette continued. "I feel bad for him, but it was not possible for me to stay. I adore Paris. It is in my blood, and there is too little here in the way of sophistication. I am sure you have found the same, no?" "Not really," Christie replied smoothly. "I think it has a lot going for it." Appearing surprised, Juliette said, "So will he persuade you to stay?" Before Christie could reply, she leaned in closer and whispered, "I think it is only fair to tell you that he has asked me only today if I'd reconsider moving back here. Not only for Laurent's sake, you understand. For his too. You see, we still have a strong connection, and neither of us can quite break it, though I am not sure that we try very hard." She drew back to gaze deeply into Christie's eyes, before raising her glass to her lips again and turning to greet someone close by. There was no sign of her now, not that Christie was keen to find her. However, with David also missing, she couldn't help wondering. "Okay, everyone," Richard shouted above the din. "Time to get your coats if you're going outside. Heating's on in the garden room if you want to watch from there. 3 minutes to go." "Garden room?" Astrid invited, linking Christie's arm. Allowing herself to be ushered along with the others, Christie looked around for David again, but there was still no sign of him. Deciding he must still be down at the lake, she took the frosted flute of champagne Astrid was passing and followed Cynthia to the huge picture windows. Though it was inky dark outside, there was a small sea of torchlights bobbing about in the valley, reflecting on the water and making everything seem spectral and enticing. "Where's David?" Cynthia cried in Christie's ear. "I've no idea," Christie shouted back. "He should be here. Oh, will you look at Rosie out there without a coat?" It was only when everyone was yelling Happy New Year and the first fireworks soared and exploded into the sky that Christie finally spotted him outside, walking quickly towards the house. Then she saw Juliette, watching him from the entrance of a gazebo, and it was impossible not to think that they'd just stolen some moments together. Feeling the phone buzz in her hand, she checked the screen. It was Matthew, her ex-husband, wishing her Happy New Year, in spite of it still being only 4 in the afternoon where he was in LA. "Can we talk? I need you. Kiss." "Christie! Happy New Year!" She looked up to find Sadie and Anna bearing down on her, both slopping champagne over their fingers, eyes bright with excitement. "I found some more," Sadie told her as they embraced. "It's only a few pages, but it's definitely the same story." "There you are," David cried, taking Christie's arm and turning her around.
I'm sorry for missing the big moment, but Happy New Year.
Oh God, they're going to snog, Anna groaned. There's something really ick when it's your father.
Then don't look, he said, and planting a hand over her face, he pulled Christie to him.
Happy New Year,
he whispered against her lips. Happy New Year, she echoed, yielding to the kiss. Then, pulling back, she searched his eyes. She could find nothing duplicitous in them, no trace of guilt or anger, or of wanting to be elsewhere. Even so, she couldn't help noticing that along with the scent of cool night air and his own musky cologne, there was a trace of Juliette's distinctive eau de parfum. Chapter 3. She's asleep, Lottie said quietly as she came down the creaking wooden stairs. Mia was standing at the bottom, her expression torn between concern and fear, her slim hands clutched tightly together. She was a worrier, always had been and always would be. It irritated Lottie. However, on this occasion she was ready to concede that her sister had good reason to feel anxious. "What are we going to do?" Mia asked, following Lottie along the hall into the kitchen, where the remains of a beans-on-toast tea with orange squash and squishy marshmallows were still on the vinyl-covered table. It wasn't a large kitchen. Nothing about the house was large, which had actually been its greatest charm when they were small, coming here with their grandparents. It could hardly have provided a greater contrast to their parents' 5-story Regency townhouse in the heart of Kensington. "She's been here for 3 days now," Mia stated, as Lottie started to clear the table. "Yes, I know that." Lottie's back was turned as she ran hot water into the sink and squirted in a short stream of fairy liquid. She almost never did any washing up, at least not here in England. When she was on the ground in places of suffering and severe hardship, she turned her hand to just about anything. Tonight she was finding the process pleasingly therapeutic, in a clean everything off, ready to start again sort of way. "You're planning to keep her, aren't you?" Mia blurted. Unfazed, Lottie said, "It's what we've been asked to do." Mia grabbed a tea towel and started to dry. "Why hasn't anyone come looking for her?" she demanded, as if her indignance could somehow justify the fact that they hadn't reported the child missing themselves when they both knew they should have. "There hasn't been anything on the news, and we haven't even seen anyone since you brought her up from the beach. It doesn't make any sense." Lottie was perfectly aware of that, although it clearly made sense to someone, somewhere. For the past 3 days, they'd waited expectantly, fearfully even, for a knock on the door, either from whoever had written the note, or maybe from the police, but so far no one had come near the place. So how long were they supposed to care for the child? Would someone contact them again soon? It was as if time was standing still, holding its breath, waiting to find out what would happen next. And into the void tumbled all sorts of crazy scenarios. At least for Lottie. She wasn't entirely sure what Mia was thinking from one minute to the next, but that was Mia. No sooner had she had a thought than it was changed with the passing wind. Yesterday, Mia had driven into town to buy the child clothes and toys and books to crayon in, while Lottie had stayed behind helping small fingers to piece together a jigsaw they'd found in the cellar. At least no one, when they eventually came for her, would be able to say she hadn't been well taken care of. Exactly how they were going to explain not contacting the authorities as soon as they'd found her was an awkwardness they'd deal with when, if, they had to. "Mrs. B is due tomorrow," Mia stated, as if Lottie wasn't already aware of that. Their housekeeper, Geeta Brinkley, was a sweet-natured woman of Indian origin who wasn't much good at cleaning or laundry, but boy could she cook. She lived in an old fisherman's cottage on the outskirts of the nearby town, drove a noisy Mini, helped organise events for the local WI, and took care of pets when their owners were away. Her husband, Charles, was, as far as Lottie and Mia could make out, usually drunk by the middle of the day. Poor Mrs. B. She deserved so much better. "What are we going to tell her about?" Mia asked, glancing towards the ceiling as though to remind Lottie of who was up there. "Do you have any ideas?" Lottie countered, handing over a soapy plate. Taking it, Mia said, "Actually, I have. I was thinking we could say that she's our niece, come to stay for a while." Lottie turned to her, eyebrows arched incredulously. "And when her mother or some other relative comes looking for her, What then? Mia shrugged.
Maybe no one will,
she ventured, and Lottie knew exactly what was in her mind now. Hadn't she been thinking the same herself? Wasn't it why they'd already started to call the child Sadie instead of Sasha? Nothing had been said about that. Lottie couldn't even be sure who'd used the name first. It was simply something they'd slipped into, and the dear little soul was going along with it. Having now voiced her greatest hope, Mia's heart was floating in waves of dreamy expectation of how life could be going forward. There would be so much more of the joy they'd shared in the last few days, Sadie's sweet face watching their every move, and the music of her laughter when Mia tickled her. She liked to jump and play peekaboo, and she was learning to set her own place at the table. She didn't make a fuss when it was time for bed, and she loved listening to stories, often gazing up at Mia or Lottie as they spoke the words softly, until she finally fell asleep. She even sat quietly when Lottie brushed the tangles from her golden hair. Of course, she cried for her mummy. It was only to be expected. But she allowed herself to be comforted with the promise that Mummy will come soon. No one had mentioned Daddy. Lottie suddenly said, "Let's agree that we're developing a fondness for her, and it's nothing to be ashamed of when she's a little angel. I just wish we knew why someone put her into our care, and why they did it in such a furtive and dangerous way when they could simply have brought her to the door."
If they had, we wouldn't have accepted her, Mia pointed out. I mean, how could we when we know nothing about her, or the people she's been with until now? Do you think it was her parents?
How on earth would I know?
She said, Mummy, a few times, Mia pointed out.
Lottie wasn't listening. Maybe the person you saw running away had stolen her, she said. That's why they didn't want to be seen. Mia shook her head.
I think it was her mother. She waited until she knew we had her before she ran.
Lottie's hands stilled in the dishwater as she continued to think. Should we be actively trying to find out who she is? She asked, knowing of course that they should. Or do we just keep her here until someone comes?
I say the latter, Mia replied. I mean, we don't know if she's in danger from someone, and I think she probably is. That's why she's here, to be kept safe.
Lottie didn't disagree. After all, it was what the note had said. But why us? We're not from around here, so who knows enough about us to feel they can trust us with a small child and make sure she comes to no harm? Since the question was rhetorical, Mia didn't attempt an answer. The trouble is, Lottie continued, the longer she's with us, the harder it'll be to let her go. And we'll have to, eventually. You know that. Such cunning, so much artifice and planning, all wrapped up in the right words.
Why?
Mia wanted to know, falling into the trap.
If someone is so irresponsible as to abandon a child on a beach, or to leave her with two complete strangers, maybe they don't deserve to have her back.
Well, we can't just randomly keep her, especially not if she has a mother who wants her.
Who left her? The authorities will take a very dim view of that.
And they won't much like us either when it's discovered that we didn't contact them as soon as we found the child. We could end up being charged with abduction or kidnap or something worse. Get it all out there. Voice the biggest fears. It was the only way to beat them. Mia's eyes were wide with alarm as she said,
Maybe this is the start of a blackmail attempt. If we don't give someone what they want, they'll report us for stealing the child.
Lottie was about to scoff when she realized Mia could have a point. Before she could speak, a little voice behind them said,
Can't sleep.
They turned, hearts in their mouths, as they wondered how much she might have heard. She was standing in the doorway, her angelic face all flushed and sleepy, her lively curls tumbling around her tiny shoulders. She was like an apparition, a dream they were sharing that had somehow manifested into a disconcerting reality. Mia went to scoop her up and sat with her at the table while Lottie prepared some hot milk. Would Teddy like some? Lottie offered. Sadie nodded and hugged the shiny new bear to her chest. When Mia had handed it over, she'd lit up as if it was what she'd always wanted.
Teddy,
she'd whispered. It was one of the few words she'd spoken since they'd taken her in.
Did you have a dream?
Mia asked softly, stroking her hair. Sadie lowered her head.
Do you want to tell us what it was about?
Sadie looked up at her, but didn't answer.
I hope it wasn't a scary one,
Lottie said with a play growl. Sadie shook her head and squeezed her teddy again. After a moment, she tilted her head back to look at Mia again.
I want Mummy,
she said quietly. Mia's eyes shot to Lottie's as she drew the child in tighter. Bringing the milk to the table, Lottie set it down and sat as she said, "Can you tell us your mummy's name, Sadie?" Sadie kept her face hidden in Mia's shoulder.
If we do contact the authorities,
Mia said later, after they'd tucked Sadie back into bed and read her a story,
they'll probably take her into care, and what good would that do anyone?
Recognizing the question for the excuse that it was, Lottie said, "Even if we pass her off as our niece to Mrs. B, that's just the beginning. What do we tell our friends? And isn't Edwin threatening to come at some point soon?" As Mia's heart contracted, she went to a cupboard to take out a bottle of whiskey. It probably wasn't a good idea to drink with a child in the house, but surely one wouldn't hurt, and if they were going to get onto the subject of Edwin. Fetching down 2 glasses, Lottie said, "He knows we don't have any nieces or nephews, so how would we explain her to him?"
He might not come,
Mia responded dolefully. "He will. He's the proverbial bad penny, and if she's still here—" Mia was finding it hard to think. "We're doing everything wrong," Lottie declared irritably. "As if there's a right way, for God's sake. Do you know what I'd do if I was writing this?" Mia eyed her warily. "I'd make you end your farce of a marriage. That's what I'd do." Mia stared at her open-mouthed. "You should never have married him in the first place," Lottie scolded. "And I shouldn't have encouraged it. He's only ever been interested in your money." She stopped at Mia's stricken look. "I'm sorry," she said quickly, "but you know it's true. You're worth so much more than he could ever offer, so let's pay him off. Get rid of him, once and for all."
And that,
Mia said hoarsely,
is how you'd write my life?
"It's how I'd write ours, going forward," Lottie replied. "So now drink up, if you want to hear the rest." Chapter 4. "It's definitely got me intrigued," Connor declared, his voice booming around the electric smart car that Christy had borrowed from David's mum that morning. She hadn't found the volume control yet, but at least she'd managed to hit the right button when Connor's name had flashed across the screen, letting her know he was calling. "It's different," he continued. "Usually this kind of story is all about someone who's gone missing, never to be seen again. Here, we have the victim, so to speak. We just need to find out who lost her."
Or gave her away, or whatever,
Jodie added. Connor's wife always took a keen interest in their podcasts, and Christy always welcomed her input. "Presuming the chapters we've seen so far aren't fiction," Connor said, "and I don't reckon they are, not with the names being the same and dates tying in. I'm seeing them as more of a confession?"
Purging of conscience?
Jodie suggested. "It's hard to say when there's so little to go on," Christy said, taking a careful right turn onto a heavily wooded road where almost nothing was visible through the dense fog that had fallen overnight. She'd scanned and emailed the latest chapter first thing this morning, while David was still in bed sleeping off a few too many glasses, toasting in the new year. With so many friends and family at the party, and him being the host, he'd found himself in such demand that Christy had barely seen him after midnight. She'd lost track of Juliet, too. Not that she'd been keeping an eye out for her, though she'd noticed her when she'd appeared on the dance floor, with David. How closely and well they'd moved together, and how intimate they'd seemed, until David had caught her eye and winked. Anyway, she was determined not to start exercising herself over his past. It was clearly what the woman wanted, and Christy was damned if she was going to allow herself to be dragged into childish games. She just hoped Juliet had slept well on the bunk in Laurent's room, while David had crashed out in his own bed next to Christy. "Are you still there?" Connor's voice was slightly broken as he asked. "Sorry, yes, just not a great reception. Anyway, I'm clearly not getting off this island today. There are no flights or ferries probably until tomorrow or Wednesday.
So I'm on my way to meet Mia Winters. Unsurprisingly, Sadie doesn't want me to reveal why I'm there, so I'm just a new friend who's visiting the Gordians, while actually getting a take on how batty or not the old lady is. That's Anna's word, by the way. Sadie insists she's quite lucid when she wants to be and uses her battiness to avoid things she doesn't want to do or discuss.
Sadie's got to have realised that if it turns out she was abducted, her aunt's going to have some hard questions to answer, Jodie pointed out. Is that really what she wants?
All I can tell you, Christie replied, is that she believes there's a lot more to her story than we've seen so far, and I don't think we can argue with that. So let's try not to jump to obvious conclusions before we have a fuller picture, and whether we get that through more pages or hard research remains to be seen. Do you have any recording equipment with you? Only my phone, but I'm not about to go covert on the old lady. I wasn't meaning that. You could just lay down a description of the house, grounds, that part of the island, etc. If I could see it, I would, she retorted wryly, as she plunged into a deeper morass of fog. I don't think I should be out in this, to be honest. There's no one else on the roads. If I can find the place without going over a cliff, it'll be a miracle.
Maybe turn back, Jodie suggested. It's not as if it's urgent. Wait for the weather to clear and go then.
It's not far now, and Sadie's waiting for me. With any luck, she might have found more pages by the time I get there. Call us again when you have news from the aunt or Sadie, Connor said. Meantime, I'm going to start working on what we already have. It's New Year's Day, Christie cried, and immediately gulped as she almost hit a roadside rock. I really should ring off, she said. I need to concentrate on where I'm going. As the call ended, the sudden silence that descended felt oddly disorientating, leaving her with a disturbing sense of isolation in this tiny car that was inching along a barely visible highway with only the sat-nav to guide her through the virtually invisible mass of fallen cloud. Keeping the speed right down, she followed the map on the screen, mounting a hill, dipping around a bend, and climbing another before a disembodied voice suddenly bellowed, "You have reached your destination." Certain she was in the middle of nowhere, Christie came to a halt, praying that nothing approached from behind or in front to slam her and the little smart car into the great beyond. She looked around. It wasn't until a space briefly opened in the drifting fog that she saw the towering gates to Villa des Roches, the Winters family estate. Relieved and amazed she'd actually got here, she turned gingerly into the welcome lay-by and decided to call Sadie rather than try to find a bell to gain entry. However, the gates were already starting to swing slowly open, telling her that someone must be watching on video. She'd moved forward only a few yards when Sadie appeared out of the mist and gestured for her to open the passenger door.
That's where Jasper and I live, she said, jumping in. The lodge. Not that you can see much of it in this. It's a bit clearer down at the house, or it was when I left half an hour ago. Are you okay? I'm surprised you came.
So am I, Christie muttered, and quickly swung the car to the right as she mounted a low grassy bank.
It's more or less straight now, Sadie told her, and it's all downhill.
So the house itself is on the coast? Christie asked, eyes glued to the tarmac drive.
Not exactly. It kind of overhangs, but for some reason the fog never seems quite as bad in our cove as it does elsewhere. Great party last night, wasn't it?
Christie nodded. What time did you leave?
Around 2, I think. Jasper's not in the best shape this morning, so I left him in bed while I went to check on Mia. I had a bit more of a dig around in Lottie's rooms while I was there, but nothing new, I'm afraid. What did you make of the pages I gave you last night?
I've just spoken to my partner Connor, and he's as intrigued by what we've seen so far as I am. So you need to fill me in on everything you've done to try to find out where you came from. With a sigh, Sadie said, Not very much is the answer, I'm afraid. I mean, the obvious stuff like DNA and Google searches. But when I have so little to go on, Ancestry.com can't help without the names of my mother and father. I put in Martin and Vanessa Winters, but that was never going anywhere without dates and places of birth. And anyway, we already know that my aunts didn't have a brother. Sorry, it's sounding a bit hopeless, isn't it? Don't let's give up yet, Christie advised, and felt a slight unravelling of tension as a truly spectacular arts and crafts style mansion
with towers and turrets, whitewashed walls and red brick chimneys, emerged from the haze like a fairy tale castle.
"It's impressive," she murmured, coming to a stop outside a wide, arched front door, with enormous pots of potpourri either side, and a church-like stained glass window above.
"It's insane, really," Sadie declared. "But it's home, and I think you'll like it inside. They've always kept it up together, and there's plenty of space for entertaining. Lottie loved to throw parties. Come on, the door's unlocked, so we can go straight in."
The hexagonal entrance hall turned out to be every bit as grand as Christie had expected, and was, she suspected, most likely flooded with light on a good day from the ornate ceiling lanterns high overhead. The walls were painted a creamy white, the floor was pale oak, and the furnishings, so many of them, were colourfully and tastefully in keeping with the distinctive turn of 20th century period.
"Lottie's rooms are over there,"
Sadie announced, pointing towards a set of oak-panelled double doors, both closed, with exquisite fan-shaped wall sconces either side.
"But come and meet Mia first."
As she trotted down 3 steps to lead the way through another set of panelled doors, Christie followed, admiring everything they passed, from the sumptuous William Morris wall coverings and Klimt-style paintings, maybe they were originals, to the Art Deco cabinetry and a fascinating collection of vases and lamps. Eventually, they were in a kitchen-cum-living area, which, though large, was much simpler in decor than what she'd seen so far. A superb and vast hand-carved cast-iron fireplace, with a log fire burning in the grate, was between 2 sumptuous cream-coloured sofas, while a round 8-seater table and matching chairs filled a circular breakfast area, where tall windows offered uninterrupted views of a mist-shrouded sea. The kitchen itself was almost discreet, with teal-coloured units and a wraparound bar.
"Aha! You must be Sadie's new friend."
Mia Winters entered the room from another door, all smiles and quirky elegance, in a beige mixed tartan pinafore and cream roll-neck sweater. She was in good shape for 70, no doubt about that. Her chin was an arresting feature, seeming a little large for her face, while her abundant, expertly coloured hair was carefully flicked up at the ends, and the dark amber jewels in her ears matched the colour of her eyes.
"I'm Mia,"
she said, offering a slender hand.
"and I'm very pleased to meet you."
"Likewise," Christie said warmly. "You have a beautiful home." Mia smiled.
"Thank you. Please won't you sit down?"
"I'll make coffee," Sadie said, and scooted round to the kitchen area.
"How do you take yours, Christie?"
"Black, no sugar, thanks," Christie replied.
"Girl after my own heart,"
Mia smiled, touching a hand to her meagre chest.
"You're a guest of the Gordians, I hear. And didn't you make a podcast about the girl's mother? David's dead wife?"
As Christie blinked in surprise, Sadie exclaimed,
"How do you know that? I never told you."
Mia smiled craftily.
"I don't rely on you for all my information,"
she replied. To Christie she added,
"It was an addictive series. I binged the whole thing in 2 sittings. What an incredible job you did, and how utterly marvellous that you and David have now become close. I do believe the hand of fate was at work there. Well, it is in everything, of course, but sometimes it reveals itself more clearly than at other times."
Wondering if Mia believed that fate had washed a near 2-year-old girl up on their beach almost 24 years ago, Christie said, "I'm glad you enjoyed the series."
"You're a dark horse, Mia,"
Sadie scolded.
"Oh, that was Lottie, not me,"
Mia corrected.
"My sister had so many secrets,"
she told Christie.
"She was probably a spy. I always used to think so, but she'd never admit to it. If I'm right, then I'm sure she was a jolly good one. Lottie was good at a lot of things, wasn't she, Sadie?"
"The best," Sadie confirmed, bringing cups and a coffee pot to the table.
"But one thing's for certain, she was absolutely useless at keeping her paperwork in order."
Mia's laugh was slightly too high.
"That's true,"
she assured Christie, and turning to a long-case grandfather clock next to the fireplace, she blinked in surprise, as if it had struck.
"Is that the time already?"
she asked. Since the hands were showing 8:20, it had either stopped or was 3 hours slow, or maybe it had sped off to the evening. As though her aunt hadn't spoken, Sadie finished pouring and handed a cup to Christy as she said,
I was telling Mia about last night's party earlier. The fireworks were sensational, weren't they? I've always loved fireworks,
Mia confided.
We had them all the time at our parties when Lottie was alive. She didn't care for them so much, but she knew I did, so they were a must. Actually, it's you who doesn't really like them,
Sadie reminded her.
Lottie was a fiend for them.
Mia nodded agreeably.
That's true, and you take after her in that way. Did you have sparklers? You've always loved them, especially on birthday cakes. She's never grown out of it, she told Christy. We don't with some things, do we? Are you staying long in Guernsey?
Just until the fog clears, Christy replied, picking up her coffee.
Oh, that's a shame.
Mia smiled and took a sip from her delicate cup. Not entirely sure what to say next, Christy willed Sadie to come to the rescue, for it was clear already that David was right about trying to pin Mia down. She wasn't going to stay on subject if she didn't want to, and even when she did, there was no knowing how much of what she might say was true.
May I ask where you live, Christy?
Mia said, sounding interested. Bristol, Christy replied, glad to be on safe territory. Close to the harbour side.
Oh, very nice. Not that I've ever been there, but it sounds idyllic.
Amused by the overstatement, Christy dared to say, chattily, How long have you lived in this house? Mia frowned as she thought. And thought. Christy waited, knowing it was going to be easy to check the land registry, or Guernsey's equivalent, so she was really very interested to hear Mia's answer.
I think it must be about 23 years by now,
she said, looking to Sadie for confirmation. Receiving it, she added,
It wasn't like this when we moved in. In fact, it was quite run down, but thanks to Lottie's vision and some very talented builders, we've come to what you see now.
Are you actually from Guernsey? Christy ventured. Mia gave a nostalgic little sigh.
No, Lottie and I hail from London, Kensington to be exact.
After a pause, she added,
We kept the house after we left. It was Mummy and Daddy's, of course. We inherited it after they passed. But then we decided to sell. We weren't going back, so there seemed little point in keeping it. It was really quite large. Do you have parents, Christy?
Admiring how astutely she was running the conversation, Christy said, Not any more, sadly. Mia's tone was heartfelt as she said,
I'm sorry to hear that. It's hard when they go, isn't it?
Mindful of Sadie's birth parents, Christy tried to think of a way to turn matters in that direction without seeming obvious, but Mia was speaking again.
Lottie and I were in our 30s when it happened to us. Such a shock, losing them both the way we did. There one day, gone the next.
How did they die? Christy asked politely. Mia frowned, as though not entirely sure. Or maybe she'd belatedly realized she was heading towards a place she didn't want to be.
Are you a reader, Christy?
She asked brightly. With a quick glance at Sadie, Christy said, Yes, I am. Are you?
Oh, yes. It's one of my favourite pastimes. Do you happen to have read any of my short stories? I haven't had any published for a long time, but quite a few were back in the day. It was Lottie who wrote, Sadie reminded her. Mia laughed. That's what we used to tell everyone, but really it was me. I wrote them all. I just didn't want the fuss and bother of finding an agent and editor, and all the business that goes with getting them into the public's hands. Or the clutches of reviewers. She gave a shudder of distaste. Heaven save us from them, is what I always say. Feeling the sands shifting again, Christy said carefully, Do you still write? Oh no, I gave it up a long time ago. I just read now, and listen to the occasional podcast. She twinkled charmingly, and put her coffee cup down. It's been lovely talking to you, Christy. Thank you for coming. But I have a lot to be getting on with today, so I shall leave Sadie to show you around. She's very good at doing tours. Are you interested in the arts and crafts style? Yes, I find it quite fascinating, Christy assured her, wondering if Mia now thought it was the reason she'd come, to view the house. Mia was on her feet. Do feel free to take photographs if you'd like to. she said. "But we'd rather they didn't show up in unsuitable magazines, if you don't mind. Sadie will give you a list of those we've approved."
She checked the grandfather clock again, but said no more as she left by the door she'd come in through. With a laugh, Sadie said,
"And there you have my Aunt Mia, mad as a box of frogs. Or is that just what she wants us to think?"
"Riley," Christie said, "it's a tricky one. But tell me, do you think she actually did write the stories?"
"No, I know she didn't. But that's what I mean about her seeming to mix herself up with Lottie. She does it all the time. Tomorrow she'll be the spy, and Lottie will acquire some other sort of mystery or hang-up or bizarre little hobby. Anyway, I'm happy to give you a tour if you'd like one. Or we can just take a look at Lottie's suite. You'll see for yourself what I'm up against."
A few minutes later, Christie was surveying first one, then another, and another of Lottie's spacious rooms, all opening off one another, each with high ceilings and elaborate French doors leading onto terraces that hung over the sea way below. The endless clutter of boxes, books, filing cases, ornate chests, sports equipment, odd musical instruments, exercise paraphernalia, and so much else, all stacked against walls, on desks, under tables, and every other available surface, was almost overwhelming. "It could take years to go through all this," she remarked to Sadie. Sadie didn't disagree.
"What's worse," she said, "is that nothing is in order. The pages I gave you last night, I found them by chance, clipped to the back of some notes that had no relevance to them at all. Or not that I could find."
Christie checked her phone as it buzzed with a text. David wanting to know where she was. "Do you have anyone who can help you with this?" she asked, looking around again and feeling increasingly daunted by the seemingly impossible task.
"Anna," Sadie replied, "and Jasper when he has time."
Christie nodded thoughtfully and turned back to the entrance hall, where they found Mia waiting and holding up Christie's coat.
"You left it in the sitting room," she said, handing it over. "I thought you'd be needing it."
Christie smiled at the gentle irony in her tone, while feeling slightly wrong-footed again. Was she being told it was time to leave? "Thank you," she said. "Your sister has certainly collected a lot of things over the years." Mia waved a dismissive hand.
"She was such a hoarder. Had all sorts shipped in from all over with never a single idea of what she was going to do with it once it got here. But, you know, it's not only her stuff she kept. Mine is in there too. Journals and notebooks, travelogues, endless photographs, and of course, all her short stories."
"So they were Lottie's now?"
"I'm sure she wrote 6 a day sometimes," Mia ran on. "They just came tumbling out of her in an unstoppable flow. And I think I've probably read every one. They're very good, but of course I'm biased. Shame so many were lost when we reset her computers. But she never wanted to keep them anyway."
She turned away and disappeared back into the depths of the house. Christie turned to Sadie and smiled as the young woman shrugged.
"I'll keep going," Sadie promised, "and let you know as soon as I find anything else. Presuming I do."
"It could drive us all nuts if you don't," Christie told her. "But you do realize, of course, that as soon as we go live with the story, your aunt is going to know about it. And considering what serious ramifications there could be for her, she'll almost certainly try to stop us." Sadie pulled a face as she nodded.
"I've been thinking about that," she admitted. "And I really don't want to hurt her, or make her think I'm in any way unhappy or ungrateful for all she and Lottie have given me. Because I'm neither of those things. But, like I said before, I really do want to find out who I am. It's like I need to. I hope you can understand that."
Looking into her troubled eyes, Christie said, "Of course. Who wouldn't understand that?" she was thinking as she put on her coat and turned to the front door. But did Sadie really have a full grasp on what it could do to her aunt? A few minutes later, Christie was back in the welcome lay-by outside the villa's grounds, calling David. "Hi, where are you?" he asked when she got through to him. "Mum said he borrowed the car to go see Sadie and Mia. Please tell me you're still in one piece." "I am, and I'm just heading back."
The conditions are serious out there, he said gravely. You shouldn't have gone in the first place. Would you like me to come get you?
I think I can manage, thanks. How are you feeling?
You mean apart from the sore head? Like I'm in need of 3 pints of water. And seeing you. Are you driving at the moment?
No, I've stopped to make this call.
Good. So tell me, how did you get on with Mia?
She's much like you described, but I'd say a lot smarter than she wants anyone to think.
You could be right about that. Tell me more when you get here. Mum's throwing together a late lunch. Will you be joining us?
That's certainly my intention. Who's still there?
Just about everyone who stayed last night. The fog's too thick to go anywhere, although it apparently didn't stop you.
I'm suitably contrite, she assured him. And I'll also be extremely glad when I get there, but the sat-nav has served me well so far. No reason why it should let me down now. If I get into any difficulties, I'll call. By the time Christie walked into the Gordian family's wonderfully warm kitchen to be assailed by mouth-watering aromas of bacon and hot toast, at least 24 bodies were scattered about the place, either drinking coffee, sipping water, or, in a few hardy cases, getting stuck into Bloody Marys. Realizing no one had noticed her yet, she removed her coat and watched Anna and Rosie whizzing about with plates of hot food, while Juliette, looking very much at home, slid a delicious-looking frittata from an oven, and Cynthia sautéed a pan full of rosti. She looked around for David and found him stacking extra wood on the fire while chatting with his brother, who was laughing at whatever they were saying. She didn't want to tear her eyes away, simply wanted to carry on looking at David, taking in his hands, his back, the length of his legs as he stood. She thought of the way he made love, the power and gentleness of him, his taste and smell. Suddenly, out of nowhere, she seemed to be caught up in some sort of surreal moment, as she wondered how she'd come to be here, at the heart of someone else's family, when her own was far away doing other things. She watched David turn around, prompted by Astrid, and couldn't be sure of how pleased or not he was to see her. He was frowning, and his expression didn't lighten as he picked his way through everyone to come and greet her.
What's wrong?
He said quietly.
Has something happened?
No, she said in surprise. Everything's fine. What was going on in her head? Why had she felt that unsettling moment of detachment? Breaking into a smile, she said, "Looks like the party continues." Glancing round to survey the gathering, he said,
I have a feeling it won't stop until at least tomorrow. How are the roads out there?
As she answered, she could feel Juliette's eyes on them. Still not very passable, she admitted. But I don't think anyone here is having a problem with being fogged in.
Apart from you?
He countered. Her eyes went to his. I'm happy to be with you, she told him. But I have to admit, I'll be glad to see the children. Seeming to accept that, he said,
I'd like to hear more about your first meeting with Mia, but come and get something to eat first.
Aware that he hadn't kissed her or even touched her, she followed him over to the kitchen and again ignored Juliette's scrutiny, preferring instead to react to the way Rosie lit up when she saw her. Happy New Year's Day! Rosie cried, sticking out her bottom as she leaned in for an air kiss. I've got a secret, she whispered, loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. You're not allowed to tell anyone.
We already know,
David teased. Christie laughed, then realized he was looking at Juliette. Juliette's smile was playful as she said, I don't think you do.
Don't be so sure,
he murmured. Wondering how innocent banter with Rosie had suddenly become a flirtation between David and Juliette, Christie took the plate of food Cynthia was offering, not entirely sure how hungry she was now, and searched around for somewhere to sit. Over here! Astrid, David's sister-in-law, called out, and elbowed her husband off one of the sofas onto the floor. Come sit by the fire and get warm. Grateful for the invite, Christie picked her way across the room, laughing and joking with those she passed. Settling herself in next to Astrid, she said, Is there vodka in that tomato juice? There actually is, Astrid confirmed, holding up her glass to examine it. Why don't you join me? It's very good. Considering it,
Christy smiled up at Anna as she brought over some hot buttered toast.
How did you get on with Mia?
Anna asked.
Wacky or what?
She's definitely her own person,
Christy said dryly. Apparently, she binged on the last series of Hindsight. Anna blinked in amazement.
No way. You mean the one about our family?
Christy nodded and took a mouthful of collie hash brown.
I had no idea she even knew what a podcast was,
Anna exclaimed. I don't think Sadie did either, so seems best not to make too many assumptions about Mia Winters. In fact, now I've had time to consider it, I can't help wondering if her admission was a little warning shot across Sadie's bows, letting her know that she's perfectly aware of why I was invited there. As Anna's eyes rounded, Astrid laughed and said,
Never underestimate those Winters women is my advice. They've always been as canny as they come and twice as shrewd. And I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Lottie's playing you from the grave. It's the kind of thing she'd have a lot of fun with.
Amused by that, Christy said,
Does that mean you don't believe in the story Sadie's unearthed?
Astrid shrugged.
From what Anna's told me about it, and what I knew of Lottie, I'd say it probably contains elements of truth, but exactly what those elements are...
Unable not to notice David leaving the room with Juliet, Christy forced herself to listen as Anna said,
If you're thinking Lottie set this up, remember she died suddenly, so there was no time. But you don't know when she did it,
Astrid pointed out.
Listen, all I'm saying is I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more to this story than you might think.
As if we don't already think that,
Anna muttered. Astrid said to Christy,
It's interesting, certainly, that the Winter sisters chose to come here 20-odd years ago. It can't have been long after Sadie was found on the beach, if we're presuming that part of the story is real.
When she didn't continue, Christy prompted her to finish her thought. Astrid smiled, and her voice was a little slurred as she said,
Speaking as a member of the Gordian family, we know how easy it is to keep secrets on this island, don't we? Your last podcast proves that. In fact, there's nowhere better, given that the whole place is practically built on them. Nullas questiones nihil mentitur, or something like that. What does that mean?
Anna queried. Ask no questions, told no lies, Christy provided.
It's the unofficial motto in these parts, Astrid explained. So we're better for two wealthy women to relocate when planning to pass off a small child as their own.
Refraining from saying that they'd already figured that part of it out, Christy watched David come back into the kitchen, grab a bottle of wine, and disappear again. Distracted by her phone, she saw it was a family WhatsApp from both her children, who she hadn't yet spoken to this year. I need to take this, she told Astrid, and after asking Haley and Aidan to give her a moment, she headed through to the summer room. Once comfortably seated with the noise of the party barely audible through the closed door, she broke into a smile to see Haley's and Aidan's cherished faces on the screen, although neither, she realized, was looking particularly happy.
How are you? She asked. Isn't it a bit early in LA for you to be calling now?
Even as she said the words, her heart gave a jolt of unease.
What's happened? She asked, before either of them could speak. You're okay, are you?
We're fine, Haley assured her, but you might need to be sitting down for this.
I already am,
Christy told her. White-faced and clearly not celebrating, Haley said,
Marley's had the baby.
Christy's insides turned cold. Marley, the unpredictable, irrational child bride who'd stolen Christy's husband and wrecked her family, and who'd turned out to be quite unlike anyone Christy had ever known, had given birth to Matthew's child. Haley and Aidan now had a half-brother or sister. Given her children's expressions, Christy's first thought was that there was something wrong with the newborn, until Aidan said,
Dad's not allowed to see it. Not allowed?
Christy echoed incredulously.
It's a boy, Haley continued. 2 weeks early, but he's okay, and so is Marley, apart from the brain hiccup that's making her keep Dad out of the room. He's going nuts, shouting at people, demanding his rights. And then he got into a fight with a security guard.
Someone called the cops,
Aidan ran on.
And he's been arrested. Arrested?
Christy choked, certain she couldn't have heard right. Both children nodded. "Where is he now?" she asked.
"In some cell, I guess," Aidan answered miserably. "Scott, Marley's dad, is talking to a lawyer to try and get him out. But, Mum, we really don't want to be here anymore."
"I've checked flights," Hayley said before Christy could respond. "And there's availability on one tomorrow night. Well, tonight, I guess. It's 3 a.m. here. It's just massively expensive, so we were hoping—"
"We feel really bad bailing on Dad," Aidan cut in. "We thought we'd be one less thing for him to worry about if we weren't here anymore. And, we didn't really want to come anyway."
It was true. They hadn't wanted to go, but Matthew had been so hurt by their reluctance to spend some time with him in LA over the holidays that Christy had ended up talking them into going for New Year. And now, this. Picturing them at Scott Duke's Laurel Canyon home, worrying about their dad, desperate to get away, feeling guilty about it, and yet checking flights anyway, she said, "Use the emergency credit card and ask Scott to arrange a ride to the airport."
"Thanks, Mum," Hayley said. "Sorry to put this on you now."
"Don't worry about me. Just get yourselves home safely." A few minutes later, Christy was back in the kitchen. Still no sign of David or Juliet, but Cynthia seemed to notice right away that all was not well with her. "Has something happened?" Cynthia asked, drawing Christy aside so no one could overhear. Christy gave a mirthless laugh. "Marley's had the baby, Matthew's been arrested, and the children are flying home tonight." Cynthia regarded her steadily. "Maybe we need to sit down," she suggested. Following her back into the summer room, Christy felt a moment's overwhelming, even unsteadying affection for the woman who reminded her so much of her own mother. "So which part of it are you the most worried about?" Cynthia asked, as they took a chair each overlooking the gardens. Christy smiled ruefully. "I guess, for the moment, I'm pretty focused on getting home in time to meet Hayley and Aidan off the plane. But they'll be okay. Hayley has an emergency credit card, so she can pay for the bus or a train to Bristol, and from there, they'll be able to get to my flat." "So that's sorted. What about Matthew? How on earth did he get himself arrested?" Such a good question, although Christy wasn't having much trouble imagining the chaos he'd created. "Apparently he got into a dust-up with a security guard at the hospital," she said, "because Marley won't let him see the baby." Thinking of the tiny, innocent little creature at the heart of the madness, she became aware of a deep, churning sensation inside. It was dark and worrying, and reminded her of how she'd felt when Aidan had first told her Marley was pregnant, as if a silent, raging tide was rising up to demolish what was left of her marriage. "It's a boy," she added. "I don't know his name." "Why won't she let Matthew see him?" Christy shook her head. "I've no idea. The last I heard, Marley wanted Matthew to bring the child back to the UK when it was born, so I could help him bring it up. Obviously that was never going to happen, apart from in Marley's head. But apparently it's all changed now, and Matthew, who, as far as I know, was dreading being a dad again, is in a prison cell thumping someone who tried to get in the way of him seeing his son." Cynthia sighed as she pondered this bizarre set of events. "I don't suppose any of this has been easy for him," she commented. "From all I've heard, he now knows what a mistake he made in letting you go." "It's too late for that," Christy interrupted, not wanting to hear it. "We have to deal with where we are now, except it actually isn't my problem, is it? Or it wouldn't be, if he weren't my children's father, and I just know he'll be on the phone to me as soon as he's able to get to one." "Expecting what?" "I've no idea. I just hope he doesn't think I'm going to fly over there to try and talk some sense into his crazy wife." Christy's eyes went to Cynthia's, and after a beat, she found herself almost wanting to laugh. It was all so messed up and farcical, and actually, it was comical, provided Matthew got out of prison, of course, and as long as it didn't start impinging on her life the way he no doubt expected it to. But what about the press? Someone was bound to get hold of it sooner or later. With Marley being the daughter of a movie and theatre legend, and a successful actor in her own right, and Matthew's much lesser fame as a news anchor, okay, not in the States, but he'd already won a lot of notoriety in the UK for destroying his marriage over a child superstar in the first place, this was a story that was going to excite the tabloids, that was for sure. "Why don't you let David make some calls?" Cynthia suggested.
You know he has contacts all over, even in LA. And he'll arrange for a car to pick the children up at Heathrow.
No, I don't want to him to the trouble, Christy said, perhaps a little too quickly.
It won't be any trouble. You just need to let us have the flight details, and I'm guessing he'll be wanting to leave in the morning.
Wishing she could go right now, Christy said. If there's a flight, yes. I just hope the fog will have lifted by then, or I'll be stranded, maybe for days. Oh, God, what a mess.
It's going to be fine, Cynthia assured her. When does Hayley return to uni?
I think it's the 15th, but she was planning to fly to Edinburgh on the 7th to meet up with her boyfriend. Aiden starts back to school on the 8th, so I definitely have to be there for that, or knowing him, he'll find something more interesting to do. Cynthia laughed. Having got to know Aiden a little over Christmas, she, like everyone else, had taken quite a shine to him.
I'm sure we'll get you off this island in time to keep him on the right path, she said. Now, let's go and track down David so we can—
Actually, I'll catch up with him later, Christy interrupted, really not keen to find him if he was with Juliet. Actually, not even wanting to think about that. Right now, I should ring Connor and Jodie to let them know the children will soon be on their way. I'm sure they'll insist on collecting them, or at least on putting them up, until I can get back to Bristol. As it turned out, Christy was able to get a flight the next day. She left early, before anyone else was up, and after leaving a note for David, assuring him she'd be in touch as soon as she got home. Thanks for a wonderful Christmas and New Year, she added. Sorry I was asleep when you came up last night, and I didn't want to wake you this morning. Your mum will tell you about Matthew and the children. Never a dull moment with them. She'd struggled with how to end it, as she'd wondered, not for the first time these past 24 hours, how she really felt about him. The situation with Juliet was bothering her a lot. Having been cheated on once by Matthew, she never wanted to go through anything like it again. And if there was still something between David and his ex, maybe she, Christy, was getting too involved too soon, taking things way too seriously. And when it came right down to it, did she actually want their relationship to continue? How could it, when his life was here, on this island, and hers elsewhere? Chapter 5. It was a week into the new year, and Christy and Connor were at Quinn's podcast studios on Bristol's Harbourside. They'd already been given clearance from the company's owners, Harry and Mina, to move back into the once elegant and airy drawing room of a vast converted Georgian property at the heart of Spike Island, which was now a spacious ground-floor office reserved for prestigious productions. If Hindsight's success continued, it was possible they'd soon outgrow this, but for now they were more than happy to be here. With such illustrious neighbours as the world-renowned SS Great Britain, only yards from their front door in its restricted dry dock, and the internationally loved and highly acclaimed Aardman Animations, home of Wallace and Gromit and Shaun the Sheep, just across the cobbled walkway outside their car park, it was a pretty desirable place to be.
Hi, I'm Christy Ward.
And I'm Connor Church. Welcome to a brand new series of Hindsight.
Before we get into the curious and compelling mystery we've chosen to investigate over the following weeks, we'd like to thank you all for the amazing support you gave our last series, Nothing to See Here.
Which, for those who haven't heard it yet, can still be found wherever you get your podcasts. Also, all the usual extras, photographs, video and extended versions of interviews featured in the series, remain available on our website.
As our next story develops, we'll be posting a lot more for you to view or interact with, and you'll soon understand what a vital role you might play in helping to solve this highly unusual case.
We're going to begin by admitting that we aren't yet sure what the crime is here. Bear with us, and you'll see what we mean as the mystery unfolds. It begins with a written story or an extract from one that has its roots, we're sure, in some pretty strange facts.
It was brought to us by a young woman called Sadie Winters, who has no idea of who she really is, where she came from, or what actually happened to her when she was just under 2 years old. But something certainly did.
It's important to say now that so far we found no reports of a missing child from around the time Sadie was found on a deserted beach on the west coast of England.
Obviously, we'll be carrying out a much deeper dive into police files and missing persons registers as we move on with the investigation, and we'll let you know what we find as more details come to light. For now, here is Sadie reading 2 extracts from the written story she found amongst her aunt's papers after the aunt died suddenly in early 2020. Just keep in mind as you listen that the child she's telling you about is almost certainly her.
As they ended the series intro, Christie sat back in her chair to listen once again to the audio file Sadie had painstakingly recorded over the past couple of days. It included everything from the moment Mia had spotted a child on the beach, right through to Lottie's suggestion that Mia should end her marriage if they wanted to keep the child they'd begun to call Sadie. There was now a 3rd extract, found only yesterday, that was due to be recorded later today via a live link from Guernsey. By the time they'd finished listening to Sadie's earlier recording, Christie had brewed a fresh pot of coffee in their corner kitchenette, and Connor was standing back to survey the headshots he'd just lined up across the top of the whiteboard. Mia's and Lottie's had been taken from old photographs provided by Sadie, while the one of Sadie herself had been sent by Jasper this morning. Though she wasn't smiling, it still managed to show just how lovely she was. "I don't think Sadie should be between them," Christie observed. "There are almost certainly going to be 2 separate backstories here, so the sisters should have one half of the board and Sadie the other." Seeing the logic of that, Connor quickly rearranged the small gallery, giving space for 2 threads, before taking the coffee Christie was passing him and returning to his desk. "So Harry and Mina are due back at the end of the week," he commented, "which reminds me, have you contacted Clover and Jackson yet to get them on board for the duration? I reckon we're going to need our crack research team at full throttle for this." "I spoke to Clover at the weekend," she assured him, "and lucky for us, neither she nor Jax have any conflicting assignments, so they're already familiarising themselves with what we have so far. They'll join officially as soon as we have a budget fixed." "I say, let's pull them in right away. We'll get what we want, no doubt about that, definitely enough to cover their contracts, and maybe to up our own a little. Have you crunched any numbers yet?" "I have. I'll send my suggestions over so you'll see that I've built in an increase for us all. What we don't know yet, of course, is how much has to be greenlit by this new sponsorship liaison group after consultation with the chosen sponsors. I'd say probably all of it." Connor was immediately hostile. "Bollocks to that," he grunted. "If kowtowing to idiots is what success brings, then let's live without it. Or let's carry on the way we intend to right now. With any luck, by the time they make their minds up about anything, especially content, we'll be too far down the road to change course. Now, back to Sadie and the Aunts." Does that sound like a pop group? "A what? No one says that anymore." Laughing, Christie said, "Listen to you, pushing 30 and still getting down with the kids. You're a father now, a grown-up producer and early nighter. Your point being?" "I'm not sure. But those youthful good looks of yours could be under threat if your little darling starts depriving you of sleep. Then what will all your fans do?" "I expect to move on to Superman, from whom I stole them in the first place." She laughed again, for Connor did indeed resemble a young Christopher Reeve with his inky dark hair, large black-rimmed glasses, and devastating smile. Christie checked the time and finished her coffee. "We're due to connect to Sadie in the next 10 minutes, she alerted him. "So, just to be clear, we're definitely up for this, in spite of having no idea where it might take us, or what kind of trouble it could end us or anyone else in." He grinned. "Isn't not knowing the best part of it? And this latest extract she's found has really got me going." "Yeah, me too. I just hope she's tracked down more by now, because it's definitely raising more questions than it's answering."
"Sorry to disappoint,"
Sadie grimaced when Christie put the question to her a few minutes later.
"but don't worry, we're still looking."
"There's got to be at least another page," Connor declared, as if his determination could somehow make it appear. On his screen, Sadie grimaced helplessly. "Okay," he said. "Let's go with what we have so far. Are you okay to read?" Sadie nodded eagerly.
"It's so short I almost know it by heart."
"Excellent. There are a few rays of sunshine falling over your face, so if you could change angles slightly." As she adjusted, Christie could tell that in spite of her bravado she was nervous, so she said gently, "Don't worry if you stumble or lose your place. You can always do it again. Just know that you have a great voice for podcasts.
As opposed to face?
Sadie quipped. Christy laughed. The video's only for the website, and we won't use anything you'd rather we didn't. Sadie nodded, and her eyes moved back to Connor as he released one ear from his headset and gave the thumbs up. Before Christy could speak, Sadie said,
This is the first time I've actually seen you, Connor. Did anyone ever tell you you look like Clark Kent?
As Christy sniggered, Connor refrained from saying only about 1,000,000 times and peered meaningfully through his glasses. Just don't put me near a phone box, he cautioned. Or he'll get his knickers in a twist, Christy explained. Sadie burst out laughing, and Christy ducked as Connor aimed a pencil at her head. Okay, I'm going to disappear from the screen now, he told them. It's just you and Christy, Sadie, and she'll lead you in. After his habitual, though unnecessary countdown, Christy began.
So, Sadie, you're going to read a third extract from what appears to be the same story written by your aunt?
That's right. It's another scene, or part of a chapter, set in the hillside house. It's only a couple of pages that we found mixed in with other papers at the back of a drawer.
To Connor, Christy said, We need to get some footage of Lottie's rooms to put on the website so everyone can see just what a monumental task Sadie is facing. Is there any chance you can shoot that for us on your phone? She asked Sadie.
I should think so,
Sadie agreed.
You might have to talk me through how to do it to make sure I get everything you need, but it shouldn't be hard, provided Mia isn't watching.
Christy frowned at the reminder of what else she had to say during today's call. We'll come on to that, she said. For now, let's carry on with the reading. Are we still recording? She asked Connor. He gave a nod, and she said, Okay. In your own time, Sadie.
It starts mid-sentence, and this is what it says. When Mia came into the room and shook Lottie awake. What time is it? Lottie asked groggily as she turned onto her back, blinking at the blaze of sunlight trying to stream through the curtains. Just after 7, Mia whispered. Sadie's still sleeping. Someone's knocking at the door. Registering the words, Lottie came suddenly awake. Have you looked out to see who it is? She asked worriedly. I didn't want to risk being seen. No one ever comes here, apart from Mrs. B and Pete, the gardener, and neither of them knock. Lottie reached for her robe. Her heartbeat was suddenly unnaturally fast, her limbs shaky, and she could see it was the same for Mia. Had someone come for Sadie? It had to be that. So what were they going to do? They should have left here already. What fools to have stayed this long. They stood quietly, in the semi-darkness, listening for more knocks and bracing themselves in case whoever it was refused to go away. The silence ticked ominously on, smoothed by the distant wash of waves and haunting wail of seagulls. I think they might have gone, Mia whispered. Going out to the landing, Lottie peered over the banister to the bottom of the stairs. No silhouette through the frosted pane in the front door, no muted crunch of footsteps on the gravel outside, or sound of a car engine. It was a long walk to get here on foot, but with the southwest coast path not far away, it was possible. She glanced back at her sister and went into the next room to check on Sadie. There was no reason to think anyone had broken in and taken her. Mia had already told her she was still sleeping. But Lottie just needed to see for herself. She was there, beneath her new pink-frilled canopy and magic glow of fairy lights, all curled up around her teddy, eyes closed and mouth half open, as she breathed steadily, peacefully, and so sweetly that Lottie's heart seemed to fold around her. Lottie, Mia whispered. Leaving Sadie's door ajar, the way she liked it, Lottie returned to the landing. Mia was at the top of the stairs, staring down at something. Lottie followed her eyes, and her own immediately widened with surprise and unease. An envelope was lying on the mat, just inside the front door, large and brown, and apparently unsealed. Thinking immediately of blackmail, ransoms, all kinds of craziness, Lottie indicated for Mia to stay close to Sadie and started down the stairs. She had a horrible feeling that someone was watching her. But who on earth could be? Everything outside remained silent as she stooped to pick up the envelope, almost afraid to touch it in case it was some sort of booby trap. It wasn't addressed to anyone, and not at all heavy, so she reached into it and pulled out the contents. At first she felt confused, until understanding dawned, and she gasped in shock. "What is it?" Mia cried, coming quickly down the stairs. Lottie's face was pale and frightened as she handed over the envelope's contents and watched her sister register what had been delivered to their door. "Oh my goodness," Mia murmured, clasping a hand to her mouth. "Is there a note?" Lottie checked and shook her head. "That's all there is," she said.
As she finished reading, Sadie looked up to the camera, waiting to be told what to do next. Christy said, "Well done. You read that very well. How do you feel?"
You mean apart from frustrated and mad keen to know more?
Christy smiled. She could see the girl was shaken.
It feels kind of sinister, don't you think?
Sadie said.
2 middle-aged women alone in a remote house with a child they seem to be in the process of abducting, and suddenly, out of nowhere, something, God knows what, comes through the door.
Christy had to agree. It did feel sinister. Sadie glanced up as someone, out of shot, handed her a mug. "Who's with you?" Christy asked, not really thinking it would be Mia, but feeling the need to check anyway. "Just me," Anna answered, stooping to join Sadie in the shot. "Great stuff, isn't it? But we have to find out what was in that envelope."
Jasper's down at the house now seeing if he can turn something up,
Sadie informed them. "Shall I stop recording?" Connor asked. Christy shook her head. "I'm just going to do a little spiel," she told Sadie. "And then we'll get into the interview we discussed yesterday, if that's okay."
"Take it away,"
Sadie responded. She sipped her coffee as Christy waited for Connor to bring the script to the screen, then began.
I know, beyond frustrating that the latest extract ends where it does, but what we do get from it is that whatever was inside the envelope scared Lottie.
And Mia. What we don't know from this, though, is how long Sadie had been with the sisters by then.
And it's possible that other pages or chapters exist that detail events leading up to this scene.
In other words, there's every chance Lottie's story isn't going to be revealed in order, which could end us up with answers before questions are asked, or pieces of the puzzle that could belong to another picture altogether.
Though they were still recording, Christy said, "We might have to cut that last bit. We could lose our audience if they think we're just going to confuse them." "It's the truth, though," Connor countered. "So maybe we record the whole series before going to air?"
"I thought we were hoping for leads from the public by posting the pods weekly,"
Sadie interjected. "Without them, we might never actually have a story," he pointed out. Aware of that, Christy frowned as she said, "We've just got to be careful we don't start irritating the listeners. Pods leap back and forth all the time, I know, but with this one, there's far more potential for getting things wrong, either through misunderstanding or just not knowing enough to make sense of where we're at in the story." To Sadie, she said, "Let's go ahead with the interview now and discuss this further when we're done. Are you ready?"
"As I'll ever be,"
Sadie replied. Christy waited for Connor to register the time code and began.
Sadie, since you found this extract, have you had any thoughts on what might have been in the envelope?
Well, I think for me the most obvious answer is some kind of blackmail threat. Although Lottie herself kind of dismisses that. Not altogether, it's true, but it wouldn't be normal for her, a natural storyteller, to presage the truth in such a clumsy way.
For the benefit of our listeners, here's a reminder of Lottie's words. Thinking immediately of blackmail, ransoms, all kinds of craziness. But we can't rule out blackmail.
No, we can't. And as I said, it's the most obvious answer.
Mia asked if there was a note, but it doesn't seem that there was.
That's true. I was thinking, maybe it was a photograph of some kind? There wouldn't have to be any words, the image could speak for itself.
You mean, for example, it could show Lottie taking the child from the beach?
Something like that.
The fact the envelope arrived after Sadie had been with them for a while could suggest that someone had been waiting for the right time. Lottie says in the story that she felt as though someone might be watching.
Christie signalled for Connor to stop the recording, while at her end, Sadie waited, clearly not entirely sure what was expected of her now. Eventually, Christie said, "I can't see how we can continue with this, Sadie, until you've spoken to your aunt. Even if she won't tell you what was in the envelope, presuming she remembers, and I understand she might say she doesn't when she does, it's crazy to go ahead without at least trying to get her involved." Sadie's eyes showed her unease.
If you're saying you want to interview her, I really don't think she'll go for it.
She already knows you're looking into your past.
Well, we haven't actually discussed it.
But she has to have guessed it's why I was at the villa on New Year's Day.
Yes, I suppose so, but she hasn't mentioned it since.
Okay, Connor said firmly. Let's go back to what we do know. Tell us what she said when you first asked her why you couldn't find any trace of her brother, your supposed father. When was that exactly?
A few years ago, Sadie replied. And it was actually Lottie I asked.
And she said?
Before she got angry and all self-righteous on me, like I told you before, she kind of pulled a Mia on me, saying it was all a long time ago and everything had probably been lost along the way.
Christie said. Which tells you precisely nothing apart from the fact that she was lying, or at least avoiding the truth. Sorry if that's brutal, Sadie, but no one talks about their dead brother that way.
I agree, Sadie responded. I just didn't know how to force anything out of her, any more than I know how to get it out of Mia now.
Connor said. I don't suppose any memories have resurfaced for you of those early days on Exmoor.
Sadie tilted her head as she said, I've been thinking about it a lot. And there was someone, a man, tall, dark-haired. He wore sunglasses and a hat. I think I remember liking it when he picked me up.
Do you have any sense of where you might have been when you were with him? Christie asked. Sadie shook her head. Did you call him anything? Such as Daddy? Sadie continues shaking her head.
I don't think so. It's not coming to me anyway.
Connor said, Any chance it was Edwin, Mia's husband?
I'm not aware of ever meeting him, Sadie replied.
Wondering if they might end up putting her through some sort of regression session, Christie said, Anything else?
I'm sorry, Sadie said defeatedly. I realise it would all be a lot easier if I could remember more than I do. But I'm hopeful as we continue going through Lottie's things, that they'll prompt more memories, or at least give us some better leads than we have right now.
Chapter 6. Much later, having spent most of the rest of the day Googling the Winters sisters, something both she and Connor had been doing regularly this past week, Christie was still mulling it all over as she joined a handful of fellow commuters in the early evening gloom to take the last cross-dock ferry to the opposite pier. Ordinarily, she'd have walked along the harbour side to cross at Prince Street Bridge, but this evening she needed to call into Tesco to pick up a particular pizza for Aidan's tea. She'd already learned from David that the aunt's wealth stemmed from their paternal grandfather, William Winters, and the expansion of his own father's electronics business into a multi-million-pound global enterprise by the time he was 40. Apparently, William's only son, Alfred Winters, Lottie and Mia's father, had floated the company on the New York Stock Exchange back in the 60s, increasing the family fortune to quite dizzying levels before he'd gone on to lose, some said half of it, through bad investments. The daughters had inherited what was left when Alfred and Martha, the girl's mother, had been killed in a car accident at the end of the 80s. Presumably, this was what had inspired their story about losing a brother and his wife. Their estimated worth at the time of inheriting, David had gone on to tell her, was said to be in the region of 40 million. I've no idea how it stands now, only that their affairs have long been handled by Croswell Hague, a risk-averse wealth management firm in the City of London. So it's possible their fortune has increased over time, rather than diminished? Christie had asked.
I'd be amazed if it hadn't, given who's handling it. But there are ways of finding these things out. If you think it's important, I'll look into it for you.
Although its relevance wasn't clear, Christie had accepted the offer just in case something interesting came from his research. He hadn't got back to her yet, and nor had she chased him, for there really wasn't any rush. At the moment, they considered Lottie's and Mia's lives prior to 2000, when Sadie was presumed to be 2 years old, to be far less significant than the years that had come after. The source and size of their wealth, as well as the kind of women they'd been in their younger years, were simply part of the due diligence she and Connor, as journalists, necessarily carried out at the start of the project. Recalling how they'd once subjected David to similar scrutiny for a podcast, she huddled deeper into her padded coat and stepped ashore, ready to fight the driving wind and rain. She wondered what he might be doing now, and immediately felt her knots of anxiety tightening. They weren't only caused by him and the fact that they'd barely been in touch since she'd returned to Bristol over a week ago, although she had to admit that was bothering her a lot. She had no idea if Juliet was still in Guernsey with him, but imagined it was the reason he hadn't rung. It was certainly why Christie hadn't called him. She was equally, if not more, concerned about her ex Matthew and the children. Not that there was any reason to be worried about Hayley and Aidan. Hayley had been perfectly fine when she'd flown off to Edinburgh yesterday, and Aidan, for once, hadn't found an alternative plan to starting back to school today. She guessed worrying about them simply went with being a parent, although the fact that they were still concerned about their father's state of mind wasn't helping. Matthew, for his part, was fretting about how much he must have upset them while they were in LA for them to have flown home so soon. This was when he wasn't raging down the line to Christie over Marley and the baby, who, apparently, was going to be called Bear.
Have you ever heard anything so ridiculous?
He'd shouted when he'd rung to tell her.
Why the hell would you call a child Bear? And why don't I get a say is what I want to know.
Seeing no point in getting into that, Christie said, At least she's speaking to you, finally. And the photo you sent of you holding him is lovely. She'd hated it, actually. Not the child, obviously, but the painful reminder that no one, least of all her, could ever have foreseen during the happy days of their marriage that this improbable, inescapable mess was in their future. They should still be together, going about their lives in the Lee Woods house, where both children had grown up, and where they'd been so happy for so many years. Until, apparently, Matthew had decided he wasn't anymore. Well, he certainly wasn't now, and though the schadenfreude of his betrayal backfiring on him so spectacularly probably ought to be giving her some satisfaction, it wasn't. For whatever reason, it was bothering her a lot that he seemed to have no idea how he was going to be a father to his new son, never mind husband to his shockingly unpredictable child bride. Moreover, he was presumably due back at work and on air any day now at the TV station where he was a main news presenter, so he'd have little choice but to leave them in LA and return home. What the heck was going to happen then? Sighing at the thought of how it was all unravelling for him, Christie lowered her hood and pushed into the welcome warmth and bright lights of the Tesco Express. Minutes later she was outside again, complete with requisite pizza and bottle of wine, and hurrying past crowded bars and cafes across Millennium Square, and over Perrot's Bridge with its landmark horn-shaped sculptures towards Queen Square. She wished she was feeling more cheerful, but January really was the dreariest month, and right now she couldn't think of much to feel cheerful about. "Picture snowdrops and fat robins," she could hear her mother urging. "Bracing walks on cold sunny days, hot chocolate in front of the fire, cosy evenings and piping hot stews." It had been her mother's way to find something uplifting to think about in darker moments, something to help raise their spirits when they were slumped in the blues. First footprints in snow, icicles hanging from trees, starry skies, hot toddies, snuggling up with someone you love. God, how she missed her mother, even after all these years. It probably didn't help that Cynthia, David's mother, was so like her, with her abiding love of nature and the kindness that radiated from her so selflessly and reassuringly. Finally crossing the puddled courtyard of her apartment complex, she let herself in through the main door and heaved a sigh of relief to be out of the wind and to see a light shining under her own front door. Unless she left it on this morning, it must mean Aidan was home, as he'd promised he would be by the time she got back from work.
Hi, it's only me, she called out, unzipping her coat and dropping her heavy bag on the hall table. Something smells good, she added in surprise. Hey, he called back. Dad's here, and we're making a spag bol. Christy stopped. Had he really just said his father was here? Oh, God, no. She desperately didn't want to deal with Matthew tonight. Or any night, actually. However, it seemed she had no choice, because here he was, coming out of the kitchen wearing one of her aprons. The cheek of him, and carrying a large glass of wine, presumably for her. I hope you don't mind, he said, attempting and failing to look sheepish. I flew in this morning and I was really keen to see Aiden, so he said to come here. That was your suggestion, Aiden shouted from the kitchen. So don't blame me, you bellend. Matthew started. What did he just call me? He demanded. And the spag bol was my idea, Aiden continued. I was planning it as a surprise for you tonight, Mum, but then Dad rang, so I got enough for 3. 6, probably, looking at it. But we can always call a few mates. He's not a bad cook, Matthew told her, pressing the wine into Christy's hand. I had no idea, did you? Deciding not to share the fact that David's mother had taught Aiden her bolognese recipe while he and Hayley were in Guernsey over Christmas, Christy looked at the wine, then back to Matthew, and almost laughed when he ducked. Please don't, he implored. It's a really good vintage, and think of the mess. Still not sure what to say, or do, she followed him into the kitchen dining sitting room to discover that candles had been lit, the table set for 3, and right next to her usual place was the sweetest little bunch of snowdrops in a glass jar. It was as though her mother had prompted someone to put them there specially. I got them because I know you love them, Aiden said, coming to embrace her with a wooden spoon in one hand and a peppermill in the other. When had he suddenly become taller than her? Surely he couldn't have grown that much in a day, and she was sure she'd still had the edge this morning. Since he wasn't in the habit of buying her flowers, she gazed into his faintly bearded, handsome face, far too like his father's, and said, You are the most adorable person I know, Aiden Jennings. Thank you. Shrugging, as if his thoughtfulness simply went with being him, he returned to his cooking, saying, No rows tonight, okay? I've had a tough first day back at school, and I don't need to be refereeing you two. Christy laughed. Who are you, and what have you done with my son? She teased. Yeah, funny. Dad, can you grate some more parmesan? I don't think there's enough, and if you're serious about making Mum feel special tonight, you can start by pouring her a glass of wine. Oh, you already have. Good man. Avoiding Matthew's eyes, Christy sat down at the table and took out her phone. Expecting a call? Matthew asked, going to deal with the cheese. She wanted to say yes from David, if only to remind him that there was someone else in her life now. But how was she going to explain it if the call didn't come? He'd notice, because Matthew was like that. Or he'd become that way since deciding he'd made the biggest mistake of his life in ending their marriage. His vigilance, his concern for her, and interest in anything she did were all about trying to win her back. And though it might be the last thing she wanted, right now she realized she was almost starting to feel glad he was there. At least it would distract her from thoughts of David, and his apparent reconnection with Juliet. Not that he'd admitted to anything rekindling between them, but something was going on there. She could sense it as surely as she'd seen it when they'd disappeared for at least 2 hours on New Year's Day. And with a bottle of wine. Aiden tells me you're about to kick off a new series, Matthew said chattily. Am I allowed to ask about it? Reminded of the easy domesticity they used to enjoy at the end of most days when they'd discussed various projects while one of them cooked and the other kept the wine topped up, she began telling him about the curious case of Sadie Winters. That sounds a good title for the series, Aiden commented, setting a steaming bowl of pasta in front of her. Will you dish up, or should we help ourselves? Bring me some serving spoons, she instructed. And we've already got a title. Who's that girl? The Eurythmics, 1982, Matthew informed them, untying his pinny and taking more wine from the fridge. 1983, she corrected, and winced as he began singing the song. Can you do that? Aiden asked, shoving a spoonful of bolognese sauce into his father's mouth to shut him up. Pinch someone else's title? That's hot, Matthew protested. You can't copyright a title, Christy replied,
reflecting on how relaxed and actually happy Matthew seemed given the mess he'd left in LA. And it's not the actual title anyway. Still think The Curious Case of Sadie Winters is better, Aidan decided, and bringing spoons along with the main dish to the table, he sank down in his usual chair, leaving Matthew to sit at the end in much the way he always had over the years. "Okay, bon app," Aidan said, getting stuck in as soon as Christie finished serving. "Any complaints? Don't bother talking to the chef."
Wow, it's good,
Matthew told him after the first taste.
Since when did you know how to pull together more than a sandwich?
As Aidan's eyes came to hers, Christie said, "My son has many hidden talents."
Our son,
Matthew corrected. Wanting to get off the subject before it reached David's mother, she said cheerily, "So, how's Bear?" She hadn't meant to laugh, hadn't even realized it was coming until Aidan sniggered, and she spluttered an undignified guffaw. It wasn't funny. It really wasn't. And yet apparently it was. For the next thing, Matthew was struggling to hold back his own mirth, and before they knew it, they were in the grip of uncontrollable laughter. In the end, as Christie dabbed her eyes with a napkin, Aidan said, "Is she really serious about calling him that? I mean, it's a cool name, but—"
"At least it's not Bobby Bear, which was her first choice,"
Matthew responded. As they collapsed into laughter again, Christie noticed her phone vibrating on the table beside her. Seeing it was David, she turned it over and let the call go to messages. No point changing the mood of the evening when it was going so well. And besides, it was probably a good thing not to be available the instant he decided to get in touch, especially if, after a week of silence from him, the reason behind it was to tell her that his feelings no longer matched hers. Chapter 7. By the end of the week, the Hindsight office was fully up and running, with Clover and Jackson, their regular and trusted researchers, back at their usual desks, and all new contracts provisionally agreed. Harry and Mina, now returned from a 6-week trip to India, were pretty jet-lagged as well as a few pounds heavier, but clearly fully on board for Who's That Girl? "I admit, I'm quite fascinated by it," Mina declared at their first production meeting of the series. She was her usual delightful self, exuding calmness and mischief in equal measure, and showing not a single sign of aging in spite of her 50-plus years. Harry, on the other hand, her ever-faithful and long-suffering husband, was wearing the slightly dazed expression he always wore, following a prolonged stay with his in-laws and extended family. "But, before we go any further into it," Mina continued, "I know you're keen to hear more about the sponsorship we have on board. Actually, I'll email the details. For now, I'll just mention Isabel Penny, who's going to be dropping in to introduce herself, I think sometime today. She's already working on marketing and publicity strategies to help promote Hindsight as the series launches. And she also, I believe, has some great ideas for how you can work with each of the sponsors. You're going to love her. Well, love might not be the right word, but I'm sure you'll find it after you've met her. So, now back to the important stuff. Is there anything else we need to catch up on with Who's That Girl? Great title, by the way. I'm told all the sponsors love it."
"But what they think doesn't really matter,"
Connor pointed out, making clear his hostility towards any kind of outside involvement, even if the players were providing money and, so far, encouragement. Mina batted her eyelids. Christie murmured a thanks to Clover, who'd apparently read the room and decided it was time to pass around coffees. This sprightly 28-year-old's colourfully beaded dreadlocks and dazzling smile invariably brightened the day, no matter the weather outside or mood inside. She was a joy to have on board, as was the lightly bearded, spiky-haired Jackson, whose tech expertise was as invaluable as his many geek contacts. "We've given you everything we have so far," she told Mina.
"Apart from the footage Sadie sent yesterday,"
Connor said,
"of her dead aunt's rooms at their amazing fuck-off mansion overlooking the sea." "Great description,"
Harry commented dryly.
"I think I have just the right picture of it now. So, has Sadie discovered any more little gems from her aunt's stash for you to puzzle over?"
"Apparently she has," Christie replied. "But she's going to be in Bradford-on-Avon this weekend, so she's bringing it rather than sending by email." "Any idea what it is?" Mina queried, her honey-coloured eyes glittering with intrigue. "Only that she found it, I quote,
A bit disturbing and difficult to get her head around. Mina's eyebrows rose as Clover said, "Is it another chapter or page of the story?" "She didn't say that," Christie answered. "So I'm inclined to think it might be something else. We'll find out when I see her on Sunday." "What we have so far ends with the envelope coming through the door," Connor reminded them. "Is it possible," Jax put in, "that Sadie's found what was in it?" "No idea until I see her," Christie replied. "However, what I can tell you is that we've managed to track down Gita Brinkley, the aunt's housekeeper at the time they were at the Hilltop House on Exmoor. Luckily for us, and for her, she's still in full control of her faculties at the age of 86. Or she certainly sounded it when we spoke on the phone. She's in a retirement village near Minehead, so Connor and I will be heading down there early next week." "Did you ask if she remembers a child suddenly appearing out of nowhere?" Harry prompted. "I did, and she does," Christie replied, but she didn't want to discuss it on the phone. "I've been carrying out a search for Edwin Prosser, Mia's ex-husband," Clover informed them. "Not much to report yet. I'll be going in for a deeper dive as soon as this meeting's over." "We've tried contacting Lottie's publisher," Connor continued. "Apparently Felicity Green, now retired, was Lottie's editor up until the last collection of short stories was delivered." "What do you hope to get from her?" Harry asked. "We won't know until we speak to her," Connor replied. "She's travelling around Mexico at the moment, due back sometime next month. But in her email she says she was very disappointed when Lottie decided to stop being published." "Remind me again when that was?" Jackson said. Checking her notes, Christie said, 2005, by which time Sadie would have been around 7. "Anything relevant about that?" Harry wondered. "Not that we know of, yet." "Speaking of Guernsey," Mina interrupted, "which we were, kind of, I've yet to hear all about your Christmas and New Year. Okay, now's not the time, but drinks later at the Mud Dog?" Having expected this, and actually welcoming it, Christie said, "It's a date, but it was a terrific Christmas. Just not such a great New Year," she confessed, "and things have been going steadily downhill from there." She smiled to cover her feelings as everyone regarded her with as much interest as concern. "It's okay," she assured them. "It won't get in the way of what we're trying to achieve, although it might make any upcoming visits to the island slightly awkward, at least for me. However, nothing I can't handle. In fact, I'm waiting for David to send what he's managed to find out about the aunt's financial situation. I'm guessing he hasn't obtained a full picture yet, and will let us have it when he does." "How is it relevant?" Harry wanted to know. "Okay, I get that money always is, but are you looking for something specific?" "Evidence of blackmail would be helpful," Connor pointed out. "Massive payoffs, dodgy-looking investments. Well, that's asking for fine detail, and getting that out of the kind of firms that run estates like the Winters. Well, let's say we're not holding our breath, but maybe Sadie can help there." "She must be quite a wealthy young lady now that one of her aunts has passed," Mina commented. "I don't understand why she'd want to risk blowing the rest by putting the other aunt through this." "I don't think it's about money for Sadie," Christie said. "She's protective of her aunt, or is trying to be, and is mindful of, shall we say, difficulties further down the road. But she wants answers, and I, for one, don't blame her." "Me neither," Clover piped up. "I mean, who wouldn't want to know where they came from and who their parents really are? I know I did, and it worked out really well for me in the end." "But you always knew you were adopted," Christie reminded her. "And no one ever stopped you trying to find your birth mother, or, more to the point, lied about who you were and who she was." "So we're satisfied," Mina said, "that Martin and Vanessa Winters have never existed?" "Not as the aunt's brother and sister-in-law," Christie replied, "or as Sadie's biological parents." "Because she's done a DNA test?" "She has, and no matches, which only means that no one has registered on any of the ancestry sites who can be tied to her." "I've never tried one of those sites, have you?" Mina asked, clearly intrigued by the idea. Harry was already alarmed. "No, no," he protested, holding up his hands in defense. "You already have enough family to populate a small nation. Any more, and I swear I'll leave you." Laughing, Mina started to pack up her things. "We've got a meeting at the Beeb in an hour," she reminded him. To Christie, she said, "I'm sure Isabel Penny will be in touch today, so be nice to her. Any thoughts yet on when the first episode is likely to drop?
It could go quite soon, Christie assured her. The envelope on the mat is a great cliffhanger. We just have to gain an idea of what we're moving on to. And of course, we'll need to top and tail with appropriate credits, and sponsor acknowledgements, I guess.
Isabel will be able to help with that.
After Mina and Harry had gone, Clover commented quietly,
Definitely not liking the sound of this Isabel person.
We don't want her getting in the way of things, Jax added. How often is she going to be here? I've no idea yet, Christie replied. So let's hope not bury, and deal with her when we have to. She broke off as someone came in the door. Seeing who it was, her heart sank, or flipped, or... She had no clear idea what it was doing, only that she really hadn't been expecting Matthew, nor was she thrilled to see him. Hi, he said cheerily, as if he dropped in like this every day. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. I thought you were on air tonight. I am. We're doing a live feed from the SS Great Britain. The PM's attending some sort of dinner on board later, so... He shrugged. Then, with a slightly awkward glance at the others, Can we... Swallowing her impatience, Christie got to her feet and led him across the hall to the main meeting room. It was only as she closed the door that she thought of Aidan. What is it? She demanded. Has he bunked off school again? No, nothing to do with him, he assured her, although apparently he wants to stay with me tonight. I know, he texted. So what's this about? You can see we're in the middle of something, sure. I'm sorry, I tried calling, but you didn't pick up. Because I was in a meeting. I still am. So if you can come to the point... Okay, well, this probably isn't the right time, but as I was nearby, I thought... I've been wanting to talk to you since the other night when we... Well, you know, you were there. He laughed uneasily. She eyed him stonily, having no idea what he was building up to, and not at all keen to find out. I just wanted to ask how serious it is between you and this David, he blurted, looking so unsure of himself and so like their son during his rare moments of uncertainty that it took the fire out of her anger surge. Sounding more long-suffering than impatient, she said, It really isn't any of your business, Matthew, and frankly, I resent you asking. He swallowed. Okay, I deserve that, but after we spent that time together the other night... It's sounding to me as though you're reading far too much into that. No, I'm not. I was just afraid you might, and... Well, it's not that I don't want us to get back together. You know I do. This conversation's over. No, wait, he cried as she made for the door. She turned back, eyes blazing. If you seriously think I've spent a single minute thinking about the other night and the fact that for some deranged reason I let you sleep in my bed, then you are beyond delusional. For God's sake, Matthew, you start off by asking how serious I am about David. Now you seem to think I've got designs on you. I just wish you did, he cried helplessly, and that everything could go back to the way it was. And you can hardly blame me for trying to find out how the land lies with Mr. Guernsey. I've already told you it's none of your business. So if that's all you're here for... Actually, I wanted to see you, he admitted. I don't know why. The world, everything, feels better when I'm with you. But you're not with me. You have a different wife now and a child. Have you been in touch with them? What's happening over there? Pushing a hand through his hair, he said miserably, Apparently Bear is missing me, although how that's possible when I've only held him once for about 3 seconds, God only knows. She blinked. A long moment passed before he said, Please don't laugh. I wasn't going to, she lied. Then, You do realise that's Marley saying she misses you, don't you? He shrugged. I guess you'd have a clearer understanding of it than I do. Unable to believe how dense he could be, Christie said, So you're here for me to tell you what to do next? I'm just not sure how to play it, he confessed. 1 minute she doesn't want me anywhere near her or the baby, the next they're missing me. I can't just fly over there, I've got a job and a son here to think about, and if she's determined to carry on living there, well, how's that going to work for anyone? I've no idea, Matthew.
But as it isn't my problem, I'm not going to spend any more time on it. Now, if you don't mind—
Will he be there for Aiden's gig tomorrow night? He asked as she opened the door.
Realizing he meant David, she stopped, gave herself a moment and said, "No, he won't. But before you start reading anything into that, please let me tell you again, we, you and I, do not have a future together outside of being parents to our children." And before he could say any more, she walked back into the production office and slammed the door.
Oh dear, is this a bad time?
Christy looked up to find a short, plump woman with a playful pink bob and flashy red glasses staring at her sympathetically.
Isabel, Penny,
she said, holding out a hand to shake.
But please, call me Iz.
Holy shit, Mina murmured later, when Christy finished telling her all about Matthew and David. They were at the Mud Dock Cafe with a bottle of wine between them on the table and a couple of menus they'd yet to look at.
Your personal life is all kinds of weird right now,
she stated, and frankly, I don't know what to tell you. Apart from the fact that you know your ex is a cheating bastard, I'm not sure I'd be able to trust him again if I were you. It's not even in my head to try, Christy broke in heatedly. Still seeming dubious, Mina refilled their glasses, and after they'd selected a few small plates to share, she said, "What about David? Do you really think he's back with La Française? What's she like, by the way?" As she pictured Juliette, Christy only wished she could shut the image down or turn her into something that resembled a frog. "Think Sophie Marceau at her sultriest," she said. Mina's eyes widened with alarm. "Oh dear," she murmured. "And she's at least 10 years younger than me." Looking even more worried, Mina said, "But she won't have half your class." Christy only wished it were true.
So why did they break up?
Mina asked. "If she's such a goddess." "All I know is that she wanted to live in Paris, and he was determined to stay in Guernsey, so they went their separate ways, and now they only see one another. Actually, I've no idea how often they see one another. But there's no doubt she's very at home when she's there." "Have you talked to him about her?" Christy shook her head. "I'm not quite sure how to bring it up without sounding petty or jealous. Anyway, as I told you, we haven't spoken since I left, and for all I know, she's still there." "But you don't know that for certain." "Maybe I don't want to." Mina clearly wasn't happy with that. "You have to confront this, Christy," she said bossily. "It's not like you to shy away from a situation. Ask him outright, if he's involved with her again. Sure, it'd be horrible for you if he is, but isn't it better to know the truth so that you can start moving on if you need to?" Unable to deny that, as much as she might not relish it, Christy said, "Maybe this way we save one another the awkwardness of having to admit that he made a mistake." "Do you have to be in touch anyway for the podcast? Didn't you say he's getting some information for you?" "He can give it to Connor or Jax. It doesn't have to be me." Mina sat back in her chair and fixed her with a long, hard stare. "Do you know what I think?" she said in the end. "I know you're going to tell me." "I think you were so hurt by Matthew that you're going into self-protection mode way before you need to. I mean, it's not as if David hasn't tried ringing. You said yourself he has— "Once, and I left there over a week ago." "And what sort of message do you think you're sending by not calling back?" Christy's eyebrows rose skeptically. "He'll know why I haven't," she countered. "Really? Tell me what happened after he disappeared with La Française on New Year's Day. With a bottle of wine, don't forget. Didn't you ask him about it when he came back? How long was he gone for?" "A couple of hours, I think." "Was she with him the whole time?" "I presume so." "Did she come back with him?" "No." "So how was he with you after that?" "To be honest, I didn't see much of him. Maybe I was avoiding him, I'm not sure. But I'd heard from the children by then, so I was worried about them. But he slept with you that night, as in you shared a bed." Christy nodded and felt her heart contract at the way she'd feigned sleep when he'd come into the room.
She simply hadn't felt up to any sort of heavy discussion, and still hadn't in the morning, which was why she'd left the way she had. "And you haven't been in touch since?" Christie shook her head. "Not even with his mother?" "Well, of course I've emailed her, and she replied saying they're all missing me. I don't know if David's included in that, but if he is, he should be speaking for himself." Mina shook her head in dismay. "You need to have this out with him," she declared. "Maybe. But now I want to hear about your time in India." "Hang on. Before we go there, I hear Isabel Penny dropped in on you today. How did it go?" "You mean Is?" Christie said dryly. "And what little we saw of her decided us that she's an unusual sort of person that could either grow on us or drive us mad. Only time will tell. Now back to you and your trip. How was your wonderful mother? And did you remember to send her my love?" As Mina launched into a colourful and hilarious account of her and Harry's Christmas in Mumbai, Christie found herself laughing and unwinding in a way she hadn't since leaving Guernsey. Finally, after finishing the bottle and an extra glass each, they left by the iron steps of the old industrial building to wait for Mina's Uber outside the cycle works. The night was icy cold and damp, but alive with Friday revellers as the city's youngsters descended on the hotspots. "Are you going to be all right?" Mina asked, as her driver pulled up alongside them. "Absolutely fine," Christie assured her. "Why don't I drop you?" "Because it's in the opposite direction, and it'll take me 5 minutes to walk from here." Pulling her in for a hug, she said, "It was lovely to see you." "You too," Mina smiled. "Just don't be so hard on yourself, okay?" "Promise." And aware of her mobile vibrating, she stood back for Mina to get into the car. "Please let it be him." Moments later, as she took the phone from her bag, she saw that it was Hayley and decided not to answer. She simply couldn't face her daughter's wise counsel this evening, so slid the phone back into her pocket and began walking towards the swing bridge. By the time she'd crossed it and reached her apartment complex, a message had arrived from Hayley. She waited until she was inside, coat off, kettle on, and feet up, before opening it.
"Hey, Mum, just checking in on you. Hope you're okay. Dad keeps asking me if it's serious between you and David. I hope it's all right with you, but I've ended up telling him very. David's a good guy. He definitely gets my and Aiden's vote. Love you. Call any time. H. Heart."
Chapter 8.
Okay, Sadie, can you talk us through what you have there?
Of course. I'd be glad to.
In spite of the bravado in her voice, Sadie hesitated and took a deep, slightly shaky breath. Jasper was at the small dining table next to her, his treacle-coloured hair slicked to his head, his handsome but unshaven face showing his concern. They were at his parents' weekend retreat near Bradford-on-Avon, a converted stable block with far-reaching views of the countryside, and so much oldie-worldy charm, it was like being in a cosy antique shop. Christie watched them quietly, sensing their connection, understanding Sadie's uncertainty as well as her gratitude for his support. This wasn't going to be easy for her. Christie knew she'd be having difficulties too in her shoes, but Sadie had insisted on going through with the recording. Eventually, she laid her hands on the box file in front of her and began to describe it.
There's a label on the front that says Sadie's Things. The writing is quite faded, as though it was written a long time ago, and the label itself is peeling at the corners. It smells a little old and musty, but the contents are mostly intact. There's a toy rabbit, a star-shaped hair slide, a Barbie doll wearing a pink gingham dress, a tiny pair of ballet shoes, and 6 photographs.
Do you recognize any of these items?
I can't say I do, but as you can see, each of the photographs features a little girl who, I'm guessing, could be me, aged 1 or maybe slightly older. Not much more than a baby, anyway.
Are they the photos that were around your house when you were growing up? The ones you were told were of you and your parents?
No, they're not. These are quite different.
Tell us about who's in them.
There's a woman who's probably early to mid-20s. She has shoulder-length, thick blonde hair, and she looks, well, kind of like me. I mean me now, not in the photos. Would you agree?
Yes, I would.
Sadie's relief and gratitude showed in a smile.
I have to tell you, it makes me feel quite, I don't know, strange. When I look at her, like I'm being transported out of myself or something. I mean, if she is my mother, and it's hard to think she isn't, given how alike we are, I can't stop wondering why we're not together when here, the way she's holding me.
Christie paused as Sadie dabbed away a tear, understanding perfectly why she was finding this so upsetting. The photographs quite clearly showed a young mother who adored her child.
Can you tell us a bit more about what we're seeing in the photos?
In this one, she, the woman, is wearing jeans and a white t-shirt that has some writing on the front, but it's not possible to make out what it says. She's lying on the grass side by side with the child. They're holding hands and seem to be staring up at the sky. There's a shadow over them, from whoever took the photo. It looks like a man.
She moved on to the next.
In this one, she's sitting up on her knees, and the child is tucked in against her. Their faces one above the other, and they're laughing quite hard, clearly having so much fun. In the third one, they're pulling silly faces, tongues out, eyes pulled down. The next two are of the child fast asleep on somebody's lap. You can only see the arms holding her. Nothing to say who it is, but they're masculine. The last one is the child again, riding the shoulders of a young man who's holding her legs and laughing up at her. He's wearing a hat that partially obscures his face, but he has a lot of dark hair, and he's laughing.
Christie watched as Sadie continued to gaze at the photos, taking them in and presumably remembering how she'd had a memory of a man in a hat.
So, you think these two people are your parents?
Sadie nodded, before remembering she needed to speak.
Yes, that is what I think.
And since finding these photos, have they jogged any memories for you?
Well, as I said before, I have an image of a man in a hat, and of him, I think it was the same man, riding a bicycle with me on the crossbar, and I'm sure I remember being on some sort of carousel.
Do you recall anything particular about the woman?
I didn't at first, but then I think I remember playing with her hair and getting it all tangled up in a brush.
Do you have any thoughts on where you might have been at the time any of these photos were taken?
I'm afraid not. Something I remember, though, oddly, is a clothes horse full of fresh laundry and a garden with toys. Swings, a trampoline, that sort of thing. There was a big house nearby, or maybe it just seemed big to me.
There's something else in the box you've brought today. Something of huge significance. Do you mind telling us about it?
Sadie reached for a single folded sheet of paper, straightened it, and cleared her throat a couple of times.
I'm sorry. It's still making me quite emotional.
It's okay. Just take your time.
Sadie glanced at Jasper and closed her eyes as he leaned in to kiss her forehead. Seeming to take strength from it, Sadie straightened as she began to speak.
I believe this is the note that was found in my pocket after my aunt brought me in from the beach. It says, "Her name is Sasha. She will be 2 years old on May the 14th. I know you are good people. Please take care of her until I can come back for her."
Christie allowed a few moments to pass, giving Sadie time to decide when she was ready to continue.
It's really strange to think I could be looking at my mother's handwriting. It makes her seem real, in a way she didn't before. I keep wondering what was going through her mind when she wrote it. What, or who, could have made her give me up?
Sadie put the note down and sounded almost impatient as she said, "Wallowing in questions I can't possibly answer isn't going to get us anywhere." Her tone, her frustration, belied the lost and bewildered look in her eyes. Feeling for her, Christie continued gently.
Do you think she and your aunts ever met?
Obviously, it's possible.
Sadie's eyes dropped to Christie's recorder and stayed there. "Would you like me to stop?" Christie offered. She shook her head and looked up again.
You're going to ask me if I've shown any of this to Mia?
Have you?
No.
When Sadie didn't elaborate, Christie glanced at Jasper, who raised a hand in a small gesture, seeming to advise giving her more time.
I'm going to show it to her, obviously. I have to now I've told you about it. I guess I'm just really nervous about what she's going to say, how she's going to explain it.
What we really want to know is when the aunts received all these things. We know the note was in 2-year-old Sadie's coat pocket, but when did the photos and everything else turn up? And why did they keep it and never show it to Sades?
I think, but I have no way of knowing, of course, that these photos might have been in the envelope that was posted through the front door that morning.
If you're right, we know, at least according to Lottie's writings, there was no note with them. So, what kind of message do you think they were supposed to send?
Maybe they were to let my aunts know that I came from a loving home? But how loving could it have been for them to have just left me on a beach?
We've wondered if sending the photographs was meant to keep Sadie's parents alive for her. Special moments captured on film for her to treasure until they came back.
But they never did come back.
At least not that we know of.
Do you have any idea yet when the toys might have turned up?
No, but there's nothing to say they actually came from my parents. For all I know, they're small things that Lottie or Mia might have bought for me and put into the box when I outgrew them.
But the fact they're with the photographs
leads us to believe they're part of what's long been held back from me. It's true.
Okay. Let's talk for a moment about the photos you remember being displayed around the house. The ones you were told were of you and your parents. Who do you now think they might have been of?
That's a good question. I wondered at first if it was one of my aunts as a child with their parents. But there are albums of photos from that time in our library, and they're obviously from a different era. Anyway, they're clearly not the same people.
It's possible to buy historical family shots like that. Film and TV companies use them all the time.
Couldn't the same be said of the photos we're looking at now?
Of course, but you've admitted yourself how much I'm like the woman, and I definitely remember a man in a hat.
Where did you actually find these photos? I know they were in this box.
Which was under the daybed in Lottie's sitting room, inside a suitcase full of old postcards and letters from the children Lottie used to sponsor in various parts of the world.
Seeming to lose interest in that, Sadie picked up the handwritten note again and stared at it for some time before continuing.
Why didn't anyone come back for me?
Maybe they did, but your aunts had already taken you to Guernsey by then.
It surely wouldn't have been that hard to track them down, if someone really wanted to.
Though they were still recording, Christie's next comment wasn't really meant for the pod. Until you speak to your aunt, we're not likely to have any answers to these questions. Sadie's eyes widened suddenly as she fixed them on Christie.
I almost forgot. I've now shown Mia the pages of Lottie's story, the ones we've already recorded.
Christie blinked in surprise. And what did she say? She asked carefully. Sadie's smile was small and even slightly resentful.
First thing she asked was if you had seen them. Can you believe that? And when I told her you had, she said, "Wait for this. She wants to talk to you."
Thrown again, Christie said. I'll be glad to talk to her, obviously. But didn't she comment on the pages themselves, or try to explain anything?
Not at all. It was like as if I'd made them up or something.
She looked to Jasper for his opinion. You probably already know this, he said to Christie. But you can never be sure what Mia's thinking. It's possible she didn't even really take in what she read.
I think she did, Sadie insisted. Or she wouldn't have asked to speak to Christie.
So does she want me to call her? Christie asked.
She didn't say how she wanted to communicate. And for all we know, she'll have changed her mind or forgotten about it the next time we bring it up.
She frowned slightly as she thought.
Do you think it would be a good idea for us to record the last bit of this conversation? From me telling you that she wants to talk to you? I'm just thinking it might be harder for her to back out of it if she hears it go out on a podcast.
We're still recording, Christie told her. But let's see if she'll do it without the persuasion. When are you going back to Guernsey?
Tomorrow.
Then we'll speak over the next couple of days, and you can let me know how things develop once you've spoken to her again. Meantime, would you mind if I take some shots of the box and its contents for the website? Sadie opened her hands in a gesture to go ahead.
I suppose there's an outside chance someone might recognize them, she ventured.
Already capturing the images, Christie said, I'm sure someone will. Our problem will be sorting out who is and isn't genuine before we start following up on anything. Crikey! It must have been a shattering moment for Sadie when she found the actual note, Connor commented when Christie rang from the car to report back on the interview. I think it was, she agreed, trying to decide which route back to take, M4 or cross-country. She didn't say too much about it, but to be honest, I don't think she's even close to processing it all yet. She might think she is, but there's a lot to get her head around. And those photographs, even I still feel thrown by them and how closely she resembles her mother. They're so alike they could almost be the same person. The ones of her father, presuming it was him, weren't so easy to make out. But what struck me most about all of them was how young the couple looked, and how together and normal they seemed as a family. Any idea where the shots were taken? It wasn't possible to tell, on a grassy knoll somewhere, on a sunny day. I'll give them to Jax to see if he can get any more detail out of them. Anyway, the interesting and good news is that Mia has said she wants to talk to me. We just have to hope she doesn't back out before we can make it happen. Okay, that is interesting. Do we know what brought her to that decision? She knows we've seen the pages Sadie found, so I'm presuming she wants to explain them? Ask us to forget all about them? Anyone's guess until I speak to her. So does this mean you'll be going to Guernsey? Speaking across the lurch in her heart, Christie said, If I do go, I think you should come too. Can you get away?
No problem,
Jodie shouted out.
My mum is itching to come and stay, so don't worry about me and the baby.
You're assuming I can bear to be parted from you, Connor retorted. You managed last night, Jodie reminded him. Speaking of which, Christie said, thanks for coming to the gig. Aidan really appreciated it, and you saved me from being landed with Matthew on my own. Though her ex-husband had insisted on walking her home last night, she hadn't let him in, or accepted more than a hug goodbye, despite his best efforts. It was a cool band, Connor declared. If you're into house, and I kind of enjoyed catching up with your ex. If nothing else, he's always good company.
And there is nothing else, Jodie hastily added. Anyway, are you okay, babe? You haven't seemed yourself lately, and something obviously didn't go to plan after Con and I left Guernsey at Christmas.
Stop prying, Connor scolded.
I'm just saying, if you want to chat or come over and hang out with us, you know we're always here for you.
Christie smiled past the tightness in her throat. Thanks, guys. It means a lot, you saying that. But you've got enough going on, getting used to being parents. In the bag, Connor insisted. We're naturals, and we love your company even more than Matthew's. A lot more than Matthew's, I should say. Is Aidan still with you at the flat? He's not supposed to be, but I won't know for certain until I get home. If he was there, it might make it difficult for her to ring David. If she decided to, and she really wasn't sure she would, when he still hadn't contacted her. Actually, there's another call coming in, she said, realizing she ought to get off the line while tying herself in knots. But I'll send Sadie to interview as soon as I've uploaded it to my laptop. As she ended the call and indicated to leave the Pennsylvania roundabout to take the A420 back to Bristol, she decided that rather than obsess over her ridiculous personal life, she'd catch up on the latest edition of The Newsagents. It was one of her favourite podcasts, and could generally be relied on to provide suitable distraction, as well as an interesting take on the world of politics. She'd got no further than Lewis Goodall's intro to an interview with a recently disgraced cabinet minister, when her phone actually did ring. With an unsteadying surge of nerves, she saw it was David, and had already clicked on before realising that now, while driving country roads in the dark, might not be the best time to talk to him. Hi, he said. Can you hear me? Yes, sorry, I'm in the car. The reception might not be great. How are you? I'm good. How about you? Yeah, fine. I've just been with Sadie, actually, at her boyfriend's parents' place. Anna said you were seeing her today. She also told me about the note, the one that matches the story written in the first pages about the child's name being Sasha,
And that she's 2 years old. Have you seen it?
I have.
So, is it genuine?
On the balance of probabilities, I'd say it is.
Okay. So how has Sadie taken it?
It's unsettled her, as you might expect. I think she's still in some kind of shock over it.
Has she shown it to Mia?
Not yet, but she assures me she will. Actually, I can understand her reluctance. Wanting to find out the truth is one thing, dealing with it when it comes can be another altogether. Realizing she could be talking about herself and their relationship, she quickly added, "The problem at this stage is that no one is sure Mia can be trusted to give honest or even helpful answers. There's a chance she might speak to me, apparently."
That's good.
After a beat, he added,
Isn't it?
"It could be, depending on what she has to say and if she actually goes through with it. Meantime, we're heading to Exmoor at the end of the week to talk to the sister's old housekeeper, and after that, we could be back in Guernsey." Her hands tightened on the wheel as she waited for his response. When it didn't come, she realized they'd lost the connection.
Still there?
He asked, coming back on the line.
Can you hear me?
"I can now." And deciding not to mention Guernsey again, she said, "So, how are things with you? It seems an age since we last spoke."
That's because it is. I've been trying to give you some space after the onslaught of Gordians over Christmas. I just hadn't realized you'd need this much.
She gave a laugh of surprise and relief. His words were so welcome that she almost asked him to repeat them. "Sorry," she said. "I've been pretty tied up with the pod since I got back. And Matthew still seems to think it's my place to sort out his mess. Anyway, it doesn't mean I haven't been thinking about you, because I have. A lot."
Good to know.
Suddenly afraid he might burst her bubble, without having any reason to think he would, she quickly said, "How's everyone there? I had an email from Rosie all about the boyfriend, and from your mum, saying she was thrilled to hear Aidan had tried out her spag bol recipe with great success." When he didn't respond, she realized the line had failed again, and clocking where she was on her journey, she thought about pulling into the picnic area at the top of Tog Hill, with its panoramic views of the lights of Bristol. However, as there was nothing to say the reception would be any better there, and it was a well-known dogging spot after dark, she kept going.
Are you still there?
He suddenly asked. "Yes, I am. Sorry, this isn't great, is it? How much did you hear, or was I just rattling away to myself?" Laughing, he said,
"The last I got was something about spag bol."
"Okay, moving on from that." It was on the tip of her tongue to ask if Juliet was still in Guernsey, but she forced herself not to, worried about how it might come out. "Tell you what," she said. "Why don't I call when I get home? Or this is going to keep happening."
Great idea, because we definitely need to talk. I'm out for dinner later, so maybe tomorrow?
Sure. Tomorrow's fine. Oh, where are you going for dinner?
Actually, it's a place I haven't tried before, in the 2nd arrondissement.
Realizing this meant he was in Paris, the bubble burst so fast she almost hit the brakes. "Okay, well, hope it's good," she said airily, and unable to think of anything else, she ended the call, hoping he might think the line had dropped again, while not really caring what he thought. By the following morning, Christie had decided that there was little point in calling David. She didn't want an argument, or to come across as petty or jealous or, God forbid, clingy. He had every right to be in Paris, presumably with Juliet. In fact, for all she knew, they slept together regularly while still pursuing other relationships, and if that was the case, it wasn't for her. Best to let it go now, before she got in any deeper. He rang as she was passing the M-Shed Museum on Prince's Wharf, while walking into work. It was a bitterly cold morning, with icy patches glittering on the water, and bright sunlight dazzling the puddled walkways.
"Too early?"
he asked when she answered. "No, it's fine," she replied, slipping the phone inside her hat. "How are you? Good dinner last night?"
"Not bad. We'd probably go again."
Tensing at the we, she decided to come right to the point and said abruptly, "Are you and Juliet... Are you sleeping with her?" Not exactly how she'd meant it to come out, but it was there now, and he wasn't bloody well saying anything. "Okay. Not answering is answer enough," she said, ready to ring off.
Hang on! Hang on! He cut in angrily. Before you start making assumptions or rushing to judgments, tell me this. Have you slept with Matthew since he left you?
Taking that as an admission on his part, and since she was in no position to deny anything after the night Aidan had cooked for her and Matthew, unless she wanted to get into an explanation of how nothing had actually happened, and she didn't, she said tartly, "You're just digging yourself in deeper with that question, but it's okay. I'm not your keeper. You are free to do whatever you please with whoever you please. I just wish you'd been a bit more honest about it and not made me drag it out of you."
For God's sake, Christy, I don't know what's got into you. I thought everything was good between us.
As did I, until you—
Then Matthew gets himself into trouble and suddenly you change. It became all about him.
That's not true.
It is. You barely spoke to me after his arrest. Okay, I understand you were worried, but
Please stop. You're using this as an excuse to blame me.
I'm not blaming you for anything. I'm just telling you how I saw things, and it wasn't great. You wouldn't even let me come into the airport with you when you left.
You said you had a meeting.
I told myself you just needed time to work things out, and I should give you space.
I never said that, and the way I saw things was you coming out of the gazebo at midnight on New Year's Eve, followed by Juliet, you disappearing with her and a bottle of wine on New Year's Day. And now you're in Paris, presumably with her?
Yes, as it happens, I am staying with her, or I was. I'm at the airport now on my way home. But as for what you saw,
it's okay. You don't need to explain yourself to me. She's the mother of your son, extremely beautiful, and you clearly have a great rapport.
It's true, we do. And you can't tell me you don't have feelings for Matthew.
What I feel for Matthew isn't the same.
And yet I noticed you didn't answer when I asked if you'd slept with him.
Still unwilling to explain, she said, "It's clear to me that what we've shared over the past weeks, it was wonderful. I won't deny that. I loved being with you and I adore your family, but maybe our lives— I just don't see how we can go forward together with you there and me here, and certainly not when you're still sleeping with your ex." When he fell silent again, her heart twisted with the longing to hear him argue, to persuade her she was wrong, and say they could work things out. "I don't want there to be any hard feelings between us," she said, turning towards the studios and needing to end the call before she went in. "So can we say goodbye in a friendly way and just think about all the good things we brought to one another?"
If that's what you want, he said tightly. Then that's how it'll be. You know where I am if you need anything.
And a moment later he'd gone. Feeling almost as if she'd been struck, she decided she was too wound up to go into the office right away, so clicking off her phone she started to walk on past Quinn's and Ardman towards the Cumberland Road. She didn't get far before she ran into Iz, who she was supposed to be meeting right now. "Hi, good morning," Iz sang out, in an annoyingly over-friendly way. She was dressed as though she'd just come from the ski slopes. Even her sunglasses were goggles. "You seem to have missed your turn," she chuckled, tugging off her beanie, complete with ear flaps, headlamp, and Wi-Fi. "Sorry, miles away." Christy tried to smile. "How are you?" "Excited to get the promos in the can," Iz beamed, tucking the beanie under one arm so she could rub her gloved hands together. "Have you and Connor had time to look at the scripts yet?" she asked, trying and failing to link Christy's arm as they started back down the cobbled lane. "Only briefly," Christy admitted, and stood aside for Iz to go ahead into the building. "We're not actors, you do understand that, don't you?" she added, as they entered the production office to find they were the first to arrive. Iz laughed. "You're just being modest," she said teasingly. "You'll pull these little scenarios off brilliantly. I know you will, and the sponsors will be so happy you'll probably secure yourselves more backing for years to come." Having no choice but to look thrilled by the prospect, Christy unzipped her coat and went to put on some coffee. "Connor should be here any minute," she said, willing it to be right now, this second, so he could take over dealing with Iz. "I was thinking," Iz said pensively, "would it be possible for me to have a little desk in here, somewhere in the corner, you know, so I won't get in the way?" Christy kept her back turned and filled the machine with fresh beans. "I just love to watch you guys working, pulling it all together. Not that I'd be here all the time, of course, just now and again. And it might be helpful for you to have me at hand." She laughed. "I'm not sure how, right now, but you never know." Knowing she wasn't in the right headspace to deal with this, Christy was still struggling for a response when Connor came in. Never having felt so glad to see him, she said, "Good morning. Liz is here already, and she's just had an amazing idea." "Oh?" Connor asked, looking from one to the other, and being a bloke, clearly not sensing trouble yet. "So let's have it, Iz. We're all up for good ideas." As Iz repeated her suggestion, Christy almost wanted to laugh as he failed to hide his horror. "Well, we don't normally—" he began, glancing at Christy in panic. "I mean, some things have to be confidential. Not that we need to hide anything from you."
Of course you don't. And I've already assured Christy I won't get in the way. I'm just delighted to be overseeing this project, and I want to do my best for you. And the sponsors, of course.
Having to give her credit for not actually mentioning the considerable investment she'd brought to the table that, like it or not, actually gave her some clout, Christy said, "Well, I'm sure we can work something out. Now, how do you like your coffee?"
Black, 2 sugars, please. Shall we take it to the studio? We're booked in from 9, so we ought not to waste any more time. I'm sure the techies will be waiting.
Knowing that time was money to Iz, while to the techies it was a made-to-measure concept, Christy said, "Why don't you go on ahead while Connor and I download our scripts? We'll be right behind you." Iz beamed in the way only she could, and taking her coffee, she got as far as the door before turning back.
"I probably ought to bring this up sooner, rather than later," she said. "But that's the sponsorship liaison group, and I think you should delay uploading, or is it downloading, the first episode for another week."
Having already decided they should, Christy waited for her to explain her thinking.
"We want these promos to gain as much traction as possible before Hindsight's initial airing," Iz explained. "As we haven't been able to record them until today, it's not leaving us much time to let your millions of followers know that you're about to hit them with a brand new series."
"But even if they miss the opening episode," Connor pointed out, "it'll always be there for them to download. It's kind of the point of a podcast."
Iz coloured slightly, as if she'd actually forgotten that.
"Of course," she mumbled. I'm just sharing our thoughts, and we feel that building momentum through a series of promotions on all platforms during the week before the first episode drops will get you, off to a flying start."
Before Connor could argue further, Christy said, "Thank you for considering the dynamics of how to reach our listeners, Iz. And you're not wrong. We could probably benefit from delaying by a week." Iz grinned happily, and saluted them with her coffee before taking off for their designated studio. Connor was regarding Christy in confusion. "We're not really ready yet," she told him. "So this suits us perfectly."
"But we have the first episode in the can," he reminded her. "And a lot of press releases have already gone out, not to mention our own unsponsored promos."
"I know, but we can use the delay to our advantage. Let people think that something relevant and even shocking has cropped up to push back the start date. Meantime, an interview with Mia Winters could change things quite considerably."
"If it happens."
"We'll exert some pressure if need be. In the meantime, letting Iz and her sponsors call the shots over this could be the start of choosing our battles. They only need to be fought if there's an issue of real importance at stake. And whether we start the uploads this week or next doesn't make much difference, especially when we're not at all sure yet how this series is going to shape up."
"It has the potential of being a great story."
"Potential, yes, but the deeper into it we go, and we're still in shallow waters right now, the more I'm feeling that something's not quite right with it. I mean, there's obviously a lot wrong, if we look at it from the perspective of a 2-year-old child being spirited away by a couple of middle-aged women. But getting to the bottom of it all and thinking of how long that could take. Frankly, I'm already feeling nervous about turning up enough material to meet our weekly commitments.
If we don't, there's no knowing what the sponsors might do."
She thrust a coffee into his hand. "So now, on that happy note, let's get these promos in the can. Then we can get back to what we do best." Chapter 9. By Wednesday morning, thanks to an hour's meditative yoga, followed by coffee with Jodie and baby Aurora, Christy was feeling far more relaxed than she had for the past 2 days. Her conversation with David at the start of the week had left her angry with herself for caring about him and Juliet, disappointed with herself for being unable to stop thinking about him, and furious with Matthew simply for breathing. Still, she was nice and chilled now, in both senses of the word, and ready to seize the day.
Connor looked up as she swept into the office, red-cheeked and windswept from her brisk walk to Spike Island. "I had an interesting call while you and my wife were downward dogging at David Lloyd's," he announced drolly. "Tell me," she encouraged, hanging her coat and going to pour herself a coffee. "Clove, did you send the edit of Sadie's latest interview to her for feedback?"
Done, Clover confirmed. No word yet. The boyfriend got in touch this morning to ask why the first episode wasn't dropped last night.
"And you told him?"
What you said, that we're waiting to speak to Mia in case it impacts the story in some way.
"Great. And nothing from Mia yet, I take it?" Without waiting for an answer, Christie said, "Are we being honoured by Izzy's magnificent presence today? Does anyone know?" "Apparently not," Jackson replied. "She said she has to be in London. I didn't ask why. Mostly because she'd have told me, and life's too short." With a laugh, Christie said, "In which case, as it's just us, I have a little announcement to make before we go any further. It's probably best you all know, if you haven't worked it out already, that David and I are no longer together."
What?
Clover exclaimed in confusion.
I thought you guys...
"No damage done," Christie hastily assured her. "And there's nothing more to discuss. It was just an FYI. "But aren't we hoping he'll give us some insight into the aunt's financials?" Jackson asked worriedly. "I'm sure he'll still come through, and I'll leave it to you to chase him. That way he'll know you're taking on that aspect of the case." She watched both researchers look to Connor, as if seeking further explanation or guidance. Since this wasn't news to him, he simply shrugged and said, "So, who wants to hear about the call I received earlier? The answer is, you all do. So fasten your seatbelts." Smiling, Christie sank into her chair and automatically opened her inbox, not to see if there was anything from David, there obviously wouldn't be, just because it was a habit she'd formed at the start of the working day. Seeing Marley's name on the list, she quickly closed the screen. Her ex-husband's crazy wife was someone she really didn't need to deal with today, or any other, come to that. "Are you listening?" Connor demanded testily. "All yours," she assured him. "Okay. So when we go to Exmoor tomorrow, we're not only meeting with the old housekeeper, Geeta Brinkley, we're also meeting with her son, Robert, who got in touch this morning." Immediately interested, Christie said, "Does he remember the aunts? How old is he?" Dryly, Connor said, "Funnily enough, I didn't ask his age, but he does remember them. He called them the sisters, and he thought it might be useful if he sat in on our chat with his mother." Christie was frowning. Did he sound controlling? As if he might try to edit or manage what she tells us? "Actually, he came across as a pretty regular sort of bloke," Connor replied. "He's got a bit of an accent. I'd say Aussie, maybe Kiwi, can't tell the difference. Kind of cultured, anyway, and definitely friendly. Apparently his mother loves to go out, so he's taken the liberty of booking us into the Notley Arms for lunch before, or while we talk." Christie lit up. "I hope you told him that's fine by us," she responded, already picturing the warm and welcoming village pub where they'd always stopped for a meal when filming on Exmoor during their TV days. "God, we haven't been there in too long," she sighed, choosing not to recall the times she'd stayed there with Matthew. Memories of him always complicated the picture, much as the reality of him made her head spin in ways too annoying to analyse. "So I've contacted Simon and Caroline," Connor was saying, referring to the Notley's owners, "and they've said they'll put the heating on in the garden room just in case we want some privacy to record." "They're the best," she declared. "I take it you ask... What was the son's name again?" "Robert." "Robert, if... What's her name again?" "Geeta. She's definitely of Indian origin, as mentioned in Lottie's writings, and Harry's already afraid she might be one of Mina's family." Christie laughed. "She's been in this country for over 50 years, and is more English than bacon." "Which is mostly Danish," Jax pointed out. "Semantics," Connor retorted. "Anyway, she told me that her husband, Robert's father, was from Exmoor, which is how the family came to be living near Minehead at the time the sisters were renting their summer house, as Geeta called it." "Hang on. I thought you were speaking to the son," Jax queried. "I was, but she kept calling out from the background. She also told me that they, the Brinkleys, lived in London before they moved back to the father's roots in Somerset. But I didn't get into where in London, or why they decamped when they did."
Well, the story's not about them, so why would you? Clover pointed out. Did either of them say anything about a child called Sadie who was living with the sisters?
They already know it's what we want to discuss, and Robert says he can probably be of more help to us than his mother, which is why he's going to join us.
Christie's eyes rounded with intrigue, and grew even wider a second later as Iz waltzed in through the door, looking not unlike Noddy in a bright blue conical hat and crimson fluffy duffel coat.
I thought you were in London, she commented.
Sorry, am I interrupting something?
Iz asked worriedly, and seemed as though she might tiptoe out again.
No, not at all, Christie assured her. I just heard that you were...
It got cancelled,
Iz told her.
So I thought I'd drop by to see how you're getting on here, and to ask if you'd heard the first promos yet. They're on all the major radio stations as of this morning. Never let it be said that our guys don't know how to put a promotional package together.
Which, of course, we don't, Connor retorted tightly. Shooting him a quick warning look, Christie said,
You're amazing, all of you. I've no idea how we'd do this without you.
Oh, stop,
Iz laughed modestly.
We're just doing our bit. Horses for courses and all that. Anyway, it means the first episode will have to drop next Tuesday, come what may. But we've all listened to it and everyone agrees it's a fantastic opener, especially the way the envelope comes through the door at the end. Phenomenal cliffhanger. Any news yet on what was in it?
Only guesses at this stage, Christie told her. But we think it was photographs. To Christie's relief, after Iz had refreshed her coffee, she took herself off upstairs to enjoy a little chat with Mina. Returning to her emails, Christie read and replied to each of them before finally opening the one from Marley.
Hi, Christie. How are you? I expect you're wondering why you haven't heard from me before now.
Christie was immediately struck with guilt. Putting aside what Marley had done to her marriage, her entire life, actually, she was still a young woman who'd just given birth, and was, as far as Christie could make out, friendless. So she should have been in touch by now.
But I've had so much to deal with. Baby Bear is an absolute joy, without a doubt the best thing that's ever happened to me. Although, I have to confess, I was afraid of him at first. He's so tiny and wobbly, and he really didn't want me to touch him or feed him, or so it seemed to me. I was very hurt by that, until the midwife explained that it often happens with newborns, and it soon turned out that I really needn't have worried because we both quickly got the hang of things, and now we're inseparable. I expect you've heard about Matthew being arrested. It was my fault, of course. You're probably not surprised to hear that, given my ability to cause mayhem without really trying. The problem was, I stopped him from seeing the baby, and nor would I speak to him myself. I got it into my head that he was going to try to snatch Baby Bear from me. He didn't take kindly to that and ended up making an awful spectacle of himself. Luckily, he'd calmed down by the time Baby Bear and I returned home, and with Daddy around to make sure Matthew behaved, I wasn't anxious anymore. It's so sweet the way Daddy and Matthew are bonded. I suppose them being quite close in age helps, although Daddy is a big charmer, as everyone knows. I hope you're happy to hear from me. Your friendship and our chats mean the world to me. I always feel I can be myself with you in a way I can't with anyone else. There aren't many people who'd be so generous in spirit as you have been, considering the way we met. I sometimes think you mean more to me than Matthew, but please don't tell him that. And anyway, I don't know if it's true. I have no idea at this time how Em and I are going to move forward in our marriage. One day I feel it's better for it to end. The next I can't bear the idea of letting him go. He's a very complex and conflicted man, as you know. But he has so much beauty in his soul and kindness in his heart that he is impossible not to love. He is, of course, still very much in love with you. He doesn't tell me this, but I can sense it. And I want you to know that I'm not jealous or insecure about it because I love you too. I wish you would consider coming here to visit for a while. The house is very big with plenty of rooms, and we have an extra car you can use if you'd like one. Daddy can also get VIP passes to Universal Studios and Disneyland, and I'm sure lots of premieres and things will be happening, so you'll be invited to them too. Sorry if this message is going on too long. I'm so enjoying talking to you. I just wish you were here so I could see your lovely face as we share your memories of becoming a mother for the first time. I hope you write back. With love, Marley.
She's clearly bonkers,
Mina stated after reading the email later. Why the heck would you want to go to Universal? Or Disneyland, for God's sake? How old does she think you are?
Christie shot her a look.
Okay, not the point, but honestly, the things she comes out with. She's so... I don't know how to describe her. Clueless.
Christie sighed. She's definitely not properly in touch with the world, or how people tick. Still, at least she's not asking me to bring the baby up, the way she was a couple of months ago.
Shame for him, Mina muttered. At least then he'd get a proper name.
Chuckling, Christie picked up her wine and took a sip. They were still at the office, in Mina's upstairs suite, where a biofuel fire was burning in the old Georgian hearth, and a cosy arrangement of sofas was making them too comfortable to move very far on this stormy evening. She's terribly lonely, isn't she? Christie reflected sadly.
Mina nodded. It certainly comes across that way. Have you shown the email to Matthew?
No, not yet. I'm in two minds about it. On the one hand, he probably ought to see it, for any number of reasons, but on the other, I'm trying not to initiate contact with him unless I have to. Seeming to understand that, Mina stared into the flames as she said,
Harry and I had dinner with him last night.
Surprised, Christie said, That's nice. How was he?
Complex and conflicted, Mina quoted. Clearly in a horrible dilemma over his new son. And worried about the older one.
Why is he worried about Aiden? Mina shrugged.
Apparently he's spending more time on building bands than he is on his studies, but as we know, that's typical of your lad. He's always got something going on somewhere, and his schoolwork seems like a side issue until it comes time for exams, and he sails them.
In spite of knowing this to be true, Christie said, He shouldn't take it for granted that everything will just fall into place because he wants it to. One of these days he'll get a rude awakening, and I fear it'll be when it comes to his A-levels and getting into the university of his choice.
If he goes to uni at all.
Stalled by that, Christie shook her head in despair and said, I guess we won't know until the time comes. You never do with him. Anyway, back to Matthew.
Actually, I was hoping we could talk about David.
Christie's heart flipped as she frowned. Why? There's nothing to say, apart from apparently it's over, and to paraphrase you, better sooner than later. Mina simply looked at her. Christie threw out her hands. Sure, it hurts, she admitted, and I'm disappointed. But we weren't together for long, and I've dealt with worse. So let's move on, shall we? Mina began shaking her head. I'm still not convinced. Please, Mina, I don't want to talk about him now.
You struck up a lovely bond with his family.
Not enjoying the reminder, given how she was feeling the loss of them too, Christie said, I dare say I'll stay in touch with them, for a while, but I'm certainly not going to use any attachment I might have to them to keep one going with him. Now, if it's okay with you, why don't we talk about the new series and Iz's involvement? Mina's hand shot up.
I know, she's driving you mad. She has the same effect on me, but I urge you to think of the money and everything else she's bringing to the table. We've never had exposure like it before, and you guys deserve full recognition for the brilliant podcasters you are. You were hitting the top spot at the end of the last series, and there's a lot of buzz out there already for Who's That Girl. So, you have to admit, annoyingness aside, she's good at what she does.
With a smile, Christie said, She's certainly that. Although I have to say, dubbing us the Dream Team during yesterday's photo shoot made us all cringe. Laughing, Mina said,
But you loved it, really. And the shots were fantastic. All four of you at work in the office walking along the harbour side. I especially loved the one of you laughing at only you know what. She staged it really well. And she'll have umpteen possibilities up her sleeve of where to run them and when.
All with the logos of First Family Bank, Rapid Retail Initiative, and Open Destiny Holidays in the background.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. I'm happy for it. Christie gave herself a moment to choose her next words carefully. It's no one's fault but mine, she continued, that we weren't properly prepared for this series.
I should have been firmer about needing to know more about the story before we committed to the proposed timeline. But it's shaping up to be a terrific... It's shaping up, yes. But when it comes to execution and delivery, I'm worried about where we could end up. And I'm not only thinking egg on face and public humiliation if the story comes to nothing. Actually, I don't think that'll happen. I just keep getting the feeling we're being played in some way. Clearly confused, Mina said. By whom? Surely not Sadie. Christy shook her head. The dead aunt was once suggested to me. Mina's eyes widened in astonishment. You mean from the grave? She exclaimed. Understanding how ridiculous it sounded, Christy said, I'm not saying she's controlling us, our production, but Sadie, yes. And even her sister. Although I'm sure Mia knows a lot more than she's letting on. After sitting with that for a moment, Mina said, Hasn't Mia agreed to talk to you? She's yet to commit, and she doesn't want to answer anything we send by email. Mina threw out her hands. You just need to share your suspicions or reservations, even the spooky bit. Okay, maybe not that. With the listeners. They'll lap it up. Knowing that to be true, Christy said, Connor and I have already laid something down on that score. Not sure yet where we'll use it. A lot will depend on what we can uncover in the next couple of weeks. But it's there as a kind of padding, if needed. There's just no knowing if Lottie, through her writing, or in the chaos of stuff she left behind, has planted the truth of what really happened 23 years ago. Or if it's all some kind of ruse to steer us in completely the wrong direction. After a beat, Mina said tentatively, Aren't you going to Exmoor tomorrow? Surprised, Christy said, I had no idea you were so up to date with our schedule. Is, Mina explained. Anyway, I'm told you're meeting the ex-housekeeper and her son, who apparently remembers the sisters and the child. That's got to be a good lead. Something to give the story stronger legs? Hoping so, Christy said. We've already Googled Robert Brinkley, and he's... As she searched for the right word, Mina said, Impressive? Christy had to smile. You've looked him up too? I had a spare few minutes earlier, and well, wow. Not what I was expecting, that's for sure. Leading heart surgeon down under, regular assignments for Médecins Sans Frontières. And I get this isn't important, but you know me. Her eyes twinkled. You have to admit, with those looks, he could give Avon Jogier a run for his money. Who? Rolling her eyes, Mina said, The Indian English poet, yes, of course, who's probably half Robert Brinkley's age, and isn't he part Irish as well? But okay, I can see the similarity, especially around the eyes. Smouldering, Mina purred mischievously. I was so mesmerized, I was tempted to ask if I could tag along tomorrow, but I wouldn't want to distract him. Laughing, Christy said, You are shameless, Mina Quinn. Mina grinned and raised her glass. What's important, she said seriously, is that I don't think someone like Robert Brinkley would be giving you his time if he didn't have something to say that matters. Chapter 10.
Connor and I have just pulled up outside the Notley Arms in the quaint Exmoor village of Monksilver. If you've never been, do put it on your list, because it's absolutely the best pub in the area, if not the county. It's owned and run by Simon and Caroline, who'll give you the warmest of welcomes. And who doesn't want one of those on days as freezing as this one?
The reason we're here is to meet with Geeta Brinkley, the Winters sisters' housekeeper from 23 years ago, and her son, Robert. Apparently, Geeta has memories of the sisters from the time they rented a holiday home on Exmoor, but perhaps more crucially, she recalls the child who came to live with them.
Pausing the recording, Connor said, Do you think we need to make reference here to the box of Sadie's things? It kind of expels any doubt that she was the child, so I could say, the child we now know to be Sadie. Christy shook her head slowly. Let's do a sound edit on that later. She was staring along the sunlit, puddled high street to where an elderly couple was coming out of a picturesque thatched cottage with an even older-looking dog.
So many of the properties in this secluded valley, with its centuries-old church and cherished spot on the Coleridge Way footpath, could grace a chocolate box, and plenty could probably tell their own colourful stories of past owners and their secrets.
We should go in,
Connor said, packing up the recording equipment and opening the car door.
They could already be here.
Not entirely sure why she was feeling uneasy about this meeting. Was it to do with a persistent sense of something not being right about the story, or simply because she hadn't slept well last night? Christie got out of the car and followed Connor into the pub. The instant they walked in, to be greeted loudly and exuberantly by Simon, the wonderfully eccentric ex-prison governor, now landlord, her misgivings seemed to fade.
Come in, my lovelies,
he cried, pulling them both into fulsome hugs.
Great to see you. You're looking very well. Caroline should be down any minute, and your guests are already waiting by the fire around the corner. Now, what can I get you to drink?
I'll start with something hot, Christie decided.
Toddy or tea?
How about coffee, black? And Connor's been gagging all the way for a pint of Exmoor ale.
Coming right up.
Hefting his heavy bag onto one shoulder, Connor led the way round to where a well-stocked log burner was throwing out heavenly warmth, and all tables, bar the one next to it, were empty.
Hey! You must be Robert!
He cried enthusiastically, as if he and the man turning to greet him had met plenty of times before, rather than over just one phone call yesterday.
And you have to be Geeta. No, please don't get up.
Christie winced. Geeta was in a wheelchair, although he presumably meant Robert, who was already on his feet.
Good to meet you,
Robert smiled, shaking Connor vigorously by the hand. He was every bit as impressive in person as he'd appeared online, she decided, perhaps even more so. Tall, around 6'2", with silvery dark hair, perfectly formed features and compelling dark eyes. Thanks so much for agreeing to talk to us, she smiled as he took her hand. His grip was cool and firm, his fingers long, and his answering smile could surely put anyone at ease. Not a bad quality for a surgeon.
I hope you don't mind, he said, but I looked you up online, so I could say I'm feeling a little starstruck right now.
With a laugh of surprise, she said, We also Googled you, so if anyone's feeling starstruck, well, overawed is perhaps a better word. It's us. He makes me feel like that all the time, Geeta piped up from her chair. And I ask you, what sort of way is that to treat your mother? With a droll glance at Christie, he said,
The last time you were overawed, he informed his mother, was in 1968, when Dad beat you at Scrabble.
He only managed it because I was going into labour with you at the time, she retorted, and you've been messing things up for me ever since. He's made a habit of it, she told Christie, reaching out both hands to take Christie's.
She was exquisitely twinkly, with as many lines on her face as pearls around her neck, silver-threaded hair clasped loosely behind her head, and a very lovely smile.
Please excuse me being in this silly chair, she said. It's not that I can't walk. I just find it painful at times, and today isn't one of the better ones. Not to worry, though. I can still speak, and that's what today's all about.
She can certainly speak,
Robert said dryly. As Christie laughed, Geeta scowled and patted the chair next to her.
We saved this one for you, she said, and you, Connor, could give me a lovely hug before you sit there next to Robert.
Readily doing as instructed, he said,
I think I already like you.
Clearly delighted, she gave a cluck of satisfaction and folded her hands in her lap as everyone sat.
Isn't this lovely? She declared, looking from one to the other. I've been quite excited to meet you, you know. Robert has too, haven't you, dear?
I've hardly been able to contain myself, he agreed. Embarrassing me is one of her favourite pastimes, he informed them. Ah, here are your drinks. And the menus, Simon added, setting down a tray with a flourish. No mussels today, I'm afraid, but the chef can do you some lovely scallops instead, if seafood's your thing. I know you're partial to scallops, Geeta, so we can pop a couple of extras on the plate for you if you like. Robert and Connor, you might be interested in the venison stew, with you both having a liking for game. And for you, Christie, my angel, we've got some delicious baked Cornish hake with lemon and herb dressing.
As everyone marvelled at his knowledge of their tastes, Christie threw out her hands, saying, Sounds like you've got us covered, Simon. Unless anyone wants to choose something else. Happy with mine, Robert and Connor replied, almost in unison.
Me too, Geeta smiled, and I'll have another ginger ale when you're ready.
Same again for you two?
Simon asked Robert.
I'm good with this, thanks, he replied, nodding towards his almost full pint of ale. Christie watched his hand go around the tall glass, and the way he stretched out his long legs, crossing them at the ankles and seeming as comfortable here as if at his own hearth. She really wasn't sure what to make of him. Certainly his friendliness and easy confidence made him likeable. However, she couldn't decide what was troubling her, only knew that she felt wary, concerned that his looks might in some way skew judgment, as often happened with particularly attractive people. Geeta said,
I don't mind admitting it came as quite a shock to me when Connor got in touch. All these years later, it seems like a lifetime ago that I worked for those sisters, and that dear little Dot turned up out of the blue. Well, it was a lifetime. 23 years. So much has happened since.
She smiled up at Simon as he delivered her drink and sighed nostalgically.
I used to think about them quite a lot at one time, wondering where they might have gone when they left, how the child was getting along. It was a tragedy her losing her parents so suddenly the way she did, but I always told myself she was in the best hands. Her aunts doted on her, there was no doubt about that, and you could tell she'd never want for anything.
So you didn't have a doubt that they were her aunts? Christie asked, casting a quick glance at Robert. His eyes were down as he listened, making his expression hard to read.
I had no reason to then, Geeta replied. But after... Well, now you're saying she wasn't related to them?
She wasn't, Christie confirmed. Geeta shook her head as if trying to slot her many thoughts into place, to rearrange perceptions, maybe suspicions. Certainly she was showing little surprise. Did you have much to do with the child? Christie prompted. Geeta brightened.
Oh, I did. Little angel she was. I remember she had a birthday not long after she arrived. We baked a cake with lots of icing and 2 little candles. She ended up with flour all over her face and in her hair. How she laughed when I popped a dab of cream on our noses. She thought that was the funniest thing in the world. The sisters came to see what was going on, and next thing you know, we all had cream on our noses.
Her eyes began to drift, her smile wistful as she recalled the happy moment.
I'm sorry to say she cried a lot too, she added soberly. She missed her mummy, of course. But we did our best to comfort her, and they bought her so many toys, everything a child could wish for.
Did she ever mention her father? Connor asked. Geeta thought for a moment.
She didn't actually speak much, just a few words, Mummy being the one she said most, and Geeta, or Yeeta, as she pronounced it. She seemed to like my name because she always smiled when she said it. The sisters had called me Mrs. B up to then, but they took to Geeta after Sadie came. They were lovely women, very kind, although they had their ways. Mia, I think she was the eldest. She could be all airy-fairy one minute and scared of her own shadow the next. Such a funny thing she was. Chatty, without ever really saying anything. Lottie was different, more outspoken, confident, I suppose. Lovely to look at and always lively. She'd sing and dance about the house, run down the hillside with Sadie in tow. I remember them collecting all sorts of horrible little creatures in buckets and bringing them back to torment us all with. Mia and I would put on a show of being terrified, and Sadie would laugh. It was an infectious sound. I can hear it even now. It was like we were all cheered up by her, and I couldn't help thinking what a pity it was that the sisters had never had any children of their own. They took to motherhood like a pair of naturals, in spite of being in their mid to late 40s.
How often did you go to the house? Christie asked. Picking up her glass as she thought, Geeta said,
Tuesdays and Fridays, sometimes Wednesday, if they wanted me to cook.
Her eyes sparkled with merriment again.
I'm surprised they kept me on, because I wasn't any good at cleaning. Oh, Lord, I was a disaster when it came to mops and dusters. I'd never really done any before, you see. Charles and I always had someone living in who took care of those things. That was when we were in Hong Kong. Then life took a different turn. We had to leave, and London didn't work out well for us, so we came back to Charles's roots. He never really liked it here, but we didn't have a lot of money after losing so much, and it suited me just fine. He got a right bee in his bonnet about me working, but someone had to, or we'd have starved.
Christie looked at Robert, as, shifting in his chair, he said, If you'd told us how things were, you know we'd have helped.
Oh, shush now. It's all in the past, and you had your life in Australia with Jenny and the children to be worrying about.
Turning back to Christie, she said,
I'm just telling you how I came to work for the Winters sisters. Charles and I had restaurants when we were in Hong Kong, but there wasn't much call for my sort of cooking around here, not back then. And he didn't have the heart to start again after we lost everything. I didn't blame him. It's hard for a man, isn't it, when it comes to their pride. Anyway, I saw the advert in a local shop and got in touch with the sisters, and when they interviewed me, they decided there and then that I was right for them. It was for the whole summer, they said. Then, it wasn't long after Sadie's birthday. You should have seen her dear little face when she blew out the candles on her cake. She was thrilled to bits, clapping her hands and laughing. Then she shut her eyes tight to make a wish, and we all knew what it was. She wanted to see her mummy, of course. It broke our hearts, it did. I remember offering to take her up on the moor to show her the ponies to distract her, but they didn't want me to do that. I don't know why, but looking back, they never did take her far from the house.
Do you remember anyone coming to visit?
Connor asked. No, I don't. But I wasn't there all the time, and never at weekends.
So you don't recall who brought Sadie to the house?
I suppose I always assumed one of them had gone to get her after the accident, although I remember thinking it was funny that she hadn't brought anything with her. No clothes or toys, not even any pyjamas.
Christie glanced at Connor as he said, How long would you say she was with them before they left Somerset?
Keita frowned as she thought. A few weeks, maybe. It must have been early June when I got there one morning to find them all packed up, ready to go. They hadn't said anything about leaving the last time I was there, a few days before, but all their things were in the car. They paid me right through to September to make up for giving me short notice. We all cried when it came time to say goodbye, I remember that.
Did they say where they were going?
I don't think so. I presumed it was London.
Did they keep in touch after?
No. I could have kicked myself for not getting an address. I'd have liked to write to Sadie. Send her a little card once in a while, you know, but, well. Charles wasn't in a good way around the time they left, and then Robert was getting ready to go back to Melbourne.
About that, he confirmed. When I realised what was happening over here with my parents, I worked things out at home, so I could spend a good amount of time with them.
He was another one who tried to persuade me to give up my job with the Winters sisters, Keita told them. But I wasn't going to be bossed around by him or anyone else, and nor was I going to let him give us money. He needed it for his family, and we were managing perfectly well on what little savings we had left, and my bit of income.
Christie was watching him, perhaps too intensely, she realised, when his eyes met hers, and his brows rose in query. Quickly, she said, Did you ever meet Sadie? Robert shook his head. No, but it's possible I saw her a couple of times from a distance. Not at the sister's house. It was before Mum told me about their niece, in fact. And I wasn't ever sure it was the same child. But after Mum got your call, we both thought I should tell you about the young woman I met while out hiking.
It's what he does when he has a lot on his mind, Peter explained. He hikes. And he was on the southwest coast path when he first noticed this young woman.
Are you going to tell it? He asked.
Keita chuckled and put a finger over her lips.
Sorry if now's about time, Simon interrupted, bringing in their food. But I expect you want it while it's hot.
Oh, thank goodness, Keita clucked. I was about to faint.
Laughing, Christie said, Actually, this seems as good a moment as any to break. If it's okay with you, Keita, we'll go back over what you said when we've finished eating and commit it to tape. And maybe you, Robert, won't mind if we go straight to record to hear your part of the story. Fine by me. I just need to reiterate that I still can't be certain it was Sadie I saw. But when Mum and I put things together, after the Winter sisters left Exmoor, well, you'll be able to judge for yourselves whether or not we came to the right conclusions. Half an hour later, they had moved from the now busy bar area into the garden room, where another roaring fire had been lit to warm the cosy leather sofas, and a large pot of coffee was waiting to be poured. As Christie did the honours, Connor sat up to record, and Robert made his mother comfortable with a patchwork woolen throw over her knees and a quick polish of her steamed-up glasses.
I must say, I'm very much enjoying our time, Keita commented happily, as Christie passed her a cup and saucer. Of course I might be taking a different view if Sadie hadn't turned out well, but she has, hasn't she?
I think you could say that, Christie assured her. But obviously she's very keen to know who she really is.
Yes, of course. I can quite understand that.
Then,
So you're certain she wasn't their niece?
We are, Christie confirmed. As Keita sat with that, Connor said, If it's okay with everyone, we'll start recording now. Robert gestured for them to continue, and as soon as Connor had mic'd them all up,
He sat down with the equipment and gave Christie the nod to begin. "Okay, Robert," she said. "Connor and I will provide the actual intro to this section, but just to make sure we get it right, it was when you saw the photos Connor sent to your mother of a young couple with a small child that you recognized the woman as someone you'd met while staying with your parents back in 2000?
That's right. I knew it was her right away. She was very striking."
"Good. Fine. So, if you could lead us in by telling us about how you met." He nodded slowly and stretched an arm along the sofa back as he rested an ankle on one knee.
I'd only been in Somerset for a couple of weeks the first time I saw her. She was sitting on a bench in the park at the start of the southwest coast path. I probably wouldn't have noticed her if the child on her lap hadn't dropped something as I passed. A rabbit, I think it was. I picked it up and handed it over, and as the young woman thanked me, I remember thinking, bear with me on this. I thought of my father, a lifelong fan of Marlon Brando, On the Waterfront being one of his favourite movies. This girl was very like a young Eva Marie Saint. I saw it right away, and wondered how often she might have been told that. I guessed she was in her mid-20s. The other thing I noticed was that she hadn't spoken in English when she thanked me. It wasn't a language I recognised, but she didn't seem keen to engage any further, so I just went on my way. I didn't think any more about her, and probably wouldn't have again, if I hadn't come across her a day or two later, further along the trail. In fact, the only reason I knew she was there was because I heard someone crying. There was no sign of anyone, but the distress, the sobbing, wasn't something I could ignore. So I followed the sound down into a nook, and there she was, huddled into a ball, crying, as though she'd never stop. I'm sure she had no idea I was there until I sat down on the grass a short distance from her. She didn't acknowledge me at first, but when she did, it took a while for her to bring herself under control, but I was in no hurry. I simply sat with her, and when her breathing was steadier, I asked if there was anything I could do. She thanked me and said she'd be fine. I asked about her child, thinking perhaps something had happened to it, and that was why she was so upset. But she said she was fine too. Playing, she told me, today she is playing in the camp. I presumed she meant Butlins, which was, and still is, just along the coast. Or maybe one of the local caravan parks. She spoke English quite well, although it was heavily accented. I half expected her to get up and leave then, but she didn't, and eventually we got talking about the view and the weather, where I was from and why I was in Somerset.
Did you ask where she was from?
I did, but she waved an arm, as if to say it didn't matter. It was pretty clear she didn't want to talk about herself, so I didn't press it.
Were you anywhere near the sister's house at this point of the trail?
I'd say we were probably half a mile or so away, close to where the path forks to start climbing steeply to the moor one way and dips down gradually towards the coast the other.
And this encounter was before your mother told you about the little girl who'd turned up at the sister's house?
As far as I recall, yes, it was.
And you had no reason to think the young woman you were talking to might know the sisters?
Not then, no. As I said, we didn't talk about anything in particular. By the time we'd walked back to Minehead together, I still didn't even know her name.
Did she live in Minehead?
I've no idea. When we got to the coastal end of the high street, she thanked me for being kind to her, and we went our separate ways.
But you saw her again after that day?
Yes, about a week later. She was in the park, on the same bench. When she saw me, she called out and beckoned me over. She seemed a little brighter that day, and I'm pretty sure that was when we properly introduced ourselves. She said her name was Janina, and told me that she came to Minehead whenever she could, to see her brother, who worked at the Butlins holiday camp. Apparently he'd sneak her little girl in to play with the other children and ride on the carousels. While she was waiting, she either went for walks or read books. If it was raining, she took refuge in the library. I'm not sure how it came up, but I recall how interested she became when I mentioned that my mother worked as a housekeeper for 2 women who'd rented a place on the edge of the moor for the summer. She asked if I meant the Winters sisters, and when I said I did, she began telling me all about them and the work they did in various parts of the world to help poor communities. I remember being surprised that she seemed to know so much, and feeling I was letting her down when I had to admit that I'd never actually met them.
He stopped talking as his mother gave a feisty little snore. Laughing, he said,
I often have this effect on her.
I'm listening, Peter assured them. Just resting my eyes. Tell them about the second time you saw her with the child.
They were in a cafe close to the seafront. I was passing by on my way to the trail, as usual. The child was sitting on the lap of a young man with a hat perched on the back of his head. He appeared to be teasing her, and she was trying to grab his face. I wondered if he was the brother Yanina had mentioned. She hadn't talked about her husband at all, or about her child's father.
Did she ever tell you her brother's name?
I found out later that it was Lucas, with a K.
What about her little girl? Do you know what she was called?
I tried very hard after Yanina disappeared to remember if she'd told me, but I don't think she did.
And she disappeared after your mother told you about the little girl at the sister's house?
I'm afraid the order of things is far from clear in my mind after all this time, but I can tell you that I had no reason then to connect the so-called niece with Yanina's little girl. It was only when Mum told me about an awful row she'd overheard between the sisters and Mia's husband that we both started to feel, I guess, uneasy.
Yes, I should have mentioned him just now when you asked if they had any visitors. I actually only saw him once, and he wasn't there for long. Edward, I think he was called, or something like that. I know Lottie didn't like him. The way she talked about him made that clear. She thought he'd only married Mia for her money, and I got the feeling Mia thought the same, although she never said so. Anyway, I don't know what started the row off. I walked into the middle of it when he was shouting about them being insane, and thinking that rules didn't apply to them. I slipped out before anyone knew I was there. I didn't want it to seem like I was eavesdropping. I went back to my car and gave it a few minutes before going in again, this time through the kitchen. I assumed Sadie was upstairs, or in the sitting room, but I couldn't get to her without letting it be known I was there, and they were still shouting. I couldn't make out what was being said, but it was very heated, and someone, Lottie, I think, said something about calling the police. He ended up storming out, and he hit Lottie's car with his own as he drove off.
What happened after that?
Well, they were very upset, of course, but they didn't talk to me about anything. It wasn't until Mia and I were on our own in the kitchen that she told me I shouldn't take any notice of what he'd said about Sadie not being their niece. He was just trying to make mischief, she said. I suppose she thought I'd heard that, but I hadn't, and it never entered my head until that day that Sadie might not be who they claimed she was.
What did you do when Mia told you that?
I went home and talked to Robert and Charles about it. Charles thought I should mind my own business, but then Robert told me about the young woman he'd met a few times, who seemed to be taken with the sisters, and she had a girl of around Sadie's age.
It seemed too far-fetched to think they were one and the same child, and I couldn't come up with a single reason why Yanina would let her little girl go. Nevertheless, I remember keeping an eye out for her after that, hoping to run into her again, or at least to spot her somewhere with her child. but I never did.
You went to Butlins to look for the brother.
Yes, I did. And I was told he'd left quite suddenly. No forwarding address.
Did you happen to get his surname?
It's possible someone told me, but if they did, I can't recall it now. It almost certainly wouldn't have been English.
Then the next thing we knew, the sisters had gone, taking Sadie with them. And Robert was getting ready to go back to Australia, and I suppose we just got on with our lives.
Realising they were at the end of what Geeta and Robert could remember, Christie signalled for Connor to stop recording. She was thinking now of what it was going to mean to Sadie to learn her mother's name, and that the man in a hat, whose shoulders she was riding in one of the photos, was probably her uncle. Where were Janina and Lucas now? What had happened to them? What about Sadie's father? Connor was saying, "We need to get Geeta's account of her time with Sadie on record. Is that okay with you, Geeta? We haven't worn you out, have we?"
Not a bit of it, she retorted. I'm happy to go over things again. I'll probably find better ways of saying them second time around. And while we're doing that, perhaps Robert could take Christie over to the coast path to show her the house.
Chapter 11. If you're thinking my mother is a very unsubtle, in fact, shameless matchmaker,
Robert commented as he drove himself and Christie out of Monk Silver, heading for the coast,
then I can only apologise if she embarrassed you as much as she did me.
Christie had to laugh. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I'd read it correctly. I mean, aren't you married?
I am, but that never stops her. She keeps hoping I'll meet someone here in England, preferably Somerset, get myself a divorce, and move back to be closer to her.
Blinking in surprise, Christie said, I hardly know what to say to that. A mother wanting her son to divorce.
He laughed. Obviously she knows it isn't going to happen. It's just a little fantasy she has, and would probably have let go of a long time ago if she felt warmer towards my wife.
Ah, so they don't get on?
Let's just say that being on opposite sides of the world works for them both.
As he slowed to turn onto the A39, Christie checked an incoming text, and choked back a laugh when she saw Connor's message, "Will I ever see you again?" Deciding that no answer would suffice, she quickly pulled up her emails, found nothing urgent, and returned to the conversation. "So how come you're in England now?" she asked. "Is this a regular visit to your mother? Don't tell me you flew over just to be here for the interview."
He laughed. I arrived in the UK about a month ago. Always with the intention of visiting Mum, of course. But I'm also researching a paper on emergency cardiothoracic surgery. Currently I'm working with colleagues at the Bristol Heart Institute, so I wasn't far away when she rang to tell me you'd been in touch.
Christie nodded thoughtfully as she took this in. "So we're very lucky to have you. Although, of course, we could have probably got you on Zoom if you were elsewhere in the world."
"Probably. But where would be the fun in that?"
Finding herself okay with the flirtation, safe given he was married, she said randomly, "Have you ever been to Dunster Castle?" Glancing up to where it was nestled amongst the trees on the hillside, he said,
"Many times. I used to take my children when they were younger, and we were over visiting. They loved it here. I guess because it's so different to where they lived, and happily, they always adored spending time with their grandma. Still do."
"I can understand why. So how many children do you have?"
3. 2 girls and a boy, all very grown up now. The eldest is going to be 30 this year, and is actually working at the Bristol Children's Hospital. Like her mother, she's a paediatrician, and like her father, she fell in love while on a gap year, so she's ended up living on the other side of the world. Her being here played a big part in my decision to approach colleagues at the BRI.
"So are you staying with her?"
God, no. I don't think either of us could stand that. I based myself in a small flat in Clifton for a couple of months. She and her husband have a house in Westbury Park, so we're close, but not in each other's space.
"Does she have children?"
Not yet, so the joyful experience of becoming a grandfather still awaits.
Christie smiled, while realising soberly that she too was old enough to be a grandparent, although in her case it would surely be another 10 years or more before it happened. "And your other 2 children?" she asked.
My son is 27 and living in Sydney, where he's doing amazing things in advertising, or so he tells me. And the youngest, she's 24, the darling of everyone's hearts, including a whole slew of inappropriate boyfriends. Career-wise, she's still considering her options.
Laughing, Christy said, I have a 16-year-old son who sounds just like her. His name is Aidan. He fancies himself as a free spirit one day, a mentor the next, a great sportsman, a talent spotter, astronaut, world peace advocate. My boy's ambitions know no limits, and would you believe he seems to sail through his exams as if he's worked himself to a standstill all year, when he hasn't.
I'm liking the sound of him,
Robert responded warmly.
And your daughter? Hayley, is it?
Christy turned to him curiously. So you really did look me up before coming, she said, not sure how happy she was to know he'd gone into so much depth. Although, she had to admit, it was pretty difficult to miss the shit show of her personal life, thanks to Matthew and his affair turning her into a byword for rejected middle-aged mothers, to be more pitied than respected.
Forgive me,
he said.
I'm sure you understand that your children weren't the objects of my search. They just came up. I hope you're not offended.
Realizing she was being too defensive, she relaxed and shook her head. No, not at all. My ex-husband's story is not how any of us hope to achieve fame, but here we are. It's one of the first things anyone learns about me if they're looking me up. Not that I'm a journalist, or a podcaster, or even a woman with feelings. Just that I'm the wife Matthew Jennings walked out on to be with an actress barely older than his daughter.
That must have been a difficult time.
It certainly wasn't the best. But if you knew what was happening now, you'd probably laugh it's so ludicrous, or you'd tell me I was making it up.
I'm a good listener,
he said dryly when she didn't continue.
And I always love a human interest story with elements of the bizarre.
Deciding they were getting too far from the point of why they were heading into Minehead, she said, Maybe another time. For now, if you don't mind, I need us to focus on Janina and Lucas, the Winters sisters, and maybe even Butlins.
Of course. And I'm sorry if I seemed glib just then, or to be getting into things that are none of my business.
It's fine, honestly, she said, and it was, because why shouldn't it be? Eventually they turned into the tree-lined stretch of Minehead's main street, full of cafes and bars, niche boutiques and colourful beach shops. Many were closed for the winter, although the blazing sunshine today made it look, if not feel, more like midsummer than midwinter. On reaching the seafront, Robert took a left into the harbour, and just after the old ship aground, he pulled into a small car park. As he went to pay at a machine, Christy organised her recording equipment ready for the great outdoors. It wasn't cumbersome or difficult. It was simply so bitterly cold, close to freezing, that she had to try to find a way to operate it while wearing hat, scarf, and thermal gloves. Still, at least there was no wind, and thanks to the glorious sunshine, it felt a complete joy to be here. I was thinking, she said from inside her woolen muffler as they headed off to join the start of the southwest coast path, that maybe you could do the intro to this piece.
Me?
He cried in astonishment.
What does it involve?
You simply have to tell us who you are, why we're here, and describe the surroundings.
Oh, is that all? Nothing major, then.
Give it a go, she encouraged. I have a feeling you'll be a natural. His eyes narrowed suspiciously as she handed him a mic. You'll need to clip it to your collar, she told him, so no scarf, I'm afraid. Do you think you can bear the cold on your face for a while?
Ah, so that's why you've given me the job, so you don't have to get your face out of that thing. Well, lucky for you, I'm feeling chivalrous.
After a few sound tests to make sure his voice was coming through loud and clear, she gave him the cue to begin.
My name is Robert Brinkley. I'm the son of Geeta Brinkley, who was housekeeper to the Winters sisters for a short spell back in the year 2000. I'm about to start walking the first mile or so of the southwest coast path to where the sisters were staying when Sadie first joined them.
He glanced at Christy for approval, and receiving it, pressed on.
It's a truly spectacular January day, with more sunshine flooding down on us than we get in the middle of an Aussie summer, although, sadly, none of the warmth. In fact, it's literally 0 degrees. But the way the light is sparkling across the iron-grey waves of the estuary and throwing itself onto the wooded hills ahead of us makes them more inviting than chocolate.
Christie snorted a laugh.
It was the first thing that came into my head, he protested. What do you think it should be?
She thought, gave a few suggestions, which managed to be even worse than chocolate, and in the end they were laughing so much she had to cut the recording.
I think you should do it, he told her. I'm just making an idiot of myself.
No, you started off so well. Let's just lose the analogy and say something like, the way the light is throwing itself onto the wooded hills ahead of us makes it no wonder the region has inspired so many poets.
Now, why didn't I think of that?
Then,
who are the poets?
though certain she was being teased, she said, Coleridge, Wordsworth, Robert Southey.
Didn't Southey write Goldilocks and the Three Bears?
She grinned. He also wrote some stunning descriptions of the walk between Dunster and Minehead.
Great. Do you know any of them?
Having to confess that she didn't, at least not by heart, she offered to Google them, but he was already quoting from the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner.
At length did cross an albatross, through the fog it came, as if it had been a Christian soul.
Brilliant! Christie exclaimed. It has absolutely nothing to do with why we're here, or what we're doing, but it's definitely Coleridge. So now, perhaps we should skip naming or quoting, and just keep it general about inspiring poets.
Got it. Are you going to interview me after I've finished waxing lyrical?
Of course. It's the main reason we're here. Apparently happy with that, Robert repeated his intro as discussed, and added a few extra lines about the spectacular clarity of the South Wales coastline on a close horizon, along with how very blue the sky was, and salty the air.
We're now properly into the start of the coast path. The sea is to our right, and to our left is the children's play area, where I first saw Yanina sitting on a bench with her little girl. There's no one here today. As glorious as the weather is, apparently no one is venturing out in the cold. Back then it was spring, so the trees would have been in blossom, and there would certainly have been a lot of children's noise coming from the swings and roundabouts. I think this was the bench. There's a pink bobble hat on it today, presumably dropped by a little girl while here playing recently. And if ever there was a sign, this has to be one, although of what, I can't be sure.
To keep going?
You mean like we're on a treasure hunt? Okay, sounds good.
Shall we sit down for a moment?
Yes, we probably need a rest by now.
As they'd come all the 50 yards, she had to laugh. Then, joining him on the bench, she said, Does being here bring back any other memories of Yanina for you? She signalled for him to speak his answer into the mic. He sat quietly for a moment, and Christie watched him as his mind travelled back in time, searching for memories that might have been lost but were still there somewhere, waiting to be found.
It's kind of sad to think of her now, wondering who she really was. What happened to make her leave as abruptly as she did? More crucially, why didn't she take her daughter with her?
Did she ever say anything to make you think that she might be planning to leave the child, even for a short time?
No, nothing. At least, not that I remember. In fact, I still find it hard to believe that she did.
I don't have it with me, but the note the sisters found in Sadie's pocket said, Please take care of her until I can come back for her. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I guess the first question for me is, why did she need to leave her? What kind of situation was she in that meant she couldn't take her child wherever she was going? And did she ever come back? I guess we have to assume she didn't, given that Sadie is still with her aunts all these years later, or one of them at least.
Another big question for me is why did Yanina put her child into the protection of strangers? It seems so drastic.
Except we can safely say that she chose the protectors carefully. 2 wealthy women with reputations for doing well by children. and who might not be quite as inclined as some to contact the authorities. It was a big risk, but presumably she took it because she didn't want the child carried off by the state. If that happened, she might never have got her back.
But she didn't anyway, which means she either decided to leave her where she was to have a better life than she could provide, or maybe she did go back, and the sisters paid her a huge sum to go away again. Or something else altogether happened.
Keeping in mind that she was probably from somewhere in Eastern Europe, there has to be the possibility of her being deported, or worse. Trafficking was pretty big back then. Still is, of course. And once in the hands of those guys, there's no knowing what might happen to a girl, especially one as beautiful as she was.
I'm finding it quite disturbing to think she could have been caught up in something so evil and dehumanizing. But she seems to have moved around quite freely, if we go by the times you saw her.
Indeed. So maybe there wasn't any kind of gang control going on.
What about her brother? If he left the area at the same time she did, and he seems to have, what would that have been about?
You've circled me back to trafficking with that. Maybe they were both trying to escape some sort of servitude or tyranny, and felt it was too dangerous to take a child with them.
So leaving her with the sisters would seem like a safe option? I guess I can see that, if we're on the right lines, and there's nothing to say we are. We need to be in touch with Butlins to find out what they can tell us about someone called Lucas, circa 2000.
She was looking back along the coastline to where the holiday camp's flashy conical domes were gleaming brightly in the sunshine.
I shouldn't think you'd find it open today.
Even if it was, we wouldn't be knocking on the door for information. We'll have to start by going through official channels, at which point we'll almost certainly run up against data protection. But that's for later. For now, shall we walk on?
I hope you're ready for a climb, because just along the trail, we're going to run into a pretty steep one.
Half an hour later, still breathless from the seemingly endless scramble up an insane incline to a, thank God, much friendlier trail with magnificent sea views, Christie was trying not to be annoyed by how effortless Robert had made it all seem. Still, at least he hadn't laughed at the way she had lunged about like an idiot trying to gain purchase on tree roots and impacted rocks, or commented on the frequency she'd had to stop to calm down her heartbeat. He'd simply waited patiently, ready with a hand to haul her up over the cruelest terrain, while not slipping once, or managing to stick his ass out like a baboon, or get his scarf snagged by a rogue bramble that had almost throttled her. He was, she reminded herself, a seasoned hiker, at least according to his mother, and this adequately proved it.
Most people can't do that in one go,
he told her, as they strolled on through a leafy glade towards, she presumed, the sisters' hillside holiday place.
But you managed it.
If you discount the several times my ambition and dignity was stuffed by the need to take in oxygen, you made it seem like a walk in the park, so I can only conclude that you've done Everest, Kilimanjaro, and Mont Blanc, probably all in the same week. He gave a laugh.
I admit to Kilimanjaro and the foothills of Everest, but many of the places I've hiked aren't generally that well known. It's something I do, if I get time, when I'm working in Africa or Asia. It helps to calm the mind and bring a more spiritual perspective to an otherwise terrible world.
You were talking about the work you do with Médecins Sans Frontières, she asked. He stopped to gaze out across the grand expanse of the Severn estuary.
It can be harrowing. Sometimes to the point of driving you mad. You say so many things that should never be possible, that one human being should never inflict on another. And you hear so many promises from the so-called civilized world that sound good for their electorates, for those with a social conscience, but that all too often end up meaning very little to those who are suffering.
He turned to look at her and smiled.
It makes you appreciate the simplicity and beauty of moments like this.
How often do you go to war zones? She asked.
They're not all war zones. Some are just parts of the world in desperate need of medical care that you can't get any other way. And not as often now as I used to, is the answer. I'm afraid I'm not one of the superheroes of the organization who've made MSF their full-time career. I just go to help out where I can for as long as I can. But I can tell you it plays hell with your mental well-being.
Easily able to imagine that, she said. The rest of the time you're a heart surgeon in Melbourne?
Correct. And you're an investigator who's trying to find answers for a young woman in need of knowing who she really is. So, let's go and have a look at the house she was taken into at the age of 2. It's quite close now.
Quite close turned out to be another half-mile at least along the track, but it was mostly easy going through random scatterings of winter-bare elder and beech trees, and leafy green tangles of alkanet, brambles, and ivy each side of the path. Silently naming the grasses was a habit she'd acquired from her mother, who'd loved wild plants and flowers. David's mother was the same. It was one of the first things she and Cynthia had talked about when they'd met, right here on Exmoor, albeit several miles from this particular spot. Naturally, thoughts of Cynthia turned to wondering about David, and how he might be feeling following their breakup. Was he actually feeling anything? She had no idea, only knew that she wished she hadn't thought of him. However, being here today, with Robert, someone so different and fortunately attached, was certainly distracting and actually quite uplifting. Coming to a stop beside him as he paused at the top of a vast green field, flowing gently down to the water's edge, Christie looked to where he was pointing, and felt a jolt of surprise. Some 50 yards below was an old wooden stile only partly visible through a cluster of trees. "Is that the stile mentioned in Lottie's story?" she asked. "The one Mia saw someone running away from?" He seemed confused.
I didn't know about that, he replied. I was just pointing out the footpath that you can see in the grass that runs from the stile to the beach. It's almost certainly the one that was used to get Sadie there.
Following the barely visible tilting of the long grass to where the invisible trail disappeared behind a tangle of hawthorn, to end on the gravelly shoreline, so bleak and uninviting in spite of the sunny day, Christie tried to imagine leaving one of her children there at any age, and shuddered at the horror of it. How desperate Janina must have been to do such a thing to her 2-year-old daughter, presuming she was the one who left her, and it was hard now to imagine that she wasn't. "She presumably retreated to the stile to watch until the sisters came to the child's rescue," she said. "Lottie wrote about Mia seeing someone." How could Janina be sure the little girl would be found?
I don't suppose she could, he replied. But if she was watching, she'd have known if the child was in any danger.
How on earth did she get her down there without being seen?
Well, the house isn't visible from here, and there's nowhere else around. So actually, there was no one to see her.
So she somehow managed to get her child to stay there alone and wait. It's beyond heartbreaking to think of how confused and frightened she must have been. Both of them, actually, mother and daughter.
Maybe it's a measure of how afraid Janina was.
Nodding agreement, she said. We need to record what we've just said. Minutes later, with their surmising captured, she kept rolling as they walked on towards a curve in the path. It was strange how moved she was now feeling about being here, as if time was warping in some undefinable way to make her footsteps connect with those of long ago. Janina would have walked this path, would have known what was ahead, if not in her life, then at the end of this trail. If she'd been in her mid-20s back then, by now she'd be the same age as Christie, and thinking of the older Janina made Christie feel somehow closer to her. Robert stopped alongside some steps carved into the hillside, pointing ahead and speaking quietly, almost as if not wanting to wake ghosts.
There it is. It's been much improved since the sisters were here. But this is the place they rented for the summer of 2000.
Remembering that she needed to describe it for listeners, Christie lifted her collar mic closer to her mouth.
It's a long, low, stone-built house with a steep, red-tiled roof, a porched front door looking along the track towards us, and there's a large wooden terrace facing the sea. Someone seems to be at home. There's smoke rising from one of the chimneys, and I can just make out a car through the greenery at the back. Is there a road? I guess there has to be.
It's a narrow lane that runs kind of parallel with the path we're on, and eventually takes you down to the old quay.
Which is where we parked, so we could have driven here.
Robert arched an eyebrow. Rolling her eyes,
Christie went back to her study of the house, trying to imagine the sisters coming and going, Lottie descending the field on her way to rescue Sadie, bringing the child back up again and handing her to Mia.
I wonder if it's worth asking someone inside if they remember the Winters sisters.
It'll be a long shot if it's still a holiday let.
But who comes here on holiday at this time of year?
Maybe the people inside. One of whom is coming to find out why we're not climbing higher up on the path to continue our walk.
With the recorder still running, Christie walked forward to meet the portly man whose bushy moustache and ruddy face marked him out as a drinker and probably a hunter.
"Can I help you with something?"
he called out before reaching her.
I was just remarking what a lovely spot this is. Do you mind me asking if you live here?
We just rent it during the season.
Ah, a hunter.
Not stags, I hope, or foxes.
You one of the saboteur lot, are you? If so, we don't want any trouble. There's no law-breaking going on around here, and we don't welcome trespassers.
Understood. But would you mind telling me how long you've been coming here? I'm doing some research into someone who rented the place back at the beginning of the noughties.
You'll need to speak to the landowner's agent about that. His name's Frank Fox, has an office in Taunton and another in Bath. You'll find him online.
Thank you. You've been very helpful.
The man grunted as he turned to go, raising a hand in a dismissive farewell.
You handled him well.
I got the information I wanted.
Which I could have told you if you'd asked.
Laughing as she elbowed him, she watched the hunter disappear inside the house and spoke into her mic.
It's quite possible Yanina hid very close to the spot where I'm standing right now to watch the sisters, maybe even her own daughter playing outside the house. It's also possible that she went right up to the front door, early one morning, to deliver the envelope that so unnerved the sisters.
She took a long, last look around, trying for another sense of Yanina's presence. It was fanciful, of course, and she really didn't expect to spot some sort of ghost flitting through the trees, or to hear a whisper drifting down from the moor. However, she did get the feeling they were in the right place, that it really had all started here. "Next stop, Frank Fox," she said, turning off the recorder. "Do you know him?"
"No, I've just heard that he still rides to hounds, and to hell with the law. So you should get along well with him."
An hour later, Christie and Connor were driving back up the M5 towards Bristol, having left Robert to return his mother to her residential village, before making his own 2-hour journey north. Frank Fox, who indeed managed Hilltop Lodge, his assistant had soon worked out which property Christie was calling about, would be getting back to them sometime tomorrow when he returned from an extended Christmas break.
"I was honestly beginning to think Christie had abandoned me,"
Connor was telling Jodie on the phone, as if Christie wasn't there.
"She was gone way longer than I expected, and now I'm so deeply in love with Geeta Brinkley, I think we might have to adopt her."
As Christie laughed, Jodie said, "Tell me more about Robert. Is he as drop-dead in person as he is online?" "You've looked him up too?" Christie cried. "Honestly, you're as bad as Mina."
"No one's that bad," Connor retorted. "And let's put it this way, babe. He's so good-looking, he even makes me swoon."
"He's married," Christie put in quickly, "and I'm so not looking for a man. Jesus, how can you even think it when you know what's going on in my life?"
It could be just what you need.
Maybe if he weren't married, but he is, and he also lives on the other side of the world. So can we get ourselves a reality check here and talk about serious things, such as the real reason you're calling?
This is it,
Jodie responded chirpily.
to find out how your day went. Oh, and to get an idea of what time you might be back. Would you like to join us for supper, and maybe give Aurora a bath?
Christie turned to Connor.
"I think she means it,"
she said quietly.
"She does," he confirmed. "It's a great honour."
"Then I can't possibly turn it down."
Yay!
Jodie cried.
I'll text Aidan, find out what he's doing, in case he'd like to come. Should I try Matthew?
Maybe not, Christie responded.
I get it. You don't want him thinking we're encouraging his bid to win you back. Gosh, all these men, Christie. What is to become of you? Have you heard from David by any chance?
Not since we broke up, and I don't expect to.
Now, I've got a call coming in on my phone that I need to take.
Is it Robert?
Actually, it's Sadie, so bye, Jodie. And leaving Connor to end the call with his wife, she clicked on before Sadie could ring off. Hi, how are you? She asked. There was a moment before Sadie appeared fully in focus on the screen. Eva Maria Saint, Christy immediately thought, and yes, she could see it.
I'm daring to hope you found out something helpful today,
Sadie said, raising a hand to show crossed fingers. Well, here's one thing I think you'll like, Christy smiled. Your mother's name is Yanina. Sadie's eyes glistened as she pressed a hand to her mouth.
Yanina,
she whispered.
It's so pretty.
Isn't it? Christy agreed.
Do you know anything else about her?
Some, but it's probably best that you listen to the interviews. Then you'll hear it for yourself. It won't be long before we're back at the office. I can sort it out then. Still close to tears, Sadie said,
I know it might sound silly, but just knowing her name, I can't describe how it feels.
Then?
I expect you'd like me to try for a recording?
When you're ready. Sobbing a laugh, Sadie said,
Thank you. This means so much.
There's still a way to go, Christy reminded her gently. But we'll get there. I'm sure of it. Sadie nodded, showing how keen she was to believe that. Tell me about Mia, Christy said. Is she ready to commit to an interview yet?
She's still saying she is. She just won't give me a time. But I'll keep on it. Anyway, the other reason I'm ringing is that I found more of Lottie's story. And it's pretty explosive.
Chapter 12. Lottie truly didn't believe Mia had the courage to do it. Mia wasn't so sure either. However, when it came right down to it, all things considered and all responsibilities weighed, they'd lost their hearts to Sadie, so the next steps had to be taken. The child had brought them more joy than they could ever have imagined a few short weeks ago, had opened up all kinds of possibilities that Lottie had hardly even dared consider before, and had given Mia, in particular, a sense of purpose that she hadn't even realized had been missing until now. They'd also been trusted with her safekeeping until her mother could return. Presuming it was her mother who'd left her. If not, it was surely someone who cared for her, considering what had been in the envelope that had arrived a few days ago. At first, it had shocked and even scared them. They simply hadn't been able to work out what it meant. Why would someone hand-deliver a set of photographs featuring a young man and a young woman with a little girl who was clearly Sadie?
It must be her parents,
Mia had whispered, as they'd stared down at the clear, colourful images that must have been taken fairly recently given Sadie's age. The first was of Sadie and the young woman lying on some grass, holding hands and gazing up at the sky. Then there was Sadie and the young woman making funny faces at the camera. One of Sadie asleep in a man's arms, another of her hoisted onto the young man's shoulders, looking on top of the world. His face was shadowed by a hat, but it was clear he was laughing, and so was she. She looks happy, Lottie murmured, worried and jealous and glad to think their sweet little girl hadn't been badly treated before coming here. At least not during these moments, anyway.
I don't understand what's happening,
Mia said wretchedly.
What are we supposed to do with them?
Lottie had no idea. There was no note to explain them, nothing to tell them anything at all. Their names weren't even on the front of the envelope, although they could hardly have been for anyone else, given they'd come through their door. Should they show them to Sadie? How upsetting was it going to be for her to see her parents, presuming it was her parents, after being apart from them for over 3 weeks? She'd want to see them, naturally. And what were they going to say then? They had no idea who these people were, much less where they could be found. And Sadie was settling in so well. She seemed to be flourishing at the centre of their world. All these photographs would do was confuse and distress her. What if there's some sort of message? Lottie said quietly. Mia's eyes showed confusion as she turned to her sister.
What do you mean?
She asked. Lottie didn't know exactly. Not yet, anyway. Steeling herself for an answer she didn't want, Mia said,
Do you think we should go to the authorities?
You mean for her to be taken into care? Lottie snapped. Because that's what will happen if we do, and I say she's happier and safer with us. Mia nodded, then nodded again.
The note she came with asked us to take care of her. So that's what we're doing,
she said, as if repeating it gave even more weight to the note, and thereby justified their actions. Then, bracing herself again.
Does she need protection because she's in some sort of danger? And if she is, does that mean we are now too?
Lottie went to sit on a bottom stair, photos still in hand. I think, she said carefully, that this could be the beginning of a very clever blackmail attempt. In fact, I'm sure it is, and we have played straight into their hands by keeping the child and telling no one. So before anyone starts making demands, I say we protect ourselves and Sadie from all nefarious intentions by making plans to leave.
To go where?
We'll work it out. For now, we need to hide these photographs along with the note we found in her pocket, and you have to prepare yourself to deal with Edwin. He'll be here in a couple of hours, if he bothers to turn up. Let's hope he doesn't, and you can just instruct our solicitor to send him a letter citing his adultery as grounds for divorce. Mia looked as though she'd been struck. This was moving too fast. She was struggling to follow Lottie's thinking, only knew she'd just been thrown into a whole other sort of chaos. Pull yourself together, Lottie hissed impatiently. You're getting precisely nothing out of your marriage, apart from a whole lot of humiliation and grief.
That's easy for you to say.
For God's sake, the man's not even smart enough to treat you well. So you'll carry on letting him live the life that should never have been his in the first place. You need to get him out of our London house.
Are you planning to take Sadie there?
I'm not sure yet. But it can't be an option with him in it, so he needs to go.
But where?
What the hell do I care? And you shouldn't either. Sadie has to be our priority. If he sees her, he'll start asking awkward questions, and the next thing we know, he'll have blabbed about her all over the place, and she'll end up being taken from us, whether we like it or not.
What will we tell her parents then, if they come back?
More than that. What do you think will happen to us? We'll be seen as child abductors.
All right,
Mia cried, hands clasped to her cheeks.
I hear what you're saying, and I know you're right. Sadie has to come first. Someone could be on their way to get her right now.
Then what are the photographs about? I tell you, no one's coming for her until they've managed to squeeze us dry. And do we really want to give her up to someone who'd use her like that?
No, of course not. Edwin is...
Let him go, Lottie growled. Do it today, for your own sake as much as Sadie's. Mia was nodding, in spite of the ache in her heart. He really hadn't ever loved her, and in truth, she'd never been sure about her feelings for him. She'd just wanted to be the married sister, the one who had that sort of respectability and status, the one who'd been chosen. And he'd been so charming and funny and attentive to her rather than to Lottie.
Let's hope he doesn't come today,
she said hoarsely.
It'll be easier to do by letter. But if he does come, what are we going to tell him about Sadie?
We'll get Geeta to take her onto the moor to see the ponies. She keeps saying she'd like to do that.
And if someone recognises her?
Lottie threw out her hands in despair. I don't know, Mia. I don't have all the answers. I wish I did. I just have a very strong feeling that we need to leave here sooner rather than later, and we can't go back to London if Edwin's still in the house.
I don't see how we can go back anyway. Everyone knows we don't have a niece.
We can say she's the daughter of a cousin, and calling her a niece is simpler. For heaven's sake, use your imagination, or at least try to be helpful. You want to keep her, don't you? Mia stared at her, wide-eyed. They both knew it was what Mia wanted. She just didn't have the courage to say it out loud. It was what Lottie wanted too, maybe for different reasons, but God knew she'd come to love that girl every bit as much as Mia did. Okay, Lottie said. Let's focus on how we can go forward in a way that will make sure Sadie is safe, and that doesn't end up costing us half, even all, our fortune. There were no more arguments. Lottie knew Mia couldn't fight back when her heart wasn't even trying to hold on to Edwin, was only recognizing the need to protect Sadie. And if they could keep her, make her theirs. Lottie had a way of making things happen, and Mia had learned over the years that it was usually better to go along with her sister, rather than to try to stand up against her. And when it came to something as important as this, why would she even want to?
Edwin arrived earlier than expected. Geeta hadn't turned up yet, and Sadie was in the kitchen when the odious little man drove up to the house, tooting his car horn like Mr. Toad, and clearly expecting his adoring wife to rush out and greet him. Lottie could see that part of Mia wanted to, but she blocked the way. "Get rid of him," she said through her teeth. "But where do I tell him to go?" "To hell would be a start." Mia glared at her. "Get him to take you for a drive so you can talk." "He's just come from London." "For God's sake, stop finding excuses. Come up with solutions. We can't let him see Sadie when we haven't worked out—" Mia swung round as Edwin pushed open the door and waltzed into the hall as if he came every day and was welcome.
Hey, hey, hey! He sang out as he spotted them. And here I find my two favourite ladies all in rush to see me. How blessed I am.
Jesus, Edwin, Lottie snorted. Try reading the room for once. His laugh was more of a bray, at least to Lottie's ears.
Mia, my angel, I've missed you terribly, and you've hardly been returning my calls. It's why I had to come. Slumming it for the summer was already a step too far for me, but now I'm worried you're keeping a secret love from me. Please say it's not true.
Excuse me while I go and throw up, Lottie sneered, and turning away she almost collided with Sadie coming out of the kitchen.
Well, well, well,
Edwin drawled in amazement.
And who did we have here?
Mia and Lottie exchanged frantic glances.
You're a pretty little thing, aren't you? He said to Sadie. Where did you come from, eh?
Sadie regarded him with wide, wary eyes, thumb in mouth, teddy under arm.
Will you tell me your name?
He asked gently. She hung back, pressing herself into Lottie's legs. Scooping her up, Lottie said to Mia, You know what you have to do? And folding Sadie in tightly, she carried her into the sitting room. As the door closed behind them, Mia turned to Edwin, nervous, appalled, and trying to summon the determination to prove to herself and to Lottie that she could do this.
So, who is she?
Edwin wanted to know, closing the front door and leaning his back against it. His tone, his whole attitude, exuded more derision and skepticism than she could stand. Blurting the first words that came into her head, Mia said, We're taking care of her for some friends. She's very young, and you bursting in here like this. You've scared her, and I think you should leave before you do any more damage. His eyebrows rose in disdainful surprise.
Which friends? He challenged.
You don't know anyone with a child that age. You've got no idea who we do and don't know. Just as I have no idea which of your girlfriends you've currently got living in my house. Well, it has to stop, Edwin. You need to find a place of your own. And I have decided I want to be free of you. He treated her to such an incredulous up-and-down sweep of his eyes that she almost withered.
Have you now?
He responded smoothly. Please go, she said through her teeth. You'll hear from my solicitor.
I'm not going anywhere until I've got to the bottom of what you girls are up to here. And there's something. I can tell that just by looking at you.
You don't know anything. You're just...
Who's the child, Mia? Where did you get her?
Shocked, Mia cried. We didn't get her anywhere. She was brought to us by her parents, who've asked us to take care of her while they travel overseas. Clearly not believing a word, he said.
What are their names? These parents?
It's none of your business, Lottie snapped, coming back into the hall and closing the sitting room door against the noise of the TV. Now, do as Mia says and leave. You are not welcome here, and we've already had as much as we're prepared to take of you.
And I've already told you, or her, that I'm not leaving until I've found out who that child is.
Lottie's lip curled, as if Edwin even cared. He was only ever all about himself. I don't know what vile thoughts you've got going on in that loathsome head of yours, she said. She's not safe, Mia suddenly broke in. So we're keeping her here until the coast is clear. He blinked in astonishment. And for the time being, she pressed on, we're telling people she's our niece. Enough, Lottie barked, cutting her off.
But everyone knows you don't have a brother or sister,
he cried incredulously. It's what we're saying for ease, Mia explained.
And no one knows what cousins we have, distant or otherwise. Anyway, getting into the detail of reality would be complicated and lengthy and is entirely unnecessary.
Impressed by her sister's surge of mettle, if not by her failure to rein herself in, Lottie stared at Edwin, waiting for whatever little nugget he now had stored up behind those foul lips of his to issue forth.
"You're insane, the pair of you," he declared, looking from one to the other. "I don't know what's really going on here, but I do know you think rules don't apply to you. You tell yourselves that just because you're loaded, you can do whatever you like, and to hell with the rest of the world, along with anyone who might get in your way. Well, I'm not someone who's going to be pushed around by you the way so many others have. I want answers. First of all, to why you, Mia, have suddenly decided we shouldn't be married anymore, apart from her taking the decision for you."
It has nothing to do with Lottie, Mia cried hotly. It's about your cheating and lying, the way you humiliate me and behave as though I'm not good enough for someone like you.
"She's worth so much more than you," Lottie cut in fiercely. "And finally, she's seeing it. So once again, feel free to leave. There are some cafes in town if you require refreshment before your drive back."
"What have you done with the child?" he asked darkly. "Where is she now?"
Mia swept forward, shoved him aside, and tore open the front door. He stared at her as if not quite recognizing her. Suddenly realizing they couldn't let him go like this, that they had to seize full control of the situation first, Lottie said, "The offer you receive as a divorce settlement will enable you to greatly expand the meagre wine import business you came into the marriage with. It will also allow you to purchase a central London property, the like of which you'd never be able to afford otherwise. In short, you'll be a wealthy man with the kind of freedom and standing you are currently enjoying, just without Mia as your wife." He regarded her curiously, almost as though she was speaking another language, although the flinty look in his eyes made it clear that he understood well enough what was happening. "You will never speak of the child to anyone," Lottie told him, laying out the conditions he must have known were coming. "As far as you're concerned, she doesn't exist." He cocked an eyebrow, suggesting he needed to hear more. "I think you know me well enough," she said, "to understand that it wouldn't be wise to cross me." He smirked, apparently enjoying himself now. "We will tell the world about the child when we're ready, and not before," she pressed on. "As yet we can't say when it will be, but what is certain is that you will not want to jeopardize her safety, or your extremely valuable severance package, by doing or saying anything to anyone concerning matters you know nothing about." He wrinkled his nose.
"Severance package?"
His tone was mocking. "Everything you have, Edwin. Everything you are is in our control. Never forget that. We could, if necessary, discredit you to a point where you'd make yourself disappear without a trace to save us the trouble. What we're doing now is offering you the chance to safeguard yourself and your future in exchange for very little on your part. Accept our generosity. Forget you've seen the child, and never try to contact either of us again, unless through a lawyer." Mia said, "Be out of the London house by the end of the week." As Edwin's eyes moved back and forth between them, Lottie could tell he was trying to calculate what more he might get out of this before yielding. "The door is right there," she told him. "Go through, get into your car and drive away. If you don't, I will call the police to ask someone to come and remove an intruder." His expression turned from surprise to scorn, a mask to cover the humiliation of his defeat. He'd be treading into seriously treacherous waters if he tried to take them on, and he knew it. However, leaving without a last word, he clearly couldn't bring himself to sink that low.
"Make sure that offer's with me by the end of the week," he growled. "Any later, and I'm the one who'll be calling the police."
As Edwin left, Lottie and Mia stayed where they were, listening to him getting into his car and starting the engine. They flinched at the sound of him driving into something before he reversed out of the gate and sped away. "Are you okay?" Lottie asked, as silence descended. Mia nodded. "I think so. Clever of you to threaten him with the police." "He might have seen through it, but at least he's gone." "Where's Sadie?" "In front of the TV. Gita's in the kitchen." Mia turned round.
Did she hear anything?
I think she's just arrived, but I can't be certain.
She'll wonder who he is.
We can tell her. She doesn't need the details of why he took off in a fury, but there's no harm in saying he's your husband. Oh my goodness, she murmured, spotting the sitting room door handle juddering up and down, and realizing Sadie was trying to get out.
It's okay, sweetheart, she called. We're right here. The nasty man is gone now.
As Sadie stumbled into the hall, eyes full of frightened tears, she spotted Geeta coming out of the kitchen and ran to her. Mia and Lottie looked on, both wishing she'd chosen one of them to go to, but never mind. What mattered was that Edwin had gone, Sadie was being comforted, and they had just dug themselves even deeper into a situation they had no understanding of at all. "We have to talk," Lottie whispered as Geeta carried Sadie into the kitchen. She was chewing a nail, was about to draw blood. "I've had an idea that I think will work."
What is it?
Mia asked.
Does it involve Sadie?
Of course, everything involves her now. Unless you want to sit around here waiting for her mother, or whoever the hell sent those photos, to get started on their despicable plans to bleed us dry.
Okay. Let me have a word with Geeta first. Make sure she didn't misunderstand anything. I mean, if she did overhear what was said.
Chapter 13. Christie was watching Sadie's face on the computer screen in front of her. Everyone else in the office was quiet. They were allowing Sadie some time following the reading aloud of her aunt's latest chapter, describing the scene with Edwin Prosser. Even though 4 days had passed since she'd found it, it was clearly still affecting her deeply. Christie understood why. Knowing her mother's and uncle's names had brought a whole new depth to her longing for more knowledge of them, and the scene she'd just created with Lottie's words seemed to be proof that her aunts had stolen her. What Christie herself was starting to have even more doubts about was the finding of Sadie on the beach. Could it really have happened the way Lottie described? Having visited the coast path, it seemed both possible and yet not, which was why she hadn't so far taxed Sadie with her concerns. "Are you okay?" she asked Sadie softly. The girl's head came up as she took a breath. She was slightly dishevelled and flushed, but her eyes were dry and her voice steady as she said,
"Yes, I'm fine. It's just—"
She stopped and started again.
"After listening to your interviews with the Brinkleys at the weekend, and putting them together with this—"
She held up the pages she'd just read from. When she didn't continue, Christie said, "Would you like us to stop recording?" Sadie shook her head.
"No, it's okay. Just a blip. I've got myself together now."
Christie wasn't certain she had, but knew it would be easy to stop at any point and edit out anything Sadie wasn't comfortable with, if necessary. So, noting the time code, she began again.
It's clear that this extract, or chapter, has stirred up a lot of emotion for you. Do you mind telling us what about it is resonating so deeply?
Sadie gave a small, mirthless laugh and tucked her hair behind her ears.
I guess it's a few things. I mean, you can tell from what Lottie's written that both my aunts were... Actually, it's Edwin's words that keep coming back to me. He accused them of living in a different world, playing by different rules. That's how they were, so now I'm asking myself, was keeping me some kind of game to them?
She stared down at the pages again, as if they might somehow reveal more from between the lines if she only looked hard enough.
Lottie implies that they had different reasons for wanting to hold on to me, but there's no detail of what the reasons might have been.
She writes about you with a lot of affection.
Yes, and I don't doubt that they really did care for me. They've proved it over and over ever since. I wish they tried harder to find my parents. Or at least to get to the truth of why I was with them.
We don't know for certain yet that they didn't.
No, I guess not. But the way this latest chapter ends with Lottie having an idea, I think I know what it might have been. She told me once that their father had looked into moving the family to Guernsey. I guess it was for tax purposes. Or maybe he knew the island and felt they could be happy here. They didn't go. Well, not that I know of, but I'm wondering if Lottie remembered the plan and that's what gave her the idea to bring us all here. You could say they hid me in plain sight, because they weren't known on the island, and everyone says it's the right place to be if you don't want to be asked too many questions.
It certainly sounds plausible, especially given the timings, because didn't they buy the villa sometime in late 2000?
Mid-2001. They rented somewhere in town before the sale went through. Anyway, whatever their motives, or reasons, or secrets, I'm becoming more convinced by the day that these writings are Lottie's way of laying some sort of trail for me. She tucked random pages into all sorts of places, knowing that in the end I would most likely be the one to go through her papers. Except, why not just tell me what happened? Or at least keep it all together, and put it into a safe somewhere for me to read after her death? It feels cruel of her to do it this way, and she wasn't that.
Have you asked Mia about it?
Actually, I have. She ended up in tears, and told me I should just burn everything for my own sake and hers, but most of all for Lottie's. I pointed out that Lottie wasn't around anymore to care, and anyway, she must have wanted me to know everything, or she wouldn't have written it down.
And Mia said?
That there's no guarantee it is all written down, and even if it is, you can never believe everything Lottie tells you.
Do you believe it, what you've read so far?
Yes, I think so. I mean, I don't have anything else to go on, and at least some of it rings true.
Have you talked to Mia yet about the photographs you found, or mentioned that you now know your mother's and uncle's names?
I've shown her the photographs, and she's adamant that they're of a lovely young couple who helped take care of me from time to time, when I was small. I pointed out that I look exactly like the woman, but she just patted my hand and said that I can't make something true just by wanting it to be. I haven't got round to the names yet, but I will. Although, something I have told her, that I know you'll be interested in. I showed her the results of the DNA test that prove I'm not related to her. And do you know what she said? It's not kind of you to make these things up, Sadie, but whatever you do, you are very special to me. And you always will be.
Christie glanced up as Clover let out a sigh of frustration, and Jax mimed a gun to his head. Understanding how they felt, and knowing how much worse it must be for Sadie, she pressed on.
What about the interviews with Geeta and Robert Brinkley? Has she listened to them?
She said she will, but I don't think she has yet. If it's okay, I have a question for you now. Have you managed to contact Butlins to find out if there's any record of Lucas working there?
Our researchers are on it, but it's likely to be a lengthy process, thanks to data protection. Obviously, we'll let you know as soon as there's some news.
Do you think they're still alive? Robert mentioned trafficking gangs. Maybe that's why no one came back for me. Something happened to them.
I promise, we're delving into that too.
There was a lengthy pause as Sadie took this in, imagining only she knew what. But obviously the mention of gangs had thrown a whole new sinister light onto the search, and into her roots.
Does it sound crazy to say that since listening to Geeta and Robert Brinkley I've felt more lost than ever? Knowing that my mother wasn't English, having no idea where she was actually from. It makes me feel like someone who's grown up, living a life that shouldn't even have happened. And then I start wondering about the child that got left behind. The one whose life, whose world, just stopped one day on a beach. Who would she be today? Where does she belong? Nowhere, of course. She doesn't belong anywhere, because she isn't anyone anymore. She's like a pile of dust that just got swept away in a wind. A ghost, forever trapped in nothingness.
Moved by Sadie's distress, and understanding completely her sense of abandonment, Christie allowed some moments to pass before continuing. However, it was Sadie who spoke first.
It's hard to see how we're ever going to trace my mother, when we don't even know where she was from. And what about my father? No one ever talks about him, but who was he? Did he play any part in my life at all?
All very good questions that we're going to do our best to answer.
As Sadie's head went down, Christie decided she'd been through enough for now, and glanced at Connor, a signal to end the recording. This was going to make a very strong episode with Sadie's emotion and what it meant to her to learn her mother's name being so prevalent. "We've stopped," she said softly. "We can always pick up at another time. Is someone there with you?" Anna's face appeared on the screen next to Sadie's.
I am,
she said, giving a little wave. Christy smiled as her heart flipped. Although Anna wasn't like David in looks, she was his daughter, and being reminded of him had taken her unawares. "You're being a very good friend," she told her.
Do you think,
Sadie said,
that Robert Brinkley would be willing to talk to me? I mean, I'm not expecting him to tell me any more than he's told you. But the fact that he knew my mother, if only for a short while, it feels kind of like a link. Something to hold on to, if you know what I mean.
Understanding completely, Christy said. "I'm sure he'll be more than happy to meet you, in person or on Zoom. I'll drop him an email as soon as we're done here." She cast a quick glance around the room, in case anyone had anything to add before she let Sadie go. It seemed no one did, so she told Sadie to call her any time, day or night, and promised to be in touch as soon as they had something to report from their end. "And please send my love to the rest of the family," she said to Anna.
will do. I know they'll want me to send theirs. So, big kiss, and come see us soon."
As Connor ended the connection, Christy suddenly felt unaccountably drained, and maybe not as on top of this series as she needed to be. Or perhaps she was just tired after struggling to sleep for the past few nights. Even when she had slept, her dreams were so tangled and strange, almost frightening at times, that she ended up feeling more exhausted than refreshed when she woke in the mornings. She blamed Matthew, mainly because she blamed him for everything. But there was no denying that she was becoming increasingly unsettled by the scenario of two rich women finding a child on a beach. It was a peculiar and incredible story that seemed to be immersing itself deeper and deeper into the kind of sinister portent that the early hours of the morning made a whole lot worse. She kept asking herself, if they'd known at the beginning what they knew now, would they still have got into it? The answer was, yes, of course they would, especially when there was still nothing to say that they were entering into the kind of territory it was best not to tread.
"Question!"
Iz piped up from her small desk in the corner. Christy looked in her direction while the others studiously failed to respond. "Shoot," Christy invited.
"Why do we actually care about Sadie?"
Iz asked boldly. As everyone stiffened and Connor actually groaned, Christy tried to gather her thoughts.
"I'm not saying I don't.
Iz hastily jumped in, apparently sensing she'd hit a wrong note.
I'm just passing on something that came up at a meeting this morning."
"What meeting?"
Connor asked darkly.
"With my colleagues at SLD and the reps for your sponsors. One of them, from Open Destiny, pointed out that Sadie has had an extremely privileged life. So why does she even want to know about a mother who abandoned her when she still has an aunt who—"
Her words dried up as her eyes grew wary.
"And so why would we care?"
She finished feebly. "They're not unreasonable questions," Christy put in, before anyone could cut Iz down to an even smaller size than she clearly already felt. "And if someone from Open Destiny is asking it, then we have to accept that a lot of listeners will too. Wealthy girl bleating about identity, getting a podcast made about her, involving the world in her search. Who is going to care?"
"Anyone," Clover put in hotly, "with an ounce of empathy in their soul will want to know why a small child was given up in the way Sadie was. Not to mention what happened to the mother, uncle and father after the aunts made off with her. It's not about who Sadie is now, or what she has. It's about her sense of identity and self, her confusion over nationality and even her culture. Most people will understand that, even if they're not facing the issues themselves. As an adoptee, I've been through a lot of it. I was out there, not knowing who I was once. So, does that answer your question, Iz?"
Iz was already nodding.
"I said more or less the same thing," she insisted. "I just thought I ought to flag it up in case. Well, I suppose in case any of you thought our Open Destiny guy might have a point."
"What I want to know," Connor said, "is why you were even discussing it with them when the first episode doesn't go live until 6 this evening. Are you giving them previews or something? A chance to have a say? Because it was our understanding that they'd have no editorial control."
Oh, it's not control, Iz quickly assured him. It's simply protocol. A courtesy to Luke the Mid ahead of transmission. Do you call it that for a podcast?
Did they have any other comments or useful insights we should know about? Christie asked, cutting Connor off.
No, that was it, really. I mean, in a negative sense, if we can call it negative, which I don't think it was, really. More constructive. Otherwise, they were all intrigued to know more. Remember, episode 1 finishes with a mysterious envelope arriving, and I promise I haven't given anything away.
Clearly still far from happy, Connor said, You can only keep your desk here if we can trust you, Iz. I get that you're not actually on our side, you're working for them, but we're going to end up in a serious falling out if you don't keep us informed about your meetings.
And from now on, I will,
she promised, looking more like an over-anxious child than a highly successful PR exec with each word she uttered. Maybe this was her superpower, Christie reflected. Always appear vulnerable and make the other person feel they're in the right, even if they weren't. It could be a winning technique. Okay, I think we've gone far enough with that, she said, stepping in. Everyone will start arriving soon to celebrate the first drop, so let's do a quick talk through the recent chapter. Has it thrown anything up for anyone? I mean, apart from the obvious. After hitting a few keys to change his screen, Jack said, Edwin Prosser. I've managed to get an email address for him now. No idea if it's still current, but I haven't had a bounce back yet, and it's Hotmail UK, so he could still be in the country. He glanced up, saw he still had his audience, and moved on. As you know, I've made contact with Butlin's head office about Lucas, and a very helpful-sounding person in HR said she'd get back to me, hopefully sometime this week. It could be no more than a polite brush-off, but she didn't mention data protection, at least not yet. So if I don't hear anything, I'll definitely try again. With a nod of approval, Christie said, Clove, where are you at with your inquiries?
Okay, so I recorded a video chat with Frank Fox yesterday, the bloke who works for the landowner whose ownership of half of Somerset includes the hilltop house rented by the sisters. Mr. Fox is not your archetypal land agent, as you'll see when you watch. All mullet and machismo with a healthy love of himself kind of sets the picture. Unsurprisingly, he was still a schoolboy in 2000, but before our hookup, he'd very obligingly checked with his predecessor who apparently remembers the sisters, but only because they came for such a short time before taking off again at short notice, with the whole summer paid for. He knew nothing about a child, or where the sisters went after they left the house, and a delve into the files didn't turn up anything useful. So, not much more to be achieved there. On a more positive note, I'm on the verge of making contact with a retired Avon and Somerset detective who was with the force working out of Taunton back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I'm told he was involved in undercover ops in West Somerset, gang-related, so yes, it was happening at the time Janina and Lucas were around. I've also dug out a few local press articles that are relevant. Currently I'm ploughing my way through an organised crime report from the Council of Europe dated 2001. It's possible there was some sort of covert activity going on in the area that not even the locals knew anything about. Great, Christie responded approvingly. Everything's worth exploring, even if we end up down a blind alley. You never know which one will break us into a new light. Now, I'd better send an email to Robert Brinkley about Sadie while the rest of you get ready for the drinks. Who's coming, by the way? All the usual suspects, Connor answered. Mina, Harry, Jodie. This will be Aurora's first grown-up drinks gig. As everyone oohed their appreciation, Christie noticed Iz's hesitant smile and said, Iz, I take it you're staying to mark the occasion of the first episode dropping with us? Starting with surprise, Iz said eagerly, If I'm invited, I'd love to be here. Who's Aurora, if you don't mind me asking? Connor's 6-week-old daughter, Christie replied. Iz practically melted. I love babies, she swooned. To Connor, she said, If I'm nice to her, which obviously I will be, do you think you might like me a bit better? Christie had to laugh as Connor, clearly thrown, failed to find words to respond. He will, Christie promised, realising she was warming to Iz in spite of her being a royal pain in the arse. And we'll all really love you if you can pop out to get the champagne. Iz shot to her feet. On it, she declared. Just tell me where to go. So tempting, Jax muttered under his breath. Stifling a laugh, Christie said, Clove will come along to help you carry it.
I will? Clove cried. She can't carry a dozen bottles on her own, Christie pointed out.
A dozen?
Iz exclaimed, as everyone blinked. It'll save us going out again next week, Christie explained. Actually, let's put in an order for 6 bottles to be delivered every Tuesday. You have a party every week? Iz cried in amazement. They all turned to her, and she quickly added, Wow, I've clearly come to the right place. Then, and Obs, all drinks will be on me. It was after 9 by the time Christie arrived home that night, slightly tipsy, very tired, but at the same time quite agitated. She wasn't entirely sure what was getting to her. Maybe it was the relief, and nerves, of a first episode now being out there in the big wide world, and all it was likely to bring from here on in. Perhaps it was the way Lottie's story was hitting so many wrong notes for her, while still managing to ring with truth. How could that be possible? More likely, at least easier to reach for, was the fact that Matthew had invited himself and Aidan to the party. "What the heck are you doing here?" she'd demanded as they'd breezed in through the door, bringing bottles of wine and beer like they were students on a gate crash. "Great to see you too," Aidan had grinned, in his impossibly winning way, and of course she was pleased to see him. "We were just passing," Matthew explained, lying badly. "Have some champagne," Mina insisted, filling 2 glasses and handing them over, while Harry shook Matthew warmly by the hand, and Iz just had to tell him what a big fan she was and how honoured she felt to meet him. Of course, he'd settled in as comfortably as if he came to the drop of every episode, even though he'd never actually been to one before, and of course everyone had been their usual friendly selves, even baby Aurora, who'd gazed at him adoringly for a full 5 minutes. Quite what this had done to him, given his own recently born child was nearly 6,000 miles away with a totally mazed mother, Christie had no idea. However, she did know that her failure to reply to Marley's email was starting to weigh on her. "She'd like to hear from you," Matthew had said quietly, before he and Aidan had left. "But you shouldn't feel as though you have to have a relationship with her. I mean, obviously, great if you did. It would make life a lot easier for us all, considering how besotted she seems with you. But I understand you have your own life to lead." It wasn't a long pause before he added, "Aidan tells me you're not seeing the Guernsey guy anymore." "His name's David," she'd snapped. "And if you think that changes anything between us, you and me, then you need to book in for a head check." Quite why the conversation had rattled her so much, she couldn't say now, although obviously she hadn't enjoyed being reminded by him that her first relationship since their breakup had fallen apart so fast. And then there was Anna's call during her walk home. "Haven't listened to the pod yet," Anna had confessed. "Just wanted to let you know that Sadie's biggest fear at the moment is that she's going to find out she's the child of a gangster or a rapist, and that's why Yanina gave her up. Maybe Yanina reached a point where she couldn't bear to have the awful reminder around her anymore." Understanding Sadie's concerns, for how could she not when that very scenario, and worse, had occurred to her, Christie said, "Please don't tell me she wants to pull out. No, that's not why I'm calling. It's simply to let you know what's in her mind, because she couldn't bring herself to say it during the interview earlier. If it turns out she's right, she'll deal with it. She's just glad she's not going through it alone." Having you is clearly meaning a great deal to her, especially with her aunt being so difficult. But it's not easy to support someone through trauma. "I can handle it. And anyway, she's not only talking about me, she means you, and everyone else on your team, and even your listeners, provided they don't turn on her, I suppose. But I can't see why they would. She says she'd probably feel like she was disappearing down a rabbit hole otherwise, and I think even Jasper's a bit overwhelmed by it all." Wondering now if they were already down the rabbit hole anyway. It was certainly where she felt she was heading in a personal sense. Christie slumped down on the sofa and checked her phone. Within an hour of the pod being dropped, the feedback had begun, plenty echoing the question Iz had posed earlier. Why should they care about a rich kid who hadn't known a day's hardship in her life? Others were demanding to know where the crime was, or accusing Hindsight of failing to live up to all the publicity. And of course, there were those who'd engaged fully with the story and were already hoping Christie and the team could help Sadie find the answers she deserved. As usual, Clove and Jax were going through everything carefully,
in case someone with vital or even useful information was in touch. It wasn't always easy to tell, as some trolls and many nutters were extremely clever, and nothing had come through yet to warrant any further action. Still very early days. Many weeks or even months could go by before the podcast found its way to the right person. Would that be Janina or Lucas? It was hard to imagine, almost impossible in fact after all these years, but with no reason to rule it out, Christie wasn't going to. Starting, as her phone vibrated, she looked down, half expecting it to be Matthew, but it was a text from Robert Brinkley.
Great first episode. Hope you're happy with it. Am I right in thinking the Brinkley interview runs next week? I only just picked up your email and no problem about speaking to Sadie. Do you want to record it? Or will it be a private chat? Happy either way. Please feel free to pass on my details. Best, Robert.
Wondering if it would be a good idea to record him and Sadie when they met, Christie got up to put on the kettle. Another glass of wine might be more welcome, but she'd had enough earlier. Any more would end up making her maudlin, as if she wasn't already. Replying to Marley was going to do nothing to cheer her up, but unfortunately it had to be done, so she might as well get on with it. She'd got no further than, "Dear Marley, I'm sorry not to have been in touch sooner," when her laptop's FaceTime app burbled into life. Seeing who it was, she immediately clicked on. "Mia," she said as the connection focused. "This is a surprise. How are you?" Mia's face was slightly averted, as though she didn't really want to engage, but she surely wouldn't be calling if she didn't have something to say. And on a video link, too. "I'm very well, thank you," she said, her voice a little clipped, though not entirely unfriendly. "I thought it was about time we spoke, before things start to get out of hand." Wishing she was recording this, Christie said, "Out of hand in what way?" "This nonsense Sadie is feeding you. It really can't go on." "Why do you say it's nonsense?" "Because it is. If you'd known my sister, if you knew Sadie." She sighed irritably, seemed to reset, and said, "My niece has had issues for most of her life. Of course we've always got her best help, done everything to make her feel as special as she is. I thought we were getting somewhere, but now, with all of this, it must be some sort of delayed shock following Lottie's death. They were very close, and Sadie misses her terribly. We both do." When she didn't continue, Christie said carefully, "I take it you've listened to the first episode?" "Yes, of course. Very well done, and a gripping tale, if any of it were true." So there was no child on a beach, no hooded person running away, no mysterious envelope coming through the door. Mia's mouth tightened. "I believe you've seen what Lottie wrote." "How do you know it was Lottie? And did it not occur to you that Sadie herself might have put the photographs into a box to present them as something they aren't?" "So you're saying that the young couple featured in them with Sadie are not related to her?" "As I told Sadie when she showed them to me, they were very nice people who babysat her from time to time during our first year here in Guernsey. They left even before we moved into this house, and we never kept in touch." Christie didn't want to call her a liar, so instead she said, "Okay, I could perhaps be persuaded of that if the young woman didn't look so much like Sadie, and if I hadn't interviewed Geeta Brinkley and her son Robert. I showed him the photos, and he remembers seeing the couple in Minehead at the time Sadie came to live with you on Exmoor. He's even named them." Mia's face seemed to twitch, her hands bunched tightly together. "I've no idea what Geeta Brinkley and her son have told you," she retorted sharply. "But all you're doing, all of you, is feeding into Sadie's fantasy of having a mother or father who could be out there somewhere wanting to know her. I can assure you that she does not need to know them, and nor should she be encouraged in this quest for information that will only end up causing her a lot more harm than good." Taking it carefully, Christie said, "That sounds as though you're admitting your brother was not her father." "We told her that because it was easier.
and it would have stayed that way if she hadn't suddenly decided to question it. Since finding out she's not related to us by blood, she's cast us variously as villains, fairy godmothers, crazy people, glamorous benefactors, whatever comes into her head on any given day. I ask you, please, don't let her draw you any further into her illusory world. As I've already said, it won't end well, especially not for her.
But you're clearly hiding information about her parents that she surely has a right to know.
That is your understanding of things. No one else's. I've spent many years protecting my niece, and believe you me, I won't stop now.
But what does she need protecting from?
If you value your reputation, Miss Ward, and I'm sure you do, then ask yourself this. How is it possible that these extracts, supposedly written by Lottie and randomly hidden amongst Lottie's papers, how is Sadie managing to find them in the correct order? Isn't that what's happening?
Christie felt a beat of unease. It was true. They were coming up in a kind of linear way, although she had no idea if any further extracts were missing from what they had so far.
Sadie is writing them herself, Mia repeated tartly. Now I'll leave you to the rest of your evening, and I hope all this digging about in a fabricated past will soon be at an end.
Chapter 14. Well, it's clear she was trying to portray Sadie as a nutjob, Connor reflected when Christie reported the conversation to the team the next morning. And, presuming we're all agreed that there's nothing wrong with Sadie, the only reason I can see for Mia doing that is because whatever she's hiding is pretty damned bad. Remind me what she said again? Checking the notes she'd made right after the call, Christie read aloud. I've spent many years protecting my niece, and I'm not going to stop now. Obviously, I asked for an explanation of that, but she just started in about my reputation and asked how I thought Sadie was managing to find Lottie's story in order.
Because Sadie herself is writing it?
Clove said incredulously. Even if we believe that, Jack said, and I don't think we do, there have to be far easier ways of trying to find out about your past. Going to all this trouble would be just, well, nuts.
Although you have to admit, Clover put in, it is weird that the story is being found more or less in order.
That's if you discount the possibility of there being other extracts covering the in-between times, Christie pointed out. For instance, there could be something about Mia's shopping trip to pick up supplies for their new charge, or more about what was in the envelope. That hasn't come to light yet, and I presume it exists. Having said that, in my opinion, what we've read so far has been written by a more mature hand than Sadie's. And the style seems consistent with some of Lottie's published short stories. Anything in them to warrant further investigation? Connor wanted to know. Nothing that I've come across so far. Most are set in foreign lands. I get the impression she's drawn on her personal experience of working with NGOs and charities to create certain aspects of the stories.
Anything set on Exmoor or Guernsey?
Clove wondered. Not recognisably so, and no characters that stand out as being based on Sadie or Mia. Remind me when she gave up being published, Connor said, checking the board to see if it was there. Finding it, he read out. Last book 2005, discussed with editor Felicity Green, returning UK Feb 1st. Can speak sooner if necessary. So did something significant happen in 2005 to make her want to pull out? Sadie would have been how old by then? 7. So well settled in Guernsey and at primary school. Do you want me to set up a Zoom with Felicity Green? Jax offered. After considering it, Connor said, Hold fire for now. It's feeling like a bit of a distraction when what we really need is to get to the bottom of what went on in May of 2000 and why Sadie was left on the beach. If she actually was left on the beach, Christie stated. As everyone looked at her, she said, I'm just putting it out there that she might not have been. But as we've no idea what's true or false about that scenario, I guess we keep going with it for the time being.
But what's making you doubt it?
Clover wanted to know. She shrugged. I suppose it just seems so unlikely. Far-fetched, even. And what I'm wondering is if Lottie wrote it to try and establish an early false record of how Sadie came to them.
In order to cover up...
What? The fact they had her, of course.
but I've no theories yet on who, why, what, or when. I'm simply saying that I think we need to keep open minds.
Did we mention any of this to Sadie?
Connor asked. To be honest, I think she has her own doubts. Remember, she and Anna were the first to suggest she might have been bought, and Lottie's version is really all about abduction. That's bad, obviously. The alternatives are a whole lot worse. After a brief spell of reflection, Jack said,
"So where do we go from here?"
Turning back to the whiteboard and its list of those they wanted to interview, Christie said, "One of us needs to have a chat with Cornelia, the long-time housekeeper for the sisters at their Guernsey home, the Villa des Roches. Apparently she lives in Cobo Bay now, on the island's west coast, with a small menagerie including a mute parrot."
"Chances are she'll be prepped by Mia,"
Connor warned.
"What about Mia herself? Is it worth trying to talk to her again?"
Christie's eyebrows rose. "After her call last night, I wouldn't be surprised if our next communication with her is via her lawyer. Which reminds me, I'm guessing we still haven't received anything from David Gordian regarding the aunt's finances." She was looking at Jax.
"You're right, we haven't," he confirmed. "I'll chase it."
"I don't think we've made a decision yet," Connor pointed out, "on what we tell Sadie about her aunt's call last night." Having already made up her mind on that, Christie said, "She needs to know what Mia said about protecting her. She'll almost certainly challenge her aunt over it, and hopefully end up in a position to be able to report back with something useful. Incidentally, Robert Brinkley's happy to talk to her about Janina and Lucas. I'm not sure how much further it'll take us in the overall discovery process, but it could be good emotional stuff that the listeners will engage with, as long as Sadie's okay with us recording it." "When are they getting together?" Clover wanted to know, preparing to write it up on the board. "Perhaps you could follow up with Robert," Christie replied. "It would be great if it could happen at or near the house on Exmoor. I'm sure Sadie will be keen to meet Geeta again, presuming Geeta's up for it. And I can't see why she wouldn't be. I'm inclined to leave that with you, Clove, and if you can tie it in with an arrangement to meet with a retired detective from around those parts. Any more news on that front?" "Ah, yes, I have a name now. Ex-Detective Sergeant Catherine Schilling. She's living in the Chew Valley these days, so kind of on the way to Minehead."
"Has she given you a sense of what she can tell you?"
Connor asked. Clover's eyebrows waggled, as if she had great news to impart. "I haven't actually spoken to her yet," she admitted, making them laugh and groan. "But I'm told she's happy to talk. I'll set something up as soon as I've nailed down Sadie and Robert." Turning to Christie, Connor said dryly,
"I thought you'd want to see Robert again."
Christie's eyes narrowed at the tease. "I think I'll just ignore that," she told him. "And Clove, I've changed my mind about the detective. I think she's someone Connor and I should talk to, just in case she has a lovely little bombshell to throw into the mix." "No probs," Clove agreed, writing Catherine Schilling's details on the whiteboard. "Okay, Jax, an update on where you are with your inquiries?" With a grimace, he said,
"Afraid still no word from Edwin Prosser. I'll send a follow-up right after this, and obvs, I'll continue pursuing other possible avenues of contact. Same goes with my HR person at Butlins, but definitely not giving up on her yet. Also, still reading the organised crime report that Clover's dumped on me. Depending on where Janina and Lucas were from, it's quite possible they weren't in this country legally back in 2000. So that's going to make them even harder to trace, especially if there was gang involvement." "But Lucas had a job," Christie pointed out. "I can't see a company like Butlins hiring an illegal." "Maybe not knowingly, but who knows what might have happened at the local level, or what sort of papers he might have had when he came, false or otherwise. Same goes for Janina. If they were trafficked, sorry to say this, their names might not even be Janina and Lucas."
"Oh, God," Christie groaned. "Please don't tell me that."
"I'm just flagging it up, but definitely working with what we have for now. It's always possible, once we've dropped the next episode, someone will get in touch with more info."
"Why? What's in the next episode?" Mina asked from the door. Turning to her, Christie said, "Robert and Geeta Brinkley's interviews, where Sadie's mother and uncle are named. It could trigger something for someone. It's also when we'll put the images of Janina and Lucas with Sadie on the website. Anyway, to what do we owe this pleasure?" "Actually, I was just passing, and thought I'd drop in. No is this morning?"
"The question no one was asking," Connor informed her.
Mina chuckled.
As if words might rub the lamp and whoosh, there she is.
Something like that.
Well, you seemed happy enough to drink her champagne last night, and you might like to know that when I spoke to her half an hour ago, she was buzzing with the stats she has so far. I believe some platforms are still reporting, and obviously we're expecting the numbers to go up, maybe exponentially, over the coming days, weeks, as the downloads increase. But suffice it to say, you're off to a blinding start, both domestically and internationally.
Yay!
Clover cheered as they gave themselves a round of applause. So you have to give Iz credit for getting you the right publicity, Mina continued. Aren't you doing more interviews for her today?
Connor is, Christy replied, checking her watch.
In fact, you probably ought to be going, Con. You don't want to be late.
As he shot her a look, Jack said, What's happening?
It turns out, Connor replied tersely, that Iz last night managed to sweet-talk Jodie into a family photo shoot, thereby exploiting my 6-week-old daughter for our sponsor's gain.
For hindsight's gain, Mina corrected.
Whatever. It just better not end up in Hello Magazine is all I can say. And how does she manage to get a photographer so fast? That's what I'd like to know.
More proof of her superpowers? Christy suggested.
And try to smile. You look so much more like Clark Kent when you do.
Slanting her another mean look, he began to gather up his things. What's the social media feedback so far? Mina asked Jax.
Mostly positive, he assured her. Some seriously disgusting suggestions of what could have been in the envelope, starting with an ear or a finger and going on to bodily waste, that sort of thing. A lot seemed to favour a blackmail note. Proves how much attention they were paying, and a good number guessed photographs.
And what did they think they might be of? Mina said.
Again, lots of pukey suggestions. You've got to seriously wonder about some people, or not. Best just to shut them down, I say. Anyway, lots reckoned they were of the child being abused. Others went for something unspecified from the sister's aunt's past. The favourite was of the aunt leading the child from the beach, a lead up to the aforementioned blackmail.
Mina nodded. Okay, well, plenty of engagement is what we want, however it comes. I guess nothing particularly helpful yet?
Not from the listeners, Christy replied. But we're making some headway with other avenues.
Good. Then I'll leave you to it. Enjoy the photo shoot, Connor. Can't wait to see you in OK Magazine.
As Mina left with a wave, he rounded on Christy.
Tell me she wasn't serious, he growled.
Laughing, Christy shrugged. I've no idea who or what the shoot's for, but think of it this way.
No! You're going to say something outrageous, I know it, so let me get in first. I shall expect some serious progress to have taken place by the time I'm back, because in spite of what you just told Mina, as far as I can see right now, we've hit a wall, and no one has a plan for how to get past it.
An hour later, with Clove and Jax out for lunch, and Connor still posing for the press, Christy was alone in the office, reflecting on his parting shot. He wasn't wrong, of course. They were at something of an impasse, although she wasn't unduly worried given how many balls they had in the air. He was just grumpy because he didn't like Iz any more than he enjoyed publicity. Being no fan of it herself, she understood. However, getting the series noticed mattered, and if the early stats were anything to go by, then Iz's strategy, whatever it actually was, seemed to be working very much in their favour. Connor would cheer up as soon as he forced himself to come on board with that. Turning in her chair to study the whiteboard, it was a moment before she realised she was seeing past the shots of Janina and Lucas, now added to those of Sadie and her aunts, to how very different the board had looked during their last investigation, and to how conflicted and challenged she'd felt as it had unfolded. David's headshot had dominated then, along with those of his murdered wife, mother-in-law, and a family friend. He'd unnerved her a lot during that time, long before they'd even met. What she'd heard about him, all that she came to learn, had made looking at him an almost interactive experience, as though his piercingly watchful eyes were actually seeing right into her and following her every move. It had been deeply discomforting to find herself so affected by a total stranger, especially when she'd fully believed in his guilt for most of the series. In fact, right up until she had proven his innocence. She felt sure that his case, its complexities and its success, were the reasons she was finding it so hard to let go of him now.
living and breathing the triple murders day in, day out, and for so long had all but taken over her life. But it wasn't just the series. She knew that in her heart. She'd been deeply attracted to him from the moment they'd actually met, and he was the first man she'd lowered her defences for since Matthew. It hurt a lot to know that she'd got it so wrong. "It doesn't matter," she told herself sharply. "It's over, already fading into history, and sitting here dwelling on it isn't going to change a thing." Refocusing on the headshots of today, most particularly Mia's, she was soon wondering again what she'd been protecting Sadie from for all these years. They already knew that a crime had been committed through the abduction, but if Sadie's fake identity was taken into consideration, and added to the possibility that Yanina had been trafficked into the country and had since disappeared, they were looking at a lot more than one crime. In fact, the most troubling issue for Christie right now was how very hard she was finding it to believe that they were going to find Yanina alive after all these years. The same went for Lucas, who seemed to have disappeared around the same time as his sister. If they were, they'd surely have come back for Sadie long before now. Unless they had, and... Quickly going to the transcript of the latest extract, spoken by Sadie, she scrolled almost to the end and hit play. "Everything you have, Edwin, everything you are, is in our control. Never forget that. We could, if necessary, discredit you to a point where you'd make yourself disappear without a trace to save us the trouble." Had Lottie written those words simply for effect, or had she actually said them? Was she the kind of woman who'd do whatever it took to disappear someone who stood in her way? Perhaps more relevantly right now, was she someone who'd pay for a child to be taken from its mother in order to make it her own? But who would she have paid? A trafficker? It begged the question, how would she have known such a person? Although, who knew what contacts anyone had if you delved deeply enough? Even Christie's own address book contained some very murky characters, and Lottie's work with various charities would have opened her up to a whole world of immorality and corruption. But how had she known about Yanina and Sadie? Had they been introduced by a third party, and that was the real reason Mia and Lottie had taken a house on Exmoor that year? If the story about finding Sadie on the beach was true, then there had been no illegal transaction of that sort, but it still didn't rule out the possibility of it being some kind of a setup. Something that the sisters had spent many years protecting her from. Thinking again of how the pages were being discovered, more or less in order, Christie wondered if, in fact, Sadie might have found them some time ago and put them together to build the story they had so far. If that was the case, then she'd presumably decided to feed them an extract at a time, maybe as a way of keeping Christie's interest alive. "If you're right about that," Connor said, when he and the others returned, and she shared her thoughts for discussion, "then there's a high probability that she's already got more extracts lined up and is working out the best time to hand them over." "I can buy into that," Clover said. "Me too," Jax agreed. "And for what it's worth," Clove continued, "here's what I've been thinking about Sadie being sold to the sisters. Why would they choose her when Lottie had access to any number of kids in need of parents? The answer is, Sadie's white, while the others would have been of a much darker hue, and if the child was for Mia, which I'm getting the impression it was, do you agree with that?" Though neither Christie nor Connor had actually articulated this suspicion, they both nodded. "Then maybe Mia has a bit of a race problem?" Clove finished. Wrinkling his nose, Jax said, "Okay, I get all that, but what's your actual point?" "There isn't one yet. I'm just doing what we always do and putting it out there." Christie was still mulling it as a video call came up on her screen. "What timing?" she murmured. Clicking straight to speaker so the others could hear while remaining out of shot, she said, "Sadie, how are things there?"
"Sorry, I meant to call earlier," Sadie replied breathlessly. "It's been a horrible day, the worst. I crashed my car first thing, nothing serious. Then I got to the villa and Mia bloody well locked me in Lottie's rooms. Can you believe it? She's only just let me out."
Clocking everyone's astonishment, Christie simply allowed the girl to run on.
"She's trying to say it was a mistake, that she had no idea I was in there, but she knew. If I hadn't left my phone in the kitchen, I could have rung Anna or Jasper to come and get me out, but I didn't have it with me.
Then it turned out the Wi-Fi was down in the whole house, including Lottie's office, so I couldn't reach anyone that way either.
Has your aunt ever done anything like that before? Christie asked, recalling what a steep and treacherous drop it was from Lottie's balconies, so no escape route there.
I'm afraid so. It's her thing, locking people up. She used to do it to Lottie if she was angry with her or wanted to be the one in control. She's nuts at times, honestly. Harmless, but definitely nuts. Anyway, I'm back at the lodge now, and I wanted to let you know that she's heard the first episode. It'll be why she locked me up as a punishment, I'm sure of it.
She rang me last night, Christie interrupted, so I know she's heard it. We'll get into the details of the call in a minute, but I think you should know that she's accused you of writing the extracts.
What? You can't be serious. She is so... I swear, I did not write them. I found them, like I told you, in amongst Lottie's other stories and travel pieces. Oh my God! She thinks it'll make you stop helping me. That's why she said it. She comes out with such horrible lies sometimes. She's done it all my life. Please tell me you don't believe her.
I don't, Christie admitted. But there is something I'd like you to clear up.
Yes, of course, anything.
Sadie looked so eager to comply and fearful of not being believed that Christie could feel herself starting to soften. The extracts you've given us so far seem to be telling the story in order. So am I right in thinking you found them all before you and Anna approached me with the first one? The girl's dismay was so apparent that it was admission enough. Talk me through it, Christie encouraged. Sadie took a breath, lowered her head, and looked so guilty and ashamed as she met the camera lens again that it was hard not to feel sorry for her. Depending, of course, on what she had to say next.
I came across the third one first during the pandemic,
she said quietly.
That's the single page where the envelope turns up, and they get all worried about what's inside. I found it a bit weird that Lottie had used our names for a story like that, but it was so short and seemed to go nowhere that I decided it was just an idea that she'd jotted down to work on later, and never went back to. I forgot about it even, until I found the box with the toys and a note. Seeing that note, her name is Sasha. She'll be 2 years old. Well, you know what it said, and I felt sick inside because I just knew that it was about me, and whoever had written it had meant to come back for me, but somehow, for some reason, they hadn't.
Did you find the photographs of your mother and uncle at the same time as the note? Christie prompted, recalling that they'd been in the box Sadie had brought to Bradford-on-Avon.
No, they came later. I can't remember now if it was before or after the chapter where Edwin turns up at the house. I only knew that when I saw them I felt certain I was looking at my parents. I swear I wasn't making it up when I said I remembered a man in a hat. I know we think now that he was my uncle, but at the time I was sure he must be my father.
So exactly how long have you had everything you've shown us so far? Sadie was shamefaced all over again.
I found the latest extract, the one that ends with Lottie having an idea, a few months ago.
Recalling how shaken she'd appeared after reading it aloud, and her initial claim that she'd only come across it 4 days before, Christie said, I'm not sure whether to admire your acting skills, or simply to call this all to a halt right now.
No, please don't do that,
Sadie jumped in.
I'm sorry, I really am.
But how can we trust you, Sadie, when you've misled us?
But only about when I found things. Everything else is true. And please remember that when I read out the last one, I'd only just heard Robert and Geeta Brinkley's interviews. That's why I was so emotional.
But why the hell didn't you hand it all over as soon as we met? Colouring, Sadie said.
I was afraid you might just dismiss it, or think I was some sort of fantasist. And as the pages don't prove anything, I thought... Oh God, I thought if I drew it out, gave them to you bit by bit, it would give me some time to find more, if there is more. But I still don't know if there is.
As a tear dropped onto her cheek, Christie sighed and said, I want you to know, Sadie, that if we hadn't already posted the first episode, I really would be calling everything off right now. This level of duplicity and manipulation is unforgivable, and not one of us sitting in this room now takes kindly to being made a fool of.
That wasn't my intention,
Sadie cried desperately.
And I'm sorry, I really am.
How long were you intending to continue with the charade?
I didn't have a plan exactly, but I knew I'd have to tell you if I didn't find any more.
And apparently you haven't.
So what now? Sadie regarded her helplessly, her face a picture of guilt and despair. Christie looked from Connor to the others and back to the screen. If we do carry on, she said, I want your solemn word that there will be no more deception, and if there is anything else you're holding back, I need to know now.
There isn't, I swear. But I'm still looking. You've seen for yourself how much there is to go through.
Okay, Christie cut in, needing to move things along. When you come over to talk to Robert Brinkley, maybe you could drive and bring some boxes with you so that we can help with the search. Sadie was already eagerly nodding.
I'll get Jasper to rent a van. We'll be able to fit more in that way. And if it's too much, we can always bring it back again. Oh, God, thank you for not giving up on me. I know I've handled it all wrong. It's hard to express how much it means to me having your support.
Christie's hand went up. Your apology is accepted. So let's deal with other things. We're considering coming to interview your old housekeeper, Corny. Unless you think we'll be treated to a Mia-inspired account of your life on the island. Sadie grimaced.
It might be best if you could arrange things so that neither she nor Mia know you're coming. I'd be there, obviously, to introduce you to Corny. It might scare her otherwise if you just turned up. But at least that way we'd know that she hasn't been told what to say by Mia.
Okay. We'll talk some more about it after you've met with the Brinkleys. Have you arranged a time and date with Robert yet?
Yes, we're coming over the day after tomorrow and meeting in Minehead.
How are you feeling about that? Sadie's eyes closed as she inhaled deeply.
Nervous. A little bit excited. I know, obviously, that they can't tell me where my mother is now, or my uncle. The fact that Robert met her, actually spoke to her.
She broke off, took a moment, and started again.
He sounds like a nice man in his interviews, and when I spoke to him on the phone.
He is. And you'll love his mother. Clover and Jax will be there to record your chat, but only if you're comfortable with it.
I'm sure that's fine. Are Clover and Jax listening now?
Christie nodded for Connor to switch everyone into the call. Moments later, they were all on the screen with Clove and Jax waving a friendly hello.
I'm sorry I've messed you all around,
Sadie told them earnestly.
Thank you so much for giving me a second chance.
Before she could get into any more apologies, Christie said, There's something else your aunt told me during our FaceTime chat, and frankly, it's what's really keeping us all on board. Sadie frowned. She said she's been protecting you from something all these years, and she's not going to stop now. Sadie's frown deepened as bright spots of colour flared in her cheeks.
Did she say what it was?
No. But feel free to ask her, and if she'll tell you...
She won't.
I suspect you're right, but whatever she says, we'll be interested to hear it.
Of course. I'll let you know right away, provided she hasn't locked me up again. But don't worry, I'll be on my guard next time I'm there. And anyway, Jasper will be with me to help load the van.
2 hours later, as Christie walked home in the dark, the call she'd been waiting for finally arrived. Dad's furious with me, Anna confided, sounding stressed and sorry. He said I had to call right away to explain myself and to make sure you don't think Sadie is entirely to blame. Having suspected Anna had played a bigger role than Sadie had let on, Christie said, I'd find your apology easier to accept if your father hadn't pushed you into it. Oh, he didn't. I mean, I was going to call you anyway, and I would have right after Sadie rang me, but then Ludo, Rosie's boyfriend, had a meltdown and no one knew how to handle it. Dad had to hold him down while I rang Ursula, that's Ludo's mum, and she took forever to come. It was a nightmare. I think he wanted to kill us. Ludo, I mean, not Dad. Reminded of how life went on regardless, Christie said, What set Ludo off? A bat, would you believe? He's got this collection, baseball, tennis, golf, cricket. I know they're not all technically bats, but it's what he calls them, and he's super proud of them. He won't let anyone touch them, even his mother. But he brought them over to show us today, and Laurent and Rosie used one to play rounders, and the next thing we knew, Ludo was going off on one and trying to attack them. So that's the reason I've taken a wild call. I've been trying to comfort Rosie, with Dad doing his best with Ludo and Ursula. And how's Rosie now? Much calmer, and apparently she isn't going to marry him if he behaves like that again. Smiling, Christie said, Does that mean he's proposed? No, I think she did, But anyway, I can't see Dad or Ursula allowing it, especially after this. Barely pausing for breath, she said, "Back to Sadie and our stupid plan to eke out the extracts and stuff. I don't think she'd have done it if I hadn't put it into her mind, and I only did because I was afraid if we gave it all to you in one go, you'd turn us down." "Then you were wrong on both counts. First, for not being completely honest. Second, for assuming it wouldn't be enough to interest us. It's an intriguing case, with some pretty serious crimes at its heart." "Really? What crimes exactly?" "We're still working on that. It would be crazy, not to mention unfeeling, to tell Anna at this stage how strongly she suspected they were going to uncover at least one murder. Probably Janina's. Anna would be sure to confide in Sadie, and until they had more to go on, there was absolutely nothing to be gained from shattering a young girl's dream of one day finding her mother alive. Chapter 15. Christy was driving as Connor read aloud the email she'd typed into her laptop. "Dear Marley, my apologies for not getting back to you sooner, and huge congratulations on the safe arrival of the baby." He turned to her, confused. "Is that it?" he asked incredulously. "After the 2-page cry from the heart she wrote you? This is all you're sending back?" Wincing, Christy said, "I haven't finished it yet." He remained incredulous. "Remind me how long it's been since she emailed you." "Will you just stop? I was hoping for some support over this. I mean, what am I supposed to say when I kind of wish the child had never been born? And I wouldn't mind never seeing her again in my life." "Please don't quote me on any of that." "Well, at least it would be honest, and even go a bit further towards filling up a page." She rolled her eyes and indicated to join the A38, heading out of Bristol. "Matthew would never forgive me if I was that cruel," she pointed out. "Not that I care what he thinks, but then I'd have to deal with him as well as her. And I'm already struggling with that, thank you very much." "Have you seen him since he turned up for the drop party?" "You mean since he gate-crashed the party? No, thank God. He's gone suspiciously quiet on me, and how wonderful if it would stay that way. But I'm not fooled. He'll be planning some sort of ambush, I'm sure of it. Or something will happen that he'll need to share with me, or get me to sort out. Honestly, it's like having another child, and I'm not even married to him anymore." "So feeling needed isn't really working for you?" She laughed and came to a stop at a red light. "He has to deal with the situation in LA, whether he's going to stay married to Marley, be a father to Baby Bear, work out some kind of long-distance relationship if she decides to stay put over there." "Do you think she will?" "God knows, and frankly, I don't care. He chose the path he's on, and contrary to what both he and Marley seem to think, it has nothing to do with me. I can't even get my head around why they want me as part of their world. I'm the ex-wife, for God's sake." "You're also you, so I get why they want you in their lives. I wouldn't want to let you go either, if I was Matthew." "But he did. And he's regretting it. And Marley can see how wonderful it would be if you two were friends. And she's right, because we all love having you as a friend." "Stop winding me up. I need some help deciding how to answer Marley's email, and you are proving about as useful as—" She struggled. "I'll come up with something, and it won't be good." Grinning, he closed her laptop and hit the car's display screen to take a call from Clover and Jax. "Hey guys," he cried. "How's your day at the beach going?" "Just got here," Clover replied. "Pissing down with rain and blowing a hoolie, so good job we brought the sunscreen. Anyway, just wanted to let you know that Sadie and Jasper are running late. Ferry was delayed, but they should arrive in the next half an hour. Robert's here, and his mother, Obs, given we're in her residential village, and what a doll she is. If my flat was bigger, I'd try to take her home with me." "So, is there anything in particular you'd like us to try to get from this?" Clover continued. "I know we've been over everything already, and we're just here to eavesdrop, so to speak. But Jax had a thought in the night." "That we ought to capture some video of the reunion," Jax interrupted. "Provided everyone's happy to go along with it, Natch." "Great idea," Christy told him. "It could be quite an emotional moment for the old lady seeing Sadie all grown up, and still bearing a sweet resemblance to the child she once was. Have you checked it with her and Robert?" "Yeah, they're cool with it. He wants me to tell you he's just nipping out to buy popcorn and Kleenex. Laughing, Christie said, "Please thank him again for doing this, and make sure he knows he can call any time if he's worried about anything." "Will do." "See?" Connor said as they rang off. "You're even a good friend to people you don't really know. Although, I've got to admire how neatly you worked that in. Tell him to call any time."
"You're starting to get on my nerves," Christie interrupted, and pressed her foot down to speed away from the lights.
"Where are we heading again?" "Chew Magna, and, as we've already missed the turn to go up over Dundry, take the next to go through Winford. We could, of course, have gone via Hartcliffe."
"What did I just say about getting on my nerves?"
"I take it you've got Catherine Schilling's actual address with you?"
He went silent.
"Maybe we need to call Clover back."
Christie glanced at him.
"Joke!" he cried. "Of course I've got it. And if you don't slow down right now, we're going to end up at the airport."
Hitting the brakes, she indicated to make a sharp left turn onto Barrow Lane, narrowly missing a van waiting to exit onto the main road.
"No offence," Connor said as she straightened the car, "but would you like me to take over the driving?"
"I'm fine," she assured him. "Just a little—" She could have said distracted, but if she did, he'd be sure to ask what was on her mind, and she wasn't keen to tell him. Keen or not, it came out anyway. "I had a text from David last night," she said, keeping her eyes straight ahead. Connor turned to look at her.
"And?"
She shrugged. "No big deal. He was just adding his apology to Anna's for what happened with Sadie."
"Okay, that's good."
"I guess he was just being a concerned father, taking responsibility for the actions of his daughter. Parents do that. You'll find out soon enough." He returned to his scrutiny of the road ahead.
"Did he say anything else?"
he asked after a while. "No, that was it."
"So you told him it was all forgiven and forgotten, and you didn't blame him for anything, so there was no need for him—"
I didn't reply. He looked at her again.
"So he's someone else who's getting your silent treatment? Marley, Matthew, David. I'm sensing a theme here."
"Well, what was I supposed to say?" Christie cried irritably. The truth was, she really hadn't known what to write back that felt right, and she hadn't wanted it to seem as though she was using Anna's mistake as a way for them to stay in touch. "I will reply," she said, meaning it. "But FYI, I'm still feeling a bit raw over the way things ended between us, so cut me a break, okay?" His hands went up.
"No more from me about your love life. But, just saying, wouldn't a fling with Robert Brinkley be—"
"For God's sake!" she cried, banging the steering wheel. "Apart from anything else, he's married, and you can't seriously think I'd do to another woman what was done to me."
No, engaged mouth before brain. Sorry. Change of subject coming. Actually, Saved by the Bell."
And clicking on quickly, he said,
"Hey, Jax, great timing."
"Cool," Jax responded.
"Also, great news. Just heard from my new best friend at Butlins HR. She's only come through with a surname for Lucas. It's Andris. I'll put it in an email, but spelled the way it sounds. She can't give me any more than that, such as an address for where Lucas was before Butlins, or after. Not sure if that's data protection or she just doesn't know. But she did give me the name of an assistant manager who was Lucas's boss for the time he was working at the Minehead camp. Hilary Stokes. Could be male or female, no contact details, but I'll get onto it as soon as we're back at the office." "Genius," Connor declared. "And whatever charm you use to get your Butlins babe talking, send some this way to help me with Christie, because I'm really getting on her nerves."
Half an hour later, they were all set up in the cosy living room of ex-Detective Sergeant Catherine Schilling's quirky house in Chew Magna, an eclectic sort of village at the heart of the Chew Valley, with pubs and cafes, lots of narrow streets, and a reputation for being a great place to live. Their knees were pressed up against a bamboo coffee table, where a small pile of old files was sitting beside a tray of hot tea and scrumptious-looking biscuits. Catherine Schilling herself, who had to be in her early 60s, was her own kind of ex-detective, with a mauve spiky hairdo, nose and eyebrow piercings, and a fluorescent pink crushed velvet caftan that either by design or chance matched the cushions behind her. Wondering if she did some sort of readings these days, given all the crystals and candles dotted about the place, Christie said,
What you've just outlined for us is extremely interesting, and is going to be a valuable addition to our series. So thanks for agreeing to record before we go any further.
No problem,
Catherine smiled, her pearly teeth making her as pleasing to look at as her slight lisp was entrancing to listen to.
I did some digging around after Clover got in touch. More to refresh my memory than to find answers to your questions. Although, they're one and the same, I suppose. I just want to be clear from the start that anything I say for your podcast can't be categorised as an official statement from Avon and Somerset Police. I mean, they know I'm talking to you and that I'm giving you sight of these files. They just want it understood that I'm 15 years retired from the force, and while I was involved in certain investigations concerning the presence of Eastern European gangs in our area back in 1998 through 2001, the overall operation was being conducted by the Met Police, the Serious Organised Crime Agency as it's known today.
Nodding her understanding, Christie noted this down, and receiving a thumbs up from Connor, asked Catherine to identify herself for the recording, and to add what she'd just told them about the soccer. With the formalities out of the way, the interview began.
So what can you tell us about gang activity in the Minehead area at the time Janina and Lucas Andris were known to be there?
Well, it first came to our attention via social services. They were concerned about the occupants of a house near Kills. Do you know the beach there? It's famous for its fossils. Anyway, the house in question, Manicut Farm, turned out to belong to a distant relative of a prominent aristocrat and landowner. Think Gloucestershire, Worcestershire and Wiltshire, rather than Somerset. Not that said highfalutin aristo had any involvement in what was happening at the house, or none that I ever knew about. I simply tell you that as part of the background we had on the main resident.
And what was happening at the house?
If you'd listened to the neighbours, you'd have thought all sorts of terrible things. Slavery, trafficking, prostitution, drugs, all on the edge of this sleepy West Somerset village. They claimed George Simmons Brown, Lord Manicut, as some called him, had a constant procession of Russian brides being supplied by his very dubious foreign cohorts. They had it, the locals, that these brides were tested out by Simmons Brown and his cronies before being passed on to the highest bidder.
You're sounding sceptical?
No, I think in part that bit might have been true, but our surveillance of the property soon told us that local reports were exaggerated. Girls were living there, no doubt about that, but not in numbers. In fact, there only ever appeared to be 3 or 4 there at any given time, and whoever they were, they seemed free to come and go as they pleased. Sometimes they went out with men, other times on their own.
So you don't think they were being held against their will?
It didn't look like it, but I'm sure you know as well as I do. Trafficking gangs hold leverage over their victims by threatening to harm the families they left behind. So running away wouldn't have been an option for those girls.
Did you ever speak with any of them?
No, our instructions were simply to observe and report back.
Do you know what nationality they were?
Not specifically, but I'm not sure they were actually Russian, the way the locals claimed. Definitely not English, though.
How long did they stay at the farm before being moved on?
That's hard to answer, because the surveillance wasn't constant. No 24/7 or anything like that. More a couple of times a month for a 2 to 3 day period. We soon learned that our little stakeout was small fry in comparison to what was going on with the op in the rest of the country. The big boys in London weren't particularly interested in what we had going in Kills, unless we could report sightings of certain individuals or vehicles they had a special interest in.
And could you?
Not at first, no. You'll find more details in those files there on the table, along with the identities of some of the key gang members. Not people to be messed with, that's for sure, and I can tell you, we wouldn't have wanted to give it a go. More than one officer lost his life during that particular op. None of ours. The unlucky were London, or Midlands-based. But none of us was keen to add to the number. Anyway, the risk of that was removed as soon as we reported the sighting of one Mattis Albescu. That would have been late 1999, I think. We'd been on the case for a good year by then, and he'd been one of their top POIs, persons of interest, long before we were brought into the picture. Then suddenly, one night, there he was, right in front of us. A tall, wiry bloke, with a lot of facial hair and a gammy left leg, meaning he walked with a limp. We knew it was him right away, and got plenty of shots of him entering the house, and coming out again a couple of hours later. That's when the London boys took over, and we, of course, were mushroomed, kept in the dark about whatever went down from there. However, I can tell you that Albescu is no longer with us. He was shot and killed during a dawn raid in Birmingham, a year or more after we laid eyes on him.
So that would have been sometime in 2001?
Could have been early 2002. It'll be in the file.
And what happened to the resident of Manicott Farm?
Simmons Brown? Nothing as far as we knew. Everything calmed down after the sighting of Albescu in late '99. At least for us it did. There were still the occasional reports from neighbours of girls at the farm, but nothing that got anyone excited enough to send us back there. Then one day, I guess it was in the late spring, early summer of 2000, we got a call from a local vicar, expressing concern about the disappearance of a young woman. He referred to her as one of the Russian brides who, he said, had been living at the farm for the past couple of years. Years, not months, which was how long most of them seemed to stay. This one, apparently, had been there the whole time since the surveillance was called off, maybe even longer. Obviously, the vicar didn't know anything about the Met operation that had targeted the house, but he was able to tell us that the young woman, he didn't know her name, had a child, and no one had seen them for the past several weeks.
Did he say why he was concerned about her?
I think mainly because of the child, and how long the young woman had been there. And then suddenly she wasn't.
So what happened after you received the vicar's call?
We went to have a chat with Simmons Brown, asked about the mother and child, and, would you believe it, he started to cry. Proper through us, that did. Sobbed and blubbered, like a great big kid saying she'd gone back to wherever she'd come from, and she'd never got in touch with him again. It was all an act, of course, but it worked, because it got rid of us well enough.
Was any follow-up done on it? No, first, did he tell you the names of the woman and child?
I wouldn't have remembered, but it's in the file. She was Yanina Ondris, and the child was Sasha.
Christie broke off for a moment, the surprise of hearing the names resonating deeply and almost electrifyingly through her. She glanced at Connor, and saw it had affected him too. It was all real. This confirmed it, not that they'd seriously doubted it. Robert and Gita's interviews didn't allow for that. But even if they'd continued to have concerns, they were dispelled by this. Yanina and Sasha had lived at Manicott Farm in Kilve. She had almost definitely been a so-called Russian bride, even if it wasn't her true nationality. Sasha's father could have been anyone. After making several quick notes for herself, she continued.
Was the mother and child's disappearance investigated?
Not that I ever knew about. Our higher-ups got in touch with the Met, and we were told no further action was necessary. Whether that was because the mother and child really had returned to their homeland, or because they didn't want to waste resources trying to find illegals, I can't say.
And you knew they were illegals?
They would have been then, if they were from one of the Eastern European countries, and the vicar seemed to think they were.
Christie turned to Connor to see if there was anything he wanted to add.
Do you have any idea where George Simmons Brown could be now?
For all I know, he's still at the same address. If not, you'll find the names of his blue blood family in the file. Maybe they can put you in touch with him.
Does the name Lucas Andris ring any bells for you?
No, I don't think so. What was he, a relative of the mother and child?
Brother and uncle.
After the recording was over and Connor was packing up the equipment, Catherine said to Christie,
I heard the first episode of your new series, so I'm going to assume that Sadie Winters is the Sasha I just mentioned.
It's looking very likely, Christie replied. Then, do you happen to recall anything about the Winters sisters being on Exmoor back in 2000? Catherine wrinkled her nose as she thought.
I'm not sure I've ever heard of them. Who are they? Oh, hang on. Were they a couple of wealthy Londoners who holidayed at Hilltop Lodge? That's right. I remember them getting a few tongues wagging for a while. Something to do with them being there one day and gone the next.
Her eyes narrowed suspiciously.
If I'm reading this correctly, you're thinking they took the child with them when they left.
Meeting the direct question with a slightly less direct answer, Christie said, "It's looking that way."
And now what you're trying to find out is if they had some sort of arrangement with Simmons Brown or one of his suppliers to make the child theirs.
"Do you think it's possible?" Connor asked. The detective gave a mirthless laugh.
I never put anything past anyone, not after the things I saw when I was with the police. In this instance, well, let's say there's certainly a coincidence of events and times that warrants further inquiries, which is, of course, what you're doing.
She went further.
My best guess is that someone made your girl, Janina, disappear, so your sisters could have the child they wanted.
Wishing they could have got that on tape, while also knowing they'd be unable to air it, or certainly not at this stage, Christie thanked her warmly and followed Connor out to the car. As they drove away, she said, "So where do you think Janina's knowledge of the sisters fits in with this? I'm thinking of Robert's interview now." "God knows," Connor replied. "But it's looking increasingly likely that Lottie's beach story is nonsense. And if that is, what about everything else?" As neither of them had an answer, several minutes passed with the Chew Valley and its winter sunlit lakes falling away behind them, until a sprawling vista of Bristol opened up ahead. "Let's call Clove and Jack's," Christie said, taking out her phone. "If they're still in Minehead, they can swing by Kilve on their way back to find out if Simmons Brown is still at Manicott Farm." "And if he is?" "They should leave it to us to go talk to him. If he's no longer there, maybe they can start work on where he might be now. Also, we need to check the files Catherine Schilling just gave us for the vicar's name. If he's still around, he could be worth a few words. They can handle that themselves once we've briefed them." 15 minutes later, with Clove and Jack's on their way to Kilve, and all sorts of scenarios still flashing through their minds, Connor said pensively, "I can't stop wondering, given the suddenness of Lottie's death and the fact that no more extracts have yet come to light. I'm asking myself, did someone get to her before she could write any more?" Christie frowned. "Talk me through that." "Frankly, I don't know where to go with it, apart from the obvious place." She glanced at him, her hands tightening on the wheel. "You mean Mia?" He nodded soberly. "That doesn't make any sense when the story is designed to cast them as rescuers of a child from social services, rather than anything more sinister. She surely wouldn't have had a problem with that. It was still illegal to hold on to the child, and maybe Mia found the rest of the story and destroyed it. She wouldn't want any of it getting out for the very reason she's facing now. Sadie is looking into it and wants to know more." Slowing as they reached the Ashton Gate traffic lights, Christie said, "And we know that Lottie's computers were disposed of quite soon after her death. Was that Mia's way of making sure nothing more came to light?" "Seems a reasonable conclusion to me." "There must have been a post-mortem following Lottie's death. We'll get Jax onto it." She thought about it some more and added, "I think we should keep this to ourselves for now, at least until we've got something a bit more substantial to work with." "Clove and Jax?" "Obviously we'll share with them, but at this stage it's absolutely not something to share with Sadie." Chapter 16. "Sadie was very upset about the way she deceived you," Robert was telling Christie the next morning, as they enjoyed a coffee together at Cote Brasserie in Clifton. He'd rung late yesterday, after returning to Bristol following the reunion between his mother and Sadie, and his suggestion that they meet today had raised Christie's spirits in a way she didn't care to examine too closely. She was just glad to see him. "She feels foolish and ashamed," he continued, "and says she acted immaturely when she should have trusted you from the start." "And you said?" Christie prompted, liking the avuncular amusement in his eyes. "I told her she was right.
That she should feel all those things, and that perhaps she should go out and shoot herself to show proper remorse.
Christie choked on a laugh.
I know you didn't say that, but I hope you didn't let her off the hook too readily.
He smiled.
From where I was sitting, she looked a lonely, mixed-up kid who's desperate not to be hurt while knowing she's probably going to be.
Impressed and touched by his insight, she said,
I think you're right about that.
How did she react to seeing your mother?
She wept quite a lot, and Gita was wonderful with her, as she is with most people. Have you seen the video?
Not yet, but it's ready for me to view when I get to the office.
You're working today. It's Saturday.
We're prepping the next episode ready for Tuesday. Music, sound effects, last-minute edits. You remember it features your interviews?
I do, and I'm ready to embrace the fame. Will you use any of the reunion?
I'm sure of it, given how pumped up Clove and Jax are about it. Incidentally, they're looking into ways of adopting your mother, and from what I can tell, Gita is looking into ways of adopting Sadie. Laughing, he said,
It had quite an effect on her, seeing the small child she remembers from so long ago all grown up and quite lovely now. When you watch, you'll see how she kept touching her face and gazing at her as if she was some sort of angel come back to life. I can't recall her ever looking at me that way.
Amused, and liking his evident love for his mother, Christie said, How is Sadie with you? He gave it a moment's thought before answering.
A little shy at first, but she warmed up when we went through the photos together. She really is astonishingly like her mother. There was no mention of her father. Have you made any progress with that?
Not on who he was, exactly, but we do know now where Janina was living at the time you met her. He raised an eyebrow with interest. It was in a farmhouse near Kilv that was under police surveillance for a while. I'm afraid it was all gang and trafficking related and part of a much bigger organised crime network. Anyway, the man who lived at the farm, one George Simmons Brown, is no longer there. So before we go knocking on the Met's door for whatever they're prepared to give us, we're working on tracking him down.
Are you thinking he's Sadie's father?
There were so many men coming and going from that place back then. Traffickers, punters. It might well end up proving impossible to find out who the real father is. We're hoping to have more luck with the uncle. Now we have his name and something that resembles a lead. She sipped her coffee and continued. Our detective told us that the girls had seemed to have a certain amount of freedom while they were at the farm, which would tie in with Janina's visits to Minehead to see her brother. As Robert took this in, he leaned forward to pick up his cup, his large olive-skinned hand closing around it, and making her think of what he did for a living. It was both easy and hard to see him as a surgeon. Certainly he'd be one with a good bedside manner, while the thought of such strong masculine fingers working on such a delicate and vital part of the human body made her feel oddly light-headed.
What I'm thinking about now,
he said, seeming unaware of her scrutiny,
is the day I came across Janina in the woods when she was so upset. She never did tell me what was wrong, but if she was planning to give Sadie up, or to leave her for a while. The note said,
I should probably tell you, Christie interrupted, strictly between us, of course, that we've begun asking ourselves if the beach scene was real. If it wasn't, it obviously calls into question the note's authenticity. His eyebrows rose in apparent surprise. It could have been written by one of the aunts as part of an elaborate plan to explain where they kept the child. In other words, to throw any future investigation off the scent by carefully constructing a plausible alternative to how Sadie came to them. If you can describe it as plausible, and I'm not entirely sure about that. We're considering the possibility that they actually arranged to have the child brought to them while they were in Somerset. He frowned.
By whom?
A singularly unpleasant individual called Matis Albescu, or one of his thugs, and initial research shows that there were plenty of them from all over Eastern Europe. Albescu himself was Romanian, and is known to have brought girls to George Simmons Brown at Manicot Farm around the time Janina was there. We're thinking he could have been behind her trafficking, and that one of his operatives, or maybe Simmons Brown himself, made a deal with Lottie for the child. Robert's expression was solemn as he shook his head in dismay.
To think she could have been going through all that when I met her, he murmured. Hardly surprising that she didn't mention it. Should have been too afraid to, if they were threatening her family back home. Were they? He asked, looking at Christie again. It seems likely, although we know her brother was in Minehead at the same time as she was. Obviously, that doesn't mean there weren't others back in Romania, or wherever they were from, and it still could have been anywhere. The good news is that we now know the brother's name, largely thanks to you. And according to one long-time resident of Kilv, who used to be the vicar there, our researchers interviewed him while they were down that way. A young man in a rakish sort of trilby hat was a regular visitor to the farm. He, the vicar, remembers Yanina and the hatted man combing the beach for fossils that the little girl collected in a bucket. Unfortunately, no one knows at this point exactly what Lucas's role might have been in Albescu's setup, but he clearly wasn't making a secret of his association with Simmons Brown. As we know, he seems to have left the area around the same time as his sister, and the vicar thinks it was sometime in May 2000, which is when Lottie claims they found Sadie on the beach. Did the vicar ever see the headed man with just the child and no Yanina? A very good question. Let me know if you're ever in need of a job. Fortunately, Clove thought to ask it, and he thinks it's possible, but it was so long ago he can't be certain. I guess you're wondering if Lucas delivered his niece to the sisters, and maybe picked up the money? He nodded. A horrible thought. But where men like that are concerned, nothing can be ruled out. On the other hand, he might have taken her there because he knew what happened to the children of girls in captivity, and so this was his way of saving his niece from a life of servitude or worse. In which case, he's more of a hero than a villain. I can see that sitting a lot better with Sadie than the alternative. Of course. But whichever way we look at it, I'm afraid that finding either him or Yanina is not going to prove at all straightforward. And could end in terrible disappointment. Indeed. Robert checked the time and said, I hate to say this, but I need to be going. Am I allowed to ask for a repeat get-together? She smiled. I don't see a problem with that. And if, by any chance, you should be interested in helping us to go through some of the boxes Sadie and Jasper brought with them. What do they contain? Lottie's papers, journals, photographs, short stories. Decades of the stuff, apparently, and in no particular order. If nothing else, they might help us to gain a better insight into the woman herself, and whether or not she was as scheming and cold-blooded as we've currently cast her. But don't you get the impression the aunts cared for Sadie? Yes, I do. They just don't appear to have provided her with any real sort of anchor. In a material sense, yes, without question. But a true understanding of a child's needs, of her cultural heritage, and what it might mean to her, you have to say that was missing. He glanced at the time again and rose to his feet, gesturing for Christie to stay where she was. I'm sorry to dash, I'll get this. But do count me in for some box searching. Probably not this week, though. I'm going to be in Geneva until Thursday, back here sometime on Friday. Obviously, I'm contactable if you feel I can help with anything at a distance. And maybe next time we have coffee, she said, you can tell me more about you. He grinned. It's a deal. Sorry to bail on you now, but it's been great to see you. After he'd gone, Christie remained where she was, her thoughts seeming to follow him as she wondered where he was going, who he was meeting. Maybe his daughter, a colleague, an old friend. There was no denying that he intrigued her quite a lot more than many people had of late. He'd also, bizarrely, left her feeling glad she'd messaged David last night, instead of worrying if she did so, she might not hear back. There was no need for you to apologize, but thanks anyway. No harm done. Anna told me about what happened with Ludo. I hope Rosie is feeling better by now. Please send her my love. Just wondering how you're getting on re the Winters sisters' financial situation. See, kiss. No word from him so far this morning, and she wished she could stop checking just in case. Fortunately, the past hour with Robert had been a very welcome distraction, and there was such a lot to get through today regarding the next pod that there was a good chance she'd go for hours without thinking about him again today. I thought it was you. She looked up, and her heart immediately somersaulted. Matthew, she declared, as if one of them might have forgotten his name.
I wasn't expecting to see you.
No, I guess you weren't, he said, pulling out a chair to join her. So who was the guy who just left? You seem to be getting along very well. Don't tell me you've joined Tinder already. Didn't think it would be your style.
Keeping her voice low, she said, "Could you please fuck off?" He laughed, and his smile immediately reminded her of why so many people were drawn to him.
I know you don't mean that.
I do.
So I've taken the liberty of ordering you another coffee.
She would have got up and left, but they were already attracting attention thanks to who he was. The last thing she wanted was to find herself back in the press as an object of pitying speculation.
So, have you?
He asked. Have I what?
Joined a dating site now that Mr. Guernsey is no longer on the scene.
There are times, she told him quietly, when I'd like to smash your face in, and this is one of them. He laughed again.
I love that I can still inspire such passion in you, he told her cheerily.
Her look was deadly.
Okay, so not a date? He ventured.
Not that it's any of your business, she retorted, but he's helping with the new series. How are Marley and Bear? He seemed to sink a little at that.
They're doing okay, I think. She asked me to tell you that she understands you might be finding it difficult to know what to say to her now she's had my baby. But maybe it would help if you could think of him as yours too.
Christie stared at him, dumbfounded. He shrugged. That woman is certifiable, she stated. She surely doesn't think... Actually, she does think I want to be part of your family, so please, can you disabuse her of that idea?
I'm doing my best, but it's not easy when I want you to be involved too.
Her eyes closed in despair. She couldn't allow herself to get drawn into this, or she'd end up as crazy as they were. Changing the subject, she said, "Where's Aidan?"
Cardiff. Checking out a new band. Back tonight or tomorrow. Haven't you heard from him?
Not for a couple of days. Has Hayley told you about her relationship issues? He grimaced.
Do you think I should call her?
For God's sake, Matthew, why are you asking me? You never used to be like this.
Like what?
I don't know. Pathetic. Unable to make decisions for yourself. I'm not your mother any more than I'm your wife, so please stop asking me what you should do in any given situation, especially where Marley is concerned. She glanced up as the server put 2 steaming Americanos on the table. I really don't want that, she said when they were alone again. He came over so helpless at the prospect of her leaving, so ridiculously at a loss, that she grudgingly set aside the urge to abandon him. It might be satisfying for her to have everyone think she'd walked out on him, but it would be embarrassing for him. So, for the next 10 minutes or so, she chatted with him about his work, how busy he'd been lately, which, apparently, was why he hadn't been in touch, until inevitably they came back to Marley.
Would you think the worst of me if I cut all ties?
He asked, staring at a sugar pack as he emptied it into a saucer.
Not financially, obviously. I'll pay what I have to towards Bear's upkeep.
Upkeep? He's not a car.
You know what I mean. I'll do the child maintenance thing and set up a savings account for him. I'll even have him for holidays if she wants me to. But I just can't be married to her anymore.
You need to tell her that, not me.
I intend to, the next time I'm there. I'll do it via FaceTime, just to get it over with, but Aidan called me a disgusting name for even considering it.
Proud of her son, Christie said. When are you planning to go?
In a couple of weeks, I guess. Or I could delay until you finish this series, and maybe you'd consider coming with me. We could go on to Hawaii after, or... Okay, you're not on board for it.
Shaking her head in disbelief, she said, You know, sometimes with you I feel as though I've gone right through the looking glass, and there'll never be a way back. I used to understand you. I could even guess what you were thinking, but now... I have to put it down to Marley's influence, because you're clearly as delusional as she is.
That's a no, then?
In spite of herself, she laughed. Come on, finish that coffee and we'll leave together. Then I have to get to the office.
Any chance of meeting up later?
he asked, once they were out on the street. 0, she smiled, and planting a quick kiss on his cheek, she hurried off towards the downs to find her car.
Anna tells me you might be coming to Guernsey soon. You know you're welcome to stay here. We'd all love to see you. Sending info re Winter's financial affairs via email. Sorry it took a while. Hope it's okay to say this, but I miss you. David, kiss.
Jodie looked up from the message, eyes shining with delight.
I always said it wasn't over between you,
she declared.
The point,
Christy responded, hefting the baby onto her other shoulder, is that his relationship with Juliet isn't over, and saying he misses me doesn't actually mean anything.
He's invited you to stay with him,
Connor pointed out, coming to refill her wineglass. That'll be his mother's doing, but even if he wants me there, what good can come of it? Actually, don't answer that. It's been a long day, thanks to digging into all the Albescu stuff this afternoon. God, I felt like I needed a shower by the time we'd finished. Time to relax now, and talking about David or Matthew...
Or Robert,
Connor quickly put in.
You still haven't told us about this morning.
Because there's nothing to tell,
Christy cried with a laugh. It was just coffee, and we talked about Sadie and the series the entire time. So will you please stop trying to create a drama out of a void, and talk me through the email David sent about the Winter sisters' finances? With a roll of his eyes, Connor sank back down on the sofa with Jodie, and slipping an arm around her, he said,
They're basically stinking rich, have got wealth managers working for them all over the planet, directed from London, and have a strong preference for so-called ethical investments and biomedical research. Everything's run by their trusty advisors at Croswell Hague in the city, who liaise with bankers, lawyers, and finance analysts, all appointed by CH and approved by the sisters' chief lawyer, Victor Dubois. Apparently, Dubois has divulged something interesting in his report, but David is still waiting to hear if he can share.
Did he give any sense of what it might be?
No, and I haven't been back to ask. I figured he'll get in touch himself as soon as he has an answer. Anyway, I think we can safely say we won't be receiving any historical bank statements or records of dubious investments circa 2000 to 2001, which is what we'd really like to see.
Do you honestly think, Jodie said, that there would be an official record of a trafficking transaction? I've no idea how these things work, but I'd say much more likely is that the payment was made by a third or 43rd party. So in other words, in a way that could never be traced to them. That's even if such a payment was actually made, though I know we're assuming for the moment that it was.
Knowing she was right, Christy rested a cheek against Aurora's downy head and thought, fleetingly, of Matthew's baby son in L.A. He'd probably smell and feel much the same, and would be every bit as vulnerable and adorable and scrumptious as the dear little soul she was holding now. "Well," she said, "it's going to be interesting to find out what this Victor Dubois has told David, presuming he's willing for us to know. Seems odd that he'd mention it if he wasn't. Is he Guernsey-based, do we know?"
"I'm sure we can find out,"
Connor replied, stifling a yawn.
"So what's your current thinking on a trip to the island?"
Wishing she had better control of her heart flips, Christy said, "You mean to speak to Corny the housekeeper? It'll have to wait until Sadie's back there. I think she and Jasper are leaving on Tuesday, so maybe the end of next week. Are you going to come?" Looking at Jodie, Connor said,
"How would you feel about that?"
I think I'll cope. Will you take up David's offer to stay at Papillon?
she asked Christy. Sighing over her nerves, Christy said, "I'm not sure. Maybe it would be best for us to check into the Cobo Bay Hotel, Con. It's close to where Corny lives, and as nowhere is that far away on the island, we'll be fairly well placed for any other interviews we can fit in. Anyway, a lot will depend on what happens between now and then. If we can trace George Simmons Brown, or Hilary Stokes, the ex-bar manager at Butlins, they could be a priority. And we're still keen to speak to the elusive Edwin Prosser."
Frustrating that Jax isn't making any headway with him, Jodie commented. Do you think he's deliberately avoiding you?
"Highly possible," Christy replied. "But is he likely to know where Janina is? There's nothing to say he even knew she existed." She sighed and resettled the baby. "If anyone, could steer us in the direction of where Janina might be, or even to a place that might ultimately lead to her, we'd be right there. I just can't see it happening with the way things are right now."
However, we know from experience, Connor said, stretching out his legs and exposing his hairy midriff, that anything can change at any time. And the next thing we know, we'll be charging off down avenues we never even knew existed. Never mind didn't see coming.
Chapter 17.
You have just been listening to our interviews with Robert and Geeta Brinkley, followed by Geeta's reunion with Sadie Winters after 23 years. I think you'll agree that it was very moving. And if we put ourselves in Sadie's shoes for a moment, perhaps we can imagine how it must have felt to have this contact with Robert, who knew her mother.
It goes without saying that if any of you happen to know Janina Andris or her brother Lucas, either from that time or later, we'd love to hear from you. There are photographs of them on our website, but do bear in mind that they were taken over 2 decades ago. It's possible Janina and Lucas returned to their homeland sometime in 2000 or maybe later, so this is a particular shout out to our overseas followers. If you guys have any information you think might help Sadie to reconnect with her family, please get in touch through the usual channels.
We're also keen to speak to Edwin Prosser, Mia Winters' ex-husband. You'll be hearing more about him in our next episode, when Sadie reads out another chapter of her aunt's story.
Someone else we're trying to reach is Hilary Stokes, who worked at Butlins in Minehead during the time Lucas Andris was there. As a reminder, that was sometime in the late 90s, early 2000s.
We also want to mention George Simmons Brown, who is thought to have been a key figure in Janina's life back at that time. I'm sure someone out there must know him, and if so, please be in touch.
We'd like to thank everyone involved in the making of this podcast. Our sponsors.
Fading out the sound, Connor looked across the room to Mina, who was comfortably ensconced on the leather Chesterfield with Jodie and Aurora. Harry was perched on one arm, Clover on the other, while Christy and Jax were at their desks, and Iz was busying herself filling glasses with champagne.
Terrific episode,
Iz declared excitedly.
Everyone's going to be looking for the missing people now, so you're bound to find them.
The challenge, Jax quickly put in, will be sorting the nutters from the normal, and even the normals can be time wasters or, worst of all, publicity seekers.
Clearly taking this on board, Iz said decisively,
I think we need to bring someone in to help with the social media feedback. I know it takes up a lot of your time, which I'm sure is better spent on following leads, rather than trying to find them.
Christy was impressed. This was probably the first sensible suggestion she'd heard from Iz, her PR strategy notwithstanding. Can we leave you to set that up? Christy asked, smiling as Iz handed her a drink.
Indeed you can. There are specialists in the field who SLD have used in the past to great effect. I'll get on to it first thing tomorrow.
Christy and Connor will still want to read their fan mail, Clover informed her dryly. It's what keeps them going, knowing all about the sexual fantasies they're whipping up on a global level. You're so funny, Christy retorted. Although, I think it works for Connor.
Yeah, right, he grunted. Live for it, I do.
Thanks, he said to Iz, almost smiling as she placed a glass on his desk and curtsied. Glancing up from her adoration of the baby, Mina said, You didn't mention anything about trafficking in this episode. I thought you might. We will, when the time is right, Christy replied. But there's no way Simmons Brown will be in touch if he thinks we're going to expose his connections to Albescu, which is why we haven't run the interview with Catherine Schilling yet either.
Who's Catherine Schilling?
Iz asked. The ex-detective sergeant we interviewed last week. We need to find Simmons Brown before we put it out there that he was involved in bringing girls into the country illegally, or we don't stand a hope in hell of ever getting him to talk.
We know, Connor continued, that he's related to aristocracy, and we also know how they protect their own when scandal comes calling. What level of aristocracy are we talking?
Harry asked. Near the top, Christy replied. But Simmons Brown is a distant cousin with no direct claim on the title himself.
Shame, Harry retorted. That really would have been a killing if you could pin a duke-in-waiting or lowly prince to forced prostitution.
What does Sadie know about Simmons Brown and Albescu? Mina asked. Have you told her anything yet? Only that Simmons Brown lived at the farm while her mother was there, Christy answered. She leapt to the obvious conclusion that he might be her father, but now accepts how unlikely that actually is. Because she knows her mother was probably trafficked into the country, And forced into prostitution? Christie nodded. Understandably, it's made her feel very protective towards Yanina, who'd have been more or less the same age as Sadie is now when she came here. Iz said,
If you can tell me what you know about Simmons Brown, I'll see if SLD can help you get to him. We have a huge network of contacts, and a couple of our members are titled.
Appreciative of the suggestion, Christie quickly sent her an email with Simmons Brown's known details and said, Jax, are you still with us? What's happening on your screen that's so fascinating? Jax looked up, shook his head, and sat back in his chair. Just checking initial feedback, he said, but nothing doing so far. I mean, good reviews in the main, but no one offering leads to the Miss Purse.
Miss Purse?
Iz queried. It's what the police call missing persons, Clove explained. Colouring, Iz said.
Of course, silly me. Anyone ready for a top-up?
Harry got to his feet, saying,
Time for me to go. I have a hot date tonight with your ex, Christie. I told him to join us here for the party, but he thinks he's not welcome.
He isn't, she assured him. Laughing, Mina said, If those two are gallivanting about the town, maybe the rest of us can treat ourselves to a meal somewhere very expensive.
Count us in, wherever it is, Jodie piped up. Little French, though we might struggle to get in. Leave it to me,
Iz instructed, and taking out her phone, she made a few quick calls and said,
Okay, we can't get in.
As everyone laughed, she said,
But there's bound to be somewhere that'll take us at short notice on a Tuesday evening. It's your city. Any more suggestions?
In the end, they opted for a Deliveroo from one of the best Indian restaurants outside of Mumbai, according to Mina, and had it brought to Jodie and Connor's Southville townhouse so Aurora could be got ready for bed. They were in the process of sorting out their chosen dishes when Jax suddenly cried,
Result! Or it looks like one anyway. I'll have to check it out, but it's from someone called James Prosser claiming to be the son of Edwin. He's just listened to the pod and found our email asking his dad to be in touch with us.
And? Connor prompted when Jax stopped.
Please don't tell me the old guy snuffed it.
No, he's not saying that. What he's actually saying is that his father wants nothing to do with us, so can we please not mention his name again in relation to our podcast about the Winters sisters? Christie and Connor exchanged glances. I'm guessing he doesn't go into why, Christie ventured.
He doesn't,
Jax confirmed. Taking a quick decision, Christie said, Send him the story extract where his father appears at the Exmoor house. Tell him it's due to be aired next week, and this is us giving him the right to respond. Maybe that will change Prosser Senior's mind about speaking to us.
On it,
Jax said.
But actually, Prosser Jr. is saying he'll consider talking to us in his father's place. Anyway, I'll suggest a Zoom, shall I? We don't want to be travelling all the way to the Outer Hebrides or further silly to find out he's not really going to tell us much anyway.
Good idea, Christie said, and checked her phone as it rang. Her eyebrows rose, and putting the call on speaker, she said, Sadie, good to hear you. How was the drive back to Guernsey?
Pretty straightforward, Sadie replied. We got in a couple of hours ago. I thought I should tell you that Mia's heard the latest pod, and she's saying that the Brinkleys are liars, and that I'm an interfering little fool for being so easily taken in by charlatans.
Okay, Christie responded, drawing out the word. And what did you say to that?
I reminded her that she'd told you she was protecting me from the past, so if the Brinkleys weren't part of it, maybe she'd like to tell me who was.
But you do believe Geeta worked for them?
Of course, and that Robert met my mother. But there's no point arguing with my aunt when she's decided to go off on a rant about people trying to get money out of her. And she's convinced that's what all this is about. Anyway, she said she was going to call you. I just wondered if she had.
Not yet, Christie replied. But I hope she does.
Where are you now?
Connor asked.
I've just come up to the lodge. I hate leaving her when we've fallen out, but there was no getting through to her. So I'll try talking to her again in the morning.
Silently wishing her good luck with that, Christie said, Connor and I will probably be in Guernsey at the end of the week to speak to Corny. Are you still okay with setting that up?
Of course. And who knows, Mia might be up for talking to you too. I wouldn't take any bets on it, but she's so unpredictable there's no knowing what she might do. Of course, there's always the possibility you'll hear from her lawyers threatening to sue you if you don't stop the podcasts.
We're kind of expecting it, Christie told her. But don't worry, we've got lawyers too, and she can't shut us down as easily as she might think. I'll let you know if she gets in touch.
Meantime, we've heard from Edwin Pross's son, who said he might talk to us in his father's place. And, hang on, she said, as Clover put a screenshot in front of her, showing a tall, well-built man with a shock of dark hair and eyes shielded by sunglasses, looking over his shoulder as he walked through a grand-looking doorway. Is that George Simmons Brown? Clover finished. Catherine Schilling just sent it. Christie studied the shot more closely, feeling something decidedly strange coming over her as she took in the way he seemed to be staring right at the camera, as if threatening whoever was behind it. There was a woman next to him, short with fair hair, but in profile, so it wasn't possible to make out her features. She didn't appear particularly young, probably mid-40s, and the same went for the other man in the shot, although his back was turned completely, so there was no knowing what he looked like. Clover was saying, apparently Catherine Schilling asked someone, presumably still active in the force, to do some more digging on our behalf, and they came up with this. She thinks it was taken in 2016 in a place called Vence, north of Nice, and could be connected to an investigation that was going on at the time into an organised crime network operating on the French Riviera. Oh my God, Sadie murmured. I'll give Catherine Schilling a call, Christie said, and get back to you if she can tell me any more. After ringing off, she checked the time and decided it wasn't too late to call Schilling now.
Hi, I was expecting to hear from you,
Schilling said, as soon as she answered.
I don't have anything else yet. Hopefully tomorrow or the next day. But I expect you already know that the Côte d'Azur is as synonymous with criminal gangs as it is with the disgustingly rich.
How did you come by the photo? Christie asked.
Apparently it turned up on the UK National Database back in 2016, probably due to Simmons Brown's connections to the undercover operation in the late 90s and early 2000s. It was most likely sent the Met's way for cross-referencing of some kind and got entered into the system. Anyway, I'm assured it's him, and I've already given you the location, so I'll get in touch again if I manage to find out more.
As she ended the call, Christie said, Better send the picture to Sadie. We've got other shots of him, Clover reminded her. Mainly from an old Facebook page that hasn't been touched since 2014, and nothing connecting him to anyone or anything much apart from a horse and a couple of dogs. Have you got them there? Christie asked. We could run a comparison with this shot from the police files. Easier done at the office, Jax informed her. I'll get onto it first thing.
And now, we should eat,
Jodie and Mina declared in unison, surprising themselves and making the others laugh. A couple of hours later, home at last and ready to crash, Christie checked her phone as it rang and felt a thud in her heart when she saw it was David. Did she want to speak to him now? Yes, of course she did. Why was she even asking herself the question? Hi, she said, clicking on. This is a surprise. I hope a welcome one, he responded. And not too late? Assuming he meant the time of night, not a point in their relationship, she said. It's fine. By the way, thanks for sending the info about the finances. I'm not sure where it takes us. It's a very broad overview, he interrupted. And I'm afraid it probably won't get much better than that. Their dealings are extremely well protected, as is the case with most individuals of similar net worth. The managers at Crosswell Hague wouldn't be doing their jobs if something dodgy could be sniffed out that easily. Sinking down on the edge of the bed, she said, You're a wealth manager. Do you break the rules for your clients? You can't ask me that and expect a straight answer when there are so many ways of interpreting said rules, particularly in the finance world. Incidentally, this isn't why I'm calling, but I'm happy to carry on discussing it if it's something that interests you. The dryness of his tone made her smile and remember how much she enjoyed his irony. So why are you calling? She asked, knowing what she wanted to hear, while dismayed with herself for hoping. I said in the email I sent with the finance report that Victor Dubois, the Winters sisters' lawyer, told me something interesting that I couldn't share until he cleared it. Disappointed and intrigued, she said. Has he given the go-ahead? I'm afraid not. I'm bound by my word not to reveal what he said, but I don't have a problem with advising you to ask Sadie about Lottie's will. Giving that a moment, she said. Okay, thanks. I guess you're not going to tell me whether or not it will change things. I'll let you make up your mind about that once Sadie's given you an answer.
There was a pause, an awkward silence that they suddenly tried to fill at the same time. "You first," he said. "No, you. I was just going to thank you for the call." "You're welcome. And I was about to ask if you've made an arrangement to come to Guernsey yet."
We'll probably be there at the end of the week. I'm not sure at this stage how long we might stay.
"We being you and Connor?"
Yes. Oh, and thanks for offering to let us stay at Papillon. It's really kind of you, but it's probably best if we check into the Cobo Bay Hotel.
"I think you'll find it's closed at this time of year."
Oh, well, there are other hotels, obviously. I don't want to offend your mother or Rosie. I'd love to see them. But under the circumstances, it wouldn't feel right for me to stay at the house. I'm sure your mum understands that.
"Okay, if that's your decision. Will you consider seeing me while you're here? Just the two of us?"
What was the best way to answer that? "Can I think about it?" she said. "I just feel that we've—"
What was she trying to say? Why weren't the words coming? "Let me know when you're ready to talk," he said, and the line went dead.
Chapter 18.
It's 2 days after our last drop, and while Clover and Jackson are back at the office digging through the boxes Sadie brought with her from Guernsey, Connor and I are in the car on our way to Malmesbury in Wiltshire to have a chat with Mia Winters' ex-husband, Edwin Prosser.
Interestingly, when Mr. Prosser's son first made contact with us, it was to say that his father wanted nothing to do with the pod. However, we got a message last night saying that Edwin was prepared to be interviewed after all.
It could be you'll never hear any of what we're recording now if the interview turns out to be a waste of time. But if Mr. Prosser is willing to discuss his marriage to Mia Winters and what Lottie's written about him, we'll certainly be interested to hear it.
Connor hit the stop button and said, "What sort of a link was that?" Christy sighed. "Not a very good one. Sorry. Should we try it again?" With a quick check of the sat-nav, he said, "Maybe let's wait until we know what the guy has to say. We're nearly there now." He indicated to leave the M4 at junction 17 and slowed at the exit roundabout to turn north towards Malmesbury. "Is it the looming trip to Guernsey that's getting to you?" he asked, coming straight to the point. She glanced at him, sighed again, and said, "Yes, but not entirely for the reasons you're thinking. I'm concerned that we haven't heard from Sadie since yesterday morning when she messaged to say she'd received the picture of Simmons Brown." "Were you expecting her to say something in particular about it?" "I'm not sure, but I emailed our flight details last night and asked her to confirm she had things set up with Corny, but no reply to that either. You don't think Mia's locked her up again, do you?"
"Why not give Anna a quick call and ask if she knows what's going on over there?"
"I've already sent a text. She can't get hold of Sadie either, so she's calling back as soon as she's been to the villa. That was just before we started out, so—" Christy checked the time. "About 40 minutes ago. Too soon to chase her. I'll do it when we've finished with Prosser." They drove on in silence for a while, each with their own thoughts about the series and its many tangled threads, where they were going to lead, how they should be unravelled, until Christy found herself reflecting on the message she'd received from Robert Brinkley.
"Listened to the latest pod last night. I hope our interviews have helped move things on away for you, and Sadie. Maybe too soon to tell. Wish there was more Mum and I could do, but I fear our roles in the past were more incidental than informative. Still, at least we were able to provide names and share a few memories with Sadie. I think they mattered to her. Returning from Geneva late tomorrow. There's a fundraiser for MSF at Merchant's House on Saturday evening. Yours truly, one of the speakers. Wondered if you'd consider being my guest."
At a fancy dinner in a super-smart location for many of Bristol's elite? Him in black tie, her in a sparkly dress with her hair pinned up in a chic, messy style, and their eyes meeting over glasses of champagne. An evening full of easy laughter, and who knew what else? She couldn't go, of course, and not only because he was married and she might be going to Guernsey. Matthew had already asked her to be his +1 at the very same event. The coincidence, coupled with the sheer absurdity of it.
She was sure if she told Connor, he'd laugh out loud. She was right. He did. "I swear to God," he cried, slapping the steering wheel. "If we did a series about your love life, we'd triple the ratings." "You're so funny," she told him darkly. "I'm glad you think so. Does Mina know about this?" "Of course not, and please don't tell her. I'm having a hard enough time trying to sort things out in my head. Not that there's anything to sort out. I'm obviously not going to the dinner with Matthew, so he can get everyone speculating on us being back together. But if I turn him down, I can't go with Robert either. Not that I would. It feels too much like a date for me to consider it, and even if it's not, it'll look like one, and that would just be a slap in the face for Matthew. For Robert's wife as well, who he's probably not planning to cheat on. I just don't want anyone thinking that's what's happening, and everyone will, because he's so gorgeous. Why wouldn't I want to flaunt him in Matthew's face after what Matthew did to me?" Still entertained, Connor said, "Who knew life could get so complicated for a singleton approaching 50? I reckon most women your age would kill to have just one man interested in them, and you have 3. If you're including David in that. Of course I am. And you should see him on your own when we go. What harm can it do? The same sort of harm I might do you if you make one more jibe about my age." He let the silence run for a moment, then, glancing at her, said, "You keen to go, really, aren't you? I mean, with Robert." Having to admit it, she said, "If the circumstances were different, then maybe. He's great company, and I imagine he's a really good speaker." "Then go. He hasn't said it's a date. And has he done anything else to make you think he'd like to, get you into some horizontal dancing?" Wrinkling her nose, she said, "What kind of an expression is that?" He shrugged. "I think it's commonly called a euphemism. But if you'd like me to spell it out—" "No, thanks, and the answer's no. He has not made any overtures of that sort. I'm just— Well, let's leave it that he's married, okay? Shall we change the subject now and concentrate on where we're going?" "No probs. But just tell me this. What would you say if David was inviting you?" Trying not to be annoyed, she said, "As Matthew's going to be there, the answer would be the same. Now, it's saying to take the next left just up here, and then we should probably be more or less there. Remind me again who we're going to see?" Clearly amused, Connor followed directions to the address they'd been given, and a few minutes later they were pulling up outside a double-fronted detached house, one of 5 in a small cul-de-sac, all with private driveways and fenced-off gardens. "Is this where Edwin lives, or his son?" Christie asked as they got out of the car. "Him, apparently. The son's got a place in town, but he's going to be here." If he's from a second marriage, he could be younger than Sadie. "If this is him coming to meet us, I'd say he's about your age." Seeing a wiry man in his late 30s heading down the garden path, she had to smile. Connor was so droll. "Christie! Connor!" James Prosser cried warmly as they got out of the car. "Good to meet you. I hope it's all right to use your first names." "Of course," Christie responded as they shook hands. He seemed quite a nice man, all told. Kindly eyes, good smile, a little grey at the temples, and was apparently a bit of a toff given his jaunty cravat and plummy voice. As he greeted Connor, she tried to figure out where he might actually fit into Edwin's pantheon of past players. He clearly predated Mia's marriage to his father, which was 20-odd years ago, so maybe Edwin had had several wives along the way, or just several children with various mothers. It hardly mattered. They were only interested in his relationship with Mia, or, more pertinently, in what had happened after he'd stumbled across Sadie and been given his marching orders. "Dad's waiting inside," James told them jovially. "I've made coffee, but tea's just as easy if you prefer." "Coffee's fine," Connor assured him, going first along the garden path. Christie stopped at the gate, checking her phone. "If you'll excuse me a moment," she said, "I need to take this." And receiving a pleasant smile from James Prosser, she turned back towards the car. "Anna, is everything okay?" she asked. "Yeah, it's all cool," Anna assured her. "Sadie's right here, just back from the hospital." "What?" "They thought Mia had a stroke last night, but turns out it wasn't that serious. Just a weird sort of turn or something. Here, I'll put Sades on."
"Hey, Christie.
Sadie said, coming onto the line. Sorry, I'm only just getting back to you. It's been a bit frantic. We thought we were going to lose her, but false alarm, and she's home again now. She has to go back for more tests later, but Corny's just turned up to make a fuss of her, which will probably drive her mad. And if Corny ends up staying, it could screw things up a bit for you coming tomorrow. Closing her eyes with frustration, Christy said, Okay, well, keep me posted, and if we have to change our flights...
No probs, but I was hoping to catch you before you speak to Edwin Prosser. Are you there yet?
Just arrived. Why? Has Mia told you something about him?
No. I haven't even mentioned you're going to see him, or that I found a letter from him before she keeled over last night. It was written to Lottie, and I think you should read it before you talk to him. Jasper's scanning it now, ready to send.
Give me the bullet points, Christy urged.
Okay, well, he addresses her as bitch sister, so definitely no love lost between them. And he goes on to say that if she doesn't meet the terms he laid out in his last letter, she knows what will happen. Nothing to say what the terms were or what they're about. Just the threat of doing something if she doesn't agree to whatever he's asking for.
Is there a date on the letter?
July 9th, 2000. Now, listen to this. Lottie, I presume it was her anyway, has scrawled across it, non-negotiable. Whether she wrote back to him to that effect, I've no idea. But I thought you should know about it before you go in.
Okay, thanks. Get Jasper to send it and I'll pick it up on the phone. Let me know how things go with your aunt and Corny.
Will do. By the way, she told the doctor I'm trying to kill her, and now she's banned me from Lottie's rooms.
Wondering how Sadie was managing to sound so unfazed by the chaos, Christy said, Well, we've got a lot of stuff at the office, and I'm sure you'll find a way around it.
Oh, I will, don't worry.
I need to go now. I'll call when we're on our way back to Bristol. As she rang off, Christy forced herself past the disappointment of having to delay the trip to Guernsey, and only recalled David's suggestion that she should ask Sadie about Lottie's will as she was walking towards the house. It was too late now, and anyway, it wasn't the time while everything was going on with Mia. Ah, there you are, James Prosser smiled as she entered the hall. We're just getting comfortable in here. He directed her towards a set of double doors to the left, and as she walked into a spacious drawing room, she felt her phone vibrate. Presumably the email Sadie had promised. Thanks, she said as James Prosser took her coat. She looked around the room, taking in a faux log burner at the heart of a red brick fireplace and various lamps switched on to help brighten the gloomy day. Rising from a comfy chair to greet her was an older man with sparse white hair and a similar cravat to his son's.
Edwin Prosser,
he said, reaching for her hand.
Thank you for coming all this way. I was just saying to Connor, I don't get many visitors these days, apart from James and my grandchildren, so new faces are always welcome.
He was nothing like the runtish or Weasley individual she'd imagined, thanks to Lottie. To the contrary, in fact. Though he had to be in his late 70s, maybe even early 80s, it was easy to see how handsome and dapper he'd been in his day. His eyes, like his son's, were kind and welcoming, as was his smile, and in spite of his apparently frail physique, he stood quite tall. She wondered what he'd thought of Lottie's description of him when he'd read it, if it had angered or upset him, or not surprised him at all. It's good to meet you, she said. Thanks for agreeing to talk to us. He nodded and gestured for her to sit in a wing-back armchair next to his, while James poured the coffee and Connor began unpacking the equipment. Can I ask, Christy said, why you changed your mind about being interviewed? Edwin's eyes went down as he bunched his gnarled hands together.
Those years when I was with Mia,
he said.
I'm not proud of what happened back then, of who I was and the things I did. For over 2 decades it's been behind me, and I've chosen not to think of it, or to talk to anyone about it.
He reached for a framed photograph on the table beside him and stared down at it for a moment before passing it to Christy.
This is my wife, Yolanda, James's mother. She died 6 years ago. She knew all about Mia, of course, and she forgave me when I really didn't deserve forgiveness at all.
Looking at the sweet, open face of a woman in her prime, who seemed to be flirting with the photographer, Christy said, She's lovely.
Yes, she was. We still miss her, and I don't think it'll change, at least not for me. Will you take milk or sugar?
Glancing to the coffee James was holding out, she took the mug, saying, "Black is fine, thanks." She watched as James stirred 2 lumps into his father's world's best grandpa mug and passed it over.
"I'm going to tell you what I know,"
Edwin said.
"For the girl's sake. Sadie, is that her name? And for no other reason. I'm afraid it will cast me in a very poor light. And to be honest, I'd rather my grandchildren didn't know anything about how I behaved towards their dear grandma during those shameful times. We've already agreed,"
James came in gently,
"that we'll talk to them before this goes out. And they're quite grown up now. At least they like to think they are,"
he added wryly to Christy.
"So I'm sure they'll be able to handle it."
"How old are they?" she asked carefully. They weren't in the business of destroying someone's cred with their grandchildren, unless they deserved it, of course.
15 and 12,
James replied.
"They'll look at me differently,"
Edwin said.
"and that'll be hard. On the other hand, they've had a very loving and stable upbringing, while Sadie... I've no idea what it's been like for her growing up with those sisters, but I do know that she deserves to get to the truth of who she really is."
A few minutes later, carefully hiding her excitement and having received Edwin's permission to record, Christy began by asking Edwin how he'd first met the sisters. Yes, they were keen to get to the crux of things, but backgrounds had a funny habit of throwing all sorts of unexpected and intriguing information into the mix.
"I used to own a wine shop on Kensington Church Street. The sisters were regular customers, and we always enjoyed some banter when they came in. Lottie was especially flirtatious, while Mia was quieter, not shy exactly, just not as extrovert as her sister. I, on the other hand, was a foolish and arrogant dupe who should have been able to see through what was going on, but I'm afraid I didn't, not at first anyway. All I saw was 2 rich women who seemed to like me, and then were prepared to share some of what they had with me. I was too stupid, too greedy to realize that I already had what really mattered. A woman, a wife, actually, who truly loved me. A son who needed me. But I was dazzled by those sisters. I'd never known anyone like them, especially Lottie. She was captivating, exciting, reckless, irresistible, and I was ready to do anything she asked of me, including marry her sister.
Christy allowed a moment for the bombshell to drop for her and the listener, before picking up again.
But you were already married?
Indeed, I was.
Silence fell over the room as Edwin's rheumy eyes stared into the past, perhaps seeing all that he'd done, the people he'd clearly hurt and betrayed, and those who'd apparently done the same to him.
We'll get into the illegality of it in a minute, but tell me first, why did Lottie want you to marry Mia?
Edwin nodded slowly, staring at the fire as he considered his response.
Mia wasn't a beauty. She didn't sweep people off their feet, or even particularly interest them, the way Lottie did. She existed in Lottie's shadow, and was so terrified of losing her sister and being left all alone that Lottie thought it would be a good idea to make her a gift of me. That way Mia would have someone to call her own, and Lottie would be free to live the life she wanted.
But surely they knew you were already married.
Lottie did, but not Mia, and apparently she had, to quote Lottie, developed a passion for me. I'm sure Mia wouldn't have gone through with anything if she'd known about Yolanda, but inconveniences such as an existing wife didn't matter to Lottie. If something stood in her way, she simply removed whatever it was and carried on with no regard for what she might be leaving in her wake. Keen though I was to take her money, I made it clear that I didn't want to divorce Yolanda. But even that wasn't an obstacle for Lottie. She simply said that it would take too long anyway, so I should just go through with a ceremony with Mia and we'd sort out the finer detail later. Oh, and of course, I wasn't to mention anything to Mia about my wife. It would upset her, she said.
Edwin gave a mirthless laugh, clearly still incredulous at the comment even now.
You're no doubt asking yourselves, why on earth I agreed to it. And the answer is, Lottie was very persuasive, and very clear about the difference she was prepared to make to my life financially.
But how did you get away with it? Weren't the sisters quite well known in society circles?
I don't know what they told their friends. It's possible they knew nothing about Yolanda anyway, so no questions were asked.
Did you tell Yolanda?
Oh, yes, she knew. And I can tell you she wasn't happy about it. Well, of course she wasn't. But I explained what Lottie's investment could do for us, how it would grow my business beyond our wildest dreams and make us comfortable for the rest of our lives. I assured her I'd pull out of the fake marriage once everything was in place, and she mustn't think I had any feelings for Mia because I didn't. It still hurts me terribly to remember what I put her through, and how much she suffered when she finally agreed to go along with it. The only surprise is that she didn't end up despising me as much as I despised myself.
Edwin fell silent again, and put a shaky hand to his mouth. It was clear that his emotions were getting the better of him. Christie glanced at James, expecting him to ask them to stop now, but he was staring at his father, not with disgust or condemnation, merely as though he pitied him for the weakness that had caused him to behave the way he had all those years ago. Edwin's voice was hoarse as he continued to speak.
The whole time I was married to Mia, I continued seeing Yolanda and James regularly, and I was soon able to move them to a very nice house in Hammersmith. My official address, of course, was in Kensington, with Mia and Lottie, when Lottie was there, but she travelled a lot. I never liked being alone with Mia, and I certainly didn't treat her well. Looking back, I was cruel to her, and I'm not proud of that either. Of course, we were pawns in one of Lottie's grand schemes. Not that I ever knew or found out what she was trying to achieve. It just seemed it was more than getting a husband for her sister so she could be free of her. I thought there might have been a man, but she never mentioned one, and no one ever came to the house. In fact, I'm not sure she ever had any real feelings for anyone, apart from Mia, I guess. And I can't even swear to that. I'll come on to Sadie now, and the only time I saw her. To be honest, my only real surprise when I found they had a child in the house was that she wasn't black or brown. I'd long suspected something like it would happen, that they'd somehow smuggle a child out of Africa or Asia and sort the legalities of it later. It was never going to be difficult for someone with Lottie's contacts and their resources, and it would be someone for Mia to call her own. It didn't occur to me until after I saw Sadie that of course they'd choose a white child. It would be so much easier to pass her off as a relative, a niece, the child of a distant cousin. That's what they tried to tell me. But I knew very well that the child was no relative of theirs.
At this point, we'll edit in some of what Lottie wrote about the day you went to the house on Exmoor, just to remind listeners of what happened. Is there anything about it you'd like to correct or challenge? We can play it back for you if you like.
No, it's fine. I don't need to hear it again. It happened more or less as she described. An ugly scene, that's for sure. There again, nothing about my association with them was pretty.
So what did you do after you left?
I drove back to London with all sorts of madness going on in my head. Obviously, I had no idea who the child really was, and to be honest, I'm not sure I was of a mind to find out. only perhaps to use her to get myself out of their lives. Before I could come up with a plan, Lottie was in touch to remind me that bigamy was an imprisonable offence, and that would be just the beginning if I didn't take the offer she was about to make. Get out of Mia's life for good. Never talk to anyone about my bigamous marriage, least of all Mia. And no mention should ever be made of the child. In return for my silence, I think she called it cooperation, I would become even wealthier than she'd already made me, and my legitimate family would always be taken care of, should anything untoward ever happen to me. Of course I understood the threat, and I knew very well that she had ways of making things go her way that I wouldn't be able to stand up to. She told me once, "Never underestimate my reach, Edwin. I can become a dangerous enemy for someone like you." And I didn't doubt it. Beautiful, vivacious, wildly exotic, and generous as she was, there was something very dark in her soul.
So you agreed to her terms?
Actually, not right away. I guess you could say greed got the better of me again. So there was a lot of back and forth over the next few weeks. Me trying to get even more out of her than she was offering, by threatening to tell Mia about Yolanda, or call social services about the child. But Lottie had all the cards, and she knew it. I was never going to beat her, and, to be honest, I was starting to become afraid of her. She kept bringing Yolanda and James into conversations or letters. Never in an outright threatening way, she was too subtle for that. But I knew she wouldn't hold back on hurting them if ever I did anything to try and hurt her.
Edwin sighed wearily and pressed his gnarled fingers to his eyes.
And that, more or less, concludes my association with the Winters sisters. A grim and reprehensible period of my life that feels now as though it happened to a stranger who has nothing to do with me. I only wish that were true.
I'd like to point out here that Dad has led a totally blameless life since, and has always been completely loyal to his family, as well as an engaged and respected member of his community. So I hope it's not too much to ask that he isn't judged on the very bad decisions he made more than a quarter of a century ago.
Knowing it wasn't in her power to prevent that once his story was out there, and clearly he knew it too, Christie turned back to Edwin. It made her sad to think of what his earlier crimes were likely to cost him at this late stage of his life. He might have deserved it once, but not any more. She'd discuss it with Connor and see if there was a way to limit the damage. Meantime, she decided not to show him the letter Sadie had just brought to light. He'd addressed his attempt at blackmail. There was nothing to be gained from going over it again. "Anything you want to add?" she asked Connor.
When you listened to the most recent podcast, you'll have heard us talk about Janina and Lucas Andris. Do those names ring any bells for you?
I'm afraid not.
Were you ever aware of Lottie being in contact with or having any dealings with Eastern European businessmen, aka traffickers?
I can't say I was. But who knew what she was doing during her overseas trips? I know what she wanted us to think, and I've every reason to believe she was involved in a lot of good work. But where Lottie's concerned, I'd say almost anything is possible.
Taking that as a perfect doubt, Christie was about to thank Edwin for his honesty and insights when he spoke again.
What she wrote about finding the child on the beach, I don't believe it for a minute. And I'd be surprised if you do.
So how do you think they came by the child?
That, I don't know. I wish you luck in trying to find out.
Chapter 19. As they drove away from the cul-de-sac with James Prosser waving them off from the garden gate, Christie said, "It would have been inappropriate to ask what sort of payoff was involved, wouldn't it?" Checking the road was clear to pull out, Connor said, "Probably, but I wouldn't mind knowing."
Do you reckon it was in the millions? I'd have thought so. But he's not exactly living the high life now, is he?
I'd say he's comfortable enough. I mean, not everyone can afford a house like that. And maybe the bulk of what's left is squirreled away for James and the grandkids. Anyway, he's given us a fascinating insight into Lottie's character, which, interestingly, paints her in no more flattering a light than she painted him. Although he wasn't quite as spiteful in his descriptions as she was.
Do you believe what he told us?
I'm sure he wouldn't have outed himself as a bigamist if it weren't true. Nodding agreement, Connor said,
I'm not sure we need to make a big deal of that. In fact, I think we should try to edit around it the best we can. It doesn't serve the series and would only diminish him in his grandchildren's eyes. That's not what we're about.
Exactly what I was thinking.
I can't help wondering, he continued after a moment, if Mia ever discovered the role Lottie played in the marriage, that it was actually a sham.
As she considered it, Christie's frown deepened. Are you sensing a theme here? She said. Lottie buys her sister a husband, then a child, apparently to get some freedom for herself, and yet she never seems to have left.
Something for Corny when we go over there? He suggested.
Remembering that she hadn't had a chance to tell him about Mia's turn last night, she filled him in and took out her phone. I promised to call Sadie when we left Edwin's. Keep your fingers crossed that Corny hasn't decided to stay on with Mia.
I'm really sorry, Sadie groaned when Christie asked. She's kind of planted herself, so I'm not sure coming now is going to be the best use of your time.
Biting down on her frustration and disappointment, Christie said, So how is Mia?
She's up and about, taking us off for making a fuss over nothing. I'm not ready to join Lottie yet, she keeps saying, so don't even think it. Fortunately, she seems to have forgotten about banning me from Lottie's rooms, because it's where I am now, and she sent Corny in with some tea 10 minutes ago. In case you're wondering, I haven't come across anything else of interest today. Was Edwin Prosser able to shed any light on the letter I sent you?
He was. We'll put the details in an email when we get back, but, as we suspected, he doesn't know anything about Janina and Lucas. Sounding fed up, Sadie said,
No surprise there, I guess. Did he tell you anything interesting at all?
A few things, but most significantly, he confirmed that the scene in the hall at the Exmoor house happened more or less as Lottie described it, so at least some of her writings are based in reality. It remains to be seen whether anything else is.
Well, it's much harder for photographs to lie, and today I've set myself the happy task of ploughing through boxes and boxes of them that predate the digital age. Most seem to be of people I have no way of identifying, a lot of children in refugee camps or makeshift schools, and in clothes that have clearly come from donations. There are various dignitaries in all sorts of uniforms and traditional dress. Plenty of cocktail parties in glorious sunsets, swimming off yachts, flying about in small planes. Lottie definitely didn't slum it while she was out there doing her good deeds.
Have you come across anyone who might have been significant in some way?
Not really, but I'm not very far in yet. Are you thinking about someone she might have been romantically involved with?
Amongst other things. Do you actually know of anyone she was involved with in that sense?
She never talked about anyone specifically, but I don't have a problem believing she had an active sex life when she travelled. She never brought anyone home for us to meet, though.
What about Mia? Did she have any relationships after Edwin?
Not that I know of. It was like neither of them ever wanted to expose me to men. So Lottie played away, so to speak. And Mia, well, she didn't play at all.
Speaking up, Connor said, Didn't they have a lot of friends on the island? People they socialised with?
Yes, quite a lot, actually. But no significant others, so to speak. Or if there were, they were both very discreet. Am I allowed to ask now if anyone's been in touch since Tuesday's drop claiming to know Janina or Lucas?
It's still only Thursday, Christie reminded her gently. And listeners are contacting us all the time. Obviously, if anything comes up that we think is worth pursuing, we'll let you know right away.
Okay, thanks. And sorry again about the Corny thing.
After assuring her it wasn't a problem, Christie rang off and waited until Connor had parked the car in front of the office before saying, I keep coming back to the same thing with Lottie. She clearly had some sort of agenda going when she paid Edwin to marry Mia and when she found Sadie. So why,
when they took Sadie to Guernsey and Mia had a child to care for, didn't she leave?
Because she became attached to Sadie too?
Connor ventured, without much conviction. Certain it wasn't that, Christie got out of the car, saying, "We need to find George Simmons Brown. I'm sure he's key to it all."
And wouldn't it be great if someone in that high-pedigree inbred family of his answered emails? Connor stated, leading the way inside. Even Iz's contacts don't seem to be breaking down those hallowed doors.
Christie was right behind and almost collided with him as he came to a sudden stop. Stepping around him to see what was wrong, she cried, "What the hell?"
"We found it like this when we got back from lunch,"
Clover declared from the floor, where it appeared the entire contents of Lottie's boxes had been upended and unceremoniously dumped.
"We're trying to sort through it now and put it all back. The trouble is, we haven't got a clue if anything's missing, or which box any of it came from."
Did anyone in the building see someone coming in or out?
Connor asked, as he and Christie trod carefully over the strewn contents to their desks.
Not that we know of, Jax replied, although there are a couple of dirty grey footprints on some of the paperwork. We've put them to one side in case we need to show the police. Not that they'll be interested in helping us. With the doors always being open, we can't even claim it was a break-in.
Looking at Connor, Christie said,
"Who the hell would do this?
And what were they looking for?"
Have any of the computers been touched?
He asked, checking his screen.
Christie's was unplugged, Jax replied, as if someone was about to make off with it, but I'm guessing they were interrupted, or changed their mind because it's still there. And up and running. I've checked the latest activity and it's all ours, so no interference or copying or bugs as far as I can tell. But I'll definitely give it another going over.
Christie turned to the whiteboard to see if a message had been left there, but it was exactly as they'd left it earlier. "This is bizarre," she said, dropping onto her chair. "Who even knew the boxes were here, apart from us and Sadie?"
"Geeta and Robert Brinkley,"
Clover reminded her. Christie almost laughed. "Well, it obviously wasn't Geeta in her wheelchair, and Robert's currently in Geneva, so I think we can safely rule them out."
In my opinion, Jax said, this with the boxes is the kind of vandalism morons go in for fun, or to let you know they've come calling. A kind of intimidation tactic.
Frowning, Christie cast her mind back over their most recent podcast. "We haven't mentioned anything yet about Martis Albescu or Eastern European gangs," she said. "But we did ask George Simmons Brown to be in touch."
"And this is how he does it?"
Clove cried incredulously.
"If it was him,"
Connor put in. "Do you have any other suggestions?" Christie asked. No one did.
"Okay, let's work this back," Connor said, settling into it. "The last known sighting of Simmons Brown seems to have been in France circa 2016. Sure, he could be anywhere by now, even in Clink, but everyone knows that the Riviera is run by mobs, so it could be he was there."
"I'll get onto a journalist contact of mine on the Nice Matin," Christie said. "She might be able to give us something with Vance being in her neck of the woods."
"We should also try Interpol," Connor suggested, "to find out what they might have on him, presuming they're prepared to share it."
Christie grimaced. "The only person I know who has a good contact there is Matthew. Unless one of you can suggest someone?" She looked at them all hopefully, and sank. "No, I thought not. But if you do think of someone, please let me know before I get myself indebted to him."
"Hi, Mum. Are you okay?"
Haley cried over WhatsApp video.
"What are you doing?"
"Making chicken soup with dumplings for Aidan, if he shows up," Christie replied, propping her phone against the toaster and reaching for her wine. She still had a mountain of research to get through for the series, but rather than stay at the office, she decided to do it at home, given that Aidan was supposed to be staying with her tonight.
"He's got a new girlfriend," Haley said. "Did he tell you about her?"
"No. Anyone we know?"
"Her name's Pearl, and she's cool.
That's all he's told me. Unless it's changed since Tuesday. You know what he's like.
Anyway, I wanted to check you're okay since the last time we spoke."
"Remind me when that was, and why I wouldn't be okay." With a laugh, Haley flicked back her hair as she said, "Guess what? I can't remember, but I know I've told you about maybe breaking up with Hugo." "Yes, and I think it's a shame when you seem so well-suited. Have you done it now?" Actually, not quite. I mean, Stefan's really cool and everything, but he's not... I guess he's not Hugo, and... Well, I'm just not sure what to do. I'm really attracted to Steph, you know, in a physical way, but what if we sleep together and it turns out I'd rather be with Hugo?
Not much liking the sound of that, Christy said. Is this you asking if you should cheat on Hugo to find out which one you feel you want to be with?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Not at all, but... Well, should I? Actually, you're totally the wrong person to ask after what you went through with Dad, so forget the cheating bit. Just please tell me you're free this weekend so I can come and talk it through with you. I really need to clear my head, and I thought it'd be great if we could hang out, just the two of us. I mean, if you're going to be around, obvs.
Thinking of her aborted trip to Guernsey, Christy tried to sound upbeat as she said, As a matter of fact, I am. When are you thinking of coming?
Tomorrow night? I've looked into flights and one gets in about 6. So would you be able to pick me up?
What a treat. A drive to the airport during the Friday rush hour. Of course, she said. It'll be lovely to see you.
We've got so much to catch up on, Hayley ran on excitedly. It's ages since I last saw you and I really miss you. If the weather's bad, we can stay in our jammies all day and say to hell with the rest of the world. I'll bring chocolate.
Laughing, Christy blew her a kiss and clicked off just as Aidan clattered in through the front door. Hey, Mum, he shouted from the hall. Something smells good. Piers and Richie are with me. Hope there's enough for us all. Having expected him to turn up with at least one other monster appetite in tow, Christy said, There's plenty, and if you want to take some out to the homeless after, I've got flasks. We're your men, Aidan declared, coming into the kitchen and making straight for the fridge. Hi, Piers, Richie, she said, as they traipsed in after him, just as tall, spottier in Richie's case, lots of facial hair in Piers's, all three of them more manly in their growing bodies than they were in their minds. Hey, Christy, they responded in unison. We're starving, Piers informed her. Hope it's okay to have a shower, Richie said. The hot water's down at home, so Aidan said I could jump in here. That was kind of him. Off you go, and don't leave wet towels all over the floor. Just listen to the latest pod today, Aidan told her, tossing a protein bar to Piers and tearing one open for himself. They are supposed to be my snacks, Christy informed him. I'll get some more, he promised. Anyway, pod seems to be going well. Have you managed to find out where Sadie's mother is yet? We all reckon she's dead, and the brother sold the child. Christy frowned. The brother? Why him? He shrugged. He had access to her, didn't he? She'd have trusted him, and it kind of makes sense that someone close delivered her to the creepy aunts. She'd have kicked off otherwise. Any idea where he is now? Not yet, no. I reckon she was trafficked, same as her mother, Piers put in. Lowering the heat under the soup, Christy said, Would someone like to set the table? On it, Aidan responded, showering her with chocolate and peanut crumbs. Sorry, didn't mean to share. Is Dad coming for supper? No, why would he be? Just asking. You've got so much there. Have you emailed Marley back yet? Stung by the reminder, Christy said. I'll definitely do it this weekend. Hayley's coming, so we can work on it together. Cool. She's great at stuff like that. I'm in Yeovil on Saturday. Don't forget, back on Sunday. What's in Yeovil? Duh. Playing rugger for the school. We've got a party after, so staying over. Okay, table's ready. Feel free to bring it on any time you like. You can serve yourselves, she told him sharply. I've got work to do, so I'll take it into the bedroom. Awesome. Love you. Thanks for the soup, Christy, Piers added as she packed up her things. Love you too. Laughing, Christy carried her laptop, wine and phone into the bedroom, where she dumped a couple of Lottie's boxes on her way in, and closed the door. The last thing she wanted was to be distracted by the boys' inane chat, or their awful music, or some kind of farting contest, which they always seemed to find so hilarious. It was why she'd set up a small desk in here right after moving in. She loved her son, adored him, but there were limits to her tolerance of teenage boy wit and wisdom. Opening up her laptop, she took another sip of wine and sat down to read the message she'd started to Robert. Sorry for late reply. Thanks so much for inviting me to the dinner on Saturday night. I wish I was in a position to accept, as I'd love to hear your speech, but I'm afraid it won't be possible. That was as far as she'd got, and she still wasn't sure whether to come right out and admit she couldn't go because he was married,
Or maybe she should explain that her ex-husband was also invited and she had a morbid dread of gossips. Did she really need to give a reason at all? After all, the late notice presumably meant his first choice had let him down, and she did have a life, even if it didn't always feel like it. Sighing, she picked up her wine again. It would be so much easier if she were going to Guernsey tomorrow, a bona fide excuse that would require no further explanation, and that might, just might, lead to her seeing David. In the end, she wrote, "I truly am sorry to be missing out, but perhaps we could meet for a drink one evening next week, so you can tell me all about what I missed. Christy." She pressed send, listened for the whoosh, and went to sit on the bed as if to distance herself from the fact that she'd just asked a married man on a date. She thought of David again. She'd far rather be seeing him this weekend, no offence to Robert, or disloyalty meant to her daughter. However, continuing to have feelings for David when Juliet was still in the picture was something she really had to get over. So put him out of your mind and get on with sending an email to Camille Jardin on the Nice Matin. It might not lead them to where Simmons Brown was today, but at least it could give them a start. The following evening, Christy was almost at the airport to collect Haley when David rang.
"Hi, I hope this isn't a bad time," he said.
"No, it's fine," she replied, trying not to be thrown. "I'm driving and it's... good to hear you."
"Okay, I'm a bit late to this," he said, "but I've only just heard you're not going to be here this weekend. Something about Corny staying with Mia?"
"That's right. We'd hoped to interview her without Mia knowing until after, but that's obviously not going to be possible while she's at the villa. It really never had been a good enough reason to go all that way when they had no idea what Corny could tell them. She just hoped David hadn't seen through it."
"Well, I'm sorry you've had to cancel," he said, "because I'm really keen to see you. So I was wondering, if you're not doing anything else this weekend, how about I fly over there?"
She was so startled that she actually hit the brakes. "That," she said, quickly speeding up and waving an apology to the driver behind, "would have been lovely. Way beyond lovely. But as we speak, I'm on my way to collect Haley. She's having boyfriend issues, so she's decided to come home for a couple of days."
"Girl chat?"
"I'm afraid so." "Oh, God, I'm really sorry. If I'd known you wanted to—"
"It's okay, I have kids,"
he reminded her.
"I get that you need to be there for them, even when you might prefer to be doing other things. I'm not saying you'd prefer to be seeing me."
"I would, actually. But her plane will already have landed."
"Then say hi to her from me. And if there's anything I can do for you here, I'm not suggesting I interview anyone, but if there's any more background stuff. Have you asked Sadie about Lottie's will yet?"
"Actually, I missed an opportunity today. You heard about Mia being taken to hospital last night?"
"I did. And she's fine now, I think?"
"Apparently. Anyway, I'd rather talk to Sadie about the will face to face, or at least when she's at the lodge out of Mia's earshot."
"Probably wise."
"That sounds like you know what was in it." When he didn't respond right away, she said, "Sorry, you don't have to answer that, but if you're serious about more background stuff, we'd love to know something about the time Lottie and Mia moved to Guernsey."
"You mean like where they lived when they first arrived?"
"I think they rented somewhere until the villa was ready. But was there anyone on the island they already knew? Someone who might have helped them get set up?"
"I wasn't here myself back then, as you know. But a lot of my family were, so I'll start with them and report back."
"Fantastic, thanks." Deciding to push on, Christy braced herself and said, "I was also wondering if there was any—" how should she put this? "Any confusion around the cause of Lottie's death?" It took him a moment to catch on to why she might be asking.
"She had a heart attack on the tennis court,"
David reminded her.
"Are you saying... what exactly are you saying?"
"We're just wondering if it really was that, or if there was some... Well, from what we hear, it was very sudden, and I get the impression she was in good health during the days and weeks leading up to it. Maybe she had a heart condition we don't know about." Starting to feel foolish, she said, "Actually, please forget I asked."
No, it's fine. I think I understand where you're coming from, so leave it with me. And when you have Sadie's answer about the will, I'll be happy to talk through what you make of it.
Okay. Thanks.
I'll let you go now. Have a good time with Haley, and we'll speak soon.
Mum, are you listening?
Haley demanded, glancing up from her phone to check she had Christie's attention.
Absolutely,
Christie smiled, still focused on her laptop screen. Moments passed until she registered the silence and looked up to find Haley watching her through narrowed eyes.
So what did I just say?
Haley challenged. Christie thought fast.
Thought you were about to make a cup of tea?
She suggested hopefully. Rolling her eyes, Haley unwound her long legs and stalked over to the kettle.
You are so bad. Do you know that? She declared. Anyone would think my love life meant nothing to you.
It means everything. But you've got to admit, my darling, we've been going round and round in circles ever since we got up this morning, and it's now, she checked,
almost 4 o'clock.
Unembarrassed, Haley said,
I just need to talk things through, and sometimes saying things out loud makes them clearer. And did you just kind of call me boring?
Christie feigned shock. The thought never entered my head, but I would say that if you're having doubts about Hugo, then maybe he isn't the one for you.
So, I should end it?
Your decision, not mine. Remind me when we've agreed to FaceTime with Marley?
7 our time. You're not backing out, are you?
If only. No, I just need to send some emails first.
You never stop working.
I bet you can't even remember the name of the other guy I've been talking about. Stefan, and he's messaged you at least 50 times today.
Exactly! And Hugo's only been in touch once.
Clever Hugo, I say.
Why?
Stifling a scream, Christie said, Let me finish this, and then I think we should go for a walk.
Great idea, if it weren't chucking it down out there. But it's okay, I get the hint. Do we have any cake to go with the tea?
There should be some hot cross buns in the top cupboard.
It's not even February yet. Well, just. Do you want one?
Sure. Toasted if you don't mind. And going back to the message from Camille Jardin at Nice Matin, Christie forwarded it to Connor and read through it again. Great to hear from you, Christie. Hope you're doing well. I was really sorry to hear about you and Matthew. You guys were always so great together. Definitely his loss. Hope you've met someone more worthy of you by now. Regarding Simmons Brown. Sorry, no idea where he is these days. Didn't even know he was working out of the Riviera, to be honest. Hadn't seen the photo from UK database before you sent it. If he was in this area, he'll have been mixing with some seriously hardcore types back in 2016. See list below for names that might interest you. Advise you to stay clear of them all. Definitely something unusual about SB, because it seems every time he's taken in for questioning, he's just let go again. So is he an informer, or does he have something on someone that buys him a get-out-of-jail card? Christie scanned the list of names. They didn't mean anything to her. She couldn't even pronounce half of them. But she did recognize the countries of origin that Camille had assigned to each one. 3 were Serbs, 2 Albanian, and now she was seeing one that she had come across before. How the heck had she missed it first time around? Matis Albescu, Romanian. There were plenty of men with the same name in the same line of business, so clearly it couldn't be the same Albescu as the one who'd been killed in a police raid back in 2002. Nevertheless, it was quite the coincidence. Worth exploring further. Anyway, Camille was right about one thing. No one on this list was likely to be the kind of character she, Christie, would want to run up against. She couldn't even see herself trying, at least not at this stage, which didn't mean they wouldn't send someone to make contact with her if Simmons Brown got another mention on Hindsight. Putting her laptop aside, she heard her stomach rumble as Haley set down 2 mugs of their favourite raspberry infusion and a plate of toasted buns. For the next hour, having apparently exhausted even herself with the dilemma over Hugo and Stefan, Haley helped go through some of the letters from Lottie's box. They were all from children Lottie had sponsored over the years, some unbearably sweet and simplistic, others difficult to decipher, while some, most in fact, were begging her to visit them, or to let them come and live with her. Interestingly, they all addressed her as Dear Carlotta or Dear Carla. Yawning and stretching as she set aside a postcard,
Christy jumped as Haley suddenly cried, "Oh my God! Is that the time already? I need to go!" "What?" Christy asked, confused. "I told Dad I'd be there by 6. Can you give me a lift?" Christy blinked as Haley flew off the sofa and disappeared into the hall. "Can I borrow your silver dress?" she shouted from the bedroom. "The one with the drop back and the shoes?" "Where are you going?" Christy shouted back. "Dad's invited me to this amazing dinner tonight at Merchant's house." As the words reached her, Christy stared disbelievingly at the door. Haley was going to the MSF event? Haley, who'd come to spend the weekend with her, was right now, this minute, ransacking her wardrobe to go and be her father's +1 at a gala dinner, where Robert was the speaker, while she, Christy, having turned Robert down and put David off from coming, was apparently being left at home to FaceTime Marley on her own. Chapter 20. "Now this is interesting," Jax declared as he absorbed the information he'd just downloaded onto his screen. "Seems Iz's social media team is up to the task after all." Christy put aside the lawyer's letter they'd just received from Simmons Brown's father, second cousin to the actual Duke, informing them that their client had no wish to participate in their series and would appreciate not being contacted again. "We're all listening," she told Jax. "There's a voicemail," Jax explained, "from someone claiming to be Hilary Stokes." He had everyone's attention now.
You mean the Butlins bar manager who worked with Lucas Andrus? Clover asked for clarity. What did she say?
"Here, have a listen." And removing his earpods, he set the message to replay on speaker. "Hi, I'm Hilary Stokes, and I think you might be looking for me, or more specifically, for Lucas Andrus. It's been a long time since Lucas and I were in touch, and I'm afraid I've no idea where he is now, but there is someone who might be able to help. Her name is Natalie Irwin. She worked at Butlins at the same time as me and Lucas, and they were always quite close. She knew his sister Yanina as well, and the little girl. The last time I heard from Talia, she was in Canada. As far as I know, she's still there. If you like, I'll try to get in touch and ask if she can throw any light on things. Or feel free to call me if there's anything you'd like to discuss." "Okay, she sounds on the level," Connor declared. "So make your next task to contact her while Christy and I go do this promo for Iz's Rapid Retail guys. Natalie What's-Its details are paramount, so we can reach out to her ourselves. So make sure Hilary Stokes understands we'd like her to act sooner rather than later. Clove, you're looking worried."
Just Googling the list of lowlifes Christy passed on from Nice Matin, Clover explained. "I've got to tell you, I'm not up for going anywhere near one of this lot."
"You won't have to," Christy assured her. "None of us will. It's too dangerous."
What are we thinking about this Martis Albescu? Clover asked. It obviously can't be the guy who got killed back in 2002, but it sure as hell looks like him. Although this one seems younger. Maybe father and son?
"Could well be," Christy agreed. "But don't let's get hung up on him. He's never going to lead us to Simmons Brown. None of them will. There wouldn't be anything in it for them. Luckily, there are other ways." "All ears," Jax piped up. Resigning herself to the inevitable, she said, "Give Matthew a call and ask if he'll sound out his contact at Interpol for us, presuming the guy's still alive and functioning." After a beat, she added, "If Matthew wants to know what he gets in return, tell him I spent over an hour on FaceTime with his wife and son on Saturday evening while he was schmoozing with the rich and famous at a black tie charity dinner, so he owes me." Clearly amused, Connor waited until they were walking through to the studio before asking, "So, how did that go for you?" "With Marley, it was horrible and cringy. I hated every minute. But at least I didn't have to do much talking. She was too busy gushing over Boo Boo Bear. Yeah, that's really what she called him. And telling me all about the auditions she's got lined up, the super nanny she's about to hire, some newfangled fitness regime to get herself back into shape, and how worried she is about Matthew." "Why is she worried about him?" "She's afraid he's feeling left out, and that I am too, but we are welcome to visit any time we like, for as long as we like. Oh, and will I agree to being Boo Boo Bear's legal guardian should anything happen to her?" Barking out a laugh, Connor urged her to continue. "I said we could discuss it some more the next time we speak," she told him, pushing open the studio door. "Honest to God, there's no shaking that girl. I don't know how Matthew stands it." "By being here in England?" Connor suggested,
giving a wave to the technicians in their glass box. "When's he planning to go over there again?" "No idea and no interest. Now, let's get this play acting over with so we can focus on last-minute edits for tomorrow's drop. And we still need to make a decision as to whether we're going to say more about Simmons Brown." "You mean so we can get turned over again? Or worse? Great! Let's do it." Much later in the day, Christie was in the office alone when Iz bounced in, all smiles and yogi bows as she declared the latest promo so convincing and effective it was sure to win awards. Not asking which awards in particular, Christie said, "I'm glad everyone's happy with it, and I swear we won't let on that we've never shopped in a rapid retail outlet in our lives." Iz laughed delightedly, bowed again, and then, to Christie's surprise, went to close the door. "Is everything okay?" Christie asked, seeing how serious Iz suddenly looked. Iz shook her head and pulled up a chair to sit close to Christie.
"I don't know how you're going to take this," she said quietly. "But you might remember I was going to find out if certain SLD directors with high-flying connections could open some doors to George Simmons Brown."
Christie nodded cautiously. She hadn't actually expected Iz to come through. However, if she had something to share...
"One of them has got back to me,"
Iz whispered.
"and he has been advised to advise me to advise you that Mr. Simmons Brown, that's what he called him, Mr. Simmons Brown, cannot be a person of interest for you at this time."
Christie blinked. "Cannot?" she repeated. Iz shrugged.
"That's what he said."
Christie looked up as Connor came in, appearing startled to find the two of them in a huddle. "Something I should know about?" he asked, going to his desk. "You'll want to hear this," Christie told him. He listened as Iz repeated the message, his eyes widening with surprise. "And that was it?" he asked when she'd finished. "That he cannot be a person of interest? Remind me how they get to decide any of this."
"I've no idea,"
Iz replied miserably. To Christie, she said,
"I'm afraid I've upset Connor again."
"It's not about upsetting me," he growled. "I just want to know how someone with as many connections to the criminal underworld as he has to the British establishment can't be a person of interest at any time, never mind this one." He looked at Christie. "I think we just ignore it." Christie had to agree. "I might just run it past Francis Rush, our friendly DSI who heads up Gloucestershire's organised crime unit," she said. "She couldn't tell us Simmons Brown's whereabouts the last time I was in touch, but maybe she'll have something to say about this. Meantime, we need to continue being vigilant about locking up when no one's here, and make sure everything's regularly backed up to the cloud." Apparently approving of that, Iz said,
"Do you think it had something to do with this Simmons Brown guy?"
Mindful of how keen Iz might be to put the answer in some sort of press package, Christie said, "We have no idea what it was about. Probably just a random burglary attempt and a wake-up call to us to take security more seriously." "Jax!" she exclaimed as he came in the door carrying a giant take-out coffee and sticky bun. "We're waiting for news on Natalie Irwin, and if she knows where to find Lucas. Anything doing?" "Absolutely," he replied, returning to his desk. "I missed lunch," he explained, taking a bite from the bun. Christie waited, watching him chew as Iz signalled the need to catch a train, and left. Swallowing, Jack said, "So I contacted Hilary Stokes, and she typed out a message to Natalie Irwin while I was talking to her. She also gave me Natalie's email address and landline number, which could be out of date because they haven't been in touch for 10 years or more. Anyway, the phone number rang out when I tried it, and as yet, Hilary hasn't had a reply to her iMessage. However, it has been seen." "So she's read it," Christie stated, "and knows we want to be in touch but isn't responding?" "She'd only have got the message an hour ago," he pointed out, "so give her a chance." Curbing her impatience, which actually had more to do with wanting things sorted in time to meet Robert for drinks later than it did with any real urgency regarding Natalie Irwin, Christie said, "Did Hilary Stokes tell you anything useful about Natalie, other than the fact that she was friends with Lucas while they were at Butlins? Is she still in Canada, by the way?" "I can't be sure of that yet, but apparently she's from Sheffield, worked in several holiday camps back in the day until she met her now husband Clive while she was on a ski trip in Austria, and ended up moving to Toronto. By Hilary's reckoning, she'll be in her late 40s by now." "Have you tried the email address yourself?" Connor asked. "Yes, and it hasn't bounced back. Yet. So, could still be current."
Checking her mobile as it rang, it took Christie a moment to recognise the caller's name. "It's Lottie's publisher, Felicity Green," she announced, and clicked the call to speaker. "Hi, Felicity," she said warmly. "It's good to hear you. Are you back from your travels?" "A couple of days ago," came the reply, "and horribly jet-lagged. But I thought I'd get in touch just in case you'd still like to talk to me." "We would," Christie assured her, making a quick shift of focus to Lottie Winter's aborted literary career. "Especially if you can throw any light on the reason Lottie decided to stop being published." "I'm not sure I ever received a straight answer to that," Felicity Green responded. "But since you got me thinking about it, I remembered an email she sent me a year or so before she died. I hadn't heard from her in so long, it was quite a surprise, and I was thrilled to see her name in my inbox. I've managed to track it down, so I can read it out to you if you like." "Please," Christie encouraged. "I can't imagine," Felicity said, "how it managed to slip my mind, although it arrived during a very difficult time in my personal life, and I suppose when Lottie never followed it up. Anyway, here's what she said. Felicity, I've been mulling the idea of writing a kind of memoir, part fact, part fiction. It would be about two middle-aged sisters and a little girl they find on the beach near their home. I've already made a start, mainly notes and the odd chapter or two. And for the time being, I'm using our names, Mia, Sadie, and me. Why, I hear you ask? Because, say I, this way I won't have to conjure any up until I'm ready to. I think you'll like the way it progresses to include some very colourful characters, many of the sort you might not expect from me. Lottie, of course, will have the most tremendous love story. I believe you might be smiling at that. Oh, how I miss him still. I wonder if he ever thinks of me. I'm planning a truly shocking denouement to my story. Hard to write, but I feel it has to be done for the sake of, well, everything. More soon, Lottie." Christie was looking at Connor in expectation and bafflement. "Did she ever send you anything?" she asked, watching Connor start to scribble a note. "I'm afraid not, but I know I replied encouraging her to continue." "What about the love story?" She refers to it as though you knew who she was talking about. "I did and I didn't," Felicity replied. "She never mentioned him by name, but there was someone who, let's say, stood out from the others. We're going back a while, mid-90s, I'd say, perhaps into the noughties. She took to sending me postcards from exotic places, telling me she was with him and having a marvellous time and felt she might die from sheer happiness." "Was he involved in the charities she supported?" "She never said, but she met so many people from so many walks of life." "Some very colourful characters, many of the sort you might not expect from me." "Do you know what happened to the man she mentions?" Christie asked. "I don't, I'm afraid," Felicity responded. "I'm not even sure how long the relationship went on for, but I do remember wondering at times how much of it was actually real. It wasn't always easy to tell with Lottie." Christie glanced at the note Connor put in front of her and nodded. He was right. They needed to record this, which meant her 6 o'clock rendezvous would have to wait, unless Felicity was willing to do it tomorrow. Quickly reminding herself that was unprofessional, she said, "Felicity, would you be willing for me to interview you on Zoom, going over everything you've just told me? We can send you a link." "That will be fine." Jax raised a thumb. "It should be on its way now, so I'll speak to you again in a few minutes." After ringing off, she sent a quick text to Robert saying, "Sorry, running late, should be there by 6:30, and said to Connor, "What do you think about slotting this into tomorrow's episode?" If he agreed, she was going to be a lot later than 6:30. "It's not immediately obvious to me where it would go," he said. "Although, with the right links—" Hello, look who we have here!" Jax interrupted, as if a person of great import had entered the building, though he was actually peering at his screen. "Natalie Irwin has just emailed," he explained, "and she's saying that, yes, she remembers Lucas and Yanina. No idea where they are now, but apparently Lucas went back to Vilnius after he left Butlins." He looked up. "So, Lithuanian." Not sure why she was surprised by that, Christie said. "What else does she say?" "That she's been worried about Lucas ever since he was last in touch with her." "Which was when?" Connor interrupted. "She doesn't say, but apparently she's happy to talk and share what she knows. Will Wednesday work for us?" "Set it up,"
Connor replied, and send her copies of the first 2 pods just in case she hasn't already heard them. To Christie, he said, Why do you keep checking the time? Do you need to be somewhere? It's okay, she assured him. I'm just... She broke off as Robert texted back. Taking part in an online seminar at 8, so let's reschedule. Same time, same place on Wednesday? Hoping it wasn't going to clash with the Natalie Irwin interview, she texted back, See you then, and was about to put the phone away when Matthew's name came up on the screen. Ordinarily, she'd have hit reject. However, they'd asked a favour of him, and it might be about that. Before you ask, no word yet from my Interpol guy, he told her when she answered. Then why are you calling? Nice to hear you too. I was hoping we might get together. It's not a good time, Matthew. I'm about to do an interview. So will you let me know when is? She didn't answer. No, of course you won't. By the way, everyone was asking about you on Saturday night. Unable to imagine why, when everyone knew she was no longer his wife, she said, I really do have to go. You know, I thought I recognized the main speaker. And then it came to me. He was your Tinder date. I'm not on Tinder, she said through her teeth. But it was him, wasn't it? Nice guy. Haley was smitten at first sight. She told me. Christie also knew, from Robert, that he thought she had a very beautiful daughter, and he'd been charmed to meet her ex-husband. No irony there. I'm ringing off now, she told Matthew, but thanks for trying to help with this Simmons Brown character. You know he's distantly related to the Duke of... Yes, I do. Is that a problem? No idea yet. I guess we'll find out. Okay, off you go. But thanks for FaceTiming with Marley at the weekend. It meant the world to her. Having no idea how to respond to that, Christie simply ended the call and turned to her screen, where Felicity Green was ready and waiting.
Sorry, it's late. Did I wake you?
Sadie asked. Keeping her eyes closed as she spoke into her mobile, Christie took a moment to register that she was at home and said, It's fine. I was just dozing. Is everything okay?
I'm not sure, Sadie replied. I mean, yes, is the short answer. But I found a portable safe at the back of one of Lottie's closets. I've tried opening it, but I don't know if I'm even close to getting the combination. And I don't want to ask Mia in case she just spirits it away or throws another scene.
Swinging her feet to the floor, Christie said, Why not take it to David? He might know someone who can help.
That's what I thought. There's probably nothing important inside, just cash or some jewellery, that sort of thing. But it'll be interesting to know because I haven't found anything else that's as securely locked.
Where is it now?
Jasper helped me bring it up to the lodge, so it's right in front of me.
Seizing the moment, and hoping she wasn't going to be too clumsy about it, Christie said, Maybe there's a copy of her will in there. I know it's been read, and presumably everything's sorted.
Yes, that happened not long after she died. She left everything to Mia.
Christie blinked. Everything? What about her charities? What about you? With a soft sigh, Sadie said,
Mia will take care of the charities when she goes, I'm sure. And Lottie gave me so much when she was alive. But I have to admit I was a bit disappointed. I thought maybe she'd set something aside for me, a special ring or necklace, a memento of a time we'd shared, a letter even, admitting I wasn't her actual niece and explaining where I really came from. I can't help thinking that something like it might be in this safe. That's why I don't want to show it to Mia in case she tries to take whatever it is.
Understanding that, Christie said, Well, I'm sure we'll get it open one way or another. She was staring down at a message from Clover now that had apparently come in about an hour ago. You need to take a look at this. She clicked the attachment, and when she saw the image that filled the screen, her heart contracted so hard with shock that it took a moment for a surge of adrenaline to kick through. Chapter 21. Christie and the others were watching their screens fill with the shots Clover had taken of 5 original photographs and uploaded onto Hindsight's main clipboard. They'd come to the office early to discuss this unexpected breakthrough. Bombshell, Connor was calling it, before making a decision about whether or not to change the episode due to drop tonight. Where the heck did you find them? Christie asked, as they came into full focus.
They were in this,
Clover replied,
holding up a crumpled, bright yellow Kodak envelope with quality photos stamped on the front.
It fell out of a notebook I was going through, and the minute I saw the first one, I knew I had to send it straight to you.
Anything in the notebook explaining them? Connor asked, studying them closely.
Not that I found so far.
All 5 of the shots showed a much younger Lottie seated on one side of a table with George Simmons Brown and Janina Andrus facing her. Both Lottie and Janina appeared animated, unsmiling, as if arguing about something, while Simmons Brown's position hardly changed as he sat watching them. In one photo, his hand was over Janina's. In another, Janina's head was in her hands. The last showed all 3 of them leaving the cafe, Simmons Brown very close behind Janina, Lottie ahead, already turning away. "What are they telling us?" Connor demanded. "What was going on at that meeting?" "The shots were taken with a long lens," Jax mumbled, almost to himself.
"They're obviously in a cafe or coffee shop," Clover observed. "But nothing to say what the place is called or where it is."
"We need to know when they were taken," Christie stated. "Is there any way of finding that out?" "It's got to have been sometime around 2000, Connor said. "You only have to look at Janina to know that. She looks the same as she does in the other shots we have of her." "Is there a date stamp on the backs of the originals?" Jax asked Clover. She shook her head.
"Already checked, and there isn't."
Articulating what was on everyone's mind, Christie said, "Are we looking at photographic evidence of Lottie negotiating for Sadie?" "Not possible to say for certain," Connor answered. "But we could be. What I'd like to know," Jax came in, "is who took the shots, and why." "And how did they end up with Lottie?" Christie added. It wasn't hard to work out. "It's smacking of blackmail to me," she said. "Simmons Brown set Lottie up for this and made sure it was on record, which makes it possible, likely even, that these photos are what turned up in the envelope just after the sisters took Sadie in." Sitting back in his chair, Connor said, "We can end tonight's pod with it. It's a great cliffhanger. Photographs have just come to light of Lottie Winters meeting with Janina and suspected trafficker George Simmons Brown. We'll bring you more in the coming episodes." Christie wasn't sure. "Do we actually want to out him as a trafficker yet?" "I say we do," Connor replied. "We can run all of Catherine Schilling's interview, with an emphasis on the parts where she talks about Simmons Brown. Then it'll have a proper impact." "Okay," Christie agreed. "But before we do anything that dramatic, we need to let Sadie see the photos. It'll be pretty devastating for her if they're painting the picture we fear, but I guess she's more than half expecting it, and we can't let her learn about them through the pod." "If you want to warn her they're coming," Jack said, "I'll package them up and send when you're ready." Christie was checking the time. "She's going to be with David at some point today. She's found some sort of safe that needs opening, and we're hoping he'll be able to help her. So, let's send them to him first. That way he and Anna can be with her when she sees the shots of her mother with Simmons Brown, quite possibly trying to extract the highest price for her." Even saying the words made her feel sick. It wasn't how any of them wanted to view Janina, but who knew what kind of pressure she'd been under at the time, what dark forces had been at work in her life, so it wasn't a good idea to rush to judgment. "I'll get everything lined up, ready for the edit," Connor said. "And I guess we'd better check with Sadie before adding anything to the website." Christie reached for her mobile and pushed right on past the flutterings inside as she clicked to call David's number. "Hi," he said when he answered. "This is a nice surprise so early in the morning." She smiled. "I'm glad you think so, but please tell me you're not still in bed." He laughed. "Actually, I've just dropped Laurent at school, and believe it or not, I was about to call you." "Pleased?" she said. "Really?" Then, "Oh, does that mean Sadie's already been in touch with you?" "No, but from the sound of it, she's going to be." "I'm sure she will." And after explaining about the safe and then the photos, she said, "So is it okay if we send them to you first?" "It's fine," he assured her. "You're right. She shouldn't be alone when she sees them for the first time. Although I think my mother and Anna will be her best support with that. I'll be around if she needs me, obviously. In the meantime, I'll be happy to see what can be done about the safe." "Thanks," she said warmly. "I really appreciate it. Oh, I've asked Sadie about the will, by the way.
You can probably imagine my surprise when she told me that Lottie hadn't left her anything.
I can tell you now, David said, that it was a surprise to Victor Dubois, the lawyer, as well. She didn't explain her decision when she made the change. Apparently she simply told him it would be easier for Mia to sort everything when the time came, should she live the longest. And if she didn't, then she, Lottie, would adjust accordingly.
Unsure what to make of that, Christie said. Have you managed to find anything out about Lottie's cause of death?
It's why I was about to call you, he replied. Nothing suspicious according to the records. She suffered a massive heart attack and apparently it wasn't her first.
Blinking with surprise, Christie said. So she had a pre-existing condition?
And was taking medication for it. Apparently the first attack happened when she was in her early 40s, and there was a smaller one about 10 years ago.
Christie nodded slowly as she considered this, not entirely sure whether she felt more relieved or baffled by the verdict of natural causes.
Does this help or hinder your investigation?
David asked. I'm not sure it changes anything, she replied. But it's good to have it cleared up. Have you managed to talk to anyone about the time the sisters came to Guernsey?
I have, but so far nothing particularly interesting to report. I'm trying to track down the agent who sold them their house. He'll probably remember them pretty well. He doesn't live on the island anymore, but someone's getting back to me once they've found out where he is now.
Okay, thanks. And for taking care of Sadie today. I'm glad for her sake that she has your family to lean on, because heaven knows what Mia's up to these days.
Or any day. But I'm told she's back to normal health, and is planning to reinvent herself as a 60s Bond girl the next time you visit.
Christie choked on a laugh. Tell me you're not serious.
I'm not, although it wouldn't surprise me. Anyway, I've just arrived home and Sadie is at the front door waiting for me. I'll call later to let you know how things go.
As Christie rang off, feeling uplifted by how relaxed they'd been with one another, she spotted Connor playing an air violin and scowled menacingly at him before giving Jax the all-clear to send the photos to David now. It was just after 7 in the evening by the time they finally uploaded the latest episode, unusually late, but they were more concerned about getting things right, especially where the outing of George Simmons Brown was concerned, than hitting their self-imposed deadline. By then, they'd recorded Sadie's response to the photos, so were able to include it at the end of the episode before the closing comments.
To be honest, they made me feel horrible inside. I mean, obviously we have no idea what was being discussed around that table, but the fact that Lottie was meeting with Janina and George Simmons Brown, well, it kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it?
Once this goes live, your Aunt Mia will know about the photos. What do you think she'll have to say about them?
I've no idea, but frankly I'm more concerned about what was being done to my mother at the time they were taken.
That was a very sombre and sad-sounding Sadie earlier today. My heart goes out to her, and I'm sure you all feel the same. Imagine how it must feel to learn that your mother was being controlled by a criminal gang to the point she was forced to give you up. If that's what these photos are telling us, and as Sadie herself says, it's hard to see them any other way.
We know from our interview with ex-Detective Sergeant Catherine Schilling, who was part of the surveillance team watching Simmons Brown's farm at the time Janina was there, that she, and many young women like her, were lured from their homes with promises of good jobs and better lives, only to be forced into prostitution and probable slavery.
We don't know how many more children might have been born to those young women. At this time, we only know about Sadie. I hope, that, like us, you care deeply about helping her to find the truth of who she really is, and what happened to her mother, Janina Andrus, who we now believe to be Lithuanian.
It's almost certain George Simmons Brown will have the answers. So if you know where he is, or how we can get hold of him, please contact us through the usual channels, and be assured that any information you can give us will be treated in the strictest confidence.
That's it from us for now. Thank you for listening, and if you'd like to see the photographs referred to in this episode, you'll find them on our website.
As the recording of Connor reeling off the closing credits began, he faded the sound out and checked the time.
If that doesn't set the cat amongst the pigeons,
he said, starting to pack up for the day,
then I don't know what will.
We're going to be flooded with sightings, Clover groaned. I'll lay money that everyone and their granny will know where Simmons Brown is, and his posh family aren't going to like it one bit.
Not doubting that for a minute, Christie said. It had to be done. And let's try to stay optimistic that someone somewhere who knows the truth will decide to come forward.
You mean before or after the criminal gang? Clover queried.
As they had no plans for their usual after-party this evening, Mina and Harry were in Italy skiing, Iz was in London doing Iz things, and Connor wanted to hurry home because the baby was unwell. Christie decided to send Clover and Jax off into the night on expenses to make up for no party, while she made a final check of her messages before setting off for home herself. She guessed only time would tell if they were prepared for what this latest episode might bring down on them. However, the email she found from Francis Rush of the Organised Crime Unit threw a different sort of light on things. My interpretation of you being told that Simmons Brown cannot be a person of interest for you at this time is that you're either being subtly warned off, or there's a chance he's in witness protection. I can try to look into it, but it's notoriously difficult to get info out of UK PPS, and that's presuming he's in this jurisdiction. If he's overseas, say Europe or the US, I can't help you at all. Francis. After forwarding the message to the rest of the team, Christie turned to the whiteboard where printouts of the photos of Simmons Brown, Lottie, and Yanina were now posted. She tried to imagine again what they could have been discussing, where they'd been at the time, had gone after, and what had happened in the days and weeks that had followed. Had Simmons Brown used the shots to force more money out of Lottie? Why else would he have wanted them taken? How else would they have ended up with her? Sighing with exasperation, she began stuffing everything into her capacious tote bag and checked her phone as a text arrived. Aidan and I at Clifton Sausage would love you to join us. In spite of feeling tempted, she'd have to call an Uber to get there, and actually she was keen to go home. Maybe next time. Any news from your guy at Interpol? Strangely, no. He's usually pretty quick at getting back to me. I'll give it another day and chase him. Aidan's talking about a pancake party next week, Shrove Tuesday. Everyone invited off to the drop. We can do it at the house if you like. Christie stiffened. She hadn't set foot in their family home since leaving it 5 years ago, and she had no intention of going there again. Those days, those cherished memories of how happy they'd once been, were behind them, and she sure as hell wasn't interested in seeing what changes Marley might have made during the time she'd been there. The text arrived from Aidan. Dad is chief tosser, which has nothing to do with pancakes and everything to do with what a knob he is for getting everything wrong. Can we do it at yours? Christie texted back. Of course, I'll let everyone know. Dropping the phone into her bag, she followed her usual route down to the waterfront and turned away from the SS Great Britain towards the M-Shed. As she went, stepping around puddles and avoiding other late commuters, her mind was so full of Simmons Brown and where he might be now, that it took her a while to pick up on the sense of being followed. She turned quickly, half expecting someone to bump into her, or duck into the shadows. But no one was there, or no one who seemed interested in her. She walked on, alert for the sound of footsteps, or the feel of someone closing in. On Prince Street Bridge, a couple of joggers overtook her, and a cyclist barely missed her arm as he sped by. She crossed the cobbled street to pass the mud dock, and headed along the grove towards her end of the harbour side. She wasn't sure about being followed now, couldn't make up her mind if she was freaking herself out, or if someone really did have her in their sights. At the river station, she took a quick decision to go inside rather than risk leading someone right to her door. Finding the downstairs bar unusually quiet, she accepted the offer of a window booth overlooking the water and ordered herself a gin and tonic. From here, she could see who was coming and going, and if anyone suspicious did appear, she could always call Matthew and Aidan and ask them to meet her when they'd finished their meal. She might not relish the idea of having to explain herself, but better that than try to deal with some sort of stalker alone. I'm not sure I'm liking the sound of this, David commented when he rang later to ask what sort of feedback they'd had so far to the latest episode. She was home now, safely inside with doors and windows locked. The kindly neighbour who'd found her at the river station and walked her back was on standby upstairs if she needed him. Did you actually see anyone? Without really knowing who I was looking for, other than Simmons Brown, she replied. It's hard to answer that. And I don't actually think he'd be following me in person if he did have anything to do with it. Anyway, it could have all been in my head. It was dark, and I guess I was feeling spooked by the attempted burglary. Have you contacted the police about that?
There's nothing they can do. So we'll just have to be extra careful about who could be watching us or who gets in touch with possible leads. Going to refill her wine glass, she said, "It's been suggested by a reliable source that Simmons Brown could be in witness protection. If that's the case, then it's possible others are looking for him.
And now, thanks to the pod, they're hoping you might lead them to him?
Maybe. But surely no one thinks I'm hiding him at home or in the office."
No. But I'm thinking you could consider getting yourself some sort of security, he said gravely.
She smiled as she sank down onto the sofa and rested her feet on the coffee table. "I survived quite a lot of intimidation when I was working on your story," she reminded him. "In fact, even you sent me anonymous emails at the beginning."
To try and protect you, he pointed out. But okay, you didn't know that at the time. Hang on. Are you suggesting this stalker might actually be looking out for you?
She laughed. "If there is such a person, it's a nice thought, but I don't think I'll put too much trust in it. Anyway, let's move on and talk about Sadie. Is she still with you? Or has she gone home now?"
Anna took her a couple of hours ago, and is staying over because Jasper's away.
Is she still feeling shaken up by the photos?
Let's say she seemed calmer by the time she left. Helped, I think, by everyone reminding her that she didn't really know what was happening in them. Anna has a theory that Janina was trying to get Sadie back, but Lottie was refusing to let her go.
Christie's eyebrows rose. That would put a different slant on things. What about Simmons Brown? Did she have any thoughts on what he might have been doing there?
Not that she shared with me. I'd say it's a question for Mia.
Yes, and good luck with that. I wonder if she's listened to the pod yet.
If she has, no one's heard from her, so maybe not.
As frustrated as ever by Mia's intransigence and capriciousness, she said, "And the safe? Any luck with it yet?"
It's still here, and I'm sure we'll get it open once the guy I have in mind is back from wherever he is. His wife says Jersey. I'm wondering if it's a little more secure than that, i.e. a Crown facility. However, she assures me she's expecting him any day now. We'll see, and I'll let you know. But if he's not here by the weekend, I'll make inquiries elsewhere. Now, I'm interested to know if you have any thoughts of when you might be coming this way again."
Checking the lift in her heart with a reminder of Juliet, she said, "Is Corny still with Mia?"
As far as I know. But maybe I should put it another way. I'm keen to see you.
Unable not to feel pleased by that, she said, "You could always come here." Before he could react, she added, "But I'm not sure it's a good idea, under the circumstances."
What circumstances?
Not willing to spell it out, and suddenly annoyed that he seemed to be making her, she said, "Shall we leave it for now? It's late, and I've had a busy day."
Okay, but we do need to talk.
If you say so.
I do, and I would fly over there this weekend if I knew you were free, and if I wasn't hosting an event at the yacht club on Saturday night. I was hoping you might come with me, but it's sounding as though you'd prefer not to.
That's not what I said. But given the way things are with the series right now, I think I need to be here, or ready to go at short notice if something comes up. There was a moment before David said,
"I get that. Just don't shut me out altogether, okay? At least, not until we've properly straightened things out between us."
Chapter 22. The following afternoon, as arranged, Christie and Connor were ready to connect to Natalie Irwin in Toronto, while Clove and Jax continued ploughing through Lottie's jumble of boxes. No more incriminating photographs as yet, and still no explanation for those now posted on their website. They'd spent the morning combing through early feedback reports from Iz's super sleuths, as they were calling the social media backup team, while discussing Christie's concern that she'd been followed home last night. "If it was someone hoping you, might lead them to Simmons Brown," Connor said, "then they surely have to know from the last episode that we have no idea where he is."
"And if the guy turns out to be in some sort of protection scheme,"
Jax added, "then we're never likely to find him."
Francis Rush also suggested, Christie reminded them, that being told he can't be a person of interest at this time could be a subtle way of warning us off. Exactly which one of the SLD directors is doing the warning, and who exactly primed him or her for it, is anyone's guess, but I'm expecting things could become a little less subtle in the coming days. If the lowlifes the Nice Matin sent us are involved, Clover said, then I can't see them bothering with subtle at all, but hey, what do I know about how gangsters operate? I just don't want to be face to face with any of them on a dark night. Are we thinking they're behind the trashing of this office? Having no idea, Christie shrugged as she checked an incoming text.
Can I take a rain check for this evening? Flying to Paris later. Hope to be back on Saturday. Robert.
Disappointed, although relieved she wasn't the one having to call off the drinks this time, she texted back, "No problem. Just let me know when works for you. C."
There's an iMessage here, released by one of the super sleuths,
Jack said, reading from the feedback reports.
It could, at a stretch, lend some credence to Simmons Brown being in witness protection. It says, "Dear Hindsight Team, I believe George Simmons Brown is my neighbour here in Naples, living under another name. He isn't alone. If you want to know more, please message me back."
He glanced up to find everyone looking at him.
Naples? Connor echoed. Not the most obvious place to go if you're trying to avoid mafia types. On the other hand, if you're in bed with them, so to speak.
He isn't alone is another standout for me, Christie said. Message this person back, Jax, and say we'd love to know more, then get in touch with the super sleuths to find out what in particular made them release this one to us, and are there any more like it? By mid-afternoon, they were still awaiting replies. However, Natalie Irwin had just connected, a sweet-faced woman in her late 40s, with shiny black hair and large brown eyes, so all focus was now on her. After introducing herself and Connor, and thanking her for agreeing to chat with them, Christie said, "Would you mind if we start recording right away?" "Sure, I was expecting it," Natalie replied, with a smile that revealed a pierced tongue and small white teeth. She had retained her native Yorkshire accent, albeit slightly uplifted by a Canadian twang. "Sorry I couldn't do this sooner. Kids and commitments, you know how it goes. Anyhow, I've had time to do some digging to remind myself of dates and places, that sort of thing. So with any luck, I'll be able to help you in some way. I know I couldn't find Lucas when I tried, so I'm hoping you'll be better at it than I am." Receiving a nod from Connor, Christie asked Natalie to identify herself for the recording and began by taking her back to how she and Lucas had first met.
"Oh, that's easy, it were in Minehead. I was working at Butlins, the holiday camp, and I ran into him a couple of times on the beach or in town. We got talking. He told me he was looking for his sister, who he thought was in the area. When I found out he had no money and was sleeping rough, I started smuggling him into my quarters so he could get some decent sleep while I was working. I'd take him food as well, and then we managed to get him some shifts, and before too long he had his own room and a proper job. He was a great guy. He had a way with him that kind of cheered you up, if you know what I mean. Always positive, up for a laugh and joke, interested in what you had to say. I remember when he found his sister, and how much he cried with happiness. He wanted me to meet her, and I was up for that, so we made it happen. Only a few times, it has to be said. I saw her a little girl more because Lucas would bring her into the camp. A proper little cutie she were. And his sister, wow, she were a real looker, she were. I always thought she had a housekeeping job further along the coast. I didn't know about any of the Russian bride stuff until way later, when it came out in the local paper. They was all long gone by then, but before that, whenever I saw her, I can't say she ever seemed, scared or anything. But then, one day she was, and so was he. I don't know what happened. All he ever told me was that she was going to be moving on. And then a few weeks later, just like that, he'd gone too. I was proper upset, I can tell you. I'd never dreamt he'd take off without saying a word, when we'd been such good friends, but that's what happened.
During the times you saw Yanina, did she ever talk about having to leave Sasha, or being forced to give her up? Did Lucas ever mention anything like that?
Sasha, that was her name. I've been trying to remember. Anyway, no way I can see Janina leaving her. They was bonded at the hip. and Sasha adored her uncle. You should have seen the pair of them together. He was like a big kid himself when he brought her into the camp. Dead proud of her, he was. No, if Janina ever gave her up, and I guess what you're saying in your pods is that Sadie Winters is Sasha, I'd lay money that someone forced her to.
We posted some shots on our website last night of Lottie Winters with Yanina and the man she was working for. Have you seen them?
I have, and if you're asking do I recognise the other two, I can tell you I don't remember seeing either of them before.
Okay, going back to when Lucas disappeared, was that the last you heard from him?
No, actually. I got a postcard about 6 months later from somewhere in Lithuania. I can't find it, I'm afraid. Chances are I didn't keep it. But in it he said he was sorry about bailing the way he did. Apparently the authorities caught up with him and he'd been deported. He was staying with his sister now, until he could get back to England.
His sister being Yanina?
That's what I thought, until he turned up in London one day a few years later, 3 or 4, could even have been a bit longer than that. I was working front of house in a theatre at the time, so yeah, it would have been around 2005. It turned out he'd been with his older sister, Audra, since being shipped out, but now his country had joined the EU, it was possible for him to get to England legally. So he was back to find Yanina, because they hadn't heard from her since she'd left Minehead.
Did he tell you then why Yanina had left Minehead?
Not that I recall. And I didn't say anything about what I'd read in the paper. You just wouldn't, would you, over something like that?
Do you know if he ever found her?
Not that I ever knew of. He went everywhere searching for her, and the bloke whose house she'd been staying at in Kilve, but he couldn't find a trace of either of them anywhere. I remember him saying something about a couple of women who lived, or were staying on Exmoor, but he never knew their names, and when he went to the house he thought was theirs, they weren't there anymore. To be honest, I didn't really know what that was about, but I could see he was ready to grasp at any straw. It was a horrible time for him. He was proper scared about what might have happened to his sister in Nice. But it was like no one knew anything, and the police typically weren't interested. I reckon it was because he was foreign. They don't admit that sort of thing, do they? They just said they had no record of his relatives ever being in the country, so I'd no way of knowing if they were still there, or if they'd left again.
Do you know if he told them about George Simmons Brown?
I don't, I'm afraid, although I guess he must have. I mean, why wouldn't he? Even so, nothing ever came of it. Lucas was drawing blanks everywhere, and it carried on like that way after I left and moved here to Canada. I felt really bad for him, and wished there was more I could do, but I'd met Ian by then, my husband, and we had our own lives to be getting on with. I mean, I stayed in touch with Lucas. I didn't just drop him. He'd write me a line, and then an email when we started sending them. A couple of times a year, to ask how I was doing and to say where he was living and what he was doing. He was still in England, and had all sorts of jobs. Delivery driver, hotel porter, builder, plumber's mate, you name it. And he lived all over. I think he had a couple of long-term girlfriends, but the one who stands out for me was Evie. He was obviously really keen on her, and as far as I know, he was still with her the last I heard from him.
When was that?
August 2015. I've been trying to find the email, but I've changed provider since then and moved house. But I remember he told me that he'd been contacted by George Simmons Brown. It took me a while to work out who that was. When I did, I felt kind of excited for him, and worried, obviously, given what I knew about the bloke. Anyway, maybe it meant he was going to find out something about his sister at last. But then I read on, and it was really weird, because it turned out this GSB had offered him an amazing job, and he was going to take it. And that was that. Nothing since. Obviously, I emailed straight back to ask what was going on and what the hell sort of job he was talking about, given GSB's rep. But to this day, he's never answered.
Needing a moment to assimilate, Christie nodded for Connor to take over.
Do you still have the address he emailed from?
Sure, I'll send it to you, but it's defunct now. Just bounces back. And same goes for the old mobile number I had for him.
What about his sister, Audra? Do you have any contact details for her?
I wish. I tried finding her, but none of the Audra Andresses I got in touch with knew him. That's if they spoke English at all, and not many of them did, so I didn't hear back from all of them. I think she was married, so she probably had a different name.
Did Lucas ever send you any photographs when you were still in touch that might indicate where he was when he took them?
Oh, yeah. Lucas at Blackpool Tower, Lucas and Evie paddle boating on a lake somewhere, Evie with a beefeater, both of them outside Buckingham Palace. He used to send snaps more regularly than he did messages, I guess as a way of keeping in touch and letting me know he was still alive. That's why I've been so worried since everything suddenly stopped.
Okay, can I take you back to the time you were all in Minehead for a moment? Did you ever meet any of the other so-called Russian brides?
No. Like I said, I didn't even know about them until way after it was all over.
Did either Yanina or Lucas ever talk about Sasha's father?
Never got a mention. I presumed he was someone she'd left back in her own country, or later. I thought he was probably one of the scumbags who trafficked her. Could have just been a random punter. I never liked to ask.
Is there anything you'd like to say to Lucas, in case he listens to this podcast?
Yeah, sure. Be in touch, you crazy bastard. I need to know you're okay. Same goes for you, Yanina, wherever you are. I really cared about you guys, still do, so give me a break here. And call or message. You know how to find me, Lucas. The mobile number hasn't changed.
Christie looked around to see if anyone had anything else to add. They all shook their heads, so Connor stopped the recording, and Christie said, "I can't thank you enough for this, Natalie. You've added something very special to the series by bringing Lucas and Yanina to life in a way no one else has been able to so far, apart from Robert, the doctor Yanina met a couple of times." "Yeah, I heard his interview. Sounds like an interesting guy. His mother came over well, too. I guess you still don't know what really happened with those sisters. Myself, I reckon that finding a child on the beach stuff is bullshit, and I especially do now you've posted those shots of one of them with Simmons Brown and Yanina. What the heck was all that about, is what I'd like to know." "So would we," Christie responded. "I'll let you go now, but if anything else comes to mind you think might help us, you know where we are. Your interview should be in the next episode, so please let us know if Lucas or anyone gets in touch after that, or before. Let's hope it happens. I'll sleep a lot easier if I could be sure he's not out there somewhere 6 feet under." As she disappeared from their screens, Jax gave it a moment and said, "In case anyone's interested, I've heard from the super sleuths. Apparently the Naples message got forwarded because we didn't mention anything about the theory of witness protection or identity switch in the pod, so it was decided this one could have some cred." "Someone on that team is doing their job," Connor commented approvingly. Agreeing, Jax said, "I've also heard back from the anonymous sender. I'll put it up for you all to read, but here's what it says, if you want to record it for a drop-in." Receiving a thumbs up from Connor, he continued,
Sorry, my mistake. Please ignore last message. Good luck.
Christie regarded him thoughtfully. "That was a fast about turn," she commented. "Any way of tracing the sender?" "I'm on it," Jax replied, "and I've tried messaging again, but so far being blanked. Interesting aside, the English, what little there is of it, is pretty damn perfect. Which isn't to say Italians can't speak our language fluently, just making the point is all." "And Brits do live in Naples," Christie reminded him. "Okay, let's see how you get on trying to track our Napoleon friend down. That's not what you call natives of Naples, is it?" "Neapolitan, or Napolitano," Connor provided. Grinning, Christie turned back to Jax as Clover asked if there was anything else from the super sleuths worthy of follow-up. "Nah, only stuff we'd have rejected out of hand if we were doing the job," he replied. "A lot of fan mail, apparently, especially for you, Connor." Connor started. "Me?" he protested. "Tell them to bin it right now." "I think it all goes into folders in case we need to refer to it. Anyway, sounds like you haven't looked at your profile page on the website in the last 24 hours. Iz has posted some of the at-home shots of you with Jodie and Aurora, and now there are lots of women out there wanting to have your babies." Christie gave a snort of laughter as Connor groaned and sank his head into his hands. If it makes you feel any better, Clover said, they're pretty good. All very tastefully done. And, she added meaningfully, they're going to appear in one of the upmarket colour supplements at the weekend. So I think Iz has done you proud. Clearly not ready for any sort of Iz praise yet, Connor said, "Okay, can we get back to what we're supposed to be doing here?" "Oh my God," Christy suddenly cried, seeing who was calling her. "It's Mia, quick, set up to record, we'll worry about permissions after." "Is it video?" Connor asked, hitting the keys. "Yes, okay, I'm clicking on now." It took the usual few seconds for the connection to stabilise, but as Christy started to speak, she was stopped by the sight of Mia. The older woman's face was taut and stark white, her eyes seemed to blaze, and her hair was back-combed so haphazardly she surely couldn't have used a mirror to prep it.
"You're a wicked, wicked woman. Christy, whatever your name is. I don't know how you live with yourself doing the things you do, interfering in other people's lives, making wildly offensive accusations, speaking to people who know nothing, and now you've gone too far. Those photographs are fake, and you know it. You've doctored them, used them to sensationalize and scandalize because that's what you people in the media do. What I want to know is why you're tormenting my niece this way. She doesn't deserve your cruelty. She's a good girl, misguided and angry with me, but safe from things that will only hurt her. The way you're exploiting her is disgusting and shameful. So please leave us alone and stop this evil persecution."
I'm sorry you feel this way, Mia, but I can assure you Sadie's welfare and the truth of her life matter a great deal to us. And the photographs aren't fake. We have the originals, along with the negatives, so I'm afraid your sister did meet with George Simmons Brown and Janina Andrus. Did you know about it?
I don't have to answer your questions, nor do I have to believe a word you say. I'm telling you those photographs are forgeries.
Perhaps I can bring them to you so you can see for yourself.
I don't want you in my home, and I don't want you near my niece again. If you don't heed my wishes, there will be terrible consequences for you.
Christy watched her on the screen, expecting her to ring off now, probably to call her lawyer if she hadn't already. However, she simply looked around the room she was in, almost as if tracking a fly, or perhaps no longer sure about where she was.
Are you okay?
Mia's eyes came back to the camera and peered in fiercely.
You are besmirching my beloved sister's reputation, and mine, with all your lies. She is very unhappy with you, and it's never been wise to get on the wrong side of Lottie.
This time the screen did go dark, and Christy sat back in her chair, inhaling deeply as the final words continued to land. "Wow," she murmured. "So what do we make of that?" "She's clearly nuts," Clover offered, "but at least she didn't threaten any sort of legal action." "It's what I was waiting for." "Me too," Connor said, "although we should still brace ourselves for it and make sure our lawyers are up to speed with everything." "What do you think about using it in a pod?" Christy shook her head doubtfully. "Even if we got clearance, given her mental instability, it's likely we'd be accused of gross insensitivity or worse. And frankly, I don't want to get bogged down in proving the photo's authenticity to the world at large. We know they're genuine. So I say no to using Mia's weirdness against her at this time. Let's think about whether we want to show the video to Sadie." After deliberating it, Clover said, "How about we just send the audio?" The woman looked such a fright it actually feels wrong to share it, even with her niece. It didn't take Sadie long to get back to them. "She's said it all to me already," she told them, sounding tired and upset. "And I quickly gave up trying to reason with her. She doesn't want to hear it, so she won't. As far as she's concerned, or maybe as far as Lottie's concerned, I can't be entirely sure who she thinks she is today. The photographs are fake, and that's that." "How would you feel about using it in a pod?" Christy asked. "I don't think the video would be a good idea." "God, no. I saw what she was like after she called you, so let's at least spare her the indignity of the world seeing her like that. As for what she said,
If you think it's appropriate to use it, then why not?
Surprised, Christie added it to the clipboard for future use, and looked up again as Sadie said,
Can I ask if anyone's come forward about the photos yet?
Knowing how hopeful she remained in spite of everything, Christie's heart went out to her. As soon as anyone does, we'll let you know, she assured her. But I can't help worrying about how prepared you are for a difficult outcome. Sadie's laugh was tired and humorless.
Probably not prepared at all, she admitted. But it doesn't matter. We have to keep going.
Not arguing, only worrying more, Christie said. I take it you haven't found anything else of interest in Lottie's rooms?
No, but here's some good news. David's heard from the safecracker. Apparently he's in Ireland at the moment, due back here on Friday, and he's saying that going by the images David sent him, he shouldn't have any problem getting us access.
Concerned now about what Sadie might find inside, Christie said, Maybe you shouldn't be alone when you open it. Sounding anxious too, Sadie said,
I must admit I am quite nervous about it, probably because nothing else has been locked away. So I'll ask Anna to be with me for the great unveiling.
Christie smiled at the attempted humour, and almost hated herself as she said, How would you feel about recording it as it happens? Or would that seem too intrusive until you actually know what's in there?
You mean you'd come over and be with me?
If you'd like. After a moment, Sadie said,
I don't know. Can I think about it?
Of course.
I'm probably getting worked up over nothing, but instinctively it's feeling as though I should find out what's in there before I decide whether or not I want to share it.
That makes sense to me, David said later when they spoke on the phone. Christie was taking a different route home this evening, along Cumberland Road to the top of Bathurst Parade, where the Louisiana pub loomed like an old-fashioned steamboat next to the basin. There's no knowing what dark secrets Lottie could have stored in that safe, and there's no doubt she had them. Grimacing, Christie said, I'm actually starting to feel nervous about it myself, so I'm glad Anna at least is going to be there once the safecracker has done his job. Indeed. And speaking of Chas, that's the bloke's name, by the way, he told me something else when I was on the phone to him earlier. It turns out he knew the estate agent who sold Mia and Lottie the house. He doesn't think he'll be of as much interest to us as a good mate of his who did some work for the sisters back in the day. What sort of work? He doesn't know, or won't reveal details, but said mate, who apparently has a very respectable printworks based in the home counties, is also known in certain circles for being a master penman. I believe that's an insider's term for a forger. Christie blinked. Talk me through this, she said quietly. I don't know any more than that, but what I'm thinking, and I just know you're on the same page, is birth certificates, passports, photographs of fake parents. It could be this guy fixed it all. Do we know where to find him? Chas, who's actually a very good farrier in case you're interested, isn't prepared to go public with a name or an exact location. However, he's agreed to tell you himself as much as he told me. Of course we want to speak to him. It's a dynamite piece of information, even without the mate's input. It kind of backs up what we've always known, that the sisters bought Sadie's identity in order to pass her off as their niece. Exactly. I think I'm going to owe Chas a drink or two after this. Taking the iron footbridge over to the Ostrich pub, Christie said, You can put it on expenses if you like, given you're practically one of the team now. He laughed. I might just hold you to that. Now, before you ring off, I want to know if anyone's been following you again, or tried to remove things from your office. Nothing to report on that front, she replied, deciding not to mention the text she'd received earlier, advising her not to be afraid. It didn't mean anything, she was certain of that. It was simply the sort of messing trolls went in for to unnerve or destabilize their victims, and God knew it was a whole lot better than the vicious or depraved sort of fantasies some sickos inflicted on her. Thankfully, they were mostly blocked by the super sleuths these days, with death threats being sent straight to the police. It was a shame, For the whole team, not just her, that one or two wise guys still managed to get hold of their personal numbers. But they simply did as they'd been advised back in their TV days. They stored the messages in a designated file, just in case they were ever needed for further investigation, then got on with their day. It was Friday afternoon, and everyone was working quietly on their computers. Jax still trying to trace the Naples messenger, Clover reaching out to a Vilnius-based journalist to see if he could help find Audra, Christy and Connor pulling together sound effects and a structure for the next episode. The rain outside was so heavy and persistent, it was making them reluctant to leave for the day, so they were all still there just after 6 when Sadie FaceTimed. Guessing the safecracker had done his job, Christy alerted the others and quickly clicked on. The instant Sadie's expression came into focus, her insides tightened with unease. "What is it?" Christy asked. "What's happened?" Clearly agitated, Sadie said,
"It's full of cards and letters. I thought they seemed sweet at first. They are sweet and passionate and not like anything I've read. He clearly loved her one hell of a lot, and in her journals, almost everything in them is about him. You need to read them. She was besotted with him. She talks about leaving me and Mia to be with him."
"Who is it?" Christy urged, already knowing it must be Simmons Brown.
"She doesn't call him by name, just says he's her darling, her one true love. And that's how he signs himself. But then I found photos of them together. Oh God, Christy," she sobbed. "Anna's just sent one for you to see."
As it came up on the screen, the others murmured their shock. "Shit," Connor swore. "This can't be right."
"That's what I thought,"
Sadie told him, her eyes desperate as they went to him.
"It can't, can it?"
They all looked to Christy, but she was still staring at the screen, her heart contracted in disbelief and something close to horror. "How the hell didn't we see this coming?" she muttered, and reached for the phone. Chapter 23. Christy was so angry with herself that she'd only narrowly avoided an accident while driving. It wasn't as if she hadn't considered the possibility of Robert Brinkley knowing Lottie Winters through their overseas work, because she had. It had occurred to her more than once, so why, in God's name, had she never asked the question? The answer was because she'd assumed, and who wouldn't, that if he did know her, he'd have said so. But he hadn't. She wanted to know why. More than that, she wanted a full explanation of what the hell was going on. By now, she was seated at a corner table of the White Lion pub, part of the Avon Gorge Hotel in Bristol's upscale area of Clifton. It was unusually quiet for a Saturday evening. Most of the long bench tables were empty, and only one server at the bar, but it was only just past 6:30, so it would probably start filling up quite soon. She wasn't interested in who was coming or going, only in Robert Brinkley, who was seated opposite her, scrolling through the photos on her phone. As she watched him, she felt so much anger, and on so many levels that she was finding it hard to keep it to herself. As his head was down, she had no way of telling how he was reacting to the shock of her finding out about his relationship with Lottie, apart from the tightness gathering around his mouth. No matter that things had ended between them a long time ago, if Lottie's letters were anything to go by, and actually they were everything, what Christy needed to know was what the heck he was doing here now, messing with Sadie and with her. When he eventually looked up, she was momentarily thrown by his expression. He seemed both stunned and confused, as if she were playing some unfathomable trick on him. There was none of the guilt or embarrassment or defensiveness she'd expected. His voice was hoarse as he said, How did you get these?" "Sadie found them," she replied coolly. "In her Aunt Lottie's safe, along with your letters, the cards you sent, the journals she wrote about you."
"I don't understand," he interrupted. This is Lottie?"
"You must know."
"Oh, God,"
he groaned, clasping a hand to his head as though sinking into an unimaginable horror.
"If this is Lottie... Oh, Christ, what can I tell you? How the hell is this even possible?"
I'm waiting for you to answer that very question, she told him tightly. He regarded her helplessly, clearly not sure what to say, and looked at the photos again almost as if they weren't real. Or they were of someone he didn't know, which couldn't be the case because he was in them. Warily, she said, "Have you never looked at our website?" He shook his head. "No, I haven't. But it seems if I had..." "You'd have known right away that Lottie, Sadie's aunt Lottie, was the woman you had an intimate relationship with for God knows how many years." Her tone was every bit as sarcastic as she intended. He scrolled through the photos again. "Seeing these..." He paused, took a breath, and she noticed his hand shake slightly as he said quietly, "So she's dead." Christie became very still. Did he really not know that? Was this truly how he was finding out that the woman he'd written so many beautiful letters to, who he'd apparently loved with an ear-blinding passion, was no longer alive? She watched him inhale deeply, softly, and take a while to let the breath go. "We haven't been in touch for years," he said quietly. His eyes were captured by a photo of Lottie laughing and looking as beautiful as Christie had ever seen her. Had he taken it? He was in the next one, and the next. In fact, most of the others Sadie had found in a small wallet inside the safe. "I was never sure why she..." He took a moment, and started again. "The last time I saw her, we were in Nairobi, and we'd stolen some time to be together. We often did that. She'd meet me a few days before I joined the medical team I'd been assigned to, or when I was on my way out. Sometimes we were at the same camp or conference, or we were invited." "Please just tell me this," Christie interrupted. "When you met Sadie, did you already know who she was?" He looked up at her, clearly aghast. "Of course I didn't," he replied. "You can't seriously think..." "Jesus Christ, what do you think? That I'm somehow involved in all this?" "Persuade me you aren't." He threw out his hands. "How am I supposed to do that when I apparently know even less about Lottie Winters than you do? She was Carla to me. Carla Andrews. She lived in London, was the daughter of some wealthy banker, a free spirit, had no children of her own, was devoted to those she helped." Was this the truth? Or did Christie just want it to be because she didn't want to be wrong about him? "If you were that close," she said, "and your correspondence shows that you were, did she never talk about her sister and her niece?" "Yes, often. Amelia and Sophie. I assumed they were mother and daughter. She was very close to them. But there were times when she needed to get away. She said that sometimes she felt she couldn't breathe when she was with them. If you've read the letters, you'll know all this." "We don't have the ones she wrote to you," Christie pointed out. "When exactly did you meet her?" Robert inhaled again, and took some time to roll back through the years, unlocking memories he seemed not to have visited for a very long time. "It was 1998 in Tiakiti, one of the Sudanese refugee camps. She was brought to me as an emergency. She'd suffered a major cardiac event while helping to process new arrivals, and it was severe. We almost lost her." He broke off, threw an unsteady hand across his mouth, the memory of it seeming to have the power to affect him even now. "She always liked to say that I gave her a reason to go on living." He tried to laugh, as if to lighten the weight of it, but it came out as more of a groan. "That was how it started between us. She was a patient. I was the surgeon who wanted, more than anything, to save her." A touching picture that Christie was finding it very easy to believe in. Perhaps too easy? "I'm guessing you were married at the time," she said, seeing little choice but to go with his story, at least for now. He nodded. "And not in the habit of cheating. It was just with her. Christ, Christie, you have to believe I'd have told you right away if I'd realized Sadie was in any way connected to her. It never even entered my head.
Still angry with herself for not having explored the possibility when she'd known they moved in the same world, she said, "You have to see that this revelation calls everything into question about you and seriously jeopardizes our credibility for not having known something so important about you sooner. It seems pretty obvious now, having read your letters, that you were the reason Lottie was so keen to break free of her sister. She got her a husband and then a child. And the fact that you just happened to stumble across that child's mother on a hillside close to the house where Lottie and her sister were staying, and then you turn up all these years later just as the same child goes public with her suspicions. Everyone's going to be asking who the hell you really are."
"I am asking who the hell are you?"
His eyes were solemn and dark with sincerity as he said,
"I am exactly who you think I am, Christy. And the main reason I took an interest in helping Sadie is because it matters to my mother."
"But the sisters were in Somerset at the same time you were, back in 2000, she cried. "By your own admission, you knew Lottie, Carla, then. Janina even talked to you about her. That's what you said."
"She did, but I had no reason to think that one of the women she was referring to was Carla. There are hundreds, thousands of women from all over the world who got involved in the camps, and as far as I can remember, Carla was in Malawi around the time I was in Somerset, or I thought she was. For God's sake, Christy, coincidences can be real, even if they seem unlikely, or convenient, or flat-out unbelievable. You must know that."
Though she did, she remained very uncomfortable with this one. Opening up the Hindsight website on her phone, she found the shots of George Simmons Brown with Lottie and Janina and thrust the phone at him.
"Do you know who he is?"
she asked. Looking at it, Robert frowned and shook his head.
"I've never seen him before."
"But you do recognize Lottie?"
He nodded.
"So can you explain what's happening there, where this is?"
"I have no idea, I'm sorry."
He put the phone down on the table.
"I know you won't want to hear this. Why would you? But finding out that Carla is dead..."
"Lottie, her name was Lottie, and I think we've already established that she really wasn't the woman you thought she was."
His eyes hardened slightly as he said,
"Maybe not. But we're all capable of being different people at different times, and if, as you say, you've read my letters, you'll know how much she meant to me. I saw nothing bad in her, only good."
"If you loved her so much, why didn't you leave your wife to be with her? You told her in one letter it was too soon. Your children were still too young."
"They were. And they're the only reason I wouldn't end my marriage. When you've seen the kind of suffering I have, that Carla saw too, children, babies, orphaned and maimed. Losing parents to a divorce doesn't equate, of course it doesn't. Mine would still have had a mother and father who loved them, a proper home to live in. Even so, I didn't want to hurt them. To see that same look of bewilderment and fear in their eyes as I was seeing in the field, and know I had caused it."
"Did your wife know about Lottie?"
"Yes, she did."
He gazed down at the phone. It screened dark now, masking Lottie's image, and Christy couldn't help wondering how much he wanted to feast his eyes on her again.
"Here's the thing about my marriage,"
he said, circling a hand around his empty glass as if to stop himself reaching for the phone.
"I know you'll see my affair with Carla as cheating. The betrayal of my family, my principles, of everything, really. But Jenny, my wife, we came to an agreement after our second child was born, which, here's another coincidence you're probably not going to like, was the year I met Carla. And yes, my wife and I went on to have another child after that in 2000. But the decision Jenny and I took in 98 to have an open marriage was actually nothing to do with Carla. It was so that Jenny could be true to herself and stop pretending she was someone she wasn't."
"True to herself? Pretending?" Regarding him skeptically, Christy said, "Are you about to tell me your wife is gay?"
"She is bisexual," he confirmed. "The children know that now and have long accepted it. What they find slightly more unusual, or used to anyway, is that Jenny and I have chosen to stay together."
He seemed to expect her to find it unusual too, even scorn it, but she said nothing.
"It suits us both," he explained. "We like one another, enjoy each other's company. I guess you could say we're each other's best friend. And yes, there have been times, still are, when we're intimate. She's always been there for me when I've needed someone, and I like to think I'm always there for her. Certainly, she helped me over the breakup with Carla. I might have gone mad otherwise. I simply couldn't understand why she decided we shouldn't continue our relationship. I could see when she told me that it was tearing her apart too. But nothing I said or did was enough to make her change her mind. She kept saying we had to move on, to stop the dependency on one another that was only going to hurt us more in the end.
Did she know you were in an open marriage by then?
Yes, and she'd always sworn she was happy with the way we were, that she could wait until I was ready to be with her completely, just as long as we kept seeing one another. Then suddenly it changed.
When exactly did it change?
In 2005. We were in Nairobi, as I said. She told me she couldn't see a future for us even if I left my wife, so it was best that we let one another go right then.
Did you see her again after that? He shook his head.
I wrote to her, of course, many times. But she never responded to my letters or emails, and the number I had for her was disconnected. Obviously, I could have made contact through other people, but it clearly wasn't what she wanted, and so in the end, I was going to say I gave up, but I never consciously did that. I guess what I did was carry on hoping that eventually she'd change her mind and contact me.
Realizing that the hope, on some level, had still been alive until a few minutes ago when he'd learned of her death, Christie's tone was a little gentler as she said, "Why don't you get us another drink? And we'll try to work out how we handle this now with Sadie." Picking up their glasses, he said,
"What is she actually thinking?"
"I'm afraid that you're a liar, a cheat, someone who knows George Simmons Brown and who might have been involved in getting her to her aunt's, even in harming Janina or Lucas or both."
"Jesus Christ,"
he murmured, clearly appalled.
"You have to tell her. Please tell me it's not what you think too."
She simply stared at him. He swallowed dryly, but said no more as he went to the bar to order another beer and glass of wine. As she waited, she turned everything over in her mind, trying to get a sense of what her instincts were telling her about the affair and deception, intended or not. Robert was right about coincidences, of course. They really did happen, and sometimes they could stretch credulity to breaking point. So maybe he hadn't known Carla and Lottie were one and the same person. Maybe he really hadn't looked at the Hindsight website before today. When he returned to the table and sat down again, Christie said, "If I'm prepared to believe what you've told me, then, the way I see it, we have two choices going forward. We either make a big deal of Sadie finding out about the love affair between you and Lottie, and put your current involvement in Sadie's search down to spectacular coincidence." She stopped, shaking her head.
"It's not going to fly,"
she said helplessly.
"I think what matters is whether or not Sadie believes it,"
he said. Agreeing with that, she picked up her drink and continued to think. "The alternative is that we pretend it hasn't happened and carry on with no mention of it. But it's bound to come out sooner or later, and if the public realize we've deliberately held back, duped them even? No, we have to run it. Take a proactive stance rather than risk having our reputation trashed by what could easily be viewed as duplicity on our part to the point of outright deceit." He reached for his glass, made to drink, but put it down again.
"Can I remind you that my mother and my children listen to your podcasts?"
he said quietly.
"If you're intending to use the letters, the cards, they're very personal and from another time."
"I realize that," she said. "And I'm sorry if you think your family will be upset by it, but they're adults. I'm sure they can cope with the exposure of an affair that ended 20-odd years ago. And you have to understand that Sadie is my concern. Obviously, your secret will be safe if she doesn't want us to reveal it, but we have to let her make the decision. And I'm afraid I will be doing my best to persuade her to let us dedicate time to it." When he didn't protest further, she continued. "I think she might find it easier to accept if you were to go over there and talk to her in person." Though he seemed startled by the suggestion, and reluctant,
He then began to nod slowly, until finally he said,
Yes, I should see her. But if you intend to be there, I hope you'll consider it enough to have my letters broadcast around the world without having to add a very difficult conversation with Sadie to my humiliation.
Recalling the letters, their tenderness and intimacy, and how genuinely upset Robert had clearly been on learning of Lottie's death, Christie said, I can't make any promises yet, but I can tell you that it will not be our intention to exacerbate or sensationalize either your or Sadie's grief. After leaving Robert to walk back to his rented flat, Christie drove out of Clifton, updating Connor by phone as she went. It'll be interesting to see what happens when he and Sadie do get together, she was saying as she edged between the parked cars on Granby Hill.
Even more interesting, he responded, will be Mia's reaction when she finds out about the affair. Presuming she doesn't know already, and personally, I reckon she does.
I agree. But what I'd really like the answer to is why Lottie ended the affair when she did in 2005. They were still, according to Robert, very much in love, and he got the impression it wasn't something she wanted to do. But she did it anyway, and never went back.
And it was sometime in the same year that Lottie decided she didn't want to be published anymore.
Christie was frowning so hard by now it almost hurt. What the heck happened? She murmured, forgetting to indicate as she turned onto Hotwells Road. Sadie would have been 7 at the time. They were in Guernsey, she was at school. I can't think of anything else that might be significant from around that time. Can you?
Not off the top, but that's why we need to speak to Corny. Where are you now?
I'll be driving past Spike Island in the next few minutes. Are you at the office?
It's Saturday night and I have a life. Also, you surely don't need me to remind you that you've got other things to do this evening.
As her heart fluttered, she said, You're right, I have. But we should meet tomorrow to discuss next week's episode. The line dropped for a moment. When Connor came back, he was saying,
Idea when Robert's intending to go to Guernsey?
He says he'll reach out to Sadie tonight, and if she agrees to see him, he hopes to go as soon as Monday. One of us needs to be there when it happens.
A trip to the Channel Islands? Let me see, who should that be? Oh, hang on, that's right, David's already here. That's why you're in a hurry to get home. Jodie's asking if you'd like to come for Sunday lunch tomorrow.
Sounds great. I'll ask and get back to you. He should be at the flat by now.
Tell him we'd love to see him, and if you two haven't straightened things out by then, bring yourselves here for a shot of Connor and Jodie counselling.
That'll sort everything once and for all, she commented dryly. And after assuring him she'd be happy to fly back to Guernsey with David on Monday, if necessary, provided all went well between them this evening, of course, she sped up along Cumberland Road, daring to hope that he really was there. It seemed unbelievable in a way, and yet he really had rung this morning to tell her he was on his way, and if she didn't want to see him, he'd wait until she did. How was that for assertive? And how could she resist when she wanted to see him more than anything? Given how insistent he was being, she was ready to believe that she might, somehow, have got it wrong about him and Juliet. Just please don't let me be fooling myself and he's about to tell me in person why we can't continue seeing one another. That doesn't make any sense. Why would he want to do that when we've already stopped seeing one another? So there's nothing wrong with hoping this evening is going to turn out well. Christie was ready to believe that, right up until the moment she pulled into the leafy courtyard outside her building to find Matthew's car in her parking space. What the hell was he doing here? She was expecting Aidan to be inside the flat. He'd agreed to come and let David in, so she could only presume that some other pressing engagement had arisen for her son, and he'd asked his father to step in for him. She was going to brain the boy. She really was. But before that, she had to work out how the heck she was going to get rid of Matthew. What if he decided to stay and screw things up for her while making an ass of himself? As her neighbour was in Manchester tonight, she backed into his space, somehow resisting the urge to kick Matthew's car as she passed. God only knew what was going on inside the flat by now. She just hoped David didn't think she'd set this up. Or worse, that she was making some sort of childish point along the lines of, if you're still involved with Juliet, don't forget Matthew is very keen to get back with me. For God's sake, Christie, pull yourself together.
Hey, Mum!
Aidan shouted as she closed the front door.
We're in here!
wondering where the hell else they'd be, other than the sitting room. While relieved to know that her son hadn't completely let her down, she shrugged off her coat and scarf and kicked off her shoes. Were those David's loafers sitting comfortably between Matthew's Timberlands and Aiden's Nikes? Christ, this was starting to feel like some bizarre kind of alt world where all the footwear got along while the owners didn't. "There you are," Aiden said, coming out of the sitting room to greet her. "Wasn't my idea," he muttered under his breath. Tried to stop him, but you know what he's like. "Don't keep us waiting," Matthew called out. "There's a lovely white Rioja here, and we're keen to open it." Wondering if there was such a thing as ex-matricide, or was that just plain murder, Christie braced herself and followed Aiden into the sitting room. There she found Matthew ensconced on one sofa, as if he actually lived here, while David was in one of the armchairs, appearing perfectly relaxed and highly amused by the unexpected welcome he'd received. "Hello, darling," Matthew gushed, not bothering to get up. Just as well, or she might have knocked him down again. "David and I have been having a lovely chat about deep-sea fishing, and how it's a bit of a hobby of mine. I get the impression he's way more experienced than I am, but too modest to admit it. Here, come and sit down," he said, patting the sofa cushion next to his own. Suspecting he'd manoeuvred things to make sure she couldn't sit with David, Christie pulled out a dining chair and plunked herself on it. She was aware she hadn't actually spoken to David yet, but she couldn't think what to say with Matthew earwigging from 3 feet away. "Good flight?" she managed in the end. "Easy," he assured her. "Everything on time, and Aiden was waiting outside when I got here." "Dad drove me," Aiden confessed. "He was supposed to drop me off, but here he is." Matthew laughed. "Here I am," he agreed cheerily, "in the bosom of my family, and I must say, it's a great pleasure to meet you, David. Sorry, repeating myself, but I've heard so much about you from Haley and Aiden, and what a wonderful time you gave them at Christmas." "While you were in LA getting arrested," Aiden reminded him. Matthew grimaced good-naturedly. "That happened after Christmas," he said. "But I admit it was an unfortunate incident for which I was entirely to blame. I haven't been quite myself since Christie and I—" "Are you going to pour the wine?" Christie cut in, noticing that Aiden was starting to see the funny side of this. Of course," Matthew declared, sitting forward. "And then you can go," Christie told him. He gave a hearty laugh, as if she'd just cracked the most hilarious joke. "Don't worry, no offence taken," he assured her, as if she'd apologised for it. Deciding he'd lost his mind, she said to David, "I've made dinner reservations." "Oh, that's a shame," Matthew interrupted. "I've managed to secure us a table at Casa, and you know how hard it is to get in there. My treat? I'd be at a loose end otherwise." "What a shame," Christie retorted sarcastically. "I think we should accept Matthew's invitation," David told her, and she felt she might like to kick him too, given the unmistakable laughter in his eyes. "Yeah, I think you should," Aiden agreed, clearly lapping it up. She glared at the glass Matthew was passing her, and clocked the moment he realised it might be safer if he'd just put it down. "I think I've heard about the restaurant you've chosen," David said, as he and Matthew settled back into a friendly chat. "Doesn't it have an award-winning chef?" "Peter Sanchez Iglesias," Matthew confirmed delightedly. "I know him quite well. It's how we got the table. Aiden, you're going to join us, I hope." "Actually, I've got to be somewhere," Aiden grimaced. "No, you haven't," Christie informed him. "I have." "You have not," she insisted. Getting the message, Aiden choked back a laugh and said, "Okay, I'll clear the decks. Just making a few calls." And he disappeared into his bedroom. Deciding to do the same, after all, she needed to change, Christie made her excuses and took her wine and phone with her. As soon as she'd closed the door, she texted David. "Sorry, I know he's excruciating, but he wasn't always like this." A moment later, a message came back. "I kind of like him." "I don't believe you!" "He's taking me out to dinner. What's not to like?" In the end, it was gone 11 by the time Matthew was persuaded that no one else wanted a nightcap. It was time for him to go home and take Aiden with him. Of course, he'd had too much to drink to drive, so he'd have to come back in the morning to pick up his car. "I'll bring breakfast,"
he promised as he got into an Uber. Croissants are good for me, David told him. Let us know when you're on your way. I'll put the coffee on.
You might be even worse than he is, Christy told him as they went inside.
At least I didn't bring Juliet, he retorted.
Laughing in spite of herself, she led the way through to the sitting room, and feeling suddenly absurdly teenagerish, thrilled that David was here, excited by the prospect of him staying, anxious about the talk they needed to have, she said, I actually wouldn't mind a nightcap, if you're up for one too.
Count me in.
And he began collecting up the glasses they hadn't bothered to carry into the kitchen earlier. A few minutes later, as they sat down with their brandies, he said,
I know we're both tired and we've had a few drinks, but I still want to get this off my chest tonight. And I hope that by the time I'm done, this gulf,
he gestured to the space on the sofa between them,
might have closed a little.
Very much hoping the same, she said. I need you to understand that His hand went up.
I think I can guess what you're going to say. So please let me speak first.
Her eyes stayed on his, her anticipation building as she thought, God, he's gorgeous. Then, just don't let yourself be swayed by it, or drawn into anything until you know what he's going to say.
First of all,
he said,
I'm not involved with Juliet in the way you seem to think. In the way I confess I probably allowed you to think. It wasn't a conscious decision to hurt you. Far from it. But when I realized what was happening, I was angry that you didn't trust me.
She started to speak, but his hand went up again.
Obviously, she and I are close,
he continued.
And I won't apologize for that. She's my son's mother, and it means a lot to Laurent that his parents don't only get along, but that we feel at least a little bit like a family to him.
She held her silence as he took a sip of his drink.
The last time Juliet and I were intimate,
he continued,
was back in August in Paris. It's not the only time it's happened since we split up, but I can promise you that it doesn't happen often, and it certainly hasn't since you and I got together.
Knowing she was far too eager to believe that, Christy countered it with a reminder of Juliet emerging from the gazebo on New Year's Eve and how closely they danced together after. I think she still has very strong feelings for you, she said, and whether you return them or not, you disappeared with her on New Year's Day and no one saw you for the next couple of hours. He frowned, as though trying to recall it, until his expression cleared and he said,
Laurent was sick. Actually, he was hungover. But that's another story. He wanted us both to sit with him, to feel sorry for him, I guess. So we did.
But I saw you take wine with you.
I came back for it because Juliet thought the smell might help Laurent to throw up. It worked, and after we'd cleaned him up, all three of us fell asleep on the bed. That's why I was gone for so long.
Although it was believable, and David certainly seemed sincere, she had to point out how cold he'd been with her after, right up until she'd left.
Because that's how you were being with me, he told her. I knew you were worried about Matthew, and I could see you wanted to get away. I didn't blame you. I understood. But at the same time I was angry. Jealous, I guess. And you were behaving as though I was holding you back, or standing in the way. Obviously, I should have done the grown-up thing and tried to get you to talk, but in my stubbornness, arrogance, if you like, I decided that if you couldn't come out and say what was on your mind, then I wasn't going to ask.
Having to accept that she probably had gone into some sort of passive-aggressive routine, Christy started to speak, but he said,
There's more. It's my guess. Well, it was my mother's, actually, and I saw right away that she was probably right. She thinks that because of your experience with Matthew, what you went through after the breakup, it made it difficult for you to trust someone again. She also said that if I want you in my life, I need to be mindful of your past and make sure I don't give you cause to doubt me or my feelings. And that was exactly what I'd done over New Year, whether I realized it or not.
Having to swallow a lump in her throat, Christy said,
I've always loved your mother since the day we first met. He smiled. You probably know the feeling's mutual. Then, after a pause, so, this is me apologizing for not being sensitive to your feelings, and for not coming here sooner to try to make things right between us. The gulf was definitely closing, almost faster than she could keep up with. I realize I didn't make it easy for you, she said. I know I can be very defensive. I'm so afraid. Probably too afraid of being hurt like that again. It's almost like I keep expecting it, and because we still don't know one another that well, I guess it's inevitable that I will get some things wrong. I just wish I'd faced down my demons. She stopped as she got up from the sofa and held out a hand. She allowed him to pull her up into his arms and said dryly, I guess that's the gulf dealt with then. He laughed and brought the length of her body against his. I was just thinking, he murmured against her lips. Maybe that's enough talking for tonight. She thought as their embrace deepened. He was right. It probably was. Chapter 24.
Hi, it's Christy. It's Tuesday morning, and I am on my way to Florida. Yes, I really am on a non-stop flight to Miami. All will be revealed in a later episode, but for now, I'm sorry to tell you that we're unable to bring you a podcast at our usual time this evening. Never fear, there will be an episode coming your way at the end of the week that will contain surprises all of its own. Nothing to do with Florida. And everything to do with Robert Brinkley, she didn't add. It's funny how life throws things at you, swerves you off in directions you'd never have dreamt were coming only days, maybe hours before. That is certainly happening with this series. So I hope you'll be patient and bear with us. Connor will be your host on Friday, and I hope to be sharing the reasons for my unexpected trip stateside by next Tuesday.
After connecting to the plane's Wi-Fi and uploading the recording to the team, Christy stretched out her long legs and sighed luxuriously as she settled deeper into the business class seat. She truly had not seen this coming, had only learned yesterday that instead of flying to Guernsey that day, she'd be heading for the US in the morning, to meet none other than George Simmons Brown, or so she'd been told. Or, as he was known these days, Gabriel Bailey. Apparently, he was not in witness protection, or under any other kind of state protection. In fact, according to Evie Baker, who Christy had been in regular email contact with since Sunday, he was living a quiet life in a safe and comfortable community on Florida's Gulf Coast. He'd changed his name, said Evie, partly out of respect for his family, but also to avoid some old business associates. He was willing to talk to Hindsight, but only in person. In other words, not over Zoom, and nor was he coming to the UK. Whether or not Evie Baker was the same Evie Natalie Irwin had talked about in her interview had not yet been established. However, she'd been the subject of much debate since Jax had found the first email from her at 8:30 on Sunday morning and alerted the whole team to its existence. A video conference was almost immediately underway. True, there had to be 1 million or more Evies out there. This particular message, spotted and forwarded by an insomniac super sleuth, had once again claimed that George Simmons Brown was in Naples. In the end, it was Matthew who'd redirected their assumptions from southern Italy when he'd turned up at the flat around 10 o'clock, not only with croissants and pastries, but with information from his late responding Interpol contact. Last known location of Simmons Brown, Naples, Florida. No longer person of interest to international law enforcement agencies. Nothing about protection, or turning state's witness, or even that Simmons Brown might be living under another name. However, it had been enough to convince Christy and team that a trip to Florida was worth committing to. But not alone, Connor had declared firmly. We've got no idea what you might be walking into, and I, for one, am uncomfortable with the fact that neither this woman nor Simmons Brown, Bailey, whatever we're supposed to call him, will connect online.
They'd all been at Christie's flat by then, with Matthew, showing no inclination to leave, taking charge of food deliveries, while David sat watching and listening in what appeared to be growing fascination with the delegation and decision-making process. Finally, when it became clear that Connor needed to take on the Guernsey trip, they still wanted to interview Corney, the ex-housekeeper, and possibly record Robert's meeting with Sadie, it was decided that Clove and Jax should fly to Vilnius to talk to the journalist who was helping to locate Lucas and Janina's older sister, while Christie went to Florida. When David volunteered himself as Christie's bag carrier, she turned to him in amazement. She was thrilled, of course, but really? Did he mean it? The nonchalance of his shrug told her that he did.
Why wouldn't I want to go to the Sunshine State in February? He'd asked, not adding, with you, but she'd known from the way he was looking at her that it was what he was thinking.
Darn. Beat me to it,
Matthew declared, clearly nowhere near as thrilled as he'd tried to sound, and looking, for one truly alarming moment, as though he might offer to go too. Shuddering at the memory of that now, and just how horrendous it would be if the three of them actually were on this plane, Christie turned to David and smiled to find him watching her.
Okay,
he asked, reaching for her hand. She nodded and felt grateful to Iz all over again for the way she'd swung into action yesterday, getting their sponsor, Open Destiny, on board to arrange this flight to Miami, where they were due to spend the night before a hire car was delivered in the morning for them to drive across the state to Naples. Closing her eyes, she sat quietly wondering what might lie ahead, if there was danger lurking. Maybe answers to questions they hadn't even thought to ask. Would Evie Baker turn out to be the same Evie who'd been Lucas's girlfriend back in 2015, when Natalie had last heard from him? If so, and she was with Simmons Brown in Florida, how on earth had that come about? Perhaps, more to the point, what had happened to Lucas?
Okay, all aboard for Alligator Alley, David declared the next morning as he started the engine to their rented SUV.
Christie turned to look at him. He shrugged.
It's what they call the highway between Miami and Naples,
he explained. But we're not likely to see any?
Who knows? We'll be going right through the Everglades, and last I heard, it's where a lot of them hang out. So do you have the address?
Pulling up the latest email from Evie Baker, Christie programmed in 4456 Verbena Circle, Naples, FL, and hit go. It was true. Their journey was going to take them right through the heart of the swamp, and as far as she knew, there was only the one road. But if people were doing it all day, every day... Anyway, she should probably record a description of the drive in order to set the scene, and maybe share some of her feelings about what might or might not be about to happen as a result of this unexpected swerve into territory unknown. What she wouldn't do was mention David. Given his central role in their last podcast, it would seem beyond weird that he was figuring in this one, especially on a transatlantic trip to the Sunshine in the middle of an English winter. Glancing over at him, taking in his profile and letting her eyes fall to his hands on the wheel, she felt amazed all over again to think of how only a few days ago they'd been caught up in a ludicrous misunderstanding of how their relationship was going. And now here they were in sunny Florida, almost like a honeymoon couple, with perhaps as much to look forward to from one another as they had from the real reason for being here.
Are you going to tell?
He asked, indicating to overtake a slow-moving truck. Realizing he meant her thoughts, Christie said, "I'm trying to make myself believe you're really here." He glanced at her in surprise.
Last night wasn't enough for you?
He said dryly. Smiling, as the reminder lit through her, she said softly, "We should probably try harder." With a laugh, David reached for her hand and brought it to his mouth for a kiss.
We could have a priority issue facing us, he said. So I'll put it out there now that I'm okay with being second fiddle while you're working. I've brought my bikini.
She started to laugh.
Just the bottom half, he added, and happy to share.
Still laughing, she said, "Do you realize or Open Destiny, have booked us into the Ritz-Carlton, which is apparently right on the coast and starts at around $1,500 per night? All I have to do in return is mention it in the podcast." She looked down at her phone as it started to ring. "Aha, Evie Baker," she declared, and quickly clicked on.
Hi!
Have I reached Christie?
The voice was female, cheery, and sounded both American and... There was something else, but it was too soon yet to tell what it was. You have, Christie told her, hitting record in case the conversation proved useful later. Good morning, Evie. How are you?
Oh, me? I'm fine. We're excited to see you. Have you set off yet?
About half an hour ago, so already on Alligator Alley. Evie laughed.
You watch out for them naughty little critters now. They're not to be messed with. We've got a big old boy in our pond here, snappy as fuck he is.
Startled as much by the language as the pet, Christie said, Please tell me you're not serious.
I could have been once, but he got taken off to the marshes a while ago. We're not even sure how he came to be where we found him, but we've got some interesting neighbors in this community with their own kind of humor. By the way, when I say pond, in British terms it would be a lake, like Windermere or Ullswater. Probably not that big, actually. Never was good on size. Just not the kind we Brits keep our goldfish in.
Can I ask where you're from? Christie said, as they pulled up to pay a toll.
Liverpool, born and bred,
Evie answered, exaggerating her Scouse accent.
Been a long time since I was there, though. Now, I'm calling to redirect you to our country club. We've booked a table poolside for lunch, and that's about the time you should arrive. It seemed easier than getting our cook in on her day off. I'll pop the address into an email, so you can just click on. It's only about 15 minutes from the house. You're staying at the Ritz-Carlton, is that right?
Having sent the information yesterday, Christie said, Correct. Is it far from the club?
20 to 30 minutes, depending on traffic. It's a cool place, great beachside cafe, but you have to get there early. They don't take reservations. How long are you staying?
I'm not sure yet, Christie replied, taking in the endless expanse of tropical foliage either side of the highway and trying not to imagine too much of what lurked in the depths. I guess a lot will depend on you and what Gabriel, is willing to tell us.
Sure, good. He's up for this, just don't push him too hard, okay?
With a glance at David, Christie said, Is he joining us for lunch?
I hope so. He said he would, and he doesn't have any other commitments today, so I expect he'll be there. Now, you're heading for the Royal Poinciana Golf Club. Don't ask me why it's royal. I've never figured that out. But it's not hard to find. We'll head over there early to make sure we're waiting when you arrive. Remember, we're going to be poolside, and there's parking right out front.
As she rang off, David said, Given her Liverpool roots, it's seeming more likely that she's Lucas's old girlfriend. Christie nodded thoughtfully. I'm dying to find out how she ended up here with Simmons Brown, she said, all manner of scenarios dancing through her head, none of them good, especially not for Lucas. Gabriel Bailey, David corrected quietly. Has Evie mentioned Yanina or Sadie at all in her emails? Christie shook her head. Not once. I mean, she knows it's why we're here, obviously, but she hasn't volunteered a single thing about them so far. Speeding up to pass a U-Haul truck, he said, I wonder why she asked you not to push Bailey too hard. Does that signal a short fuse that could have him walking out at the merest hint of a difficult question? Taking out her recorder, Christie clicked on and started to speak.
Not far from Naples now, and you'll have heard the phone conversation I just had with Evie Baker. So I'm wondering, will Gabriel Bailey decide to join us for lunch? Or have I come all this way just to be ghosted?
She paused, lowering the device to her lap as she thought. After a while, she continued.
You know, I can't help feeling like a pawn in some sort of a game I don't know the rules for, which is kind of sinister, and making me glad I didn't come alone. On the other hand, I could be overthinking things, getting too caught up in my own imagination. So maybe I just keep moving forward, follow directions, and hope when I finally manage to talk to Simmons Brown, aka Gabriel Bailey, that I don't find myself sorely wishing I hadn't come.
Half an hour later, they were merging from one of the many wide, palm-lined boulevards they'd followed since entering the outskirts of town, to begin a slow, meandering crawl through the Royal Poinciana's extensive grounds.
It's so green and manicured, sun-drenched and fragrant. I feel as though I'm floating off into the Elysian fields. To give you an idea of its size, there are apparently 2 Audubon International certified golf courses here. I'm sure that will hugely impress the aficionados amongst you. 7 hydro-grid soft tennis courts, and 7 pickleball courts, whatever that is. We know there's a pool because Evie's already told us, but what she didn't mention was the dress code that apparently requires acceptable attire throughout the club. I guess I'll just have to hope that the knee shorts and floaty blouse I'm wearing are suitable. If not, well, the luggage is in the boot, or trunk, depending on which version of English we're speaking. Anyway, from what we've seen of Naples so far, it's hard to describe what a striking contrast it makes to its Italian counterpart. All they seem to have in common is sunshine and blue skies. One so grungy and cluttered with history, the other so new and clean and rich. Ah, I'm guessing this is Evie waving out to us, unless everyone's ridiculously friendly around here.
As David swung the car into a space, Christie continued to record, lowering her window and smiling expectantly at the woman coming to meet them.
Christie, you made it. So lovely to see you. And you're...
David, good to meet you.
You too? You can leave the car right here. The pool's just through that gate. Gabe's already at the table, and very keen to meet you.
As Evie stepped back to check her phone, Christie continued recording.
Evie's a very attractive woman of around 50, I'd say. To be honest, it's not easy to tell when various enhancements have been brought into play. Maybe edit out that last bit. I don't want to offend her. But honestly, those lips? Anyway, she's petite, lots of jewellery, a cloud of fair hair, a winning smile, and merry blue eyes.
Turning off the engine, David said, "Okay. Are you ready for this?" Christie started as Evie reappeared at her window. Quickly lowering it again, she said, "Are we properly dressed?" Laughing, Evie said, "We're quite casual at the pool. If you've brought a suit, you can take a swim after we've eaten. Or you can wait until we get to the house and take a dip there. Of course, there is an excellent facility at the Ritz-Carlton, but obviously it's shared with other guests. Ah, here's Lucas. He didn't think he'd make it in time, but luckily he has. Come say hi." Still blinking, Christie watched Evie hurry over to a smart white Lexus, where an impeccably dressed, athletic-looking man of around 50 was already stepping out, and as he enveloped her in a tender, almost intimate hug, it seemed only polite to look away. "Well, here's a turn-up," David muttered wryly. Christie turned to look at him. "Please tell me I'm still recording," she said, holding up the device. "You are," he confirmed. Speaking into it, she continued.
So, they're all together, George, Lucas, and Evie. Is it too much to hope that Yanina might also be here in Shangri-La?
Christie and David were out of the car by the time Lucas came loping across the car park to greet them, all smiles and outstretched hands. She felt, oddly, as if she already knew him. She did from photos, though of course he was older and greyer, and there was an air of easy sophistication about him that he almost certainly wouldn't have had 20 years ago. No sign of the hat. Maybe it was the expensive cut of his clothes and his natural tan that made him appear so comfortable in these surroundings. He really did seem to belong. "Thank you. Thank you for coming all this way," he said, grasping Christie's hand in both of his Lithuanian accent making his words somehow warmer and friendlier. "I was worried I might miss you, and I want to hear all about Sasha. How is she? Will she come too? Can we meet her?" As Christie struggled for an answer, David said, "We call her Sadie, but if you prefer Sasha, Sadie, we don't mind, just as long as she's safe and happy. That's all we've ever wanted for her. Oh, but to see her, to hold her dear face in my hands." "I'm sorry," he said. "Lucas Andres, pleased to meet you." "David Gordian," David replied, shaking hands, "and likewise." Turning back to Christie, Lucas said, "When we were told about your podcast, it was like being blessed by God above. After all these years, of course Evie got in touch right away, and now, here you are." "Honey," Evie said gently, "Gabe is at the table alone. We should go in, or... Well, let's go in." Christie glanced at David and caught the arch of an eyebrow as they linked hands and fell into step behind the others. Keeping her voice low, she said,
This is so not what I expected. On the same page for that, he told her. And there's so much money around here you can almost smell the laundry. Realizing he'd be far more attuned to that than she would, she said, "Are you serious?" "I could be." "It's beautiful, though, isn't it? Helped by the weather, of course. But what about Lucas being here? I'm still struggling to get my head around that." "Me too." Smiling and waving as Evie turned to check they were coming, Christy said, "I wonder how open and honest they're going to be. How real they actually are. I mean, they haven't gone out of their way to find Sadie in all these years, and yet now they want us to believe that they can't wait to see her and we're a gift from God." Whatever their story, I feel it's going to be an interesting one. I guess it'll just be a question of whether or not we believe it, which makes me doubly glad we didn't bring Sadie with us. Sadie had wanted to come, had virtually begged to be included, but Christy had been adamant that she and David should check everything out first. "We only have this Evie's word that she has a link to George Simmons Brown, and even if she does, we still don't know exactly why he's willing to see us, or more importantly, for you, if he'll be able to tell us where your mother is." Seeming to accept that, Sadie had said,
"Will you keep in touch? Let me know what's happening?"
"Of course. And if we feel it's the right thing to do, maybe you and Jasper can fly out to join us." Wondering if that was now more likely to happen than not, Christy went ahead through an arched gateway to a spacious pool area filled with loungers and palm trees, although not many people. An array of large circular tables was set out on a shady terrace overlooking the water, and as they approached, a tall, slender man of around 60, with thick silver hair and dark glasses, stood to greet them. For a strangely disorientating moment, Christy felt she was watching him morphing from his younger, almost shadowy self into this older, markedly less sinister reality.
"Christy, David," Evie said eagerly. "This is Gabe. He's very pleased to meet you."
As Christy shook his hand, which was lean and bony, he said, in a decidedly plummy British voice, "I'm very pleased to meet you. I hope you'll excuse me for not removing my glasses."
"He's photophobic," Evie jumped in. "Ultra-sensitive to light."
"You're from England?" he asked Christy. "We are," she confirmed, and stood aside for him to greet David. "What part?" he asked, addressing David now. "Originally Gloucestershire," David replied. "These days Guernsey. And you?"
Evie said, "Gabe was also born in Gloucestershire, close to the Oxfordshire border."
"Shall we?" Lucas suggested, holding out a chair for Christy to sit next to Gabe. David took the other side, and immediately a server was there, ready to take orders for drinks. Arnold Palmer's all round. As the server departed, Evie began extolling the club's many virtues, gamely backed up by Lucas, while Gabe sat quietly in his chair, smiling benignly and gently tapping his fingers on the table. Other diners began to appear, filling nearby tables, some waving a hello to Evie, while Lucas discreetly provided names and status. High-flying lawyers, real estate agents, CEOs of multinationals. The list went on, and Christy couldn't help wondering how he'd describe Gabe were he giving a commentary to someone else. Gabriel Bailey, Old English aristocracy, ex-human trafficker, no longer sought by law enforcement. Seizing a pause in Evie's lengthy plaudits, was she nervous or always as chatty as this, and Lucas's asides, Christy said, "I have to confess we weren't expecting to see you, Lucas. You're a very welcome surprise." He smiled in a way that made him appear both apologetic and pleased by the compliment. "We weren't sure until this morning," he said, "that I was going to make it back in time to see you. I've been in New York on business. But here I am now, and delighted to meet you." Still trying to get a through line on things, Christy said, "Can I ask before we go any further? 2 colleagues of mine are in Vilnius, searching for your sister, Audra." Yes. Am I able to help with this? I can let you have her phone number and email, and I'll make sure she knows it's all right to speak to them. I'll need their names, of course." He was already poised to tap into his mobile. After providing Clove and Jax's details, Christy waited for him to relay them to Audra, while Evie and Gabe smiled on, and David looked as amazed as he did amused. Christy recalled Natalie Irwin saying that Lucas had a way with him that kind of cheered you up, and it didn't seem he'd changed, for she had to admit he really was likable. Lucas looked up from his phone, grinned, and saluted them. Mission accomplished. I've been listening to your podcast since we found out about it, he told her. I've got so much to ask. We'll come on to it, of course, but I want to apologize for being so difficult to find. It's just that when Evie and I took this job with Gabe, one of the conditions at the time was that we didn't let anyone know where we were. There were some very good reasons for it, but things have changed over the years. Not completely,
Gabe put in.
No, not completely, Lucas agreed. But there's no harm in us talking to Christy and David now.
Christy half expected Gabe to object, but he only nodded absently, so she said, "Just before coming here, I spoke to an old friend of yours. Natalie." Lucas nodded.
Ah, yes, Nat. How is she? I've always felt terrible about cutting contact with her. She was such a very good friend to me when I needed one most.
You should be in touch, Evie told him. At least let her know you're still alive.
I think she'd appreciate that, Christy said. Clearly glad she thought so, Lucas said.
I should do it before she has chance to hear the interview we give you. It seems only fair for her to find things out before everyone else, don't you think?
Absolutely,
Evie agreed. I'll arrange for her interview to be sent to you, Christy said, so you can hear her in advance as well.
Thank you.
He smiled.
I'm already looking forward to hearing her lovely voice. I used to try to mimic her Yorkshire accent, and the way she laughed at my efforts.
He laughed himself, and gave a sigh of nostalgia. When no one seemed inclined to say anything else, Christy said tentatively, "Will it be okay to record here?"
Oh, I'm sorry,
Evie jumped in.
I should have explained right away. No phones or anything of that sort are allowed in public areas. I hope you don't mind. And we thought that rather than dive right in, this would be a nice, relaxed, get-to-know-you lunch before we go back to the house. We can talk about anything you like there. Is that okay with you?
Of course, Christy replied, embarrassed that she'd rushed into asking when it should have been obvious that a recording device would be close to offensive in a place like this.
We're happy to talk to you,
Gabe told her.
And we want to hear all about Sasha. I'm sure they'll tell us everything,
Lucas said.
After all, we want a two-way exchange here, don't we?
He was looking at Christy, apparently seeking assurance that she wasn't going to hold back on them. Of course, we'll tell you about her, she promised. But I hope you'll explain things to us first. Lucas's eyes crinkled at the corners as he smiled.
A very reasonable request, he agreed. But please keep in mind that no one here intends her any harm, if that's what you're afraid of. No one ever did,
Gabe put in. Lucas grimaced.
Well, that's not exactly true, but let's leave it until later.
Gabe nodded and let the subject drop as easily as if they'd been discussing the weather.
What would you like to eat, Christy? He asked. Can I recommend the Cobb salad? Or perhaps you'd prefer lobster? It's always very well prepared here.
As Christy scanned the menu, Evie said,
I think I'll have the snow crab,
and smiled up at the server as he brought the drinks. Lucas and David decided on lobster. Christy went for the seared tuna, while Gabe ordered shrimp pappardelle. The menus were taken, and toasts of welcome were made, and next thing, almost as if they were picking up on a recently abandoned conversation, Lucas and David were engrossed in a detailed discussion of the financial markets. Evie smiled on happily, clearly proud of her man, while Gabe tilted his head to one side, seeming to listen, although he had nothing to add. Apparently realizing she was watching him, he turned to her and said,
Are you a golfer, Christy?
No, I'm not, she replied, feeling absurdly as though she might be letting him down. Are you?
I play most days. Did you know that they call Naples the golfing capital of the world? Some say it's Myrtle Beach in South Carolina, but for me, it's right here. What about tennis? Is that your game?
Caught by the suddenness of the question, she replaced her glass on the table and said, It was. Some years ago. I haven't played in a while.
Pity. How about pickleball?
I don't actually know what that is.
Very noisy. Evie's quite good at it.
It's kind of like badminton, but not,
Evie explained.
There are courts here. I can show you if you like.
Christy smiled back at her, and felt once again as if she were in some sort of parallel universe, where the real world was something that happened a long way from here.
"We are not Trump supporters," Lucas was telling David. "The man is fiscally and judicially ignorant, although he likes to think he's king of all he surveys. Of course, everyone around these parts has republicanism running through their veins, so it's best not to get into a conversation about politics. Not the done thing, old boy," he added, affecting an accent almost as British as Gabe's. "We have some very interesting wildlife here," Gabe announced, "especially the birds." Christie turned to him uncomprehendingly.
Gabe conducts bird tours, Evie explained. He's very knowledgeable. They call him an avian consultant.
"Amongst other things," Gabe chortled. "If you're interested, I'll be happy to show you around while you're here. We have a pair of ospreys on Pines 9 that you ought to see. I'm very keen on the American kestrel myself. You'll know that as a sparrowhawk, I expect."
Tell us about the Florida wood storks, Evie urged. I know they're one of your favorites, and you speak so poetically about them.
And so, bizarrely, for the next hour or so they listened to George Simmons Brown waxing lyrical on his specialist subjects, which also included wildflowers and turtles' mating habits, while tucking into some delicious food and becoming, in Christie's case, increasingly fascinated by the dynamic between these three. How on earth had they ended up here together? And who in the heck was paying for it all? It surely wasn't coming from the proceeds of Gabe's earlier career. Or maybe it was. She was, of course, dying to ask, but clearly this wasn't the time or place, and she wasn't sure she could anyway, when there seemed no way in through the shiny, happy carapace they exuded. Not a single crack, nor a shadow of an opening. Finally, they were walking back to the cars, David side by side with his new best friend, Lucas, and Christie between Evie and Gabe, who'd very gently taken her arm.
"Were you followed here?"
Gabe asked quietly. Startled, she said, "No, I don't think so." He nodded, and Evie said,
There's nothing to worry about, Gabe. We'll be home soon, safe and sound.
Barely waiting until David started to drive out of the club's grounds behind Evie's car, Lucas following in his, Christie said, "What is it with Gabe? He doesn't seem... He's so... not what I expected."
"I know what you mean," David responded. "But if you ask me, none of them are."
"You appeared to get along very well with Lucas."
"Sure, he comes over as a regular guy, very knowledgeable about the world of finance. Wasn't he a builder, a plumber, a delivery driver back in the UK?
That's what Natalie Irwin told us, but that was 10 or more years ago. He's obviously upped his game since coming to work for Gabe."
"And has in that time amassed himself, or Gabe, a small fortune."
"Did he tell you that?"
"He didn't have to. No one who knows the stock market the way he does isn't playing it and winning. So I'd say they're pretty well covered, financially speaking."
After considering that for a moment, while clocking one exclusive gated community after another as they drove the glossy 8 or 10-lane boulevards, still behind Evie's Mercedes, Christie said, "Gabe asked me if we were followed here. Do you think we might have been?" David frowned.
"I can't say I noticed anyone, although we haven't exactly been looking. Anyway, he surely wouldn't be hard to find in a place like this. So who'd need to track us to get to him?"
"He's changed his name," she reminded him thoughtfully. "So I'm asking myself, is he still running scared of the gangs? I guess he must be, given he's no longer a person of interest to Interpol, so it can't be law enforcement he's hiding from."
"If he really is hiding."
She glanced at him quizzically. He shrugged.
"Something's off, or at least odd, about the setup here,"
he commented. Knowing exactly what he meant, Christie watched Evie turn into a private development with exquisitely tended flower beds and clusters of succulents on the sloping lawns each side of the entrance. They slowed to a stop in front of 2 towering electronic gates with the community's name, Floral Grove, in gold lettering on each one, and a uniformed guard ambled out of a whitewashed, red-roofed booth to greet Evie and Gabe. "There seems to be a lot of security around here," she remarked to David, noting a handsomely groomed German shepherd eyeing the apparently friendly exchange between his handler and the recent arrivals. "What do you say to that?"
"What I'm thinking is, once this particular episode airs, the whole world is going to know where they are. So why have you been invited here?" I'm going to guess that part of the deal of telling us what we want to know is going to include not revealing their whereabouts, which will make the intro I did on the plane redundant, along with most of what I've recorded since. However, this is about Sadie, not location. So what really matters is finding out how she ended up with the Winter sisters back in 2000, and what the heck happened to her mother. Chapter 25. Feeling she could get used to hanging out poolside in Florida, this time at Gabe's intriguing Floral Grove residence, where a small forest of climbing plants and huge colourful pots filled the deck, Christie watched Evie pour tea over 5 large glasses of ice, while Lucas settled himself next to Gabe at a mosaic-topped table. An assortment of delicious chocolate chip cookies, taken from the club, was laid out centre stage, and managing to look almost as irresistible as the gently lapping blue water beside them. Beyond the exclusive garden, the sprawling pond that was actually a lake shimmered and rippled in the glorious afternoon sun. The whole place was, without a doubt, a little piece of heaven set amongst the development's many other secluded homesteads, some vast, others discreet, all in their own grounds, while this one, occupying the end of a leafy cul-de-sac, seemed to have a charm all of its own. The exterior was whitewashed and gleaming behind its shining exotic foliage, while the interior was airy and light, filled with unusual and beautiful paintings, apparently many done by Gabe, and various treasures collected during their travels around the world. "Have you ever been to the south of France?" Christie had thought to ask.
Oh, yes, several times, Evie assured her, but not for a few years. I think the last time was when we visited an old friend of Gabe's in a small town called Vence. Do you know it?
"Not really," Christie replied. "And do you all live here, in this house?" she'd asked, as Evie showed them through to the garden.
We do, Evie had confirmed with a smile. Gabe has his studio and private rooms upstairs, and Lucas and I have a lovely suite in the West Wing.
She giggled.
The place isn't big enough to have wings, she added quietly. But it's what we like to call it. Mostly, though, we're here in the kitchen and sitting room, or out on the deck. When we're not going about our busy days, of course. We enjoy one another's company, which is lucky, or this little arrangement would never have worked.
Arrangement? Are you here all year round? David was asking Lucas now, as Christie admired a vividly coloured sculpture, apparently from Sicily. "I'm just thinking of how hot Florida gets in summer," he added. "Oh boy, does it," Lucas agreed. "No, we close the place up in April and drive to Wisconsin, where we generally stay until just before Thanksgiving." "What's in Wisconsin?" Christie wondered, as Evie passed around the iced tea.
Lake Geneva, Evie replied. Gabe's cousin, Selena, has 2 cottages on the shore. We always take the smaller one, and very often Verity and her family are in the other. We were hoping you'd meet her while you're here. She and her husband have a place at Port Royal. That's the really fancy neighborhood of Naples, but they're in Brazil right now, and we're not sure when they're back.
Unable to imagine, at least for the moment, anything much fancier than where they were, Christie said, "So how did you all come to be here?" Evie twinkled.
It's all down to Verity, she replied, as if sharing a secret. If it weren't for her, heaven knows where any of us would have ended up, especially Gabe. However, she drew out the word, we thought we'd start at the beginning, or Lucas will, and Gabe will fill things in as we go.
Lowering her voice, she added,
You've probably already gathered that he's not much of a talker, but rest assured he takes everything in, and he feels things very deeply, even if he doesn't always show it.
Wondering not for the first time if Gabe, apart from being photophobic, might have other issues, Christie discreetly set up to record. Perhaps he'd suffered some sort of damage from drug abuse over the years. Certainly his reticence was marked, and the way he occasionally veered off subject could be both disconcerting and puzzling.
So, are we all ready?
Evie asked, rubbing her hands excitedly. "Bring it on," Lucas encouraged, while Gabe managed a half-smile, and next to Christie, David stretched out his long legs, preparing simply to listen, and later be a helpful sounding board as they went through it all. After checking everything was working, Christie said, "Let's just treat it as a chat, okay? We don't have to be formal, or even chronological with events. That can always be sorted in an edit. But as you seem to have discussed how you want to tell the story, I'm guessing you're going to start us off at the beginning, Lucas?" He nodded and beamed. He really did have the most engaging way with him, seeming so full of warmth and good humour. However, his expression sobered as he prepared to share his memories, and his dark eyes appeared to lose focus,
conveying a more serious and reflective side of his nature.
You have probably learned by now that Janina and I are originally from Georgia. Country, not state. But our father was Lithuanian, so we moved to Vilnius when we were still quite young. This became a very fortuitous move in later years, but I will come on to that. We have another sister, Audra. She's older, and was already married to her husband Yuri when Janina took the decision to leave Lithuania. She, Janina, was 19 at the time, headstrong, beautiful, eager to explore the world. She had many qualities and failings, but they only made her, in my opinion, even easier to love. We always believed she'd grow up to achieve great things, not only because of her beauty and lively spirit, but because she was intelligent and compassionate, interested in people, and, oh boy, was she daring. She was definitely the risk-taker in our family, the one who showed us how to be brave in the face of our many adversities. We were very poor, you see, and our adopted country was still suffering from the after-effects of the Soviet occupation. So few opportunities for us, and so often very little food to eat.
Can you tell us a little about your parents?
We barely knew our father. He died soon after we moved to Vilnius. And our mother passed away the year before Janina left. Looking back, as I often do, I believe Janina was not seeing things clearly because of grief, and out of fear of what would happen to her now that she no longer had our mother to advise her. I told her I would always take care of her. We were very close. We always had been. I wouldn't say I was a father figure to her. I was too young for that. But by the time we are talking about, I was working very hard to keep us in our mother's apartment and to make sure we could eat. Janina wanted to help, of course, but the path she chose was not one that either I or Audra approved of. We didn't know about it at first, only found out later that she'd been introduced to an overseas employment agency by a co-worker at the hotel where she helped in the kitchen. I'm sure you know many stories like this, of young girls who are promised better lives in faraway lands by unscrupulous men. It is tragic how many fall for it, and I'm afraid Janina was one of them. It was through these traffickers, because that's what they were, that she came to meet Gabe. They, the agency in Vilnius, were acting for clients, usually men, in search of housekeepers, companions, secretaries, nannies for their children. There were all sorts of opportunities, and there was, of course, no mention of sex work or dance clubs or worse. But even if there had been, I think some girls were so keen to get to the West that they'd have gone anyway. Janina wasn't one of them. She truly believed she was going to keep house for a man with aristocratic connections and a lot of money. She was even shown a photograph of him. And in spite of him being a clear 20 years older and having no name yet, she insisted she already trusted him. He had kind eyes and a lovely smile, she said.
I was also shown a photograph of her, and I knew right away that I wanted to meet her.
Christie's eyes moved between the two, picturing the scenario Lucas was painting, and reflecting on how romantic they were making things sound. Love at first sight by photograph, organized by a criminal gang. An instant connection with a stranger who Janina must surely have feared was far more likely to be a tyrant than a savior.
Neither Audra nor I were aware of the arrangements to smuggle Janina out of our country until they were already made. As soon as I knew of them, I tried to stop Nina, of course. But by then, She had built up such a rosy picture of how her life was going to be, working for this aristocrat, living in a big house with plenty to eat and always warm, that she refused to listen. Audra was very angry and afraid. We both were. But then suddenly, one day, Nina had gone, and there was no more we could do, other than wait for her to be in touch, to say she was safe.
She was safe with me.
But we didn't know that. She was still very young, and she'd allowed herself to be transported out of her country by evil strangers in order to be delivered to someone who might not even exist.
When exactly was this?
The end of '96, before Lithuania was a part of the EU, so Janina would have been an illegal immigrant in the UK, if that was in fact where she'd been taken. As far as we knew, she could have been anywhere. I tried to find out from the agency where she might be. I was desperate, but I had nothing to offer that they wanted in exchange for information, and each time I confronted them, they had me beaten up. It was a terrible time, full of fear for Nina and for ourselves. We knew what could happen to families if the trafficked person didn't comply with demands. Audra had 2 children by then, and I had already been hospitalized twice. Worst, though, was not knowing what Janina was enduring, and if we would ever hear from her again. No money came, though she'd expected to be able to send some, and no letters or phone calls either. A whole year went by, maybe longer. But then one day, out of the blue, a postcard turned up at the apartment telling me not to worry, that she was fine, and would be in touch again as soon as she could. Of course, I had no way of knowing if she'd sent it herself, or if it was true that she was all right. But at least it was something. A postcard showing a forlorn beach at a place called Minehead in Somerset, England. Audra and I decided that this small contact was Janina's way of letting us know where she was, and that we should try to rescue her. It took all our savings to buy my passage into the UK, and it was several months before I could actually get one. But I did in the end. I won't go into the details of my journey. They are not relevant here. But it took many weeks to finally get across the channel, and eventually to this small town in Somerset. Once there, I lived in doorways and bus shelters, ate from dustbins, and washed in the local facilities, all the time searching the streets and coastline for Janina. People didn't want to talk to me. I was dirty and smelly, and although I already spoke English well because we'd learned it at school, my accent was thick. Then I met Natalie, and she was kind to me in a way no one else had been. She snuck me into where she worked, at the local holiday camp, let me use her room to wash and sleep, and brought me food. I'm not sure how she managed to fix me up with a job. I think they were desperate for staff at the time. So I then had somewhere to stay. 2 good meals a day, and on my days off, I continued to search for Janina. The internet wasn't really a thing back then, not like it is today. So it was mostly showing people photographs and asking if they'd seen her. No one had. At one stage, I contacted a private investigator, but even though I could very well explain the situation and my concerns, I couldn't afford his fees, so he was unwilling to help. I considered going to the police, but of course, if I did, I'd have been deported right away. In the end, it was like a miracle happened. I had been in Minehead for more than 6 months, and I had started going to church to ask God to help me. mainly because there was no one else. Then one day, maybe less than 2 hours after I had said my usual prayers, I was leaving a cafe on the high street, and there she was, right in front of me. I couldn't believe it, and nor could she. We stared at one another, needing to be sure. Then we laughed and threw our arms around one another and jumped up and down with joy. It wasn't so easy for her. She was quite heavily pregnant. But we clutched onto one another anyway, and people passing by looked at us strangely, or laughed and shared in our happiness. We went back into the cafe, and she told me all about what had happened to her since she'd been brought to Somerset. She was living with Gabe, George, as she called him, some way further along the coast, and he was the father of her child.
Christie's heart jolted, not only with surprise, and God knew it was that, but at the way Lucas had come out with it so simply, as if assuming they already knew. Her eyes moved to Gabe, as her thoughts went to Sadie, and what this was going to mean to her.
What Janina told me that day was very upsetting, but also a big relief. Gabe treated her very well, she said, and she loved him, and was happy to be having his child. But there was a darker side, as I knew there must be. Gabe, George, was being used, exploited is probably a better word, by the traffickers, who would only allow him to keep Janina if he agreed to them using his farm as a kind of holding place for girls from all over the continent. When they came, having been made all sorts of promises, they soon found themselves being auctioned to the highest bidder. Anyone could try them out, and if they were chosen, they were taken away to act as sex workers in other parts of the country. Nina told me how George allowed the girls a lot of freedom when no one else was around, but very few of them ran away. They were too afraid of what would happen to their families if they did. Janina assured me she was always left unmolested in return for the traffickers' use of Gabe's home, but she was warned that if she ever tried to contact her own family, or did anything at all to disrupt their business, she would never see George again. This is why she took such a long time to reach out to us. She knew, because she'd seen it, just how brutal these men could be. She'd even experienced the trauma of witnessing girls being beaten to death, and there were no consequences, because no one cared about girls who didn't officially exist.
We never knew what happened to the bodies. It would have been foolish and dangerous to ask.
All that mattered to Gabe and Janina was that she and their unborn baby were left unharmed. They talked all the time about finding somewhere to hide, a refuge far away from the evil all around them. But George's family wouldn't help him, and they were too afraid of what would happen if they were caught. Then Sasha was born, and so began the most terrifying time of all. Janina was in fear that her daughter would be taken away and sold, or simply disposed of, and left to die. But it didn't happen. Time went on. Sasha grew and was loved by her parents, and by the girls who came to stay. And as long as she was nowhere to be seen when the traffickers were around, they carried on as if she wasn't there. Then a new man took over. His name was Matis Albescu. He was Romanian, from Budapest, and everyone was afraid of him, even his own men. He had no kindness, only hate in his soul. I should say here that by the time his reign of terror began, I had come to know my niece well. Janina used to bring her to Minehead, and I'd take her into the camp to play on the rides and with other children. George would stay at the farm with the guests. This was how they referred to the girls. He was expected to be there in case the traffickers turned up unannounced.
Did you meet George while Janina was with him?
Yes, a few times. Walking on Kilve Beach. He would be with Nina and Sasha, and I'd wander past, as if we were strangers, stopping to talk about the weather. It never felt safe for me to visit the farm, but these brief encounters assured me of his feelings towards my sister and niece. I need to tell you more about Albescu. Janina had felt him watching her for some time, and then she was told that the next time he came to the farm, he was going to take her as a gift for his son who bore his name and was like his father in every way. This meant Nina would be taken away from George, and no one had any idea what would happen to Sasha once Nina had gone. She didn't discuss her plans with me or with Gabe. I'm not even sure how well formed they were when she carried them out. She was acting out of panic and love, and a desperate need to keep Sasha safe from Albescu. Gabe didn't even know when she returned to the farm one day without Sasha what she'd done with her. She would only say that it was best he didn't know, but Sasha was safe. She told him nothing at the time about the Winters sisters, but we learned later that she had read about them in the local paper and had decided they would take care of Sasha until she could come back for her. It was a big risk, of course. If the sisters went to the authorities, Sasha would be taken into care, and she, Janina, would be found and deported. But even that would be better than whatever fate Albescu and his son had planned for them.
As Lucas's voice died away, Christie was caught in a moment of learning that Sadie had not been stolen, that Lottie's story was real. It had always been possible, of course, but she doubted it for so long. Her eyes moved to Evie as she began to refresh the drinks. For his part, Gabe remained motionless, head averted, but then his mouth trembled slightly, and as he put a hand to his head, she saw that it was shaky too. She watched him get up and walk to the fence, his back turned as he stared out across the lake, and she found herself imagining the times he might have gazed out over an altogether different body of water, the Severn Estuary with Janina and their daughter Sasha. It felt oddly surreal, and displacing as she watched him now and wondered about the truth of what she'd heard so far. Moving and credible though the story sounded, something about it wasn't adding up, and she knew what it was. She could even see it in her mind's eye, the photograph of George and Janina with Lottie, the three of them captured on film at a cafe table, engaged in what appeared to be a heated exchange. So the claim that Janina returned one day without Sasha, and neither George nor her brother knew where she'd left her, simply couldn't be true. Deciding not to mention it yet, she wanted to find out first where the story was going next. Christie smiled a thanks to Evie and glanced at David. He appeared pensive and worried, as if he too was mulling over the veracity of Lucas's account of giving up Sasha. "There's a turtle,"
Gabe said quietly, pointing down at the water. Christie watched the reptilian head bob up and down on the silky surface, its mottled shell glinting silver in the sunlight. She glanced at Lucas, and saw that he probably hadn't even heard Gabe speak. Maybe he was focusing on how to continue lacing his story with enough truth for the falsehoods to sound more credible. Evie said quietly,
Everything's okay, Lukey. Just keep going.
Lucas looked up and seemed to brighten a little as he said,
"Do you have any questions? You must have some by now. Maybe I've left things out. It was more than 20 years ago, you understand."
Since they were still recording, Christie said, "Tell me more about Sasha and what happened to her. You said Janina didn't tell you at first, but she did later?" Lucas nodded, and continued to nod as Gabe returned to the table and sat down quietly. In the end, he was the first to speak.
Janina didn't tell us then. There was no time to. She was taken from me by Albescu.
Though Christie couldn't see his eyes, she heard the emotion in his voice.
We had no way to find out where she was. Sasha was gone. So was Nina. Our world was empty. shattered, more frightening than ever. None of Albescu's men would speak to us about it. It was possible they didn't even know where Nina had been taken. There were no leads, nothing at all to guide us. Our only hope was that she would find a way to contact us.
When we heard on the news a long time later that Albescu Sr. had been killed in a police raid, we waited and waited, but she still didn't come.
And we still had no idea what she'd done with Sasha. It was a hellish time. We even feared for a while that she'd killed Sasha rather than see her fall into Albescu's hands. Then, one day, the police turned up at the farm, asking about Janina and Sasha.
The vicar had reported them missing.
Recalling ex-detective Catherine Schilling telling how Gabe, George, had wept when they'd questioned him, Christie regarded him closely now and wondered if he too was remembering his show of emotion.
Gabe was afraid to tell the police anything, in case he made things worse for Janina. So he said she'd gone back to Lithuania and taken Sasha with her. It probably wasn't the right thing to do, but neither of us knew what was. Then I was stopped one day on the street and taken into custody. After that, I was deported without being able to speak to anyone first. I couldn't get back to the UK until a very long time later, after my country became a part of the EU. That was in 2004. But it took me a while to sort out a passport, having been born in Georgia. So it was in 2005 that I returned. I hadn't heard from Janina in all that time, and by then I'd also lost contact with Gabe. What I didn't know until many, many years later, when I next saw him, was that Janina had managed to make her way back to him in the middle of 2005, and they'd fled the farm soon after. So they'd gone by the time I managed to get there. We worked out later that I missed them by only a few days.
Christie watched Lucas look at Gabe as though waiting for him to speak, but Gabe simply nodded, as if to confirm what had been said.
Gabe still finds it difficult to talk about Janina and Sasha. So we've agreed that even though this next part of the story is his, I will tell you what happened. And if I make any mistakes, he will step in to correct me.
Lucas paused as Evie put a comforting hand on Gabe's arm, and for several moments there was nothing more than the sound of birdsong threading and flaring through the hum of the pool pump. Then Christie became aware of a beautiful scent, like peonies, but sweeter and more pungent, and she glanced around to see where it might be coming from. There was no obvious source, but there never was when she picked up this unexpected drift of fragrance. It came out of nowhere, often when she was thinking about her mother, and it made her feel as though she was close by now. She asked Evie where the scent was coming from, and Evie seemed puzzled, as if she hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary.
After I was returned to Lithuania, Gabe was left alone at the farm. The traffickers had stopped using it after they took Janina, and he had very few visitors. He didn't answer the door if anyone knocked. He'd look out first to see who it was, and if it was someone he didn't know, he stayed quiet until they left. He went out only to buy food and to walk the beach. He read, listened to music, and started to paint. He waited and counted the days, the months, and then the years, always believing that Janina would come back to him. And then she did.
Evie's hand tightened on Gabe's arm.
For almost 5 long years, Janina had been enslaved to Matis Albescu's son, a man with the same name as his father, and whose depravity was perhaps even worse.
She wouldn't tell Gabe what had been done to her.
Only that she would have killed herself if it weren't for the need to see Sasha again. It was what had kept her alive after the many cruel beatings she received for trying to escape. Finally, she managed it and made her way to the farm, in spite of knowing that Albescu would expect her to go there. But she had no other way of finding Gabe. The farm was all she knew. And when she got there,
She was terrified and dirty, so thin that I hardly recognized her.
Gabe's voice failed, and Christie saw how pale he'd become.
She was cold. So cold.
Lucas waited a moment in case Gabe wanted to say more.
he cleaned her up, bathed and fed her, and then he took her to a hotel before Albescu could find them. They kept moving, one small hotel after another, all the time heading to Gloucestershire, where Gabe's parents gave them shelter, but only for a few days. They were ashamed of the kind of person he'd become. They believed he was involved in the trafficking and that he'd fallen in love with one of his victims. They wanted no part of his world or his crimes, so they made him leave.
They are not kind people. There was very little love when I was growing up. I think they despised me for being the way I am. Not quick and clever like the rest of my family. I am sometimes slow to understand or to react.
Gabe's only happiness in childhood was with his cousin Verity. She always cared for him, and he cared for her. But then her parents moved to the States, and eventually she married Sylvan.
I'm sure she'd have helped me with Yanina and Sasha, but I was afraid of bringing her to the attention of the gangs. She would have despised me for that.
So, after being expelled from Gabe's parents' home, they continued to move from place to place. And it was a month, maybe more, before Yanina was finally able to find out where the Winters sisters had gone after they'd left Exmoor. By this time, she'd told Gabe all about how she'd left Sasha on the beach below the sisters' home and had watched from a short distance as one of them had come down from the house and taken Sasha in. She truly believed the sisters would be kind to Sasha. Everything she'd read about them had told her they would be. And when nothing was reported on the news about the missing child, she took heart and went to the house early one morning. She didn't knock. She simply delivered photographs and some of Sasha's favorite toys. It was her way of letting the sisters know that Sasha had a family who loved her, but who couldn't take care of her right now. She had no idea, as she made her way back to the farm that day, that Matis Albescu was already there, waiting to take her away.
Gabe started to speak, but his voice was barely audible. Christie leaned in and gently eased the recorder closer to him.
I wanted to kill him. I would have. I had a knife, but he had men with guns. They locked me up. There was nothing I could do. I heard Yanina screaming for me, and I shouted for her. But then they were gone, and I still couldn't break free.
She'd had no time to tell him where Sasha was. She was helpless. They both were. I was the one who released Gabe from the cellar a couple of days later, when I went to the farm to find out why I hadn't seen Nina. We were frantic and powerless to act. We knew no one and nothing that could help us. At that point, girls were still being brought to the farm, but the men who escorted them only laughed at us or beat us. I am sure it was one of them who tipped off the authorities, and that is how I came to be deported.
Needing to move things along, Christie gently brought them back to when Yanina and Gabe had finally found out where the Winters sisters were.
Yes, they were in Guernsey. So Gabe and Nina went there, not to cause a scene or to do anything to disrupt Sasha's life. They simply wanted to find out if she really was there.
What age would Sasha have been by then?
She was 7 and beautiful and lively, just like her mother. We watched her being taken to school and driven home again. We could see that she was happy and healthy, but we wanted her so much. She was our daughter, she belonged to us. But we had no home. We were still running from Albescu.
It was an impossible situation. They had very little hope. But Janina needed to let the sisters know how grateful she was that they'd taken Sasha in and treated her as their own. She was very eager to explain how desperately she and Gabe wanted to be a part of Sasha's life, if they would allow it. So they went to the house and left a note in the mailbox addressed to Emilia and Carlotta Winters, saying who they were, and asking if they would meet them at a cafe in St. Peter Port.
So that was when the photographs had been taken, Christy realised, long after Sadie had gone to live with the sisters, not before. Hadn't Anna suggested that, and Christy had just dismissed it? In any event, it seemed that what the photographer had captured wasn't some sort of transaction in which Sadie was being bought and sold. It was her parents begging to be allowed to see her.
They went to the cafe at the same time every day for over a week, until eventually one of the sisters came. She listened to their story, sympathized with them even, and understood how much it would mean to them to be a part of Sasha's world. At the same time, she explained how disruptive that would be for Sasha, and confusing. They were only going to bring sadness and even danger to Sasha, and she couldn't allow that. Janina begged and pleaded with her, saying Sasha didn't have to know who they were. They'd pretend to be old friends or new neighbors. Anything, if they could just have some contact with their child. She became so desperate that she threatened to go to the authorities to report the sisters for abduction. Of course, she couldn't do that. They would all suffer if she did, Sasha most of all, if she was removed from the home she'd come to know and love. In the end, the sister agreed to think things over and to meet them again in a couple of weeks. She said perhaps something could be worked out. She just couldn't see what it was yet. She asked where they were staying and promised to be in touch soon. Eventually, she did contact them and asked if Janina could meet her at one of the sisters' other properties, further south on the island. She wanted Janina to come alone while Sasha was at school.
Why another property? And why alone?
She said it was because she didn't want her sister, Mia, to know anything yet. And she didn't want Gabe there, because she was afraid he might try to harm her.
Christy glanced at Gabe. He didn't appear at all intimidating now, but she couldn't deny she'd considered him sinister in the photos she'd seen of him from that era.
So Janina took the little car she and Gabe had bought to get around the island, while he waited at their rented apartment for her to come back with news. When she left, he had no idea that was the last time he'd see her.
Christy's heart clenched. This wasn't what she'd expected to hear, although she had no clear sense of what she'd been thinking, where she'd imagined this would go.
Have you seen her? Do you know where she is?
Christy stared at him helplessly, having no idea whether Gabe believed she could answer that, or if he simply couldn't let go of what was surely a vain and desperate hope.
You must have gone to the sister's house to find out what had happened to her.
Yes, he did, but Lottie told him she'd waited all day at the other property, and Janina hadn't turned up. He began searching the island, desperate to find her, and in the end, Lottie said they should go to the police, as long as he swore not to mention anything about Sadie. The car was found the next day, at the bottom of a ravine, not far from the address where Lottie had waited. It was a dangerous stretch of road. There had been accidents there before. People who didn't know the island. Nina wasn't in the car, and they never recovered her body.
Realizing that must be why Gabe was unable to give up hope of finding Janina alive, Christie allowed several moments to pass before continuing.
Do you think Lottie is responsible for whatever happened to Janina?
Lucas looked at Gabe, and more hushed seconds passed, filled only by the twitter and song of birds, and strangely, another drift of the exquisite, unidentifiable perfume.
I did think that for a while. I was certain of it, but now I believe that Albescu Jr.'s people managed to find us and they took her away.
Christie thought of the cafe photographs, and wondered again who had taken them. Whoever it was, they'd ended up with Lottie. So did that mean Albescu had not only found Janina, but a way to extract money from the women who had the child? Chapter 26. So what did you make of it? Christie asked, as she and David finished listening to the playback later. They were at the Ritz-Carlton now, in a penthouse suite that could probably swallow up her entire apartment, with glorious Gulf views from the wraparound terrace and such sumptuous soft furnishings, it would be easy to sink into them and never come up. Completely over the top, in her opinion, although, as far as she could tell, just about everything in Naples was, with its glossy white mansions, toweringly exotic palms, and its perfectly turned-out residents with their luxury cars. A sun-baked playground for the super-rich and overprivileged, if ever there was one. David reached for his champagne flute. There was so much Krug in their personal bar, it would have seemed rude not to open at least one bottle. "Do you mean the whole thing?" he asked, "or specifically Janina's disappearance?" "Both. But overall, did it strike you as a true retelling of what happened all those years ago?" He didn't take long to answer. "Actually, it did," he replied. "I had a couple of issues here and there, but they kind of got ironed out the deeper in we went. What about you? Are you having a problem with it?" She shook her head. "Like you, I did once or twice, but it came clear." "And Albescu Jr. being involved in Janina's disappearance?" She sipped her drink and gazed out at the sea spreading like a groundswell of starlight before them, just as a pelican dipped down into the waves. "I think it's possible," she replied. "But it's also easier for Gabe to believe that than it is to accept she might have gone off the road and will never be coming back." "Would Albescu really still have her over 20 years later?" "Josef Fritzl," she responded, referring to the Austrian who'd kept his daughter in a cellar for almost a quarter of a century, raping her thousands of times and fathering 7 children on her. Conceding the point, distasteful as it was, he said, "So the next step has to be finding out where Albescu is these days." Indeed. Christie checked her laptop as it signalled a call, and clicked on to let Connor join the conversation. "You're up late," she commented as he appeared on the screen, towel-haired and unshaven. "Just gone 10, he replied. "Looks as though you're living the good life over there." "We're doing our best," she smiled, saluting him with her glass. "So, have you listened to the interview with Lucas?" "Just finished. And, by the way, I'm recording this, so here's my answer."
What he told you is pretty sobering, that's for sure. But one of the big takeaways for me, apart from having paternity confirmed, that's major, obs, and we need to talk about breaking it to Sadie. But it seems Lottie's story about finding Sadie on the beach is rooted in truth.
Yes, that was a standout for me too. So a case of truth being stranger than fiction. Must keep that in mind. What are your thoughts on Janina's disappearance?
I guess it's my one difficulty. Not that I don't believe Albescu caught up with them. There's a chance he did. But that it happened right when Janina was on her way to see the sisters.
Christie let that hang as she glanced at David.
Am I allowed to speak?
Go ahead. We can always edit around if necessary.
Are you thinking that Lottie might have found a way to contact Albescu while she was supposed to be considering the possibility of Janina seeing her daughter?
She knew about Albescu because Janina had told her.
Exactly. And now we know that there was no earlier contact with Janina's child being the object of some ungodly transaction. We have to come at it differently. So, we're agreed that Lottie had time to find Albescu before making contact with Janina again?
It's possible. Keep going.
Okay. Gabe said he suspected Lottie for a while. So, What happened to convince him that it could have been Albescu?
Didn't you see the link I sent with the rest of the interview?
No, Oh shit, here it is. I'll listen and get back to you. Or no, give it to me now.
Okay. Apparently, Gabe and Yanina's landlady in St. Peter Port had a visit from a man with a foreign accent who didn't leave his name, but he was asking for Yanina. This was a day or two prior to Yanina's car going off the road.
So this guy turns up out of the blue, finds the landlady and what? Gets confirmation they're staying there?
I guess so.
So he watches the place until Yanina shows up. Then he follows her when she drives to meet Lottie. That's what we're being asked to believe.
It's what Lucas and Gabe believe.
Then answer me this. Why would Albescu want her dead instead of back where he could control her?
Because Lottie made it worth his while to abandon his own plans and adopt hers? But remember, there was no body, so maybe he got hold of Yanina and took her off the island.
And no one saw it happen. Finding that hard to swallow, but I guess it's possible. Did anyone see this guy again after he turned up at the landlady's door?
We don't know, but the assumption has to be that he left the island as soon as the job was done.
Okay, what did Gabe do after the search for Yanina was abandoned?
He eventually went back to the farm in Somerset, hoping she'd managed to escape again and come to find him there.
But she never did. How long did he wait?
A few years, apparently. His cousin Verity, whose insanely rich husband seems to have bankrolled a new start for Gabe, turned up one day in 2010 and persuaded him to return to the States with her. I think he was pretty destitute and desperate by then, and she promised to pay someone to keep a watch on the farm in case Yanina did turn up. So he went with her. The someone who was keeping an eye out was, in fact, a private detective by the name of Sean Littleday, who found Lucas in 2015. That's when Lucas and Evie were hired by Cousin Verity to take care of Gabe. I'm not sure how to describe him.
Christie looked at David.
To quote Gabe himself, he's not quick and clever like the rest of his family. And frankly, you can see how easily exploitable he must have been back then. Probably still is, actually. He's the type who would have been bullied at school. Definitely shunned by his parents. Fast forward to him as a lonely 40-something when he answered an ad he found in a newspaper offering to connect the right clients with companions or housekeepers. And the rest, as they say, is history.
So let's get back to Yanina's disappearance. Did she go off the road in a tragic accident? Or was Albescu, possibly hired by Lottie, making sure she wouldn't be able to come back for her daughter again?
Why would Lottie only target Yanina when she knew that Gabe was also on the island?
If, as you say, he's not the fastest on the uptake, maybe she decided that he wasn't going to be as much of a problem. And if she could persuade him Albescu had made a return. Plus, Gabe is very well connected. There could have been a hell of a lot more fuss about him disappearing, estranged from his family or not.
You're quite good at this.
Which is why you pay me the big bucks. Not. Anyway, we need to talk to that landlady, find out what she remembers. Luckily, I'm in Guernsey now, so if you can get me a name, or an address, or both, I'll see if I can track her down.
Okay. Meantime, let's listen to the whole interview again, and then we should probably send it to Sadie. As you're there, perhaps you and Anna can break the news about Gabe being her father, so it doesn't just come at her the way it did for us.
Got you. Okay, this is me ending the recording.
As the red light disappeared on their screens, Connor said, "How do we feel about recording Sadie's reaction to the news? To the whole interview, in fact. Do you think she'll be up for it?" "The fact that we now know Gabe was very much more victim than villain," Christie replied, "definitely makes it worth asking. Especially as he seems to have really loved Yanina. That'll mean a lot, I'm sure. Where are you staying?" "Chez David. Your mother and Anna insisted." David laughed. "I hope they're taking good care of you." "The best." "Have you interviewed Corny, the housekeeper, yet?" Christie asked. "This morning," Connor replied.
I'll send it over, but she hasn't added anything we don't already know. So she's either been briefed by Mia, or she really was in the dark about Sadie. Needless to say, I can't get near Mia herself. How have you left things with the expat trio?
We're meeting for dinner at their club tomorrow evening, Christy told him.
Which means we now have the onerous ordeal of trying to fill our time in this rich man's paradise. Hard. I guess you must be feeling quite at home there, David, being one of them and all that. Already got my eye on a property or two, David assured him dryly.
After Sadie's listened to the interview, Christy said, or even before, make sure you tell her that her father and uncle are very keen to meet her.
Will do. Something that just occurred to me. Do we ask Gabe to prove paternity? I mean, we can tell her it's possible he's her father, in fact, highly likely, but...
It's already in hand, Christy assured him. And Lucas is doing the same. You're right to think of it, because we'll need the cover once we go live with this and the army of cynics get stuck into it.
But we're not foreseeing a problem?
No, but if there is, and they turn out to be fakes... Actually, I can't go there. It's already making me feel faint, although I guess it'll make a fantastic twist in the series if they are.
Are you okay?
David asked the following morning as he and Christy strolled barefoot along the soft white sand beach in front of their hotel. Christy's fingers tightened around his, as though to reassure him. She wasn't going to mention the nonsense text she'd been receiving before, and since they'd arrived, and maybe spoil what little time they had here. It was the same crazy who, for some reason, had advised her not to be afraid in his first message. This time he'd just spewed out all his random fan stuff, nothing threatening, or even standout, really. So she couldn't think why it was bothering her. I might be a little jet-lagged, she said, and I'm concerned about the way things are going with the series.
In what way?
Something's not feeling right.
You mean with Gabe and Lucas?
No, I believe what they told us. And I know you do.
As does Connor.
I just keep getting the sense that we're still missing something. Like it's there in front of me, something I should be seeing, but I'm not. Pulling her down next to him on the sand, David slipped an arm around her shoulders and rested his head on hers as they stared out to the shimmering horizon, while inky blue waves lapped gently, coolly over their feet.
Whatever it is,
he said,
I'm sure it'll come clear.
Shall we put it aside for now? Christy interrupted, loving the feeling of being with him and deciding she wanted nothing more than to lose herself in it while she could.
Your call,
he said, and pressed a kiss to her hair. Moments later, they both murmured in surprise appreciation as a dolphin appeared, only a few feet away, and began to circle and dive, skim and leap, as if putting on a show just for them. It was so early in the morning that there was no one else around, only the attendants quietly setting out loungers and raising parasols. David started to speak, then stopped as his mobile rang. Seeing it was Rosie on FaceTime, he clicked to answer it.
Hi, sweetheart,
he said, holding the phone so she could see Christy too.
Hi, Dad! And Christy! It's Rosie here!
We can see, David responded dryly.
How are you? Christy smiled.
Have you run away to get married?
Rosie asked, and giggled as they laughed.
Not the plan right now, David told her. How are things with you?
I'm okay, but I think Ludo's made me pregnant.
Feeling him stiffen, Christy quickly said, Why do you say that, sweetie? What did he do?
He put his tongue in my mouth when he kissed me and said that was how babies are made. I told him it's not, because I know it's not, but he keeps saying it is.
Have you talked to Grandma?
David asked.
Yes, and she said I'm right, but I thought I should ask you as well, just in case she doesn't know.
Stifling a laugh, Christy said, So I'm guessing it's all back on with Ludo since he made a scene a couple of weeks ago?
Yes, I forgave him, because he has mental health issues, and that's the kind thing to do. When are you coming home?
Why? Are you missing me?
Her father asked.
No!
Rosie cried, and laughed delightedly.
Connor's staying here, she told them. He's much nicer looking than Ludo. Shame he's married, or I would ask him to be my boyfriend. I'm going to the doctor today for my regular checkup.
Good girl,
David told her.
Is Grandma taking you?
I think so. Anna's going somewhere with Connor. Oh, that's right. They've already gone to Sadie's. I wanted to go, but I have a lot to do here, so I'll see them later. Christy, are you in love with Dad again?
As Christie hesitated, David said, "Of course she is. How could she not be?"
So are you making babies?
David's first answer was lost in a laugh. "That's not a very polite question to ask," he scolded gently. Leaving him to explain why, Christie got up to take a call from Connor. "Hey," she said, moving a little further down the beach. "Jesus, it's all kicking off here," he told her, sounding tense and hurried. "Why? What's happening? Where are you?" "At the lodge. Sadie listened to the interview, spoke not a word, just took off down to the villa to confront her aunt. I'm guessing about Lottie meeting Yanina and no one telling her. God knows what's been said down there, but it obviously got pretty heated because she's just rung Jasper to let him know she's locked Mia up." "You're kidding." "No. She's locked Mia in a downstairs cupboard and is refusing to let her out until Mia tells her the truth. Jasper's gone to investigate. Anna and I are waiting here on his advice, but if we don't hear anything in the next 10 minutes, we're going down. Meantime, I'm recording an account of events as they unfold in the hope of using it because this is pretty dramatic stuff." "You're telling me," Christie agreed. "Keep me updated, and if you think we should come back—" "Actually, I do. Sorry, but it seems you've got what you went there for, and right now, this is where it's happening." "Okay, I'll call again as soon as I've got Iz to organise the flights." And ringing off, Christie turned back to David, pausing as she realised he was talking to his mother now. In spite of the hour, she texted Evie to ask if she and David could come over this morning, probably in about an hour. Then she emailed Iz with their flight requirements. Iz came back so fast, Christie almost blinked.
Leave it with me. How many tickets?
"Just the 2. We need to end up in Guernsey."
All is possible.
With a smile, Christie checked Evie's message.
We're here. Come whenever suits you. Is everything okay?
Deciding not to answer that for the moment, Christie made a quick check of her other texts and felt a surge of distaste as she came across another from the crazy. Very short this time, saying, "He doesn't love you as much as I do." In spite of it being a Matthew kind of line, she knew instinctively that it wasn't him, not only because the sender's ID was withheld, but because her ex, for all his faults, just wasn't that creepy. Quickly scrolling back through the thread, she saw, to her alarm, that there were even more messages than she'd realised, and whoever was behind them appeared to have been following her every move. "You didn't see me tonight, did you, Christie? I saw you walking through the rain. Sorry about the mess at your office. Got frustrated when you weren't there. Don't go back to him. He's a liar and a cheat." He, and she presumed it was he, even seemed to know she was in the States. "I waved you off at the airport, but you didn't wave back. How's Miami? And now this. He doesn't love you as much as I do." Deciding again that she wasn't going to let it distract her, she dumped the messages into a folder and shut down the thread just as David finished his call. "We're going to Floral Grove for breakfast," she told him as he stood up. "I'll explain on the way." Evie had coffee and pastries waiting when they arrived. Lucas was at his computer checking the markets, apparently, although he joined them moments after they'd sat down in the kitchen. Gabe was standing almost statue-like with his back to the glass doors onto the deck, a dark, indistinguishable silhouette against the early morning sunlight, until he too came to the table and sat down. He wasn't wearing his dark glasses this morning, and his eyes, Christie noticed right away, were blue and clear, and so filled with anguish that she instantly regretted blurting out Sadie's predicament the way she had. "They lock one another up," he said in confusion. "Why would they do that?" "I'm not sure I understand it myself," Christie confessed, "although I think this might be the first time Sadie has done it to her aunt. Usually it's the other way around."
What the?
Evie muttered under her breath.
"She locked her aunt up,"
Gabe repeated.
"She's not her aunt,"
Lucas reminded him. Flummoxed, Gabe said,
"What does she hope to gain from this?"
Christie glanced at David, not quite sure how to answer that.
"Probably more of the truth,"
David suggested.
"Now Sadie knows." "She's Sasha," Lucas interrupted. "Our Sasha. I think we must call her by her name."
Going with it, David said,
"Now Sasha knows that at least one of her aunts met her mother and lied about it. She understandably wants to know what else they've kept from her." "Like how Yanina died,"
Lucas put in tightly.
"I'm sorry, Gabe. I've never liked to say this to you, but I'm sure those women know more than they ever let on."
Gabe's eyes were full of uncertainty as he looked at David.
"Is Sasha in danger?"
he asked.
I don't think so, David replied, but clearly things are getting out of hand, which is why we need to get back there. We should come too, Lucas stated, getting to his feet. We have to be sure she's safe. We can't lose her again.
She'll be okay, Evie assured him gently. Won't she? She asked Christy.
Deciding not to remind them that, as things stood, Mia was the prisoner, not Sadie, Christy said, It's probable that the worst is already over and things have calmed down. I'll check with Connor, my colleague who's there at the house, and call you as soon as I have an update.
We are coming,
Lucas insisted.
Gabe is her father. She needs him now, and I'm her uncle.
Seeming to read the situation more clearly than he did, Evie said,
Let's wait until we know that she wants to see you, sweetie. She hasn't said anything about it yet, has she?
She asked Christy. Feeling for Lucas and Gabe, who were looking increasingly afraid, Christy said, Not as far as I know, but I'm sure she will once we've got things straightened out over there.
It won't help to walk into the middle of everything,
Evie cautioned Lucas.
She has people there to help her sort that out. Then we can meet her and let her know how very much we want her to be a part of our lives.
Lucas looked at Christy, clearly torn, unsure of the right thing to say.
We'll be on the next plane if she wants us to be, he told her. Or she can come here. Whatever works best for her.
Impulsively squeezing his hand, Christy said, We're going straight to Guernsey from Miami. One change. But my phone will be on the whole time. I'll be in touch the minute I know more. Going to shake Gabe's hand, David said,
I've no doubt she'll want to meet you, and when it happens, you'll be very proud of her.
Gabe stared back at him, tears welling in his eyes.
Is she like her mother?
He asked hoarsely.
The photos say she is.
David smiled.
You'll probably be surprised by just how much. I wish.
Gabe began and faltered. Placing a comforting hand on his shoulder, David said,
It's okay, my friend. I get it.
A few minutes later, as they drove away from the house, Christy said, What do you get? Waving a thanks to the security guard who opened the gates, David said,
He wishes we could find Yanina.
Christy nodded, impressed that he'd intuited that, while wishing the same thing for them all, and what a coup it would be for hindsight. Clove and Jax have already started a search for Albescu, she said as they headed for I-75. But my gut is telling me that whether he was involved in the disappearance or not, the answers are all with the sisters, either written down or, more likely, stored inside Mia's head. Christy and David had already checked in at Miami International when Connor rang. Has Mia been released yet? Christy asked right away.
FYI, I'm recording this. The answer is yes. Mia's free and Sadie's back at the lodge. Anna and I have just left.
Is Sadie okay?
I think so. Not as angry as she was, anyway. But she's obviously still shaken up, and now she's totally focused on reading Lottie's journals. The ones that were in the safe. Apparently, Mia told her it's where she's going to find the truth.
Why the heck can't Mia just tell her?
She says she doesn't know all of it.
So she's not read the journals herself, but claims it's where Sadie will find the truth. How does that work?
I've no idea, but it's what's happening right now. Sadie's got the journals and has promised to call if she finds anything. Have you spoken to Clove and Jax?
Not yet. Have you?
They're still in Vilnius, and they've interviewed the older sister. All it's really adding is more background to Yanina and Lucas's childhoods, an expansion of what he's already told you. They're heading back this afternoon, and I'm on my way to St. Peter Port to interview the landlady, who's already told me on the phone that she doesn't remember renting her flat to anyone with the names I gave her.
But it was a long time ago. Maybe photographs will jog her memory?
That's what I'm hoping. Where are you now?
Waiting to board a flight to Dublin. Changing there for Guernsey, so I'll call as soon as we land. Before you go, how did Sadie take the fact that George Simmons Brown is her father?
She didn't actually say much at first. I think she was in shock, needed time to process. Then she heard Lucas speak and started to cry, sobbed when Gabe came in. It was hearing about Lottie directing Yanina to some random house that really got to her. Incidentally, She didn't know that the sisters ever had any other properties on the island. Anyway, that's when she took off to the villa.
Anna's voice came down the line. If it helps, she told me while Connor was on the phone that she's really excited to meet her father and uncle and nervous. But she wants to find out what happened to her mother first. Then she thinks she'll probably want to go there rather than them come here because it'll punish Mia for lying to her all these years if she just ups and leaves. Christy checked her phone as a text arrived. It was from Matthew, so she let it go for now. Does she understand that her father has a slightly impaired cognitive ability? She asked Anna. Was that the best way to put it? Right now she couldn't think of another. Yes, she does, and she says it just makes her feel more protective of him. Christy smiled. Much like her mother did by the sound of it. I'll let him and her uncle know that she is keen to meet them. This being the States, with practically everything on same-day delivery if you can pay, we should have their DNA results pretty quickly, so we can be certain they match with Sadie's. Are you doubting it? No, I'm not. After speaking briefly with Connor again, she rang off, and seeing David was on his phone, she checked Matthew's text.
How's it going over there? Am I allowed to say I'm missing you? Okay, not what you want to hear. He's a lucky guy, but he'll never love you as much as I do. Kiss.
As the final words jarred, Christy looked up, almost as if expecting to find someone watching her, messing with her. No one was, and, of course, the echo in Matthew's text of what the weirdo had said in his latest was nothing more than an unfortunate coincidence, because Matthew really wasn't that creepy. He simply wouldn't send anonymous messages designed to unnerve and annoy her. He had no reason to, and he was pretty good at that anyway. Messaging him back, she said, "How's Aiden?"
Accusing me of being delulu for thinking you'll marry me again. I'm guessing that means delusional. Shall we prove him wrong?
Did he never give up? How's Baby Bear? There was no reply to that until she and David were settled into their seats for the flight, and a photograph of a wide-eyed, cute as a bear cub baby came through. Finding no accompanying message, she typed in, "Sweet, you must be very proud. When are you going to see him?"
We're both invited to LA any time we want to go. Fancy it?
Irritated, she switched from the thread and sent a quick message to Evie. "Thanks to you all for your hospitality and for your frankness. I have it on good authority that Sasha is very keen to meet Gabe and Lucas." She read it through quickly and pressed send. Chapter 27. After a heart-stoppingly bumpy flight from Dublin to Guernsey, Christy and David walked into the vaulted kitchen of his incredible home in the wooded heights of the island to be greeted by his mother, Cynthia, and the heavenly aroma of freshly baked cookies. To Christy it felt like coming home, and simply seeing Cynthia's dear, crinkled face before being hauled in for a hug made her once again think of her own late mother and how alike the two were. Sweet-natured, mischievous, sharp-eyed behind the scattiness, and somehow managing to exude warmth without even trying.
"Where is everyone?"
David asked, going to fill 2 mugs with coffee and helping himself to a biscuit on the way.
"Rosie's at rehearsals for a new play,"
Cynthia replied, and Anna's, "Ah, here they are," she said as the back door opened, and Henry the golden retriever burst joyously through and made a beeline for David. Connor and Anna followed, Connor unravelling his scarf as he said,
"Good flight? Great. We have news, only we're not entirely sure what it is yet."
Amused, Christy sank down on a sofa, saying, "Okay, that sounds promising. Just tell me, has anyone locked up anyone else in the past few hours?"
"Not that we know of,"
Connor replied, grunting, as Henry jumped at his groin. Dragging the dog away, Anna said, "Bad boy! Go say hi to Christy." Immediately, Henry bounded onto the sofa and launched into a hearty lick of Christy's travel-weary face. "Basket!" Cynthia commanded. Henry apparently enjoyed the taste of Christy.
"Basket!"
David commanded. Henry cocked his head as though puzzled by the word before promptly doing as he was told. "So what's the news you're not sure about?" Christy asked, sipping her coffee as Connor brought his to the opposite sofa.
"Well, before we get to the big stuff, the landlady in St. Peter Port was no help. She was too hazy on everything, and who can blame her, considering how long ago it was and how many people must have rented from her since?"
Clearly unable to wait any longer, Anna dived straight into the main news. "Sadie's found something in Lottie's journals. she declared. She won't tell us what it is until after she's shown it to Mia, and as far as we know, that's where she is now. I have to go with her. Jasper flew to London this morning, but she told me she could handle it, and she'll call as soon as she's done. Concerned, Christie said to Connor, "Did you speak to her before she went off on this mission?" "I did, and frankly, she sounded kind of manic. I told her to wait, that we could be there in 20, but she was determined to go alone. Obviously, we went anyway, but we can't get past the gates without a code." "I'll call the security company," David said, opening up his phone. "If I say it's an emergency, they'll do an override and let us in." "We're waiting for Jasper to call back," Anna ran on. "But he's in a meeting and can't be interrupted. Obs, he has the code."
Only half aware of David talking in the background, Christie was envisaging all sorts of scenarios unfolding at the villa, none of them good. Nor was the thought of Gabe, Lucas and Evie waiting patiently, trustingly, to hear when they could meet their precious Sasha.
"Okay, thanks, Jeff,"
David said into his phone.
"We'll head over there now."
Christie and Connor were on their feet, and already half out the door when Anna suddenly cried, "It's Sadie!"
and quickly clicked to take the call.
"Hey, are you okay? We've been worried."
She paused, glanced up at Christie, and said to Sadie,
"Where are you now?"
"Put her on speaker,"
Christie instructed.
"Still at the villa," Sadie was saying. "She's a mess, but she deserved it." "What do you mean, a mess?"
Anna cried, turning frightened eyes to her father.
"I recorded it all,"
Sadie answered, her voice sounding shredded by exhaustion.
"Jesus, we need to get over there,"
Connor muttered. Snatching Anna's phone, David said,
"Sadie, we're on our way. You need to open the gates."
When Sadie didn't answer, Anna cried,
"What did you find in the journals, babe?" "You need to come,"
Sadie said weakly.
"Please come. I'll go up to the lodge and see you there."
Less than half an hour later, Christie and Connor were in the lodge's small sitting room, all pale oak beams and cosy furniture, with Sadie hunched into a capacious armchair, looking both dazed and beaten, as though she'd just fought her way through some sort of storm. Anna was on the floor next to her, while David was outside dealing with a security guard who'd just turned up. Christie didn't know yet whether they were going to head down to the villa to check on Mia, or wait until Sadie had explained what had happened during the past hour.
"You can listen to it all,"
Sadie said quietly, half throwing her mobile onto the coffee table between them.
"I told her I was recording, but I'm not sure it went in. I don't know what she is. Crazy. Cruel."
Her breath caught on a dry sob, and Anna reached up to take her hand.
"I'm okay,"
Sadie assured her.
"Just a bit."
Her eyes went to Christie, and for a fleeting moment, Christie thought she sensed something horribly dark inside her.
"Did they come back with you?"
Sadie asked, suddenly seeming so much more vulnerable than she had a moment ago. Knowing who she was referring to, and understanding how bewildered and conflicted she must be feeling, Christie said, "They were very keen to. But you said you wanted to sort things out with your aunt first, so they're waiting."
"I'm glad they're not here,"
Sadie interrupted, seeming to mean it. Then her voice faltered as she said,
"But I really want to see my dad."
Feeling her heart swelling with empathy, Christie said, "What would you like me to do?" Sadie shook her head.
"I don't know. It's all so messed up."
She looked at her phone and said,
"You'll find it in voice notes. I want to listen to it too, just in case."
She gulped as she swallowed another sob and pressed her hands to her face. Still amazed that she'd recorded everything, Christie found the file, and after hitting play, she placed the mobile back on the table and kept her eyes on it as it began to reveal why Sadie was in such an emotional state.
"I've read the truth, Mia. I know everything. What are you talking about? I don't understand you. I've got it all here in this journal." "All what, for heaven's sake?" "Everything you did to my mother."
There was a lengthy silence, broken only by the sound of muted voices, too indistinct to decipher.
"This is where I'm telling her I'm recording,"
Sadie explained. Did she object? Christie asked.
"She accused me of being in thrall to you people, and that I'd end up regretting it."
"Is she saying anything," Connor asked, "about what had been done to your mother?"
Sadie shook her head.
"Not really, only that I was a fool to believe everything I read. especially if it was written by Lottie.
She stopped as her voice became clearer on the recording.
So here it is. Are you listening? I said, are you listening? I don't feel I have a choice. If I don't, you'll lock me in a cupboard again. You're right, I will, until the police get here. What are you doing? I've decided you should go into the cupboard anyway. I don't want you running away before I've finished. There's no need of that. Let me go, please. I promise I'll sit here and listen. If you move from that chair, you know I'll catch you, and this time I'll put you in there without a light on.
Mia's next words were indistinguishable as she muttered angrily or helplessly. Probably both.
This entry in Lottie's journal is dated Tuesday the 8th of March 2005. 2005. Do you remember that year? You don't have to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. We received a note today from someone claiming to be Sadie's mother. It was a terrible shock, coming out of the blue like that. Maybe we should have been better prepared, but how do you prepare for something so earth-shattering? She wants to see her child, she says, and we have to believe she's who she's claiming to be, because she goes on to describe how she left Sasha on the beach 5 years ago. We can't let it happen, of course, for any number of reasons, although most of all, it will be far too disruptive for dear Sadie, when she's so settled with us now, and such a happy little child. She's about to have her 7th birthday, and she's doing well at school, at sports, at just about everything she sets her mind to. We are tremendously proud of her. I guess you could say we're like satellites, revolving around her sweet little world. It would be very hard for me to give her up, but it would devastate Mia. And I can't have that. Mia needs Sadie in a way I don't, although I defy her to love her any more than I do. I have a life elsewhere, with my darling Robert, who I plan to go to soon when the time is right for us both. Mia's whole existence revolves around Sadie, insofar as it revolves around anyone apart from herself. Such a needy and selfish woman, I actively detest her at times. But of course I love her too. I debated for a long time over whether I should tell her about the note from Sadie's mother, and in the end decided I had to. I need to ensure that we are protected from blackmail, because that's what this could be about. After all, why would the woman suddenly turn up now, asking for contact when she could have come any time over the past 5 years? We're both certain she can be paid to go away, so I'm considering meeting her in the cafe she suggested. Apparently she's going to be there every morning this week, so I can choose my day. If I go, I have to make sure we're in a window seat so that Mia can take photographs from across the street. This will give us a record of the meeting. Blackmail attempt, should we need it later. Mia's idea, not mine, but no point arguing. Thursday, the 10th of March, 2005. I still haven't been to the cafe. Mia is as frightened as I knew she would be. She's angry too. Apart from valuing her freedom and good name, she truly believes no one has a right to take Sadie away. This attributes a depth of feeling to my sister that I'm not entirely sure she possesses. She's all about ownership and control, and can't bear the idea of anyone challenging her. I believe that sometimes she despises me simply for being an equal partner in our fortune. But worse than that, she's jealous of Robert. Not that she knows his name. I've told her nothing about him. It's best that way. But she's not a fool. She knows there's someone, and I'm sure she'd do anything, to make him go away. Mostly out of fear of me leaving her. She'll probably fall apart if I do. I feel sorry about that, but I'm afraid he means more to me than she does. I'm already racked with guilt about leaving the child with only Mia to take care of her. She'll be damaged for life, and the dear little thing doesn't deserve that. Will I actually be able to make myself go when the time comes? Friday, the 11th of March, 2005. I still haven't gone into the cafe, but I've seen Sadie's mother there, waiting in case I show up. A man is always with her, and I want to find out who he is before I go in. Unfortunately, we have no idea how to do that, as we have no contact details for the woman who calls herself Yanina. Mia is certain he's a thug who's going to force us to give Sadie up. She could be right, but he surely can't do that in a public place. So I've decided I'll go tomorrow. If they're not there, all well and good. If they are, I guess I'll just listen to what they have to say. If it is about blackmail, we'll go straight to the police. Or maybe not. It's a very complicated situation, especially after all we've done to make our girl officially ours. If our crimes are revealed, it will be an end to everything, and there will be nothing we can do to stop Sadie being taken away. It could even mean prison, and I don't think Mia would survive that. I'm not sure I would either.
There was a pause in the recording, leaving Christie to imagine Sadie looking at her aunt, perhaps to be sure she was paying attention, or hoping for some sort of response. It was impossible to know what was going on in those moments, only that there was a silence before Sadie started reading again.
Saturday, 12th of March, 2005. I met with the mother this morning, and it turns out the man is Sadie's father. I have no idea if that's true, but it's what they claimed. He said almost nothing, only watched me, as though keen for me to listen and understand what was being said. They called Sadie Sasha, of course, but I stuck with Sadie, wanting to press it home that the child they'd abandoned was someone else now. A happy, rounded little girl who was loved and cared for, and who had every advantage in life, and no memories of them. I added that part and saw the mother flinch, but why not? I'm sure it's true. I asked why they would want to deprive Sadie of so much, feeling certain they couldn't equal it, and why they were only coming to find her now, when there had surely been many opportunities to reclaim her, since they'd abandoned her. The mother flinched again, and the father looked as though he might cry. Strange man. As I listened to Yanina's reasons for leaving Sadie in our care, I have to admit to being profoundly shocked and moved. She claims she was trafficked to the UK back in '97, and though poorly treated by the men who brought her, she was taken to the man who'd paid a large sum for her to become his companion. This was George, Sadie's father. He's apparently a man of some means and standing, although you wouldn't know it to look at him. Handsome, yes, and strongly built, just not assertive, or even confident enough to speak up for his wife. Are they married? Or his child? When they got on to how he'd been used, exploited, by a criminal gang, I began to see him in a different light, and of course I felt sorry for him. Apparently the leader of this gang, someone by the name of Mattis Albescu, or his son, some confusion there, has been holding Yanina captive for the past 5 years. She didn't go into detail of what she'd been subjected to during that time, but she didn't have to. I'm familiar enough with these kinds of stories to know what happens to girls in her position. And actually, I could see the trauma of it in her eyes. Naturally, I'm deeply upset by the experiences she suffered. No one deserves such a fate, but in my opinion, and Mia agrees, it makes her an even less suitable parent for Sadie. Monday, 14th of March, 2005. The question that's been plaguing me since meeting Sadie's mother is whether or not I'll be able to live with myself if I deny her access to her own child. Mia keeps ranting on about it being madness to allow the woman into our lives, and of course it would be. We might never be rid of her, and sooner or later Sadie will find out who she really is, and what then? So how can we make her go away? I'm really not sure money will do it. It wasn't mentioned while I was at the cafe, and if the father's as comfortably off as they claim, they don't need it. So now I'm considering Mia's idea of tracing this Albescu character and telling him where he can find his missing sex worker. It was not my idea, it was hers. Did you try to stop her? Yes, of course. It was a monstrous idea that only someone like Lottie could think up. You never really knew her, Sadie. All she wanted was to be with some doctor she'd met in Africa, who she always claimed had saved her life. She wanted to keep you here with me, so I wouldn't be alone when she left to be with him. She thought I didn't know that, but I did. She told herself it would stop me from going after her, from falling apart, from exposing the fact that we'd taken a child, you, and made you our own.
Sadie's voice was emotionless as she continued.
Wednesday, 16th of March, 2005. I have contacted Yanina and invited her to meet me at the Sarkview house, so we can talk some more. I'd rather Mia wasn't around, but she's insisting that she has to be. It's a shame she doesn't trust me, her own sister, to do what's best for us all. Sadie, listen to me. No, Mia, you are listening to me. Yes, of course, but you have to understand. Friday, 18th of March, 2005. Yanina has agreed to meet me at Sarkview. I asked her to come alone in the hope she'll feel more intimidated. Acquiescent might be a better word. If she's outnumbered. Mia has found herself a gun. Heaven only knows where from. It doesn't work, I've made sure of that. I never had a gun. Never. I don't anticipate anyone being hurt unless, of course, Mia has managed over the past few days to make contact with this Mattis Albescu character. Then, obviously, things won't go well for Yanina. Him taking custody again is an answer, of course, just not the one I'd have preferred. Saturday, 19th of March, 2005. I waited at Sarkview all day yesterday, but Yanina didn't come. Sadie seems fretful this morning. I'm not sure why. Mia thinks we're being watched, and that something terrible is going to happen. I asked what she imagines that might be, but she seems not to have any idea. Sunday, 20th of March, 2005. I know why Yanina didn't come now, and I'm so horrified. I've started to have palpitations. How could Mia have done this? What? No. She confessed about an hour ago. I've had to come here to my rooms to get away from her. She is even crazier than I realized. I don't understand. Why has she written this? My own sister. She says no one will know that Yanina was coming to see us. She must have forgotten about the father. He will know, and he's sure to come looking. What are we going to tell him? Not the truth. We can't do that, or we'll lose Sadie for sure, along with everything else. How could she have done this? I'm so angry I could strangle her. I didn't do anything. I don't know what this is about. Monday, 21st of March, 2005. The father came earlier, as we knew he would. We told him that Yanina didn't show up. That at least was the truth. He was distraught, poor man. We mentioned Albescu, and it was clearly his greatest fear. Nevertheless, he wanted to search for Yanina, so I went with him, and eventually, as I knew we would, we came to the spot where Yanina's car had gone off the road. Where Mia had forced it off the road, down onto the rocks below. There was simply no way anyone could have survived such a fall.
Sadie stopped reading as her aunt screamed her denial. It was painful to hear, wrenching gulps of fear and desperate pleas to be believed. Christy was watching Sadie as she listened, her face ashen, her eyes so large and tortured, it was as if she was seeing the crumpled car for real, and could register nothing beyond it.
Tuesday, 22nd of March, 2005. The car has gone. The police must have taken it away. They are as certain as I am that it would be impossible for anyone to survive such a fall. But as yet no body has washed up on any of the nearby shores. Sometimes they never do. Everyone is wondering about the driver. They're certain it was a woman because of the bag found inside. It's a notoriously dangerous spot, but still they wonder, was it suicide or a tragic accident? Maybe she was drunk or high on drugs. Who was she? What happened to the body? And why has no one come forward to say they're missing a loved one? The poor father is distraught, hardly knows what to do. Should he go to the police, tell them what he knows? But if he does, will his involvement with the traffickers, or his and Yanina's abandonment of Sadie, end up making things worse. I don't try to answer his questions. What matters is that he seems to understand we must do everything in our power to keep Sadie safe and out of the news. He's terrified now that if Albescu does have Yanina, he might come back for Sadie. He is right to be so afraid, because there's no knowing what a man of Albescu's character would do with a child. Tuesday, 19th of April, 2005. Mia's terror seems to be subsiding. She was certain for a while that the police were going to come for her, that someone had seen her using her car to force Yanina's over the edge. Luckily for Mia, the disposing of Yanina seems to have gone very well. That's how she refers to it, the disposing of a problem. She doesn't refer to Yanina by name. I am shocked, and I admit partly fascinated, to see my sister starting to show pride in the fact that she sustained no damage to her Golf when she swerved at Yanina's Fiesta. There wasn't even the slightest collision, she tells me. Yanina reacted so fast, maybe hit the accelerator instead of the brake, and the next thing she'd gone, and Mia simply drove on. I don't think Mia is losing any sleep over this. If anything, she's becoming more buoyant by the day, and keeps making such a fuss of Sadie that I'm sure the poor child is feeling smothered. We're not sure where the father is now, if he's left the island or still combing the shores hoping Yanina's body will turn up. Even if it does, we have no need to feel concerned. There can be nothing to tie it to Mia's murderous act, nothing at all. I took care of it, she said to me earlier. You should be grateful, instead of sitting there looking at me like that. I never said that. I didn't take care of anything. It was all her. Friday, 22nd of April, 2005. I need to get away from here. From her. I detest her more as each day passes, and I'm only saved from doing something rash by the need to protect Sadie. I don't think Mia will harm her physically, but I know now what she'll do if I try to leave. She has guessed how important Robert is to me, and she has told me that if I see him again, or try to leave the island without her permission, she will make sure that he knows what I did. Not only the abduction, for that's what it was, no matter how gentle or well-meaning we were at the time, but how I forced Yanina's car off the road to make sure she could never take Sadie away from us.
Mia was clearly beside herself as she started shouting.
It's not true, Sadie. You have to believe me. It was all her. Lottie's the one who ran your mother off the road, who tricked your father into believing Albescu had returned, who kept the police from our door. She's twisted it all round. Sadie, don't go, please. Oh, God, no. Sadie, please don't do that. No!
Christy looked at Sadie, certain she was going to explain what all the thudding and crashing about was, why Mia was screaming so hard. But Sadie didn't speak, simply let the recording come to an end. Finding herself assessing Sadie for bloodstains, scratches, bruises, ripped clothing even, Christy said very gently, "Sadie, is your aunt okay?" Sadie continued staring at the phone as if still trapped in the violence of those final moments. She gave a small shudder, but still didn't speak. "I've spoken to Mia," David said quietly. Christy turned, unaware that he'd come into the room. "Is she all right?" Connor asked. "I haven't seen her," David replied. "She wouldn't come out, but she told us she was fine and that we had to go away while she dealt with a private family matter." Chapter 28. Over the next 24 or so hours, Christy and Connor waited for something, anything to break. It felt almost surreal, as if they'd all entered a peculiar sort of holding state with no idea when they might land, or what would happen when they did. Had Mia been injured during the scene with Sadie? Why wouldn't she answer that question? Why wouldn't Mia show herself at the door? Sadie stayed shut up in the lodge with Anna until Jasper returned on Friday morning, while Mia wouldn't see anyone unless Sadie was with them. Sadie refused to go near her.
Needing to honour the promise to drop an episode of Hindsight before the weekend, they set up a small studio in David's portside office and connected with Clove and Jax, who were now back in Bristol. The recordings with Lucas's old friend, Natalie Irwin, and Lottie's publisher, Felicity Green, were already edited, so ready to drop into the start of the interview with Lucas and Gabe. This they decided to run in its entirety and end with the cliffhanger of Christie being told by Connor that it was all kicking off in Guernsey, so she needed to return PDQ. Mia's lawyers had already slapped down an injunction, no surprise there, although very fast work. Sadie, as it turned out, was supportive of the ban, having now decided that she didn't want her aunt to be named and shamed, and a whole lot worse. At least, not yet.
"It's all happening so fast,"
she'd said during her last conversation with Christie.
"I know it's terrible what she did, unforgivable, but maybe Lottie did twist things around to make Mia the guilty party when really it was all her."
Unable to argue with that, Christie had simply listened as Sadie continued.
"I feel so awful about things now, the way I shouldn't have forced her. I didn't mean to frighten her. I was just so angry and... Well, I think we need to take a breath before making any more big decisions."
On Friday evening, after the Gabe and Lucas pod had been uploaded, Christie, Connor and David took themselves off to Le Nautique, overlooking the port, for dinner. "What we're no closer to knowing for certain," Christie remarked, wondering if she'd ever had such good oysters before, "is which one of the sisters was actually responsible for Yanina's death. Mia has only denied that it was her who forced the car off the road. Not that it didn't happen, and obviously, Lottie isn't around to speak for herself." "Does it actually matter which of them was responsible?" Connor asked. "If we can't air it anyway?" Christie grimaced. "I'm sure it matters to Sadie, and it will to the police."
Especially after all we've done, to make our girl officially ours. If our crimes are revealed, it will be an end to everything, and there will be nothing we can do to stop Sadie being taken away. It could even mean prison, and I don't think Mia would survive that. I'm not sure I would either.
There was a pause in the recording, leaving Christie to imagine Sadie looking at her aunt, perhaps to be sure she was paying attention, or hoping for some sort of response. It was impossible to know what was going on in those moments, only that there was a silence before Sadie started reading again.
Saturday, 12th of March, 2005. I met with the mother this morning, and it turns out the man is Sadie's father. I have no idea if that's true, but it's what they claimed. He said almost nothing, only watched me, as though keen for me to listen and understand what was being said. They called Sadie Sasha, of course, but I stuck with Sadie, wanting to press it home that the child they'd abandoned was someone else now. A happy, rounded little girl who was loved and cared for, and who had every advantage in life. And no memories of them. I added that part and saw the mother flinch, but why not? I'm sure it's true. I asked why they would want to deprive Sadie of so much, feeling certain they couldn't equal it, and why they were only coming to find her now, when there had surely been many opportunities to reclaim her, since they'd abandoned her. The mother flinched again, and the father looked as though he might cry. Strange man. As I listened to Yanina's reasons for leaving Sadie in our care, I have to admit to being profoundly shocked and moved. She claims she was trafficked to the UK back in '97, and though poorly treated by the men who brought her, she was taken to the man who'd paid a large sum for her to become his companion. This was George, Sadie's father. He's apparently a man of some means and standing, although you wouldn't know it to look at him. Handsome, yes, and strongly built, just not assertive, or even confident enough to speak up for his wife. Are they married? Or his child? When they got on to how he'd been used, exploited, by a criminal gang, I began to see him in a different light, and of course I felt sorry for him. Apparently the leader of this gang, someone by the name of Mattis Albescu, or his son, some confusion there, has been holding Yanina captive for the past 5 years. She didn't go into detail of what she'd been subjected to during that time, but she didn't have to. I'm familiar enough with these kinds of stories to know what happens to girls in her position. And actually, I could see the trauma of it in her eyes. Naturally, I'm deeply upset by the experiences she suffered. No one deserves such a fate, but in my opinion, and Mia agrees, it makes her an even less suitable parent for Sadie. Monday, 14th of March, 2005. The question that's been plaguing me since meeting Sadie's mother is whether or not I'll be able to live with myself if I deny her access to her own child. Mia keeps ranting on about it being madness to allow the woman into our lives, and of course it would be. We might never be rid of her, and sooner or later Sadie will find out who she really is, and what then? So how can we make her go away? I'm really not sure money will do it. It wasn't mentioned while I was at the cafe, and if the father's as comfortably off as they claim, they don't need it. So now I'm considering Mia's idea of tracing this Albescu character and telling him where he can find his missing sex worker. It was not my idea, it was hers. Did you try to stop her? Yes, of course. It was a monstrous idea that only someone like Lottie could think up. You never really knew her, Sadie. All she wanted was to be with some doctor she'd met in Africa, who she always claimed had saved her life. She wanted to keep you here with me, so I wouldn't be alone when she left to be with him. She thought I didn't know that, but I did. She told herself it would stop me from going after her, from falling apart, from exposing the fact that we'd taken a child, you, and made you our own.
Sadie's voice was emotionless as she continued.
Wednesday, 16th of March, 2005. I have contacted Yanina and invited her to meet me at the Sarkview house, so we can talk some more. I'd rather Mia wasn't around, but she's insisting that she has to be. It's a shame she doesn't trust me, her own sister, to do what's best for us all. Sadie, listen to me. No, Mia, you are listening to me. Yes, of course, but you have to understand. Friday, 18th of March, 2005. Yanina has agreed to meet me at Sarkview. I asked her to come alone in the hope she'll feel more intimidated. Acquiescent might be a better word. If she's outnumbered. Mia has found herself a gun. Heaven only knows where from. It doesn't work, I've made sure of that. I never had a gun. Never. I don't anticipate anyone being hurt unless, of course, Mia has managed over the past few days to make contact with this Mattis Albescu character. Then, obviously, things won't go well for Yanina. Him taking custody again is an answer, of course, just not the one I'd have preferred. Saturday, 19th of March 2005. I waited at Sarkview all day yesterday, but Yanina didn't come. Sadie seems fretful this morning. I'm not sure why. Mia thinks we're being watched, and that something terrible is going to happen. I asked what she imagines that might be, but she seems not to have any idea. Sunday, 20th of March 2005. I know why Yanina didn't come now, and I'm so horrified. I've started to have palpitations. How could Mia have done this? What? No. No! She confessed about an hour ago. I've had to come here to my rooms to get away from her. She is even crazier than I realized. I don't understand. Why has she written this? My own sister. She says no one will know that Yanina was coming to see us. She must have forgotten about the father. He will know, and he's sure to come looking. What are we going to tell him? Not the truth. We can't do that, or we'll lose Sadie for sure, along with everything else. How could she have done this? I'm so angry I could strangle her. I didn't do anything. I don't know what this is about. Monday, 21st of March 2005. The father came earlier, as we knew he would. We told him that Yanina didn't show up. That at least was the truth. He was distraught, poor man. We mentioned Albescu, and it was clearly his greatest fear. Nevertheless, he wanted to search for Yanina, so I went with him, and eventually, as I knew we would, we came to the spot where Yanina's car had gone off the road. Where Mia had forced it off the road, down onto the rocks below. There was simply no way anyone could have survived such a fall.
Sadie stopped reading as her aunt screamed her denial. It was painful to hear, wrenching gulps of fear and desperate pleas to be believed. Christy was watching Sadie as she listened, her face ashen, her eyes so large and tortured, it was as if she was seeing the crumpled car for real, and could register nothing beyond it.
Tuesday, 22nd of March 2005. The car has gone. The police must have taken it away. They are as certain as I am that it would be impossible for anyone to survive such a fall. But as yet no body has washed up on any of the nearby shores. Sometimes they never do. Everyone is wondering about the driver. They're certain it was a woman because of the bag found inside. It's a notoriously dangerous spot, but still they wonder, was it suicide or a tragic accident? Maybe she was drunk or high on drugs. Who was she? What happened to the body? And why has no one come forward to say they're missing a loved one? The poor father is distraught, hardly knows what to do. Should he go to the police, tell them what he knows? But if he does, will his involvement with the traffickers, or his and Yanina's abandonment of Sadie, end up making things worse? I don't try to answer his questions. What matters is that he seems to understand we must do everything in our power to keep Sadie safe and out of the news. He's terrified now that if Albescu does have Yanina, he might come back for Sadie. He is right to be so afraid, because there's no knowing what a man of Albescu's character would do with a child. Tuesday, 19th of April, 2005. Mia's terror seems to be subsiding. She was certain for a while that the police were going to come for her, that someone had seen her using her car to force Yanina's over the edge. Luckily for Mia, the disposing of Yanina seems to have gone very well. That's how she refers to it, the disposing of a problem. She doesn't refer to Yanina by name. I am shocked, and I admit partly fascinated, to see my sister starting to show pride in the fact that she sustained no damage to her Golf when she swerved at Yanina's Fiesta. There wasn't even the slightest collision, she tells me. Yanina reacted so fast, maybe hit the accelerator instead of the brake, and the next thing she'd gone, and Mia simply drove on. I don't think Mia is losing any sleep over this. If anything, she's becoming more buoyant by the day, and keeps making such a fuss of Sadie that I'm sure the poor child is feeling smothered. We're not sure where the father is now, if he's left the island or still combing the shores hoping Yanina's body will turn up. even if it does, we have no need to feel concerned. There can be nothing to tie it to Mia's murderous act. Nothing at all. I took care of it, she said to me earlier. You should be grateful, instead of sitting there looking at me like that. I never said that. I didn't take care of anything. It was all her. Friday, 22nd of April, 2005. I need to get away from here. From her. I detest her more as each day passes, and I'm only saved from doing something rash by the need to protect Sadie. I don't think Mia will harm her physically, but I know now what she'll do if I try to leave. She has guessed how important Robert is to me, and she has told me that if I see him again, or try to leave the island without her permission, she will make sure that he knows what I did. Not only the abduction, for that's what it was, no matter how gentle or well-meaning we were at the time, but how I forced Janina's car off the road to make sure she could never take Sadie away from us.
Mia was clearly beside herself as she started shouting.
It's not true, Sadie. You have to believe me. It was all her. Lottie's the one who ran your mother off the road, who tricked your father into believing Albescu had returned, who kept the police from our door. She's twisted it all round. Sadie, don't go, please. Oh, God, no. Sadie, please don't do that. No!
Christie looked at Sadie, certain she was going to explain what all the thudding and crashing about was, why Mia was screaming so hard. But Sadie didn't speak, simply let the recording come to an end. Finding herself assessing Sadie for bloodstains, scratches, bruises, ripped clothing even, Christie said very gently, "Sadie, is your aunt okay?" Sadie continued staring at the phone as if still trapped in the violence of those final moments. She gave a small shudder, but still didn't speak. "I've spoken to Mia," David said quietly. Christie turned, unaware that he'd come into the room. "Is she all right?" Connor asked. "I haven't seen her," David replied. "She wouldn't come out. But she told us she was fine, and that we had to go away while she dealt with a private family matter." Chapter 28. Over the next 24 or so hours, Christie and Connor waited for something, anything to break. It felt almost surreal, as if they'd all entered a peculiar sort of holding state with no idea when they might land, or what would happen when they did. Had Mia been injured during the scene with Sadie? Why wouldn't she answer that question? Why wouldn't Mia show herself at the door? Sadie stayed shut up in the lodge with Anna until Jasper returned on Friday morning, while Mia wouldn't see anyone unless Sadie was with them. Sadie refused to go near her. Needing to honour the promise to drop an episode of Hindsight before the weekend, they set up a small studio in David's portside office and connected with Clove and Jax, who were now back in Bristol. The recordings with Lucas's old friend, Natalie Irwin, and Lottie's publisher, Felicity Green, were already edited, so ready to drop into the start of the interview with Lucas and Gabe. This they decided to run in its entirety and end with the cliffhanger of Christie being told by Connor that it was all kicking off in Guernsey, so she needed to return PDQ. Mia's lawyers had already slapped down an injunction, no surprise there, although very fast work. Sadie, as it turned out, was supportive of the ban, having now decided that she didn't want her aunt to be named and shamed, and a whole lot worse, at least not yet.
"It's all happening so fast,"
she'd said during her last conversation with Christie.
"I know it's terrible what she did, unforgivable, but maybe Lottie did twist things around to make Mia the guilty party when really it was all her."
Unable to argue with that, Christie had simply listened as Sadie continued.
"I feel so awful about things now, the way I shouldn't have forced her. I didn't mean to frighten her. I was just so angry and... Well, I think we need to take a breath before making any more big decisions."
On Friday evening, after the Gabe and Lucas pod had been uploaded, Christie, Connor and David took themselves off to L'Île Nautique, overlooking the port for dinner. "What we're no closer to knowing for certain," Christie remarked, wondering if she'd ever had such good oysters before, "is which one of the sisters was actually responsible for Janina's death. Mia has only denied that it was her who forced the car off the road. Not that it didn't happen, and obviously, Lottie isn't around to speak for herself. Does it actually matter which of them was responsible? Connor asked. If we can't air it anyway.
Christie grimaced.
I'm sure it matters to Sadie, and it will to the police,